Chapter 1 Awakening of the System Compendium Entry Brain.storage.place Delicious I finis hedital. I feel ready madame we're right what more dare want me to do? I didn't want that happen near there. You know how I get when I've had to after drinking mistook him for you. By time I realised my mistake. Asterix or stead to resist. Trust him I wasenly thinking of your third moment so I did not betray you. Darling you must believe me. I promise you want good drinking with Miggle friends again. It really love you sumak. I simple matter mistake that any normal women might make. Please forgive Majesty. Besides, putting my Swiss aside, haven't you Merdina mistakes? Explosive. Though so woofen and dulgan gossip know that news can refresh it in a moment. As the elevator door opened, Lin Bei, carrying takeout, overheard her the Rutraj's conversation, stepping out, hespotted a man and a woman standing by room 501. The woman looked as if she had just stuck up, her hair tousled, her face still bearing remnants of last night's make-up, a testament to the previous night's revelry. There here words were outrageous, one he cowled not deny her beauty. Wait. At that moment, a peculiar fine formation appeared beside the woman in Lin Bei's vision. Name Liu Chilling. Appearance rating 80. Overall rating 90. Bonds. Inherent adulterous body 1 upon activating Theband, the compendium member will increase the probability of being cheated on 15037051000. Inherent lying body 1 upon activating Theband, the compendium member will increase the probability of being deceived 11025031000. Impure relationships 1 upon activating Theband, the compendium member will increase their chance of contracting disease during intimacy 1502100. Countless lovers one has been involved with at least 10 men upon activating Theband will receive a quality, fashionable green hat. What is this? Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Returning to the master, thysist function of the system, as long as you include here in the compendium you all both share the bond abilities. Of course, you can control whether Shepherd's assessed has traits or not you can't use so hitch and eshers. To enhance bond abilities, simply include a specified number of women with the same band. This would be the first one like your woofen place sand games. It's easy to understand, but what are you? Wait, do I hear visa stem now? Perhaps the master way suing rosting gossip in July. Let him reiterate 3 or 5 hours until the apocalypse arrives. Due to your profession, the initialute break will be high mortality rate. You have your work in a duly, and the beginner's gift pack has been issued. Pleasure range our time wisely over this for warehouse. Beginner's gift pack classic desert eagle infinitimo, silenced version, body enhancer upon consumption. Your body will be instantly enhanced to the human limit. System space 1 cubic meter. Helicize a petty tefo gossip. Allo Flynn be his focus shifted to towards apocalypse. At that moment, as my lane voluntarily gripped her across his lips and his body trembled slightly with excitement. The apocalypse is coming. The Kiat ko daishu. Isn't this the possibility of dreams coming true? He had long grown weary of the grind of daily life, but her necessity he hard to greet this deed and endure. However, in just 5 has, everything will change. How do include her? Make her willing Liza come to her. You know what I mean. All right. Hardy lightfully wicked illy kite. What can do for apocalypse? Lin Bei wondered, knowing from years of reading apocalypse novels that there are monotypes extreme cold, extreme heat, acid rain, zombie outbreaks, mist, sweet or mested seek requiring different preparations. Zombies. Classic. What can do zombies, fashionable kind of fast-moving guns, or perhaps the onus from American shows that can fly and teleport? Master, this is Dimas no authority to answer hosa questions. You must explore these matters yourself. Instead of wasting time asking questions that you walk no in 5 hours, it would be better to prepare supplies and find a safe place to wait for the apocalypse tour of. True. 5 hours neither too short nor too long. Returning to reality, Lin Beiglan see that the take out and he sharned, as Merc Foreman gone his lips as she approached her gwing couple hello are you Mr. Zhang Yang, heresy our broken baber Polano Imian contraceptive pill. As soon as she spoke, the impressions of both individuals changed drastically. Thuman Shathimar fierce glary after finally calming her boyfriend. High's interruption ruined everything, making their previous efforts in vain. Negative review. Zhang Yang must give him arbor rating. The man could not help but retort. Didn't you see our maid I'm wear it? Why's buying this for you? Baby, let me explain. He. Lin be lost interest in their conversation, dropping the broken baber pill and turning Taliava the elevator. To survive. He had been delivering takeout for nearly a year. He had seen in a row of these situations. The most common scenario was when a long-distance boyfriend ordered flyers for his girlfriend, only for Armin in her bathrobe to unsworthy door. Inside the elevator, Linbia pondered whether Heschel inform Miss Glosianis to prepare, but Jose was the destined protagonist. College classmates. Forget it. It had been there since graduation, and they had lost touch. Her? Yes. Of course, she's Hegel friend. Come on. Ho hasn't been in a relationship. Surely new ni graduate test without having hate our Joel friend. However, they were a current line a statue of separation. After making a brief Callan catching up, Halian at Shuasatherm, and the hung up, their son for the separation was rather clich her family look down in him, an ordinary person without background or future, and the vanover dim in Italiav, which has stop bonly refused. Butan the days leading up to their split, Shatsakritli stayed with him for 3 days and nights, giving I'm verithing shekelled. Before parting, Shat said Tatais was not a break-up butate temporarize operation for a better reunion. Once she became fully independent, she would come back to find him, hesitate nothing but understood taught long-distance relationships often market the beginning of theed, yet now the apocalypse was upon them. Stocking up. Steep pony off starking up. Open thiep. Plassy thorder. Time saving and labo saving. Rice lechtar twither 100 bags often kilograms each. Damn, there isn't they deliver a menu so expensive at the cheapest in kilogram bag costs over 50. Good, over 5,000 gone. Drinking water, 5 liters berberel, 10 bucks a barrel at sordra 200 barrels just out. To be honest, that's a lot. He hardly means and was not afraid of lacking the ability to gather supplies, but now, every little bit counted. He ordered those in soft take out dishes surely wouldn't splurgeon, and when Harinert of money, had to count loans from various platforms, he never had older or tojuch measures in his life yet 3 years maxing Booth's credit. System. 1 cubic meter of system spaces seems a bit too abstract Kenya we pandit form, Natumak, just a million cubic meters would suffice. In avels, P plus system spaces often reach billions of cubic meters, and they still complain it stews mal. The system falsilent, and oppressive excellence. No matter, ever nas malo neater quitty. The reci and water he ordered came from different vendors, and with our plethora of measured from the butcher, Heffel disfrigitothi brim with a mountain of vegetables. Looking got Heffridge, Lin Bay smiled. Weng Hako set her in his apartment, Ian specifically like it a large double-door fridge, saying she loved to stock up and fill it at the brim, sosh wouldn't stov ein kejav an apocalypse. What a prophetic statement. Power willed Shalibekutov. But that shouldn't happen to June in the days leading up to the break, he would still be able to enjoy fresh vegetables. Meanwhile, the reci and drinking water he ordered began to reveal to another. Chapter 2 Exceptional Bonds, the outbreak of the apocalypse. Topfair, they heard Dr. Libeen into metaphor quite some time. Most couples renting to Jether online needed only bedroom, but Sheen's instead renting this 3-bedroom apartment for the sake of the larger fridge, leaving the other 2 rooms empty, which no convenient lies or vida storage for a shopalize. Average girl, perhaps. She didn't carry about the money she paid thrice renting ungo. However, she never anticipated thought he would be forced to spur it right after graduation. He continued living alone in the apartment, not renting out the theorems. After all that they were filled with memories. Delivery workers came and went, and after a few hours the 2 apterums were brimming with supplies. These sight offs a camp provisions filled time with them in satisfaction. As the last deliver arrived, the clock were 3:50, with just offering how until the apocalypse began, giving I minute me to enjoy hard time yell at their restaurant downstairs. He still heard some balance self to not spend injured felt uncomfortable. The bustling street would so and cease to exist. After feeling his stomach interesting for a while, he packed Dave with his favourite TT chesto take home. He called no longer linger outside, as the run light when time and duties left until the break. Wait. Just aced he levated us were about close, and melodious feminine voice gorladute dot the for kind Lindy oppressed hebat unto hold hey door she still had to met spare. One had told met, this person was quite fortunate. Returning home at his moment. Butte one Thurner off the verse game into view, here is momentarily stunned. What a boaty. Dressed in a standard flight attendant uniform, she was spurling a suitcase, clearly having just disembarked from a flight, no Tevin having her to metal corner clothes. The uniforms high cased her figure splendidly, a perfect golden ratio, when he called in lycée shoes indeed he pitome over flight attendant, capable of outshining the 99% of women worldwide, with her long legs being particularly eye-catching. Her facial features were exquisitely proportioned, making her a standout heaven among flight attendants. Her skin was luminous, and she her teda subtle fragrance, breathing deeply against the elevator wall. But how wasn't head point? Thicky waist that their rapid breaths indicated shoes in a hurry to Jethome. Could she also be wary that the apocalypse was imminent? Thank you, Thuman politely expressed her gratitude before continuing her funny conversation. Okay, don't rush me. Emalmus thumum and thilavertono dot ilogan as soon as I jetten dot you've been pestering mesin se landed. Weren't the arb come suckigaming addict? Well, that's settled. Lin Bei began to assess bonds. Name Jiang Xiu. Occupation flight attendant. Appearance rating 96. Overall rating 99. Ability space SSS not awakened note upon becoming a member of the Compendium, the Master will share her talents. Bonds. Exceptional flight attendant 1 Upon activating Theband, Yuan the Compendium member will appear 100 increase sign around appearance. Inherent stocking body 1 Upon activating Theband, the effects of stockings when with the Compendium member will betabold 0.12233 quadruple for quintuple 5 sextuple dot and soon. Gourmet 1 Upon activating Theband, Yuan the Compendium member will receive double returns when consuming certain foods or drinks 0.12233 quadruple for quintuple 5 sextuple dot and soon. Fitness enthusiast 1 Upon activating Theband, Yuan the Compendium member will have double F strength 12233 quadruple dot and soon. Innocent 1 Upon activating Theband, Arendom smog of twill by CVDH additional member increases the number of gifts. Linby's breath quickened. Space ability. A classic. Acervario now's time is precious but space is paramount. In the inner 5 how should spent, he had encountered many people, but eyes waste first with such splendid bonds, what surprise at Heinth and Murray waste that these women lived right across from him. It was simple. One sheented elevator, Schmerliglan seat at the buttons without pressing anion like the 13th floor was lit. In this day and age, even living across from Yacheter, it was normal not to meet for a year. Moreover, such a beautiful woman, yet still innocent thighs ways exceeding lyra and thizera. All right, I'm at my door no. Imo peningity logon right away. Honestly, you're rushing mesamok tharta didn't even haverty meet retave to landing. Linby is my lay-dash into his own home. Such high quality women general I pay great at and tie into their self-management, 30 at are usually fresh and light, which mensch wouldn't have Emma stock of them when she eventually got hungry should naturalize a kish up. At the time. He. Just like in the novels. I'm so wicked. Linbay Wazel read looking forward till I find the apocalypse, to prevent boredom, he downloaded a plethora of TV shows and movies from various countries if you wanted to wait email it would take years. Perfect. Everything was ready. Check attributes. Master Linbay. Level human limit. System space 1 cubic meter. Speed 10. Strength 10. Mentality 10. Physique 10. Referring to muscle, bone, and organ strength, recovery, endurance, etc. Strength evaluation possesses good psychological quality and jugmentes longish remains level-headed, the infinity ammo desert sufficient for survival in this chaotic world. Compendium members none. Bond benefits none. 4:9 seconds. 5 o'clock. Linbay stood on the balcony, gazing down below, everything appeared as usual, yet air wasting it with a subtle, ominous quality. At Vivian, Linby witnessed a sudden collapse without warning, followed by countless others falling down, friends were shed Toshik and their companions, own light opened with piercing screams equine torture. Havio Eulos Diamond, why are you beating me, a rare bid? Some Ionez dead. Wife, what's wrong with? Arth. Zombies. Is it zombies? In Thizera, with various zombie films and novels widely circulated, the classic symptoms were unmistakably reminiscent of those at Epic TED on screen. Z. Bang. Ding. Havio Eulos Diamond, are you trying to cheat yourself killed? Getoot off their way. The sudden shift from Mapiasful, Orderly Street out her chouse was staggering people o full sorts were frantically fleeing and the heavy scent of blood quickly filled the air. Order integrated in that moment. Getoot off their way. Don't come either. Wife, run, don't worry about me. Some pushadothers toward the zombiestos of themselves while others sleepy toward the zombiestos of Ethosinabai. Some picked up children frozen in fear while others acted as if they hadn't seen anything. Some help at the elderly while others drag beautifully and women into their callis for nefarious spur poses. The most genuine Biochandavile of humanity were allayed in that moment. At this moment, they bore no consequences for their actions, for nothing caldra strength them unlike faintest whisper of their moral compass remained. What's happening? Next door, Jiangxiu, who had just her takeout and was gaming with friends, had the commercial outside. Shu shed Tothu and doubters of the chaotic scene, her expression only of bewilderment. What is going on? At the same time, she noticed Linby on the balcony next door. Hey, handsome, what's happening down 3? I don't know, it seems dope. A zombie outbreak. Linby replied without turning around. A. Zombie outbreak. Even if she hadn't watched this genre of Muvasara at the novels, she had heard of zombies. The bloody scene below made Jiangxia's legs go weak, and she stumbled back, landing heavily on the ground. Screams echoed from below. And from above. From all directions. The zombie crisis shadfly erupted. Chapter 3, Adapting to the Apocalypse, the takeout has arrived. How could this be? Why has everything suddenly turned into such a ghastly sight? Jiang Xiyu slumped weakly on the balcony, her gaze directed downward, filled with terror, helplessness, and confusion. The 13th floor was neither too low nor too high. With normal eyesight, she could clearly discern the grotesque details below. Two individuals witnessed the scene. A large, rotund man was besieged by a horde of zombies, who ravenously tore at his abdomen, extracting his intestines and organs to devour with gleeful abandon. The sight churned the stomachs of the onlookers, prompting Jiang Xiyu to retch violently. Fortunately, having not eaten for an extended period, and with her takeout still pending, nothing came up. Yet, she was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. As her home was devoid of food, Lin Bei, suppressing his nausea, continued to observe there was no other choice. This was to be the new normal, and whether he wished to adapt or not, he fetched a chair to sit on the balcony, even preparing some snacks to munch on while he watched, while Jiang Xiyu had long since retreated. In all honesty, an unprepared ordinary person confronted with such a scenario would be rendered senseless with fright, far from contemplating swift adaptation. Next door, Yu, what is the situation over there? The people on the street have gone mad. My neighbor claims there's a zombie crisis underway. Is it true? Even though Jiang Xiyu was safe within her home, her body trembled uncontrollably as she spoke on the phone. The chaotic scene outside shattered her worldview. She could distinctly hear the commotion from the floor above. Wife, have you lost your mind? Why are you biting me? That's our child. Are you truly insane? Please, no. My wife. Despite it all, she was reluctant to accept the arrival of the zombie apocalypse. She clung to hope, believing that perhaps the people in her area had merely contracted some unknown virus. All she needed to do was stay calm at home and await rescue. She desperately sought her best friend's reassurance. Xiaoyu, although it's hard to believe, I must inform you that the zombie crisis might genuinely be unfolding. The people around me have gone berserk, biting everyone. Even the police bullets seem ineffective against them, just like in the movies. The sky had fallen. Jiang Xiyu curled up in despair on the sofa, realizing that her best friend lived thousands of kilometers away, where the same calamity was occurring. It could only be concluded that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. The woman on the other end of the line sensed Jiang Xiyu's panic and hurriedly said, Xiaoyu, listen to me, don't panic. Whatever you do, don't panic. The apocalypse has just begun, and the water supply has not yet been contaminated. Even if it becomes tainted, it hasn't reached your home yet. Quickly fill every container you have with water, and for safety's sake, remember to boil it before drinking. Okay, Jiang Xiyu complied. She filled every basin, bowl, and container she could find until they were overflowing. Xiaoyu, do you have any food at home? Even with water, you won't last long. Jiang Xiyu rummaged through her cupboards, laying out all the edible items on the coffee table as she reported to her friend, 2 packs of hawthorn strips and some digestive tablets. Is that all? That's it, just these. Yu, how long do you think I can survive on this? Jiang Xiyu asked, her voice faint. I personally believe that if you don't eat these, you might actually last longer. I mean, even if you only return home a few times a month, there shouldn't be so little food. Jiang Xiyu wore a rueful expression. I can't help myself. As long as there's something edible in the house, I can't resist the urge to eat. So I simply don't buy anything. By the way, I just ordered takeout. Maybe the delivery guy is already in the elevator. Upon hearing this, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. Sister, are you serious? Even in the apocalypse, you're still hoping for your takeout to arrive on time. What if the delivery person is dedicated? Jiang Xiyu clung to a sliver of hope. Sister, heed my advice. Don't hold on to such expectations. Even if your takeout arrives, do not go out to collect it, unless the delivery person is a woman. If it's a man, for heaven's sake, do not open the door. Just moments ago, I saw many men dragging women into alleys outside, probably to do unspeakable things. You're so beautiful. Opening the door would be inviting danger. Remember, in this apocalypse, human hearts are far more terrifying than zombies. Yu, how do you know so much? And you seem completely unafraid. Though they were both women of the same age, their psychological resilience was vastly different. I feel it's not too bad, perhaps because I've watched so many zombie films over the years. Jiang Xiyu was taken aback. Everyone has different preferences. She had never indulged in such gruesome films before. With a deep sigh, she remarked, Yu, if the world truly falls under zombie domination, I think I would choose to jump off a building. Don't be so pessimistic. I just saw on a forum that some people have awakened special abilities. What if you have one too? Xiaoyu, I have a call coming in. I'll talk to you later. Remember, don't be downhearted. If your takeout arrives and the delivery person is male, absolutely do not open the door, regardless of what he says. Even if he leaves it at your doorstep, don't open the door to retrieve it. Be cautious of him rushing in when you do. Got it. Jiang Xiyu hung up the phone. After hearing her friend's words, she became intrigued and began scrolling through forums and videos, astonished to find that some individuals had indeed awakened supernatural abilities. Such an absurdity could exist. After all, if a zombie crisis had erupted, what was impossible at this moment? This was her sole means of understanding the external situation. She watched several videos. Across the nation, the chaos was uniform. Zombies roamed everywhere, on the streets, in stores, and malls, creating utter disarray. 99% of the populace fled in terror, but a brave 1% took up arms to fight back. She witnessed a robust man wielding a baseball bat, smashing a zombie's head with a single blow. Honestly, she admired these individuals for daring to confront such monstrosities. Had it been her, she would have been paralyzed with fear on the ground. The next video played. The way to eliminate fear is to confront it, folks. Zombies aren't really that frightening. They lack any intellect and are less aggressive than a dog. A new era has dawned. Woohoo, 10 consecutive kills. Folks, I suspect I have a severe tendency towards violence. I just smashed a zombie's head and felt no fear whatsoever, only a thrill. It feels exhilarating. How could these people be so audacious? Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, your takeout has arrived. Is anyone home? Hello, your takeout has arrived. Is anyone home? The knocking drew Jiang Xiyu's attention from the videos as she huddled on the sofa. After her phone call with her friend, her fear had somewhat abated, but the pangs of hunger returned. The takeout had arrived. She swallowed hard involuntarily. With nothing to eat at home, this meal could at least sustain her for a few more days. Chapter 4. The Confidant's Request. Danger averted. Meanwhile, her own phone began to ring, displaying an incoming call from the delivery service. Without a moment's hesitation, she answered. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Please open the door to collect it. Delivery, I'm at the office, not at home. Just leave it on the ground by the door, she replied, convinced there was nothing amiss in her statement. All right, came the response before the call ended. Shortly thereafter, she received a photograph via the app, revealing her order placed just behind the door, easily accessible. Gazing at the food, her hunger intensified. Barefoot, she cautiously approached the door. Peering through the peephole, she watched for over a minute, seeing no one. The delivery person must have departed. Gently, she grasped the doorknob, and suddenly, a memory of her friend's words flashed through her mind. However, she had declared her absence. Surely, the delivery person would no longer be at the door. Yes, they must be gone, she reassured herself. With that thought, she decisively turned the doorknob. Immediately following a swift recovery, in the mere span of 0.1 seconds, she opened and closed the door again, then leaned closer to the peephole to investigate. Better safe than sorry. What if that delivery man was still lingering outside? She had no desire to become a victim. In the next moment, her pupils dilated in horror as she caught sight of a figure standing up, causing her to instinctively retreat. Oh my heavens! He actually hid beneath the peephole. Fortunately, she had tested it just moments ago. Otherwise, as a beautiful and high-quality woman living alone, she would have been in grave danger. Miss Jiang, I know you're home. Please, open the door and let me in. It's too perilous outside. There are monsters everywhere that feast on humans. The delivery man outside began to pound on the door frantically, pleading. He was acutely aware that Jiang Xiyu was inside. As a frequent delivery person, he understood that many people, despite being home, would claim they were not and would ask him to leave their orders at the door. The chaos outside had reached a level of notoriety, and her request to leave the food at the door indicated she was indeed at home. Miss Jiang, I beg you to open the door. There are simply too many monsters out here. Just let me in to hide for a moment, and I promise to leave as soon as it's safe, please. Miss Jiang, Jiang Xiyu remained silent. Under normal circumstances, she might have assisted someone outside, but given the apocalyptic situation, she could not afford to place herself in jeopardy. I'm sorry, but you're on your own. Her silence was deafening. Jiang Xiyu, can't you hear me asking you to open the door? Damn it, let me in. How can someone like you stand by and watch while others are in peril? The delivery man grew frantic, kicking the door with increasing force. Terrified, Jiang Xiyu quickly stepped back, her eyes scanning for a weapon to defend herself. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she dashed into the kitchen to grab a fruit knife, gripping it tightly in her hand as she stared at the violently shaking door, swallowing hard. She had watched a few self-defense tutorials, yet even with a knife in hand, she felt an overwhelming fear. Her breathing became increasingly rapid. She feared that her attempts at self-defense might only excite her assailant further. Open the damn door. If you don't let me in, I swear I'll kill you. The force of the kicks intensified. What to do? Just as she was spiraling into panic, the sound of kicking suddenly ceased, replaced by voices. Are you an idiot, making such a racket? What if you attract zombies from the fire escape? That voice, she recognized it. It belonged to her neighbor across the hall. Bro, I don't want this either, but it's terrifying out here, and this lady won't let me in. I'll give you her delivery if you let me hide for a bit. Family, who understands? Come on. I knock, you're not refusing my delivery. Jiang Xiu peered through the peephole to see the delivery man carrying her order across to the neighbor's apartment. The danger had passed, but her food was gone. Hungry, so hungry, she longed for a meal. She could already envision the two men in the neighboring apartment feasting heartily on the steak and broccoli she had ordered. Boohoo, so hungry. Across the hall, Lin Bei observed the delivery man entering his home, a flicker of pity and cruelty flashing in his eyes. Kindness, no. Training, yes. In this apocalyptic world, one must adapt not only to the grotesque sights and the overwhelming stench of blood but also to the reality of facing zombies. Suddenly he noticed a deep bite mark on the delivery man's arm and smiled with relief. It saved him the trouble of having to act himself. Quite fortunate. You've been bitten. The delivery man, having set down the food, appeared alarmed at the question, quickly hiding the bitten arm behind his back. Just a scratch from a lunatic. It's nothing serious. I doubt it's contagious. Is that so? Lin Bei regarded him with keen interest. At that moment, all his physical attributes had reached the pinnacle of human capability, not to mention he possessed a desert eagle with unlimited ammunition. Did he have any reason to fear a mere zombie? He was waiting for the transformation. Seeing that Lin Bei had no intention of ushering him out, the delivery man exhaled a sigh of relief and shook his head. I feel a bit dizzy. I must have run too fast. The delivery man reassured himself, yet, as he shook his head more vigorously, his vision began to darken, and his consciousness blurred. Before he knew it, everything went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Bei chuckled. Excellent. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiu pressed her ear against the door. This was no upscale neighborhood. The distance between the two doors was merely 10 meters, allowing her to hear everything clearly. She was acutely aware of the delivery man's predicament. She worried about whether her neighbor would be all right, knowing she would need to seek his help in the future, for she had nothing to eat aside from water. Hawthorn strips, please. Those only made one hungrier. They were meant for her diet. Huh. Soon, she heard a deep growl, and she realized that the delivery man had transformed into a zombie. Across the hall, Lin Bei watched as the delivery man stood up, his complexion pale, veins bulging, and eyes clouded like late-stage cataracts, his mouth agape like a beast lunging towards him. Lin Bei kicked him aside with tremendous force, feeling several ribs snap beneath the impact, yet the delivery man felt nothing and got back on his feet to charge again. Another kick, this repeated several times. A mere machine. Lin Bei drew the fruit knife he had prepared earlier and plunged it into the zombie's temple, driving it deep into the brain. Easy. No pressure. Whoosh. To ensure safety, he retrieved his gun and fired several shots into the creature's head before hoisting the corpse out of the window. No sensation. After concluding the ordeal, Lin Bei felt a lingering thrill. He understood that this was a shift in mindset. All fear stemmed from a lack of firepower, not to mention his physical prowess. That desert eagle with unlimited bullets rendered this zombie no more challenging than a mere machine. What is going on? Was he bitten? Jiang Xiu, listening intently at the door, felt a wave of anxiety as she noticed the sudden silence. The growls and sounds of struggle had ceased. She thought she heard a few strange noises, but her primary concern was whether her neighbor was safe. Chapter 5, The Varieties of the Apocalypse, Lin Bei's Breakfast. Forget it, I might as well throw it away. Lin Bei glanced at the takeout that the delivery guy had carelessly brought into his apartment. After a moment's thought, he tossed it out the window, knowing full well that it had not been contaminated, as this was indeed the apocalypse. He then peered through the peephole to survey the corridor. Excellent, the delivery guy's earlier banging on the door had not attracted any zombies. The corridor was secure. Jiang Xiu would only seek him out when she found herself utterly desperate. Reclining on the sofa, Lin Bei began to scroll through videos on his phone. Suddenly, someone tagged him. I am the owner's group for Building 30. Owner of 1302, owner of 1301, handsome, I just heard sounds of a struggle coming from your apartment. Are you all right? Lin Bei. I'm fine, handled it. Jiang Xiu, impressive. Jiang Xiu, handsome, about that, the delivery guy brought my takeout into your place. If it's convenient, could you return it to me? Lin Bei. You should have mentioned that earlier. I was worried it might be contaminated, so I just tossed it out the window. How about this? I'll transfer you $100 as compensation. Politeness is key. Lin Bei promptly sent a red envelope to Jiang Xiu in the group chat, seizing the opportunity to indulge in a bit of amusement while the internet was still operational. Jiang Xiu's expression darkened immediately. Wow, this guy is utterly disgusting. At this moment, what good is money? Owner of 1201, dude, we're in an apocalypse, and you actually threw away food? Aren't you afraid of starving? Owner of 1001, if anyone has surplus food or water, I'm willing to buy at a high price. Whatever you have, I'll take it all. Owner of 202. I'll also pay a premium. Jiangxiyu, I'll pay a premium too. Owner of 1201, I just went to the supermarket today. Aside from 2 bags of rice, I still have plenty of vegetables and meat. I live alone, so I can afford to share a meal for one. Ladies only, please add me as a friend and send a selfie before coming over. Owner of 1601. What the hell, how can someone like you exist in this building? We should unite and wait for rescue. Don't you fear repercussions for your actions later? Owner of 1201. Sister, are you joking? Wait for rescue. You don't think this zombie crisis is limited to our area, do you? It's nationwide. I have friends studying abroad, and it's erupted there too. Good luck waiting. As I said, if you're interested, add me as a friend and send a selfie. Only one spot available. Lin Bei chuckled. He was surprised at how quickly everyone grasped the importance of food. In a normal household, there would typically be a fair amount of supplies, except for those who only return home a few times a month, those who habitually order takeout, or those who had just run out of provisions without replenishing them. Hunger can crush a person. He had experienced this before. Going a day without food was manageable, but by the second day, your body would send signals, causing an intense craving for carbohydrates and proteins. By the third day, this signal would intensify, compelling you to scavenge for food. For a morsel, one could be driven to do almost anything. Owner of 1201, pictures, pictures, pictures. To prove his worth, he posted several photos showcasing an array of stockpiled supplies, including not only regular food but also an abundance of vegetarian options, several boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, and whole crates of Snickers bars and meat floss pastries. Lin Bei shook his head, smiling. This guy really was a bit foolish. Doesn't he understand the principle of keeping wealth discreet? In an apocalypse, food is wealth. He was either naive or had the resources to flaunt it, showing no concern for his neighbor's covetousness. Regardless of which it was, it had nothing to do with Lin Bei, for his focus was solely on Jiangxiyu across the hall. Meanwhile, Jiangxiyu, having just sipped a bit of plain water, lay serenely in bed listening to music. She was practicing the stillness of a turtle to conserve her energy. The less she moved, the longer she could survive. The second day of the apocalypse. Morning. As the July breeze wafted through and sunlight filled the window panes, Lin Bei awakened from his slumber. After a long-awaited phone call with his girlfriend, he got out of bed. It was a beautiful day. He fried 2 eggs, brewed a cup of black coffee, cooked a steak, made a chicken burger, and prepared a pack of instant noodles, carrying it all to the balcony to relish the sight of the zombies below while he indulged in his meal. Adaptation begins with the minutiae of daily life. Following the chaotic and darkest day prior, there were no more screams today. Instead, an eerie silence had settled in. The zombies below wandered aimlessly, emitting not a sound, while the air was thick with the stench of blood and a nauseating odor. Master, only by taking the initiative will there be stories. Don't you wish to unlock bonds and gain strength? It's the second day of the apocalypse, and you still haven't made a move on the beauty across the hall. Lin Bei leisurely cut a piece of steak and brought it to his mouth. Songzi. Do you know, during the year I spent delivering food, I learned a valuable lesson. Those who grovel will end up with nothing. Lin Bei, refuse to be a sycophant. I will not take the initiative. But this morning, you did proactively call by Inu, reminding her of various matters. Attention. My relationship with her is mutual. Our separation was merely temporary due to circumstances. Besides, wasn't it she who called me last night, saying she was afraid and needed to hear my voice to fall asleep? Cut it out, Master. Bai Inu was your partner before your awakening. Even if you had over 20 centimeters of contact with her, she alone cannot activate the illustration. You don't kill zombies, nor do you pursue new women. Aren't you at all eager to enhance your strength? Take this advice from me. While the internet is still available, learn from the owner of 1201. Post your supplies in the group. I guarantee many women will privately message you. Lin Bei shook his head. Quality over quantity. I'm not interested in ordinary women. Cut it out. Still picky, ho. This isn't about being picky. Truly high-quality women won't easily compromise their dignity for a meal. When they are out of options and at their physical limits, they may choose to end their lives. Next door, Jiangxiyu stirred from her dreams, groaning softly before ordering breakfast as per her routine. She stepped onto the balcony to bask in the morning sun. A vacation is meant to be thoroughly enjoyed. Last night, she had a nightmare. She dreamt of the apocalypse. Isn't that laughable? Wait a minute. The apocalypse? This doesn't seem like a dream. She shot upright, her gaze fixed below, where a throng of figures wandered aimlessly, each one a terrifying zombie gurgle at that moment. Her stomach growled, the intense pangs of hunger snapping her back to reality. She calculated the time. She hadn't eaten in nearly 20 hours. For an ordinary person, that might be manageable, but she usually only ate until she was 3/4 full, which left her feeling utterly miserable now. Her eyes darted to the next apartment. I'm knocking. Poet, hold the ruler. Eating so much this early. Steak, fried eggs, instant noodles, burger. Jiang Shiyu swallowed hard, utterly unable to control herself. She rarely indulged in instant noodles in a year. They were unhealthy, but now it was different. Even if she were only permitted to sip the broth, she would ensure the bowl was licked clean. She inhaled deeply, as if catching the alluring scent of instant noodles. No way, who eats like this during the apocalypse? What circumstances could allow for such a feast? To be fair, when Lin Bei claimed he had thrown away her takeout, she hadn't believed him. However, now seeing his breakfast, she was convinced. Lin Bei appeared to be around her age, exceptionally handsome, so he couldn't possibly be foolish enough not to plan for future consumption. This could only mean one thing: his food reserves were extraordinarily ample, or perhaps this was his final indulgence. No, she couldn't look. Jiang Shiyu quickly shut her eyes, mentally repeating, "He is eating poop, he is eating poop, he is eating poop." This was the only way to achieve psychological balance, but even if it were poop, she still desperately wanted to eat it. Jiang Shiyu, I'm so hungry. Chapter 6, The Advice of a Best Friend and Shiyu's Choice. Noon, Lin Bei's lunch consisted of braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, black fish soup, accompanied by a portion of hand-torn cabbage. After strengthening his physique, he developed an intense craving for meat, and he polished off 2 heaping bowls of rice. Sated and content, he reclined on the balcony for an afternoon nap. Meanwhile, next door, Jiang Shiyu, in her turtle-like posture basking in the sunlight, felt her stomach grumble incessantly. Though her eyes were shut, she stealthily cracked them open a sliver, fixating on the remnants of food on Lin Bei's small dining table. Wow. How can this person be so wasteful? Why didn't he clean the ribs thoroughly? What is he thinking? Hey, there's still meat left. He is not going to toss it out the window, is he? Leave it for me to savor. Or, hey, that bone could still be used to make rib soup if simmered with a bit of water. How can this man be so wasteful? Does he even know how to live? Woe is me, why, we are both human, yet some can feast to their heart's content while I must emulate a turtle to prolong my existence. It is only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and I already feel as though I can't endure much longer. Although I have water to drink, it can never replace the satisfaction of food. My body is sending signals urging me to seek nourishment. Strictly speaking, today marks the 1st day of the apocalypse, as it broke out yesterday at 5 in the afternoon. Not even 24 hours have passed. She took out her phone and dialed her best friend. She could hardly hold on much longer. Messages were buzzing in the group chat. 1201 owner, image. JPG, image. JPG, image. JPG, today I made braised pork. Is there any lovely lady who would like to come and taste it? Just pretend to be my girlfriend for an hour. Quite the bargain, isn't he it? 1502, disgusting, is the group leader here? Hurry up and kick this person out. He is a disgrace to our building. 30. 1201 owner, I admire your tough talk. I hope that in a few days, you won't be the first to come looking for me. Enough said, I'm going to enjoy my lunch now. Gazing at the images sent by that person, Jiang Shiyu swallowed hard, her tongue involuntarily licking her lips. The braised pork, which she would have previously disregarded, now seemed incredibly tender in her imagination. If only it were paired with a bite of rice, drizzled with some of that luscious gravy, it would be pure caloric bliss. The meat is spoiled. The rice is rotten. Tears of desperation streamed down Jiang Shiyu's cheeks as she dialed her best friend's number. You, I'm so hungry. I feel like I can't take it anymore. It is so tough, I want to jump off a building. Her voice quivered with a hint of despair. This hunger was unlike any she had experienced before. In the past, although she might have gone hungry while managing her figure, food was always within reach. Now, she faced the prospect of prolonged starvation, all while worrying that the zombies outside might break in. Xiaoyu, if it's truly unbearable, perhaps you should ask the neighbor next door for some food. Jiang Shiyu's voice trembled with fear. Didn't you say that in the apocalypse, the greatest threat is men? My neighbor is a guy around my age, although he appears handsome. Who knows if he might unleash his primal instincts and pounce on me? Just thinking about it terrifies me. Xiaoyu, being cautious of men is wise, but remember, the priority is to survive. You have always been on your own. Sometimes having a reliance isn't a bad thing. If you say he is handsome, your neighbor must be quite dashing. Have you thought about becoming his woman? His woman? Jiang Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, never expecting her friend to suggest such a thing. But upon reflection, if she were to become his woman, she could sit beside him and indulge in the food he had. She vowed she would gnaw those ribs clean and then simmer the bones to make a pot of soup. But all I know is that he is handsome. I have no idea about his character, whether he might be abusive or emotionally distant. What if he isn't a good person? What if he is a fickle playboy? Her best friend fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke softly. Sister, you're here to survive, not to be a matriarch. This is the apocalypse. He is not only your boyfriend but also your ticket to food and safety. To put it precisely, he is your lifeline. Indeed, moreover, I would prefer him to be a bad man, only the bad tend to survive in these times. As long as he doesn't barter you away, you can remain by his side. There's one condition: you must ensure he can provide you with food and security, and ascertain whether he possesses the skills to survive long term in this apocalypse. Relationships can develop over time. Living is preferable to dying. You're still so young and beautiful, there's a vast world yet to explore, countless experiences yet to be had. Would you really be content to just die like this? Thank you, you. You truly care for me, you're such a wonderful friend. I'm so grateful to have met you. If it weren't for you, I might have seriously considered jumping off a building in a few days. Of course, you are my dearest sister. I hope we can both survive until we meet again. Millimeter. After hanging up, Jiang Shiyu felt a renewed sense of purpose and motivation to live. She slightly tilted her head, peering through a crack at the man next door, the sunlight casting a handsome glow upon him. To be fair, his appearance aligned perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. She was quite satisfied with his physique and height. Moreover, his ability to single-handedly fend off zombies indicated he possessed survival skills for the apocalypse. She just wondered about his character. After some contemplation, she felt she could hold out a bit longer. Perhaps help would arrive to rescue them. Deep down, she held onto a glimmer of hope. Time passed, and soon it was the afternoon of the third day. It had been a full 48 hours since the apocalypse began. Setting aside water, she hadn't consumed carbohydrates or protein for over 50 hours, and she felt her body nearing its limits. Outside, the scene remained unchanged. Zombies continued to swarm the streets and neighborhoods, occasionally punctuated by chilling cries. Har, who would have thought I would find myself in such a predicament? Jiang Shiyu chuckled bitterly. She had always prided herself on her independence and strength, yet in the wake of the apocalypse, she found herself so fragile, willing to sacrifice everything for a morsel of food. How pitiful, how lamentable, how tragic. Entering the bathroom, she applied a light layer of makeup. Even a subtle touch enhanced her already stunning features and complexion. She stealthily retrieved a fruit knife from the kitchen, concealing it within her clothing. If the other party were to be excessively repulsive, overly eager, and immediately attempted to take advantage of her, seeking to dominate her entirely, she would have no choice but to consider an alternative path. Chapter 7, The Desperate Plea, the final bottom line. You can do it. Jiang Shiyu, you absolutely can. Jiang Shiyu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, immensely satisfied. Dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt and pale blue jeans, she appeared extraordinarily pure and adorable. Go for it. Approaching the door, she first peered through the peephole to ensure there were no zombies in the corridor. After confirming the coast was clear, she cautiously opened the door, striving to make not a single sound, and stepped outside, securing the fire escape door behind her. She feared nothing more than the possibility of a zombie appearing at her door during this time. During those long hours, she had mentally prepared herself for various scenarios, determined not to be bitten due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, Lin Bei, can you hear me? I am Jiang Shiyu, your neighbor across the hall. Jiang Shiyu gently tapped on Lin Bei's door, her attention divided by the fire escape door. With a creak, the door swung open. Lin Bei looked at the enchanting Jiang Shiyu at the threshold, his expression one of mild surprise. He was a person of considerable patience, having long prepared himself for a protracted standoff, waiting for Jiang Shiyu to come to him in earnest. He never anticipated that on the third day of the apocalypse, she would arrive at his door. Was her stockpile truly so meager? As the door opened, a rich aroma enveloped her senses. Jiang Shiyu greedily inhaled the air, the scent of fish, the fragrance of meat, every cell in her body relishing these delightful aromas. Is there something you need? Jiang Shiyu shyly lowered her gaze, tucking her hair behind her ear. Well. I have no food left at home, and I've been hungry for several days now. Would it be too much trouble, too inconvenient to let me have a meal? Come in. Upon entering, Jiang Shiyu surveyed the living room. It was impeccably clean and minimalist, devoid of unnecessary clutter. The pristine state of the room suggested that its occupant was equally commendable. A few days ago, I heard that the delivery guy who came to your place turned into a zombie. What happened to his body? I tossed it out of the window, Lin Bei replied nonchalantly as he brought a freshly simmered pork rib soup to the small dining table on the balcony. As he passed by Jiang Shiyu, her eyes widened in disbelief, and tears once again streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Pork rib corn soup, my favorite, meat, so much meat. Not the shriveled little ribs, but large, meaty ones, generously garnished with chopped scallions. Following that was a sweet and sour fish, then braised pork, stir-fried eggs with chives, and finally a cold cucumber salad. The bowl of rice was packed tightly. My heavens, 3 dishes and a soup, along with a cold dish. Is this truly the kind of meal one could expect in the apocalypse? How much stock does his refrigerator hold? Jiang Shiyu stood still, awaiting Lin Bei's invitation, her excitement palpable as she noticed 2 bowls of rice on the table. If Lin Bei uttered a single word, she would rush to the dining table. In her imagination, she and Lin Bei would gradually develop a rapport, sparks of chemistry igniting between them, leading to a natural progression into a relationship where she would surrender herself entirely to him. This was the expected course of interaction, a prelude to dinner. Lin Bei stretched lazily, his eyes drifting toward Jiang Xiu. Today, her attire lacked seduction but brimmed with the essence of youth, reminiscent of an extraordinarily innocent college student. He had even envisioned a title for this moment, a night with the pure-legged college girl at the delivery guy's home. MP4. Do you want something to eat? Lin Bei asked, reclining on the couch with one leg draped over the other, his demeanor casual. Jiang Xiu obediently lowered her head before the coffee table. Have you thought about what you would offer in exchange? Lin Bei's flat tone shattered Jiang Xiu's beautiful fantasies. I can do housework, I can help you cook, I can offer my strength in return. Jiang Xiu's face paled slightly as she replied but managed to force a smile, fully aware of what Lin Bei truly desired. She had known all along, yet she had not anticipated his bluntness, which made her feel profoundly uncomfortable. After all, she was an innocent girl, and although she had prepared herself before coming, she never wished for her first time to be a transaction. Everything you mentioned, I can do. Your presence holds no significance, it would only waste my food reserves. I only need a little, just a little is enough, and I will eat only one meal. You have so much food. It won't matter if I take this small portion, considering we are neighbors, please. Jiang Xiu said with a playful gesture and a smile. Under this roof, one must bow their head. I truly do not need this bit, but why should I provide you with food for free? We are neighbors, yes, but we have no connection, no goodwill. It must be an equitable exchange. If you want to eat, bring something of equal value in return. As Lin Bei's emotionless words reached her ears, Jiang Xiu's fleeting hopes shattered completely. She removed a delicate necklace from her pale neck, forcing a smile as she said, "This was a birthday gift from my best friend, bought for several thousand. Surely it can be exchanged for a meal." Lin Bei chuckled, a hint of mockery in his smile. Miss Jiang, perhaps it was valuable before the apocalypse, but now, do you truly believe its worth exceeds that of a bowl of instant noodles? Jiang Xiu's expression soured. Glancing at the boxes of instant meals stacked in the corner of the living room, she proposed, then I can trade it for a pack of instant noodles and a sausage. How about that? Surely, that should suffice, it's a mere drop in the bucket for you. Lin Bei's smile widened. Miss Jiang, I was merely making a comparison, you really are pushing your luck. Do you think you can exchange this necklace for anything of value in Unit 1201? What do you desire? Do you think you are unaware of what I want? The moment you decided to knock on a man's door to beg for food, you must have already prepared yourself mentally. Your current bargaining is merely an attempt to preserve your last semblance of dignity, as you do not wish to pay the highest price for a meal, yet, the gnawing hunger within you compelled this decision. You envision me as a soft-hearted individual, perhaps dreaming that I am someone who would be easily swayed by pity, that a mere smile from you would suffice to earn your meal, is that so? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiu's face darkened further. Lin Bei's words mirrored her innermost thoughts. Before the apocalypse, her striking beauty, figure, and demeanor had drawn countless suitors, including numerous wealthy heirs whom she had repeatedly turned down. She understood their true intentions. They sought merely to seduce her, however. Those men had maintained a facade of restraint, yet Lin Bei's words were so starkly naked, so raw, that she felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee, wounded in her scarce pride and dignity. She yearned for Lin Bei to transform into a beast right then, for that would allow her to stab him without a shred of guilt. Why the silence? Lin Bei stepped closer, inching toward her. Are you contemplating how blunt I am? Do you find me repulsive? Don't come any closer. Seeing him approach, Jiang Xiu instinctively retreated, her back pressed against the door, appearing utterly pitiful and helpless. The fear in her eyes and her expression ignited a thrill within him. One hand stealthily slipped behind her, gripping the hilt of the knife hidden at her waist. Come closer, hurry. Her heart raced with anticipation for this detestable man to pounce upon her. She understood all too well the disparity of strength between men and women. Chapter 8, The Collapse of Defenses, the choice to remain. He halted just half a meter away from Jiang Xiu, harboring a desire to experience the sensation of transforming into a beast. Yet, the requirements for such a transformation, as recorded in the guide, necessitated the other party's consent. Consent could manifest in myriad forms. He understood that by treating her to a few meals and fostering intimacy in this apocalyptic environment, coupled with his own good looks, it would not take long for her to willingly shed her garments. But why pursue such a path? Moreover, it was far too sluggish. He possessed the patience to fish, yet once the fish was caught, he had no inclination to nurture it, for he was in dire need of self-improvement. Another path lay before him, to shatter her pride and self-esteem, making her realize that the only way to survive was to submit to him as his woman. At that point, he could provide her with a modicum of sweetness, and she would naturally become obedient to his desires. Eventually, she would come to believe that everything she possessed was granted by him, rather than something she was entitled to, rendering her compliant to his every whim. How delightful that would be. However, exerting too much pressure would only yield counterproductive results. Observing Jian Xiu, her hand concealed behind her back, he chuckled. What is this? Have you brought a knife? Are you contemplating that should I be overwhelmed by lust and lunge at you, you would be free of moral qualms in ending my life? Then you could inherit my provisions and survive in this desolate world. Jian Xiu was taken aback. She had never anticipated that this man could discern her concealed weapon. She tightened her grip on the knife, feeling as though she were laid bare before him. He seemed to know her every thought. Her countenance darkened. Did he truly believe that even if she possessed a knife, she could bring about his demise? Do you honestly think that even if you were to kill me, you would be capable of thriving in this apocalypse? Jian Xiu was momentarily stunned. Could she did not know. Do you believe that you alone possess the mental fortitude to overcome the fear of zombies, or do you intend to remain holed up until your food supplies run dry, refusing to venture outside? Jian Xiu fell into silence. With your looks and physique, it is certain that this building harbors those who covet your presence. How many do you think you could fend off on your own? Have you ever contemplated waking in the dead of night to find a stranger looming over you? Her fists clenched involuntarily. When a group of men breaks down your door, grinning maliciously as they rush toward you, do you believe you would have the courage to face them with a knife? At that moment, do you think you would have the audacity to turn the blade upon yourself? Even if you did, you would not die instantly. In your final moments, you would still acutely sense the fate that befalls your body. With each word he spoke, her complexion grew increasingly pallid. Do you think enough? Stop talking. Jian Xiu nearly shouted, abruptly drawing the fruit knife from her waist and positioning it between herself and Lin Beizhong. Tears streamed down her face. Every word Lin Beizhong uttered resonated with her deepest fears. Is it so difficult to just live? How has the world devolved into such a ghastly state? If you hadn't discarded my takeaway, I wouldn't have come to find you. Do you have any idea how unbearable my hunger is? Do you know what it's like to wake in the night, starving, forcing yourself to sleep? Do you understand the agony of having nothing to eat, relying solely on water to stave off hunger? What harm would it be to share a little of your ample provisions? Must I truly strip myself bare and kneel before you to beg? So you came to my home with a knife. I didn't wanted to come to this, but I am a woman. Should I not protect myself? I cannot determine whether you have underestimated men or overestimated yourself, setting aside the state of your body after days without sustenance. Do you not realize that even if I were to succumb to primal urges, I would not neglect to check your condition? Surely you do not naively believe that merely wielding a knife would enable you to turn the tables on me. As he spoke, Lin Beizhong reached for the fruit knife in her grip, leaving Jian Xiu, already on the brink of collapse, feeling even more despondent, for she had lost her only means of defense. After enduring hunger and fear day after day, the repressed emotions could no longer be contained, and she collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. She felt utterly hopeless. Come now, ravage her. Men are all despicable creatures. After violating her, they would simply leap from the building. She had truly had enough of this existence, devoid of even a glimmer of hope. When she finally lifted her head, she beheld 2 packages of steak, a broccoli, and 2 eggs laid out before her. Lin Beizhong, seated on the sofa and engrossed in his phone, remarked as she ceased her crying, "You mentioned that you came to my home because I discarded your takeaway. Now, I return it to you in double. If you believe that these will suffice for your survival, take them with you. I won't stop you." Jian Xiu was momentarily speechless. Is this for real? She felt an overwhelming surge of joy. To her astonishment, she had received these provisions without any cost. With these, she could endure for several more days. Yet, what would happen after those days? The thought left her unsettled. She did not wish to endure that sensation again. Her gaze returned to Lin Beizhong. To label him as despicable would be unjust. In truth, he was not as repugnant as she had initially thought. At least, during her moment of utter vulnerability, he had not forcibly taken advantage of her. Their paths had never truly crossed. His assistance was merely an act of kindness, while his refusal would have been justified. Furthermore, the concerns he raised were not empty threats, but rather stark realities she would inevitably confront. He was simply being pragmatic. Each time she returned home, she could feel the fervent gazes of male neighbors from the same building in the elevator. The fears she faced were not solely rooted in the dread of zombies breaching her door. She also had to endure the anxiety of potential intruders attempting to pry open her door while she slept. This was an apocalyptic world. There were no constraints whatsoever. One could say that anything was permissible. Simultaneously, she recalled the advice from her close friend regarding the qualities to seek in a man. To her surprise, Lin Beizhong perfectly fit the bill: practical, intelligent, powerful, and most importantly, quite handsome. She had encountered the owner of Unit 1201 by chance, an archetypal couch potato. Gazing at the food before her, she fell into contemplation. After a bout of tears, the emotional strain she had been enduring began to ease. The crisis regarding food had been alleviated. Now, she pondered the future. Her eyes wandered to the dining table on the balcony. She wished to eat that, yet, she was fearful that upon voicing her desire, Lin Beizhong would once more breach her dwindling self-esteem. Such an encounter would be no different from being humiliated and pinned to the ground. She could not bear it. She would rather perish than endure that shame. A leap from the 13th floor would mean striking her head against the ground. No pain, only liberation. After much hesitation, she finally spoke, her gaze fixed on the dining table on the balcony. I want to eat that. Upon finishing her sentence, anxiety surged within her, her small, pale fists clenched tightly. Lin Beizhong set aside his phone and approached the dining table on the balcony, instructing, "Put those in the fridge, then come join me for a meal." "All right," Jiang Shiyu exclaimed, elated. He did not mention it. When she voiced her request, it implicitly acknowledged that she was willing to exchange everything she had left. She had cast aside nearly all her pride and a significant portion of her dignity, fully aware that Lin Beizhong understood this as well. This was his way of preserving her last vestige of self-respect. Thank you. Overcome with excitement, she placed the food in the refrigerator. Upon opening the fridge door, she was taken aback. No wonder he dined so lavishly. The stockpile was quite excessive. She swallowed hard, cautiously sitting beside him. Turning her head, she saw her sunlit lounge chair where she often napped. At long last, she had achieved her desire to sit down here. Lifting the bowl of rice and grasping the chopsticks, she prepared to partake in what could be considered a rather ordinary meal, yet at that moment, it sent a thrill through every cell in her body, causing her hands to tremble uncontrollably. "I'm eating now. Go ahead." Receiving his affirmative response, Jiang Shiyu shakily picked up a piece of corn, placing it atop her rice, and savored it deeply. The succulent, sweet broth flowed down her throat, filling her belly, and she felt a euphoric uplift. Uncontrollable tears streamed down her face. She had finally eaten something. "Mom, Dad, your daughter has achieved something." Chapter 9, The Temptation of Culinary Delights, Awakening Bonds. With a piece of corn, she savored 2 generous mouthfuls of rice, the carbohydrates invigorating her and causing her to tremble slightly in sheer satisfaction. Oh, such bliss. Meat, she craved meat, her gaze fixated on a particularly meaty rib, and as her chopsticks clasped it, a thought struck her. Cautiously, she glanced at Lin Bei, apprehensive that indulging in this rib might incite his displeasure. Simply having rice was already a delightful privilege. Lin Bei, however, was thoroughly pleased. This was precisely the reaction he desired. With a smile, he encouraged, "Go ahead, eat as much as you wish." "All right." Jiang Shiyu unreservedly scooped it into her bowl. One bite, and the tender, flavorful meat transported her to paradise. A satisfied moan escaped her throat. Bliss, it was an unparalleled pleasure. Never had she imagined that a single meal could evoke such elation. Truly, she had never realized her own capacity for indulgence. After finishing one bowl, she inquired if she could have more. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she filled another bowl to the brim, her thoughts solely occupied by the notion of rice. Body management, she felt as though she might wither away from hunger. Oh, how delightful it was to feast, utterly satisfying. Finally, after relishing a hearty bowl of rib soup, she reluctantly concluded her dinner. Setting aside her ravenous state, Lin Bei's culinary skills were simply extraordinary, the food delectable beyond compare, her once flat stomach now pleasantly rounded. "I'll go wash the dishes." Upon noticing Lin Bei had finished eating, Jiang Shiyu eagerly volunteered. She felt rejuvenated. This meal had been a revelation. She had devoured nearly the entire bowl of ribs herself. As she continued to eat, she would occasionally check Lin Bei's expression, but he exhibited no signs of displeasure, which deeply moved her. Such precious meat, and he allowed her to indulge freely. Truly, before arriving, she had braced herself for the worst, thinking she might only be able to eat his leftovers, but instead, she was permitted to eat her fill until she felt completely sated. Having just eaten, let's take a moment to rest. There's no rush. Lin Bei reclined, partially closing his eyes. As a man with a system, he understood the necessity of self-restraint. He knew that if he were to leap upon Jiang Shiyu, she would not refuse. However, he was acutely aware of the difference between a single satisfying meal and an incessant feast. He preferred not to disturb her peace even during the night. Excessive pressure would only breed resistance. A moderate approach would ensure her increasing compliance and obedience. Millimeter hum. Jiang Shiyu mimicked him, lying down. Her stomach full of food brought her immense joy, and she even contemplated whether to nestle into his embrace, allowing him to caress her comfortably. Although she had endured hunger for several days, it had not taken a significant toll on her figure. She was certain she would feel pleasantly soft to the touch, yet, she also understood that men enjoy touching women, and this was the only value she could provide him. The more she observed him, the more satisfied she became, and with regard to the impending events in her life, beyond trepidation and fear, there was also an overwhelming sense of anticipation. If only every day could be like this. Truly, she longed to engage in more intimate matters with him at this very moment, requiring nothing more than his assurance that he would not abandon her or use her as a bargaining chip. System, I have a question. If I incorporate her and she dies, will the awakened bond disappear? Lin Bei inquired. Response to the master, as long as both dependency and affection levels reach 90%, it will be permanently unlocked. 90%, you say? Fortunately, that is manageable. Similar to an exam, achieving a perfect score is challenging, but scoring 90 is relatively easy. After resting for a full hour, Lin Bei rose to the sofa and turned on the television, seizing the opportunity to enjoy the electricity and internet while they lasted. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiu, seeing him rise, followed his instructions and washed the dishes in the basin. Once finished, she returned to the living room. After a moment's hesitation, she plopped down beside Lin Bei, her rounded thighs pressed tightly against his, her shoulder brushing against him. Watching a zombie movie on television, she whispered, I have no experience. I'm unsure of what to do. Before coming here, I just took a shower. Her fair face flushed crimson. Having filled her own stomach, it was time to ensure he was satisfied as well. He had preserved her last shred of dignity, and she could not be oblivious to the situation. What was to be given must be reciprocated. Sit in front of me. Millimeter. Lin Bei shifted back slightly, spreading his legs apart. This position felt akin to riding on the back of an electric scooter, wrapping his arms around her soft waist, resting his chin on her shoulder as they watched the show, the delightful fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Her body was initially tense but soon relaxed. Incorporation successful. Successfully incorporated a beauty with a comprehensive score exceeding 90, receiving a fine gift, 10 recovery pills, grade 1, for levels below 2, can restore all consumed spirit and stamina, as well as the energy of level 1 abilities. System space increased to 10 cubic meters. Awakening the bond of untouched innocence, receiving a fine gift. 10 servings of steak meticulously prepared by an SSS level chef. Awakening the elite flight attendant bond, your charm and image will be doubled. Awakening the gourmet bond, the food or drinks consumed by you and Jiang Xiu will be returned in double. Awakening the fitness enthusiast bond. You and Jiang Xiu's strength will be doubled. Detected. Jiang Xiu possesses spatial abilities. This ability has been copied for the master. The big moment has arrived. The 3 days of waiting were entirely worthwhile. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei level, human limit. System space, 10 cubic meters. Ability, space, SSS level, LV1, passive ability, space backpack, capacity, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 10. Strength, 10, 200. Mentality, 10. Physique, 10. Items, recovery pills 10, SSS level stakes 10. Strength evaluation, possesses good psychological quality and judgment, as long as one remains calm. The Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets is sufficient to ensure carefree survival in this chaotic world alongside Jiang Xiu. Members incorporated into the roster. Jiang Xiu, space, not awakened. Bond benefits, charm 2, strength 2, double return of food supplies. Bond unlocked. Elite flight attendant, 1 charm and image boosted doubling. Inherent silk stocking holy body. 1 member's silk wearing effect doubled. Gourmet, 1 double return of food supplies. Fitness enthusiast, 1 strength boosted doubling. Untouched innocence, 1. Strength doubled. How exhilarating. This amplification is the most extraordinary, akin to having acquired a low-level strength ability for free. Just imagine finding several more individuals with the fitness enthusiast bond in the future. 10, 20, 800. He could hardly fathom how exaggerated his strength might become. Chapter 10, Material Return, Rooftop Trading. Lin Bei gently lifted her onto the bed. Subsequently, he delved into the study of his spatial abilities alone. Unlike Jiang Xiu, his powers had already awakened. His passive spatial backpack was 100 times larger than the system space. 8,000 cubic meters may sound substantial, but in reality, it's manageable, 10-10-10, but sufficient to store all his supplies, with ample room to spare. Time within the spatial backpack is frozen. A cup of hot water placed inside remains unchanged even after a year, eliminating any concerns of spoilage. All collected, Lin Bei savored a ham sausage. Consuming a corn ham sausage yields 2 in return. Lift off. Great ascent. From this moment forth, he would never again need to worry about food. Rather, his concern would shift to whether the variety of food was sufficiently diverse. System, I keep forgetting to ask, what is the basis for identifying her as a gourmet and a fitness enthusiast? This intrigued him greatly. Fitness enthusiast. Engages in long-term exercise, possessing exquisitely defined physique and form. Gourmet has sampled distinctive delicacies from at least 10 cities, prepared by local artisans. Innate silk stocking sacred body. Must possess a beauty score of over 90, with exceptionally harmonious proportions, long and curvaceous legs. Top-tier flight attendant, her metrics place her among the elite in the flight attendant profession. Several wealthy individuals have offered millions for her company at dinner, all of which she graciously declined, a true gem among the finest. So, according to your reasoning, a top-tier flight attendant is distinguished by her profession, thus nurses, doctors, and teachers must also possess exceptional bonds. Exactly. However, considering the population in this world, the probability of encountering someone with exceptional bonds is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Encountering even one is akin to striking gold. To be frank, do not hope to obtain high-tier cards for free. Do you understand the protagonist's luck? Linbei continued to experiment with his spatial abilities. Perhaps due to his low level, aside from storing and retrieving items, he found no other utility. With a flick of his hand, a small bin resembling a chocolate sweet appeared, a reward from the system known as the rebound pill, uncertain if consuming it would yield a double return. He placed it in his mouth. The moment it entered his stomach, it transformed into a warm current, coursing through his limbs, replenishing the energy expended in his previous battle with Jiang Xiyu, as a remarkable item. Consuming a rebound pill, grade 1, returns 2. Linbei laughed heartily, unabashedly so. Truth be told, even if the system were to vanish at this moment, his current abilities would suffice for him to roam freely in this apocalyptic world, truly extraordinary. On the first day of acquiring superpowers, one must be cautious of Superman. A week later, one becomes a jubilant superhero. After attaining invincibility with superpowers, one declares, "I do not consume beef." Returning to the bedroom, he placed a rebound pill in Jiang Xiyu's mouth. As the saying goes, without the spark of love, where does passion ignite? Beyond ensuring she remains perpetually beneath him, he aimed to make her utterly enamored with his strength. The next day, day 5 of the apocalypse. 12 noon, embracing the warmth in his arms, Linbei's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently caressed her smooth, delicate back. Opening his eyes, he recalled how he and Jiang Xiyu had replicated a substantial batch of rebound pills, increasing their count from 10 to 200. It was time to attend to serious matters. Slaying zombies, no, that was merely incidental. The pressing urgency was to seek out those with exceptional bonds. Coincidentally, someone in the group had organized a material exchange on the rooftop, with people in need of water and rice, engaging in equitable trade. The turnout was quite significant. Owner 1601, to all the brothers and sisters in Building 30, the zombies in the fire escape have been cleared by my brother and me, and the main entrance downstairs has been secured. Everyone can safely come to the rooftop to exchange the food they require. Please respond in the group if you see this message. Those who do not respond will be presumed as unaccounted for, and their supplies will be requisitioned. X99 scrolling through the messages. It had been 5 days since the apocalypse began, and some individuals had begun to emerge from their fears. Jiang Xiyu, nestled against his chest, stirred awake, her eyes bleary as she glanced at the content on his phone. Lazily, she remarked, "Darling, we have no shortage of food or drink. It seems unnecessary to partake in such exchanges. I want to take a look. Perhaps there is something I desire." "All right, just return early. If anything arises, message me. I won't accompany you, as I fear I might cause you trouble." Jiang Xiyu nuzzled her delicate face against his chest, and in just over a day of contact, she realized she had become infatuated with him. She truly hadn't anticipated it would feel so comfortable. So comfortable that she forgot they were in an apocalypse. Most importantly, the past 2 nights had been the most restful she had experienced, free from worries about food. Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to her, he suddenly appeared even more handsome and charismatic. Could this be the filter that love bestows upon a woman? She felt as though she could not bear to be apart from him. After finishing lunch, Linbei stepped out. Alone at home, Jiang Xiyu began to enumerate his virtues. 1. Spatial abilities. 2. The miraculous pill that instantaneously restores stamina. 3. Nearly unlimited access to food and water. 4. Exceptional psychological resilience and a calm mind. The first point, Linbei had once conjured a bottle of water from thin air before her. When she inquired, he explained that he had awakened spatial abilities and possessed a spatial backpack. The second point, these past few days had been utterly insane. She had often become utterly exhausted, and Linbei had offered her a small pill, instantly restoring her strength. Remarkable, extraordinary. The third point. In this apocalypse, they consumed at least 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a pot of soup at every meal, whether it be fish soup, chicken soup, or pork rib soup, finishing every morsel without restraint. She had suggested using the bones from the meat for soup, but he merely shook his head with a smile, indicating the vast quantity of food he possessed. The fourth point. No further explanation needed. She pondered little beyond that. It seemed pointless. What she comprehended was that Linbei not only had the means to survive long-term in this apocalypse but could also live quite comfortably. In comparison, she was merely a beautiful vase, possessing looks and figure yet harboring timidity and even thoughts of self-harm. To be candid, she believed herself to be quite pretty and well-formed, but on a national scale, she was merely one among many attractive women. Countless beautiful girls would yearn to win Lin Bei's affection. If he were unattractive, others might hesitate. The key was that he was undeniably handsome. She did not wish to be abandoned. Or rather, she feared abandonment. She did not want to endure the kind of life filled with constant terror as she had before. She needed to strive. She needed to demonstrate her worth. Chapter 11. The innocent female university student and the female athlete. Detected that Jiang Shiyu's level of reliance and affection towards you has both surpassed 90%, thus permanently unlocking the bond initiated by her. Is this truly a permanent unlock? Lin Bei, taken aback while munching on an Orleans-style chicken leg and climbing the stairs, never anticipated such swiftness. To be frank and somewhat devoid of sentiment, Jiang Shiyu no longer holds any pivotal significance for him. However, he is, after all, not a seasoned veteran of the apocalypse. He is merely a novice, albeit one with certain advantages. Jiang Shiyu's intrinsic spatial abilities are remarkably powerful, and in a future where power outages and internet disruptions are inevitable, prolonged solitude could lead to psychological instability. It is quite beneficial to keep her around. She is intelligent, moreover, she possesses a keen sense of social awareness. He finds her quite likable. Consuming an Orleans-flavored chicken leg, returning with 2. So annoying, I can't finish this, it's utterly unmanageable. Lin Bei extracted another leg for consumption. It is delicious, he enjoys it, why not indulge? It's not as if he cannot afford it. The 16th floor is the top level. Lin Bei felt a flicker of confusion. After a year of delivering takeout, he had, to some extent, serviced this building. He vaguely recalled that the residents of the 16th floor were mother and daughter. How did it become 2 men? He should not be mistaken. There must be a story behind this, but it is not his concern. He is merely here to see if there are individuals with exceptional bonds. Hello, please register first. Upon reaching the rooftop, he was intercepted by a somewhat tall and robust man wielding a baseball bat. Lin Bei dutifully inscribed his information in the ledger. A pity he could not discern the man's talents or levels. In these times, there are far too many who feign incompetence while hiding their true prowess. Owner of 1301, Lin Bei. Casting a few glances upwards, he noticed quite a crowd. After completing the registration, he arrived at the trading circle on the rooftop, where numerous vendors resembling roadside stalls were present. A cursory glance revealed a dozen or so, each displaying clearly marked exchange information. A bottle of purified water, 1. 5 liters, can be exchanged for a pound of rice. A barrel of purified water, 1. 5 L, can be exchanged for a pound of flour. A piece of steak can be traded for rice. A piece of steak can also be exchanged for vegetables and fruits. A chicken breast can be swapped for rice and purified water. A cucumber can be traded for rice. 10 pieces of silky chocolate can be exchanged for rice, flour, instant noodles, and any vegetarian items. A vacuum-packed chicken thigh can be traded for rice, flour, or instant noodles. These are all quite common food items. It is evident that every individual's countenance appears haggard, their eyes reflecting profound fatigue. 8,000 grams of gold can be exchanged for any food item. In chaotic times, gold holds no value, it is of little use in the apocalypse. Every stall seems to have patrons lingering for conversation, yet the one exchanging gold for food remains deserted. What purpose does gold serve in such a world? Oh my goddess! I exclaimed. I truly did not anticipate such a presence within this building, and the items displayed before her were particularly intriguing. Numerous men paused for a moment. Even Lin Bei could not help but steal a few glances. White over-the-knee socks, white cotton socks, and pantyhose in various colors and styles, all alluring, sensual, and adorably innocent. Each item unmistakably bore signs of previous wear. Observing her face, one could ascertain that her appearance was quite appealing. To be fair, the current standards of beauty for women are remarkably high, with an abundance of skincare products available. As the saying goes, a fair complexion covers 3 floors. As long as one is sufficiently fair, even a slightly proportionate visage can be deemed attractive. Handsome, would you like to choose one? For a packet of instant noodles, you may select any 3 items, all guaranteed to be personally mine. Name: Chen Jie. Pre-apocalypse identity: human hardware softening engineer. Appearance rating: 88. Overall rating: -79. Bond happy smiley. Exceptional contrast welfare. 1. Upon bond activation, your potential contrasting characteristics with the members of the catalog will increase by 100%. Goddess. 1. Upon bond activation, the likelihood of you and catalog members rejecting others' requests will decrease, while the probability of sharing will increase. 150 to 100. Gourmet. 1. Upon bond activation, when you and catalog members consume a particular food or drink, you will receive double the returns. 1 double, 2 triple, 3 quadruple, 4 quintuple, 5 sextuple. Inherent adulterous saint body. 1. Upon bond activation, the probability of being cheated on will increase. 150, 3, 75, 100. Inherent lying saint body 1. Upon bond activation, the probability of being deceived will increase 1, 10, 2, 50, 3, 100. Impure relationships 1. Upon bond activation, the likelihood of contracting diseases during intimate relations will increase 1, 50, 2, 100. Extensive male experience 1. Having engaged with at least 10 males, upon bond activation, you will receive a high-quality, fashionable green hat. Wow. 66. 666. Songzi, did you see that? This is the very luck of the protagonist, casually strolling around and encountering an exceptional bondholder. Cut it out. Do you have the capability to register in the catalogue? You wouldn't understand, would you? The goddess belongs to everyone, not just me. I am not worthy. Just as I was about to depart, the soft voice of the goddess reached my ears. Handsome, if you are interested, you can leave an address after the exchange, and Jie will visit you shortly. I can assist you with anything with that, she playfully winked at him. Absolutely unnecessary. Linbei hastily retreated, but after a few steps, he halted, his gaze fixated on the stall owner, unable to divert his attention. Songzi, what is your assessment? This defies logic. Not only within the same complex but even within the same district, it is exceedingly rare to possess two exceptional positive bonds. The fact that there are two in the same building is a probability lower than winning the lottery. This should not occur, something must be amiss. You wouldn't grasp this, would you? Historically, every protagonist awakening a system in web fiction is indeed the protagonist. The luck of the protagonist is not something ordinary individuals can comprehend. A packet of spicy lemon boneless chicken feet can be exchanged for rice, flour, and any high-calorie carbohydrate food. Name: Hee-Yun. Pre-apocalypse identity: athlete. Appearance rating: 93. Overall rating: 91. Level: human limit. Ability: Strength S. Awakened, LV1, double. Bond Happy Smiley Exceptional Pure Girl University 1. Upon bond activation, the purity aura of catalog members will double. Inherent Stocking Saint Body 1. Upon bond activation, when catalog members wear stockings, the original effects will be doubled. 1. Double, 2. Triple, 3. Quadruple, 4. Quintuple, 5. Sextuple. Oh my. An athlete, a female athlete, Chapter 12, The Art of Concealment and the Turmoil on the Rooftop. This girl possesses quite a cleverness, Linbei mused as he gazed at her face for several seconds, utterly captivated by her skill. Makeup has the power to transform an unattractive woman into a beauty, yet it can equally render a beauty into an eyesore. She knows how to hide her true self. Astute, Linbei crouched down and retrieved a packet of instant noodles from his backpack. Would you be willing to exchange your boneless chicken feet for this instant noodle? Hee-Yun was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that someone would attempt to barter food for snacks. She had merely come to the rooftop to bask in the sun and perhaps test her luck. It seemed that this handsome gentleman was not lacking in provisions. Handsome, my boneless chicken feet come in a large pack. Isn't he one packet of noodles a bit? She was not particularly skilled at haggling, having never negotiated over prices before, yet the current circumstances compelled her to strive for more food. Ever since her evolution commenced, her appetite for carbohydrates and proteins had surged, and her food reserves at home could barely last a few days. Would this suffice? Linbei produced another packet of instant noodles from his backpack, along with a corn-flavored sausage. Hee-Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. A sweet corn sausage, her absolute favorite. Unable to restrain herself, she licked her lips. Handsome, my sour and spicy boneless lemon chicken, miss, if you continue, it may come off as impolite. Hee-Yun's cheeks reddened. Indeed, she had been overly greedy. 2 packets of noodles and a sausage were more than sufficient for her chicken feet. I'll trade. Hee-Yun eagerly handed over her boneless chicken feet while extending her dark little hand in anticipation of the noodles and sausage. Linbei completed the exchange. This scene rendered the nearby girl envious. She had been so straightforward, yet he chose to exchange 2 packets of noodles for a mere bag of chicken feet, along with an additional sausage. Was it possible that the chicken feet held more allure than she did? Wait a moment, could it be that he was a straight man? Did he fail to grasp my innuendos? It was quite possible. Chen Jie approached him and crouched down beside him. Little brother, what is so appealing about chicken feet? Would you not prefer something more delectable? As she spoke, she tugged at her collar, convinced that this handsome man could not possibly remain indifferent to her allure. Linbei turned his head, and upon his first glance, he beheld the unfathomable depths of the Mariana Trench, followed by a fleeting glance at her suggestive eyes. Apologies, but I cannot afford such indulgences. I dare not partake. I admit I am cowardly. Beautiful lady, you might want to seek someone else. I am not interested in women. Are you incapable? Just 1 packet of instant noodles could grant you a night with me. Such a tremendous opportunity would be foolish to pass up. Lin Bei, how dare you imply I am incapable? I fought for 24 consecutive hours yesterday. How could I possibly be incapable? However, after glancing at her allure, he replied, Miss, I truly have no interest in women. Are you even a man? Lin Bei sighed. Is this a challenge? It's futile. I truly do not dare to move. How absurd, to be so handsome yet incapable. Chen Jie muttered as she departed in frustration. Her provocations elicited no response. He must be either incapable or simply prefers men. Many had overheard their exchange. A chubby boy scampered over to Chen Jie. Miss, is it true that 1 packet of instant noodles could grant a night with you? Would 2 packets suffice for an overnight stay? Chen Jie cast him a glance. Little brother, for an overnight stay, it would require 20 packets. What, wasn't he at just 1 packet? Why has it suddenly become 5? The chubby boy's mouth dropped open in disbelief. If you were as handsome as him, half a packet might suffice, but the chubby boy was incensed by her words, directing his gaze at Lin Bei. Was he truly that much more handsome? He was merely taller, with a better physique, and bore resemblance to the dashing Yang Zuan Yang. Miss, how many packets of instant noodles would I require? At that moment, a man responsible for registration approached her. Chen Jie's eyes lit up, and she donned a coy smile. Big brother, if it's you, it's on the house. What a catch, I must cling to him. Har har har, gather your things and follow me. The man chuckled heartily. Yes. In this apocalyptic world, it is not enough for a woman to merely possess food. She must also secure a strong ally for continued sustenance. Without such a benefactor, one might inevitably face the day of scarcity. Lin Bei cast a glance before withdrawing his gaze. He plopped down beside He Yun and began to savor the sour and spicy boneless chicken feet he had just acquired. Delicious, the flavors were tantalizingly tangy. Excellent, he had permanently unlocked a new food item. Due to the previous urgency, he had only managed to procure a limited selection of food, missing out on many delightful treats. Gulp, observing him relish his meal, He Yun could not help but swallow hard. This was her favorite snack. Were it not for her desperate need to survive a few more days, she would never have parted with it. Simultaneously, she realized that this person was undoubtedly not lacking in provisions. Otherwise, he would not indulge so freely, finishing a large pack of chicken feet in just a minute or 2. Little brother, I have some chocolate bars. Could I possibly exchange one for a packet of instant noodles? He Yun retrieved a box of snacks from her bag. Lin Bei glanced at her before returning his gaze. I'm not particularly fond of those, but fine, let us make the exchange. He changed his mind halfway through. It suddenly occurred to him that his beloved Yu adored those snacks, never parting with them while binge-watching shows. He Yun beamed with joy as she carefully stowed the noodles into her backpack. To her astonishment, she had managed to acquire 3 packets of instant noodles in this venture. She did not perceive the handsome gentleman as naive or overly generous. His bountiful supply of noodles could only indicate that he had far more than he needed. It could not possibly be because he found her attractive. Before exiting, she had taken great care to apply her makeup. Originally fair-skinned, she now appeared darker, her face marred with numerous blemishes and moles, the epitome of an unattractive woman. What a pity, her snacks consisted solely of these 2 items. She had consumed the rest long before the apocalypse. She had planned to procure more at the supermarket in the evening, but who could foresee that chaos would erupt at 5? Her food supplies were woefully inadequate, which was why she had resorted to testing her luck. What are you doing? Are you attempting to steal my belongings? Robbery, is there no one to intervene? You re-stealing my food because you lack your own. At that moment, a commotion in the distance captured everyone's attention. Lin Bei turned to see a young man, approximately 6 feet tall, snatching a backpack from the chubby boy. Amidst the struggle, several packets of instant noodles and some bread tumbled out of the bag. The chubby boy attempted to retrieve them but was kicked aside by the young man. Not a single soul stepped forward to assist. Please, it is the apocalypse. It would be remarkable if no one rushed in to steal as well. Many gazes were fixated on the food on the ground, yet the reason no one dared to intervene was the knife clutched in the man's hand. The chubby boy had initially contemplated rushing in to reclaim his belongings, but upon seeing the knife, he wisely chose to remain seated. Food was undoubtedly vital, but life held greater importance. The young man, while brandishing the knife at the chubby boy, squatted down to pick up the bread from the ground and began tearing into it, devouring 4 or 5 pieces in quick succession. He then took a long swig from the chubby boy's water bottle, his expression one of utter satisfaction as he stretched his neck. My goodness, I've finally come back to life. He then surveyed the crowd with a piercing gaze. Chapter 13, The Human-Machine Clown extends an invitation. He picked up the chubby boy's backpack filled with food, wielding a kitchen knife, and approached a middle-aged man, commanding, place your belongings into this bag. Young man, please don't. The middle-aged man's plea was cut short as the youth brandished the knife, forcing him to relinquish his food for the sake of survival. The reason no one fled was that another knife-wielding individual stood at the rooftop entrance, rendering everyone present as helpless as fish awaiting slaughter. If they all charged at the two men, they could hardly be thwarted, but none could guarantee that others would follow suit once they made their move. Most importantly, no one wished to be the first to risk their neck. One robbery after another ensued. "Buddy, my wife hasn't eaten in days, she's on the brink of starvation. I traded water for this food, please, spare my wife. Hand it over. This is my wife's lifeline, you can't take it." The man snatched the instant noodles from another's grasp and, seeing his persistence, delivered a harsh kick, exclaiming, "Your wife's fate is of no concern to me. She's not my wife, nor have I ever shared a bed with her. Damn, how disgusting." Hee-Yun muttered under her breath, tightening her grip on her backpack. Those 3 packets of instant noodles were her reserve, and she had no intention of relinquishing them so easily. However, voicing her resistance could put her at risk of being harmed by the knife, she had come unprepared, only thinking that if she appeared unattractive, no one would covet her. Clearly, she had not been cautious enough. Was there anything she could use? Hee-Yun scanned her surroundings for something useful. She could not allow her food to be taken, yet, upon turning her head, she was taken aback to see Lin Bei, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, casually cracking sunflower seeds while watching the commotion. "Would you like some?" he inquired, even offering her a taste. My goodness, this man's mind suddenly, she understood. Hee-Yun narrowed her eyes. As an athlete accustomed to competing, she had encountered many impressive individuals. His demeanor could only suggest that he did not regard the man as a threat. "Can you subdue him?" Hee-Yun whispered. "No." She was taken aback. "Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be?" Lin Bei responded with curiosity. "Why not be afraid?" "I'm simply not afraid. He wants food, so let him have it. Besides, there's nothing in my bag." "Good heavens, you've consumed everything. No wonder you're so calm." She was in awe. She had initially thought Lin Bei was a hidden powerhouse, but it turned out he was just a slacker. How infuriating. Before long, the man approached Hee-Yun, and under the intimidation of the knife, she reluctantly surrendered the 3 packets of instant noodles and a sausage she had just obtained. "You." The man directed his knife at Lin Bei. "It's empty." Lin Bei revealed his bag. The man squinted. "Get up and take me to your house." Lin Bei chuckled. "Why would you want to go to my place? 3 packets of instant noodles and a sausage in exchange for those 2 snacks. If you ate them, it suggests you have plenty at home. If you wish to avoid death, obediently lead me." He shook the knife menacingly. It was freshly sharpened and exceedingly sharp. "I have no food at home, and you've already robbed enough to last you several days. Hurry up, don't waste my time." The man stepped forward, brandishing the knife to intimidate. In the next moment, Lin Bei struck with lightning speed, grasping the man's knife hand with precision, pulling forcefully. Thud. The blade sliced through his throat effortlessly, warm liquid gushing forth. "Tell me, why the insistence on going to my home?" The man stumbled back in disbelief, dropping the knife, clutching his bleeding neck with both hands, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Lin Bei, unable to utter a word. Dragon brother, dragon brother." At the rooftop entrance, his companions rushed over, calling out in alarm, "Is there anyone trained in first aid? A doctor, a nurse?" The crowd watched with cold indifference. Just moments ago, they had robbed them of their food, and now they were pleading for help. Wasn't he that utterly laughable? Lin Bei pulled out a tissue from his pocket to wipe the blood from his face, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips as he observed the man convulsing on the ground. How could someone so audaciously reckless dare to challenge a mere human? Fearing not the lurking might of the crowd, the clown, gradually, the man ceased to move. "You son of a bitch, did you kill my brother?" His companion charged in, knife in hand. Lin Bei executed a swift side kick to his chest, the sound of cracking bones resonating clearly as he sent the man flying several meters, crushing to the ground, unable to rise. Ren Cohen. My word. What immense strength. Hee-Yun stood dumbfounded, having initially perceived Lin Bei as a slacker, only to discover he was a true powerhouse, capable of launching someone so far. Such strength was nearly on par with her own, which was doubled. Impressive as that was, the grace of his movements was equally striking. Hee-Yun longed to spar with him, to see who truly possessed greater skill. Har. The previously fallen man arose as a zombie, roaring as he lunged at Lin Bei. In a swift turn, Lin Bei produced a long knife from thin air, slicing through the air, severing the creature's head with ease. The blade gleamed ominously in the sunlight. What a sharp blade, what a magnificent weapon. Hee-Yun's eyes sparkled. As an athlete, she adored such weaponry. Moreover, she pondered, where did this handsome man procure such a knife? A spatial backpack. He possessed a spatial backpack. She had only become an athlete due to her poor academic performance, having spent her middle school years engrossed in novels, becoming well acquainted with the ugliness of human nature in the apocalypse. Hence, she had disguised herself as an unattractive girl. To be fair, when she learned his backpack was empty, she was surprised. How could someone so generous only carry 3 packets of instant noodles and a sausage? It turned out, his backpack was merely a ruse. This man was indeed a big shot. Lin Bei retrieved a wet wipe to clean the blood from his blade. It was a cherished item from Yu Yu's collection. He had loved such items since childhood, having purchased 3 at a considerable price, yet left them behind when he departed. Only recently had he discovered they were sharpened. Checking the blade under the sunlight, he noted with satisfaction that it bore no blemishes. A wealthy patron not only did not hinder my speed but also provided me with an excellent weapon. Most of those who come here are men. If a young girl is trading on the rooftop, it signifies that you either have no one at home or that your family cannot come. So, would you be interested in moving in with me? Lin Bei extended an invitation to Hee-Yun. Is that truly possible? Hee-Yun asked, astonished. She was aware of her appearance as an unattractive girl, yet he still offered her an invitation. She felt an overwhelming sense of luck. This man was a big shot, a super big shot. If he desired, countless beautiful women would flock to him. Why invite me? She inquired, perplexed. As a big shot, especially a discreet one, it made little sense to invite a girl who was of no use, merely a consumer of resources, into his home. She needed to understand the reasoning behind it, otherwise, she might find herself regarded as mere reserve food while expressing gratitude. Chapter 14. Stealing food is akin to murder. It's not just the girls. Any normal person would tremble in fear upon encountering such a situation, yet here you are, not only unafraid but also in the mood to converse with me. You've shown remarkable restraint, searching for items nearby. Were it not for the knife in his hand or the lack of a suitable weapon, I suspect you would not so readily surrender your food. I surmise you may have reached the limits of human endurance. Feigning nonchalance, he remarked, your powers of observation are quite keen. Hee-Yun was taken aback, astonished that her subtle movements had not gone unnoticed, and that he had accurately assessed her current state. Truly impressive, this reasoning she accepted. You don't mind that I am not conventionally attractive? Is appearance truly of significance? Lin Bei tilted his head in confusion. Damn, suddenly, Lin Bei's brow furrowed. What's wrong? I previously mentioned that among the 10 people on the rooftop, 8 are men. This indicates that the majority of the building's occupants are congregated there. If the door is locked now, those inside are nearly defenseless. The 2 individuals who just attempted to rob us, and the absence of the one orchestrating this transaction, is telling. While speaking, Lin Bei approached the rooftop door, not having considered this possibility upon arrival. He had envisioned a scenario where a group of armed individuals threatened them. Upon hearing this, Hee-Yun also recognized the gravity of the situation. She had a considerable amount of food at home. If it were stolen, it would spell trouble. Casting a glance at the backpack on the ground, she hurriedly retrieved her 3 packets of instant noodles and a sausage, following closely behind Lin Bei. Suddenly, a horde of zombies surged forth from the rooftop door. There were not many, just 5, led by a female zombie devoid of clothing, whose features vaguely revealed her as the owner of room 1601. Indeed, there's a story behind her. The other female zombies, akin to her, included those of similar age and others still in their developmental stages. Oh. Zombies. The moment the zombies appeared, the crowd on the rooftop erupted in screams, retreating as if they had seen a ghost. Whoosh. 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 With a flash of cold steel, the heads of the 5 zombies flew off, not delaying him for even a moment. Hee-Yun, following behind, was struck dumb. Indeed, when the 5 zombies emerged, she had felt a momentary panic, contemplating how to distance herself and deal with them one by one, yet he did not halt a single step. Upon reaching the rooftop door, they encountered a moderately built middle-aged man preparing to shut the door. Upon seeing Lin Bei, he froze, his expression one of utter shock. Hadn't he several zombies just been sent up? Where were they now? As he opened his mouth to speak, he was met with a bizarre sight, his own neck. I miscalculated. Didn't he anticipate this? Lin Bei had traversed the fire escape to the 13th floor and unlocked the door. Upon entering, he discovered Jiang Xiyu in the living room, doing push-ups. Letting out a sigh of relief, their eyes met. Jiang Xiyu's face visibly flushed as she hastily rose from the floor. Didn't you say you'd be back later? Were you exercising? He had presumed that Jiang Xiyu would be lying in bed watching videos alone at home, yet here she was, doing push-ups. I didn't want to hold you back, Jiang Xiyu murmured shyly, aware that those who only weighed others down are often the first to be discarded. Such occurrences were far too common. Lin Bei chuckled. She was fearful of being abandoned. Are you injured? Noticing the blood on him, Jiang Xiyu rushed forward, concerned. It's nothing, it's not mine. As long as it's not yours, that's a relief, Jiang Xiyu exhaled, only to then notice the woman behind Lin Bei. Who is this young lady? Her name is Hee-Yun. We just met, she will be living with us from now on. Come in, there are 2 vacant rooms, feel free to choose one. By the way, it should just be you, right? Linbei gestured to let her in. Yes, just me. My parents are travelling abroad and likely won't be coming back. Condolences. Hee-yoon rolled her eyes. What is there to mourn? My parents are alive and well. When the apocalypse broke out, they were dining at a friend's house, a farmer with a sparse surrounding population and abundant supplies. Even 5 days into the apocalypse, they haven't lost weight. In fact, they've gained. I envy them immensely, as I barely have enough to eat. Linbei smiled. How fortunate. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiyu's heart raced at the idea of someone staying with them. What did this imply? It indicated that Linbei regarded her as family. Now it was up to her to prove her worth. Hello, I'm Jiang Shiyu. Wow, sister, you're so beautiful and graceful, and your figure is stunning. No wonder he was so serious earlier. It turns out he has such a lovely girlfriend at home. Flattery is a double-edged sword. Hee-yoon realized she would be residing here, so it was essential to cultivate a good relationship with the lady of the house. Looks aren't everything. Jiang Shiyu initially intended to claim she was also quite lovely, but upon closer inspection of Hee-yoon's face, she realized it was rather far from beautiful. Saying so would seem disingenuous. Wait, Hee-yoon excused herself to the restroom. She meticulously washed off her makeup, emerging before them with a fresh visage. I apologize, when out and about, a girl must protect herself, so I applied a bit of makeup. Jiang Shiyu was stunned. She was stunningly beautiful, with exquisite features and fair, delicate skin. Most notably, she appeared youthful, much younger than Jiang Shiyu, who was already 24, while Hee-yoon seemed no older than 20. What she had initially perceived as a threat from an unattractive girl now posed an entirely different challenge. Damn it, why are the people from the rooftop coming down? Wasn't Zhang Yuan supposed to lure the zombies away? Didn't he lock the door, or has something gone awry? I don't know. If something truly went wrong, those who came down should have been bitten. Perhaps someone dealt with those zombies. I never imagined there would be individuals in this building willing to confront zombies. No matter, let us search each unit directly. I had hoped to draw the main force to the rooftop and let the zombies handle it, but it seems we must take matters into our own hands. At that moment, the voices outside caught their attention. The 3 of them instinctively turned towards the door, where the conversation was taking place, followed by an odd sound emanating from the main entrance. It sounded like a lock being turned. What should we do? Jiang Shiyu panicked, instinctively stepping back and glancing at Linbei. Judging by the sound, there were at least 3 to 5 individuals. Goodness, they had brought trouble right to their doorstep. Perhaps it was for the best, as it spared them the effort of searching for them. A direct confrontation was certainly preferable to a stealthy invasion in the dead of night. Lingage, may I borrow your knife? Hee-yoon, freshly washed, flashed a charming smile. Sure. He flipped his hand, producing the tangdao and handing it to her. Hee-yoon's eyes sparkled. Was this the power of spatial abilities, the ability to conjure items from thin air? She accepted the weapon, feeling its substantial weight and admiring its stylish design. Since he had invited her to stay, she would inevitably consume his food supplies. She could not rely on him for everything. A woman, too, could stand on her own in this world. In the apocalypse, stealing food from others was no different from taking a life. Had Linbei not ascended to the rooftop today, she might have become one of those zombies' meals. Even if she managed to fight them off, she would be trapped on the rooftop, and her food would be pilfered. These people deserved to die. She feared the zombies far less than humans. Creaking open, the door revealed 5 men of varying physiques, some tall, others short, some stout, others lean. However, without exception, each wielded a long steel pipe in hand. Chapter 15, The Neighbor. Times have changed. Hee-yoon's small face, once filled with murderous intent, instantly fell. These individuals, lacking any sense of martial ethics, brazenly carried steel pipes. She had confidence in facing them unarmed, but the presence of steel pipes changed everything. Wow, a beautiful lady. Actually, there are 2. I've seen the girl with the knife before. I just visited the rooftop. I thought she was a plain Jane, but it turns out she is just well made up, and her true appearance is surprisingly youthful. Buddy, the one behind is the real gem. Her aura is simply unmatched, far superior to that married woman we had fun with before. I never would have imagined that this building concealed such exquisite women, far more beautiful than Chen Jie. The 5 men leered at Hee-yoon and Jiang Shiyu, their greedy gazes brimming with desire. They disregarded the knife in Hee-yoon's hand. After all, what could a lone woman wielding a knife do against 5 men? Moreover, one among them had already surpassed the limits of human capability, officially entering the ranks of the evolved. Though insignificant in the outside world, within this building, he was undoubtedly a king. Little sister, heed my advice and put down the knife. Blunt instruments are unpredictable. If you accidentally injure yourself, it could lead to a fracture, and I would be heartbroken, said the tallest man among the 5, stepping forward with a smile, his steel pipe longer than Hee-yoon's tang knife. Hee-yoon narrowed her eyes. Brother, blades are equally unpredictable. If you happen to get cut by me, it could be fatal. Allow me to advise you, do not court your own demise. The man laughed, a wild and unrestrained sound. Little sister, you have quite the bravado. I wonder if your strength matches your bravado. As he spoke, the man stepped forward, spinning around in a full circle, swinging his steel pipe down with considerable force. He-Yun, refusing to be careless, gripped the hilt of her knife tightly and unleashed all her strength in a counterstrike. Clang! Accompanied by a sharp sound, He-Yun's pupils dilated in shock as her body uncontrollably stumbled backward. Though she did not drop her long knife, her hands tingled from the impact. What incredible strength, she thought, unable to believe it, having reached her physical limits and bolstered by her abilities. Her strength was double that of an ordinary person, yet this man before her possessed at least double her own. Har 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 har. The man laughed heartily. Little sister, you're not lacking in strength, but in my presence, you still seem a tad inexperienced. So, what do you say? I quite enjoy this flirtatious banter. With that, the man and his four companions gazed at her and Jiang Xiu with increasingly brazen eyes, completely ignoring Lin Bei, who stood to the side. Come on, beautiful, don't you notice the men? Jiang Xiu's face turned pale with terror. This scene was precisely what she had feared the most. His strength is formidable, at least double mine. Do you have any confidence? He-Yun asked, her small hands trembling slightly as she approached Lin Bei. Judging by the strength Lin Bei had displayed on the rooftop, he should be comparable to her, but he possessed spatial abilities. Oh. The man looked at Lin Bei in surprise. He had assumed Lin Bei was merely a coward hiding behind women, but now realized he had some level of skill. However, one needed to kill enough zombies to officially become an evolved. All the zombies in this building had been taken care of by them. Even if this man had evolved, he would merely reach the limits of human capability, just like the other four. Before Lin Bei could respond, a short man among the group spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, you're Lin Bei, the delivery guy. We're neighbors. Take my advice, you cannot protect these two women. Why not join us in this apocalypse? Women are abundant. By joining, you could enjoy both of them daily, and even have access to various beautiful women, which would surely be more fulfilling than your current existence. Lin Bei chuckled. He was aware that some had killed zombies early on to evolve. The reason he had refrained from killing was to ensure he could secure Jiang Xiu without fail. He wasn't afraid of falling behind. After all, no matter how twisted things became, they could never surpass the power of firearms. Seeing Lin Bei smile, the man with the steel pipe also laughed, thinking Lin Bei had realized the disparity between them and would choose the correct path. But the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock as he locked eyes with the dark muzzle of a gun. A gun? No way, brother. Whoosh. In the next instant, he could hardly believe his eyes as he looked down at the wound in his chest, blood seeping out rapidly. You shot me. Are you serious? If you had a gun, why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Bei smiled slightly. Whoosh. The man stumbled backward uncontrollably, warm blood flowing from his mouth as he slurred, Brother, give me a chance. Whoosh. The third bullet pierced his meniscus, and he knelt on one knee, followed by the fourth bullet, which penetrated his other meniscus, rendering him powerless to kneel. He wished to speak, but the blood pouring from his mouth made it impossible. His gaze was filled with desperate pleading as he looked at Lin Bei. He regretted this deeply. Having entered the ranks of the evolved and awakened his powers, he should have been one of the kings of this new world. To fall here was simply unacceptable. It was this sound, this very sound. Jiang Xiu, standing behind Lin Bei, suddenly recalled hearing this noise on the first day of the apocalypse. At that time, she had no idea what had produced it, but now it struck her that it was the sound of a silenced pistol. My heavens, he actually has a gun. Not only Jiang Xiu, but He-Yun was equally astonished. Just moments ago, she had worried that Lin Bei might betray them. With the apocalypse just beginning, even if he possessed spatial abilities, he would still need time to develop, yet, she never anticipated he would utilize American-style quick-draw. At the entrance, the remaining 4 men were paralyzed with fear. They wanted to flee, but the dark muzzle aimed at them rendered them powerless. This was far more terrifying than facing zombies. It was true that a person could become utterly powerless when gripped by extreme fear. With a thud, the man who had urged Lin Bei to join them knelt. Lin Bei, I was coerced by them, considering we are neighbors. Whoosh. 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 After a series of gunshots, all 5 men had their menisci pierced. At 7 paces, the gun was swift. Within 7 paces, it was both quick and accurate. Lin Bei watched as the neighbor, with a gaping wound in his chest and blood pouring out, curled his lips in a slight smile. My friend, times have changed. And by the way, do you truly know how luxurious my life is? Where did you get the gun? He-Yun asked in shock as the 5 men completely lost their fighting spirit. This was not a foreign land. Possessing such a weapon illegally could land one in prison. Does it matter where I got it? Of course, it seems it's not that important. He-Yun suddenly recalled that this was the apocalypse. Regardless of how he acquired the weapon, its presence significantly enhanced their safety. Following him was undoubtedly the right choice. Before long, the protective mechanisms of their bodies faded, and the pain surged in. The 5 men, shot, wailed in agony. Did you think you could steal from me? Enjoy your slow demise. Death is not to be feared, but the process of waiting to die is truly dreadful. Regret, resentment, anger, frustration, despair. After a while, the 5 transformed into zombies, reduced to crawling on the ground like maggots due to their shattered menisci and scapulae. Lin Bei handed the knife from He Yun to Jiang Xiyu. Zombies were not truly terrifying. What was frightening was the fear of them. It was time for her spatial abilities to awaken. Chapter 16, The Trio, Degenerate Development. I understand, Jiang Xiyu said as she took the knife. The weighty broadsword felt cumbersome in her hands, especially since she had yet to awaken her evolutionary abilities, and Lin Bei's fitness enhancement was still dormant for her. Although the 5 zombies had lost all capacity for movement, their horrifying visages still instilled a sense of dread in Jiang Xiyu, leaving her fearful that they might spring to life and attack her at any moment. She recognized that this fear was her own, yet overcoming it proved to be a formidable challenge. Casting a glance at Lin Bei, she reminded herself that she could not disappoint him. He had already provided her with sustenance. If she were to fail now, she might as well find a block of tofu and end it all. Another glance fell upon He Yun. In that earlier moment, she had clearly been a woman, and a younger one at that, yet, instead of cowering, she had boldly demanded a weapon to confront the situation. In comparison, Jiang Xiyu felt utterly inadequate, a true waste of potential. She was genuinely disappointed in herself, and the stakes were high in this post-apocalyptic world. Today, she had to conquer her fear of zombies. Gripping the knife firmly, she stepped forward towards the 5 zombies, forcing herself to meet their gaze. As the zombies sensed food nearing, they became increasingly agitated, which terrified Jiang Xiyu to the point of wanting to retreat, but she resolutely suppressed that instinct. There could be no retreat. A step back would mean a permanent retreat. Taking a deep breath, she raised the knife and swung down. Her strength was insufficient to cleave the zombies' heads, but it was enough to overcome her fear. Stroke after stroke, the scene was grotesque and nauseating, yet she persevered. Suddenly, the once heavy long knife felt light in her grasp, and Jiang Xiyu was elated. She realized she had reached what was referred to online as the limits of human capability. Attributes, she silently chanted in her heart. In this apocalyptic world, everyone possessed their own unique panels, clearly displaying their abilities. Jiang Xiyu. Age 24. Level, Human Limit. Ability, Space, SSS, LV1, Passive, Space Backpack, Capacity, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 10. Strength, 10. Mentality, 10. Constitution, 10. Points, 0. So it turns out, I too possess an extraordinary ability, and it is the same as Lin Bei's. Bursting with excitement, she could hardly contain herself and eagerly shared her joy with him. Lin Bei, I have awakened the same ability as you. Mine is also space, and it appears to be at the SSS level, with a backpack capacity of a full 1000 cubic meters. She was useful. She was no mere ornament. Wow, space. He Yun, lacking in formal education, was utterly astonished. Having immersed herself in various online novels for years, she understood just how formidable spatial abilities could be. An SSS-level ability, in the later stages, it would be the C-Army de la C-Army. This only solidified her resolve to stay. Her own strength was merely an ordinary S-level, and she had no idea how many times it could amplify in the future. Regardless, in comparison to space, it was just child's play. Lin Bei was thoroughly pleased with Jiang Xiyu's performance. Any changes must be reported to him immediately. Activate her fitness enhancement benefits, he silently commanded. Yes. In that instant, Jiang Xiyu suddenly sensed a new transformation within her body. The long knife felt even lighter, and her strength seemed to have increased further. Take another look at your panel, Lin Bei's voice echoed. Jiang Xiyu paused. Attributes. Jiang Xiyu. Age 24. Level, Human Limit. Speed. 10. Strength, 10. 2. Stamina, 10. Constitution, 10. Her strength had doubled. My heavens, she looked at Lin Bei in disbelief, tossed the long knife aside, and excitedly threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Bei, you are truly amazing to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From that moment on, her life underwent a monumental transformation. What was happening? He Yun was utterly bewildered. What had happened to her panel? Why had she suddenly leaped into Lin Bei's embrace? Were they whispering secrets? Had she become an outsider? Well, she was indeed an outsider, but she desperately wanted to know. Bei, let us go out and slay some zombies. There are more and more evolved beings outside. We must keep pace with the others. In times of danger, we cannot rely solely on your gun. Bullets are, after all, finite. Having experienced the earlier events, Jiang Xiyu understood that in this post-apocalyptic world, strength was the ultimate truth. Relying on a firearm might provide temporary relief, but it could not sustain one forever. Agreed, Lin Bei concurred. With two exceptional women by his side, it was time to bolster their foundational strength. There was no rush to pursue He-Yun. It wouldn't be long before she would willingly provide him with sustenance. Could we let me eat something first before we go kill? He-Yun produced her instant noodles and sausages. It won't take long to cook the noodles. She had longed to venture out and slay zombies, but, firstly, she lacked suitable weaponry, and secondly, her food supply was insufficient. Killing zombies was physically demanding, and after reaching the limits of human capacity, her need for food would be greater than before. She feared exhausting her resources before finding new supplies. Go ahead. He-Yun wasted no time, sprinting towards the kitchen. As she hesitated while cooking, she ultimately decided to prepare 3 packets at once. The aroma of the noodles quickly filled the air, overpowering the stench of blood that lingered throughout the room. Today, let's indulge ourselves. Lin Bei surely provides all meals and accommodations. He-Yun's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the pot of noodles, eagerly munching on her corn sausages while she waited. One must be well-fed and hydrated to possess. I'll stay at your place from now on, Lin Bei remarked to Jiang Xiu, glancing at the corpses strewn across the floor. Cleaning up would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. In this apocalypse, any clean place could serve as a home. All right. In truth, there was little to collect. Cups, clothes, furniture, it hardly mattered. With the ample capacity of her space backpack, she could take whatever she could, and if it filled up, she would simply discard the useless items later. How fragrant. Do you want some? He-Yun emerged from the kitchen with a small pot, her cheerful demeanor instantly fading upon seeing the two seated on the sofa, relishing a bucket of fried chicken. The golden, crispy breading enveloped the meat wings, and the enticing aroma of spicy chicken legs wafted through the air as they munched away, sipping on cold cola. In that moment, He-Yun felt her instant noodles lose their appeal. Although she knew Lin Bei had plenty of supplies, she never imagined it would be to this extent. Everything was spoiled, the chicken legs and wings were all rotten. With tears in her eyes, she finished 3 packets of instant noodles, her stomach full yet her heart unsatisfied. It had been ages since she had enjoyed a chilled beverage. On a July afternoon, nothing could compare. Satiated and ready, Lin Bei retrieved 3 knives, perfectly suited for each of them. He hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, realizing he might have been overthinking it. This neighborhood boasted an occupancy rate of 99, and when the apocalypse struck at 5 in the afternoon, it was a time of heavy foot traffic. Instead of venturing outside, he opted for the underground parking lot. To generate development, there was no need to exert himself unnecessarily. Primarily, while bullets could be dodged, arrows were far more treacherous. In recent days, he had encountered many who were envious of others' fortunes, hiding in their abodes and using compound bows to target those venturing outside to slay zombies. What if someone in this neighborhood were to do the same? What if someone aimed at them? Currently, he was not equipped to intercept arrows. Chapter 17, Clearing the Garage, First Level, 3 stars. The 3 of them entered the underground garage through the fire escape. As they stepped outside, they were met with the sight of countless zombies within the garage, at least 100, by rough estimation. Wandering aimlessly, they lacked targets and sound. How do you feel? Afraid? Lin Bei inquired of the 2 women beside him. What is there to fear about zombies? If it weren't for the concern over food supplies, I would have charged at them long ago, He-Yun replied, her eyes gleaming with excitement, already eager to engage. Lin Bei turned his gaze to Jiang Xiu. Not afraid, Jiang Xiu shook her head, her expression brimming with anticipation. After all you've done for me, it would be rather inhuman to still be afraid. Good. Remember, never allow yourself to be surrounded by zombies. If things go awry, run towards me. Let us go. The 3 of them split up, stealthily approaching a zombie from behind. With swift precision, they brought their blades down, effortlessly severing the heads from the corpses. Strange, He-Yun furrowed her brow. She was unaware of Lin Bei's exact evolutionary level, but Jiang Xiu had only recently reached the limits of human capability. Even with a sharp knife, her strength should not have equaled theirs. Could it be unscientific? A bold hypothesis formed in her mind. Had Lin Bei somehow enhanced her strength? This also clarified Jiang Xiu's earlier excitement in the living room, but it was simply impossible unless he had some sort of cheat. Thud, the sound of a head hitting the ground and the body collapsing echoed clearly in the silent garage, drawing the attention of nearby zombies, their gazes fixated on the trio like hungry wolves. In the next moment, a few of the closest zombies charged towards them. This is the main event. Lin Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Facing the oncoming zombies, he showed no fear. To them, who had reached the limits of human capability, the zombies moved as slowly as elderly folks. As long as they maintained their composure, there was little risk of being caught or bitten. Don't be afraid. Strength? I want strength. As several zombies surged forward, Jiang Xiu instinctively panicked, but she managed to suppress her fear and maintain her calm, glancing at the headless corpses on the ground and leading her companions onward. With a light step, she lunged forward. However, the zombies cared little for her strategy. Their sole focus was on food, and they all stumbled to the ground without exception. Jiangxiyu effortlessly dispatched each one, following the same method. Her tally of slain zombies continued to rise, 3, 5, 10, 20, 30, killing more and more, her technique growing increasingly refined. Suddenly, all three felt a shift in their bodies, their speed increased, their strength surged, and the zombies' movements seemed to slow before their eyes. From this moment, they officially stepped into the ranks of evolutionists. Compared to the people in this building, they were among the elite, but on a national scale, they were merely novices. There was no helping it, the base was simply too vast. No more, I need a break, I'm completely exhausted. After hacking away for half an hour, Hee-Yun could no longer bear it and, disregarding her image, slid down the wall to sit on the ground. Though the underground garage was cool, she was drenched in sweat, her white shirt clinging to her skin, impressive in its own right, even if not quite on the level of Jiangxiyu. Let us take a breather. Yes. Though Lin Bei and Jiangxiyu were also nearly soaked, their expressions remained unchanged. I must ask, aren't you too tired? After hacking and running for so long, you're not even breathing hard. Hee-Yun couldn't hold back any longer. Clearly, their levels were comparable, so why was she the only one gasping for breath? Lin Bei turned to Jiangxiyu. Give her a few pills, killing zombies is dangerous, and she needs to maintain her stamina. All right. Jiangxiyu retrieved 5 recovery pills from her spatial backpack. These are my exclusive concoction, and just one will restore all your strength in an instant. Really? Hee-Yun expressed skepticism. It wouldn't be laced with stimulants, would it? Even stimulants can't restore all your strength instantaneously. Don't think I'm naive just because I'm young. While continuing to doubt, she accepted the pills, keeping her skepticism. She swallowed one, and the moment it hit her stomach, her pupils dilated in disbelief as she looked at Lin Bei. Her strength had completely returned in that instant. He couldn't he possibly be cheating? Could he? This defies logic. Bei, I'm thirsty, I want iced milk tea. Jiangxiyu ignored her reaction and snuggled up to Lin Bei's arm, her large frame pressing against him. A touch of affection can enhance bonds. Here. Lin Bei handed her a cup and took one for himself. Nothing felt more refreshing than enjoying an icy drink after exertion. The smoothness and sweetness of the bubble tea brought wide smiles to both their faces. Good, consuming 2 cups of iced milk tea, returning fourfold, blissful. Bei, it's wonderful to have you. Jiangxiyu rested her head on his shoulder, sipping her milk tea, never imagining she would one day be slaughtering zombies, only to enjoy a delightful drink afterward. Without Lin Bei, her fate would have been either to languish in a turtle's stillness until death or to leap to her demise from starvation. It was thanks to her dear friend's suggestion that she had the courage to knock on his door. What level are you now? First level, 1 star. And you? Same. At this moment, the two resembled a couple in a park, whispering sweet nothings to each other, he handsome, she beautiful, eliciting envy from all who beheld them, while Hee-Yun stood nearby with a forlorn expression. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Bei struggled to suppress his laughter as he looked at her. What's wrong? Is your throat uncomfortable? Would you like a golden throat pill? With that, he took a deep sip of his milk tea. Refreshing. Deliberate. He was definitely doing this on purpose. Clearly, he wanted her to beg for it. Who did he think she was? She was one of the most promising athletes in university, with countless boys offering her milk tea daily. She was thoroughly tired of it. A mere cup of milk tea. Did he think he could make her bow down? Ridiculous. Would you like a cup too? Yes. Without a hint of hesitation, Hee-Yun blurted out, fearing he might change his mind in the next moment, her eyes pleading and eager, reminiscent of a girl awaiting a reward. Here? Thank you, Lin Ji. Thank you, Lin Ji. Lin Bei, you're truly wonderful. Accepting the chilled milk tea, Hee-Yun nearly teared up with excitement, her breath quickening, treating it like a treasure as she carefully inserted the straw. Slurp, she took a gentle sip. Unable to contain her delight, she exclaimed. The bouncy pearls and the smoothness of the milk tea made her envious of Jiangxiyu. Following him was simply too blissful. In this apocalypse, having a bucket of fried chicken and ice-cold cola was already outrageous. While others struggled for a sip of clean water, she was now enjoying iced milk tea with them. She began to question whether she was dreaming. After a sufficient rest, it was time to get back to work. Today's small goal, first level, 2 stars. After finishing her milk tea, Hee-Yun's eyes brimmed with determination. Sticking with the big shots, she could still live comfortably in this apocalypse. Let us do this. Lin Bei kicked a nearby car, setting off its alarm, causing zombies in other areas to lift their heads in unison, all staring towards the source of the sound, instinctively knowing that where there was noise, there was food. Roar! Roar! By 7 in the evening, the zombies in the entire underground garage had been entirely eliminated by the trio. Countless bodies lay strewn across the ground, and the three stood atop the pile, heads held high, embodying the spirit of generals triumphant in battle. The harvest exceeded all expectations. Their strength had surged rapidly, marking a qualitative leap. First level, 3 stars, mission accomplished, time to head home. Chapter 18, fortunate in this life, tempted by culinary delights. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei level, first order, 3 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Ability, space, SSS level, LV1, space backpack. 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 40. Strength, 42. Spirit, 40. Constitution, 40. Items, rebound pill, 2nd grade, 860, SSS level state 30. Strength evaluation, you have surpassed 99 of the global population, possessing abundant experience in battling zombies. Registered in the pokes. Jianshiyu, space, LV1, first order, 3 stars. Bond benefits, Charisma 2, Strength 2, double return on food supplies. The 3 of them first returned to Lin Bei's residence. After enduring a grueling battle lasting 5 to 6 hours, their clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat and stained with the blood of numerous zombies. Standing in the living room, Lin Bei promptly removed his t-shirt and pants. Jianshiyu was unfazed. As a young girl, He-Yun had not yet engaged in any physical contact with them. Out of curiosity, she slightly parted her fingers to observe his physique. Wow. The innate thin muscle holy body, so handsome. Lin Bei entered the bathroom to cleanse himself with bottled water. He dared not use tap water, fully aware that the air was likely saturated with viruses. However, who could ascertain whether consuming the water would pose a risk? During a shower, some water inevitably entered his mouth. Nevertheless, he had ample supplies. The space backpack contained 200 to 300 bottles. Once he unlocked He-Yun's pokes, the return multiplier on their food supplies would reach 3. Each person could consume a bottle of water daily, yielding a return of 9 bottles, effectively allowing them to obtain 6 bottles for free. Utilizing 3 bottles for bathing would still leave them with an excess of 3 bottles each day. Water would only become more abundant. You two might as well bathe together, it would save some water. I'll go prepare dinner. After changing his clothes, Lin Bei headed toward the kitchen. By the way, what should we have for dinner tonight? Lin Bei inquired of Jianshiyu, as he often suffered from indecision. What should they eat? Jianshiyu also found herself at a loss. Meat, eat meat, chicken, pork, duck, fish, beef. He-Yun was silently screaming in her heart. She hadn't had meat in days, unless one counted the meat in braised beef noodles. How about we indulge in some instant noodles that we haven't had in a while? Jianshiyu glanced at He-Yun beside her. No, Rain sister, please don't eat instant noodles. I beg you, don't eat instant noodles. He-Yun shook her head vigorously, her small face filled with desperation. She had been subsisting on instant noodles for several days. Truly, she was on the verge of vomiting. In the past, lacking options, she had found instant noodles delightful. Now, with choices available, the thought of consuming them again made her feel nauseous. I'm just teasing you. Jianshiyu turned to Lin Bei. Just cook whatever you like, and I'll help you once I finish my shower. All right. The 2 women entered the bathroom, whispering to each other. Wow, Rain sister, you're so big, and so fragrant, so soft, and so fair. Rain sister, what are we having for dinner tonight? Just a very simple meal. Is there meat? There should be. Jianshiyu chuckled, shaking her head. Just like before, her longing for meat was intense after such a prolonged absence. By the way, Rain sister, aside from your space ability, have you awakened any other powers? No, I haven't. That's strange. I awakened a strength ability, currently at double enhancement. Logically speaking, my strength should be double yours, yet we are equal. This doesn't seem reasonable. Could it be that Lin Ji increased your strength by double? Jianshiyu was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't expected that little Yun could deduce such matters. Upon seeing her reaction, He-Yun nearly confirmed her suspicions. From the moment he asked you to give me that miraculous pill, I knew he was no ordinary person. Have you never thought? Jianshiyu gently tapped her little head. Little Yun, let me ask you one question. Do you want to follow us? Millimeter yes. Some things don't need to be scrutinized too deeply. If it weren't for him, you would still be at home, wondering whether to save half of your instant noodles for tomorrow. If it weren't for him, you would still be at the limits of human capability, unable to reach first order, 3 stars. If it weren't for him, perhaps your front door would have been breached by those men at noon, and you know all too well what that would entail. Do you think he is unaware of how miraculous those medications are? Do you believe he is oblivious to your wild speculations? Do you think he doesn't realize how extravagant he is? Must he only provide you with a pack of instant noodles and a sausage for every meal, and a single bottle of water each day for you to see him as a normal person, for you to feel satisfied? Indeed. I in these times, no one is a fool. Jiang Shiyu patted her head and said, so, some matters shouldn't be overthought, they are meaningless. Just remember one thing, meeting him is the most fortunate thing that has ever happened to us in this life. Indeed. Upon reflection, those thoughts she had entertained were indeed meaningless. Even if she learned the truth, what difference would it make? I understand now. So, will there be meat for dinner? Yun changed the subject, her heart racing with anticipation. This meal would be her first formal dinner since joining. With Lin Bei's strength, it surely wouldn't be too shabby. Jiang Shiyu smiled. Haven't you gone days without meat? Millimeter hum. Yun nodded vigorously. I absolutely love meat. I can hardly go a meal without it. A true carnivore. Unfortunately, when the apocalypse broke out, we had no reserves at home. It felt like the worst timing. It will be there. After a while, the two women emerged from the bathroom, their hair still damp, chatting and laughing. Once they dried their hair, Jiang Shiyu went to assist in the kitchen, with Yun eagerly following, primarily driven by the desire to see what they would be having for dinner. Upon entering the kitchen, she was utterly stunned. My heavens, is this truly the fare one would expect in the apocalypse? Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour carp. Shredded pork with green peppers, tomato and egg, garlic cucumber, radish stew with meat, chicken stew with potatoes, a large pot of corn and rib soup simmered on the stove, scattered with green onions, enhancing the already enticing aroma of the broth. She had anticipated that the meals might be good, but she had never imagined them to be this splendid. Tears of excitement welled in her eyes. Truly, today's serendipitous encounter with him on the rooftop was undoubtedly the most fortunate event of her life. She genuinely wondered if she had saved the world in her past life. Indeed, even if Lin Bei insisted she call him Dad, she would not hesitate to comply. Uncontrollable tears streamed from the corners of her mouth, the tantalizing aroma intensifying her already ravenous hunger. Rain sister, do your dinners always look this lavish? Yun's voice trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 19, Preparation for Rain, target locked. Not quite, tonight's dinner is indeed quite sumptuous, perhaps due to your presence, Jiang Shiyu remarked with remarkable emotional intelligence. The underlying reason, however, was their heightened need for sustenance. The three of them had all reached the first tier, 3-star level, with their physical attributes at 4 times the limits of an ordinary person, leading to a far greater appetite than one could imagine. The voracious eaters of the pre-apocalyptic era paled in comparison to them. They had to gather what they could. The trio arrived at Jiang Shiyu's home for dinner, and the sight of the bountiful spread made Yun's mouth water. Before diving into the feast, she inquired, Dad, may I eat freely? Huh. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. No, I misspoke, Lin Gage, may I help myself? Yun blinked innocently, her expression one of pitiful pleading. Go ahead, indulge yourself. Then I shall not hold back. Yun activated her food frenzy mode. A piece of richly sauced braised pork rib entered her mouth, so delectable that it made her tremble with delight. She followed it with a mouthful of rice, a bite of smashed cucumber, and a sip of chilled beer. Truly, she had never enjoyed a meal this good before the apocalypse. Jiang Shiyu cast a resentful glance at Lin Bei. When she first arrived, he had not treated her this way. But then she recalled that Lin Bei's numerous requests for her choices must have indicated his interest in her, yet he seemed to find Yun, who was younger than her, more appealing, suggesting he considered her more attractive. Dad, Lin Gage, may I call my father on video? I wish to boast about my meal. Go ahead, cherish the opportunity for video calls, you never know when the power or internet might go out, Lin Bei replied. He was about to call Enu but reconsidered. He had yet to think of how to introduce her to 2 of his girlfriends, so he decided to wait until he could speak to her alone. It wasn't that he didn't want to reach out. The distance was simply too great. They communicated every night, and with the knowledge that her sister had awakened a magnetic ability, he felt no concern for her safety. He would seek her out once he had enough. I feel it won't be long before the city plunges into darkness at night, Jiang Shiyu remarked after sipping her soup. Lin Bei nodded. Life without electricity would be terribly dull. He couldn't possibly spend all his time fighting zombies. He needed some form of entertainment. Solar power was highly prevalent in this era. There's a martial arts studio near my school. They have solar panels on the roof. We should enhance our skills a bit more before heading there. Although solar power was widespread, he couldn't recall any other specific locations at the moment, only that one. After all, Enus blade had been purchased from that very shop. Back in school, they had taken martial arts lessons there for a while. He wondered how their instructor was doing and whether she had turned into a zombie. Is your school far from here? Not far, it's south quite close, just the XX school on the next street, XX school. Yun, in the midst of her food frenzy, looked up. Whoa, senior. I am from that school too. Is that martial arts studio the one just 2 to 3 kilometers away? The instructor's surname is Jiang. You've been there. More than just a visit, Yun nodded. I worked part-time there for 2 months during my freshman summer. I planned to go back this summer, thinking I'd enjoy a week of vacation first. Who knew the apocalypse would strike? Oh, so what about teacher Jiang? She's fine, and she awakened her abilities early on. She mentioned that after awakening, her need for food increased significantly. That's why I've been hesitant to go to the garage and deal with zombies. I'm afraid of running out of food. It was somewhat surprising yet not unexpected. She was indeed formidable. Initially, when he accompanied Enu to class, he had been somewhat dismissive, believing that no matter how well a girl trained, she could not surpass a boy due to inherent physical differences. He had challenged her, only to be thoroughly outmatched. Truly, he had been utterly incapable of countering her, not because of her sheer strength, but due to her exceptional reflexes and physical adaptability. In that moment, he understood the vast chasm between a seasoned practitioner and a novice. What ability did she awaken? An S-class physique. This morning, while chatting with her, she told me her physique level has reached LV3, with a 4-fold enhancement. S-class. As expected, physique. A valuable asset. Linbei squinted. An excessive enhancement in strength might not necessarily be advantageous. If one S physique did not keep pace, the body would surely struggle to withstand the explosive force during an impact. It was decided they would head there. Strength, He-Yun, physique, teacher Jiang. I'm so full. I'm so satisfied. After a hearty meal, He-Yun reclined in her chair, her expression one of utter contentment as she patted her little belly. She had relished the meat and eaten her fill. Don't all fight over me now, I'll wash these dishes shortly. You two should rest, He-Yun said, taking it upon herself to handle the chores, feeling it would be remiss not to contribute in some way. It was time to take a break. After a short respite, Linbei followed Jiang Xiyu to her bedroom, which was impeccably clean and imbued with a subtle fragrance. Bei, please close your eyes for a moment. I need to change, Xiyu said bashfully. All right, Linbei eagerly complied and shut his eyes. Okay. After a significant pause, Xiyu's voice finally reached him. Upon opening his eyes, he was met not with the alluring outfit he had envisioned, but with a pure, academic ensemble. He was momentarily stunned. A black long-sleeved knitted top, a flowing white skirt, paired with white shoes and socks. In this era, JK uniforms were ubiquitous. Her attire evoked a wave of nostalgia for his university days, amplifying her innocent charm to the maximum. No, it was overflowing with innocence. Do I look good? Xiyu shyly tucked her long hair behind her ear, wearing an outfit she had worn during her school days. Although Linbei did not respond, she could discern his affirmation from his reaction, her heart swelling with joy. Having graduated just a year prior, she still looked incredibly youthful. She approached the bed, removed her shoes, and lay down with a hint of shyness, her white-socked feet intertwining, slowly closing her eyes as if she were a girl on her first romantic getaway with her boyfriend. Linbei chuckled. Wonderful, wonderful, the buffs were stacking up. He certainly wasn't feeling sleepy anymore. Delightful. In the living room, gazing at the remaining dishes, He-Yun, with a satisfied moan, prepared to wash the dishes. However, upon hearing faint sounds emanating from the master bedroom, she froze, her fair cheeks flushing crimson. She was no child, she understood all too well what those sounds implied. How ridiculous, she hadn't even returned to her room yet. Wash the dishes, freshen up, go to bed, play on her phone, sleep. In the middle of the night, unable to slumber, she counted sheep. After an indeterminate period of counting, He-Yun suddenly opened her eyes, filled with deep resentment and helplessness, along with. In the stillness of the night, surrounded by silence, those faint noises had taken on an unsettling quality. Glancing at the clock, she recalled washing dishes at 7. It was now midnight. 5 hours had passed, a full 5 hours. Was she never to sleep again? Truly, could one be this relentless? 5 hours, and it continues. Absurd, utterly outrageous. The more she counted sheep, the hotter she felt. Despite the air conditioning, the warmth was not external but rather internal. He-Yun sighed. Continuing to count sheep would be futile, and with her hand resting on the quilt, she slowly slid it beneath the covers. Alas, she had no choice but to resort to special sleep aids. Chapter 20, The Enchantress, coming with intent. The following day, at 2 in the afternoon, after a full 10 hours of slumber, Linbei slowly awoke from his dreams, feeling the warmth in his embrace, a smile gracing his lips. This nap had been rather refreshing. Bei seized the opportunity to devour Xiao Yun. You're simply too formidable, I cannot manage alone, Xiyu murmured softly, resembling a little kitten nestled against his chest. In the pre-apocalyptic era, such words would have never escaped her lips, yet now, in this dystopian world, it was inconceivable for someone as extraordinarily capable as Linbei to have only her as his companion. Rather than seeking out others, it was far more prudent for her to take the initiative to assist him, thereby enhancing her standing in his eyes. He-Yun, Linbei felt a twinge of distress. It wasn't that he was unwilling to indulge immediately, but to force such an act would yield no rewards. Personalities varied greatly among individuals. On that fateful day, Yu had been pushed to her limits by hunger, coupled with her terror of the zombies, which instinctively urged her to remain. Had he employed the same tactics on Hee-Yun the previous day, she likely would have fled on the spot, forcibly procuring what one desires may quench thirst, but he sought sweetness. Although Hee-Yun was younger than Yu, her courage was magnitudes greater, endowing her with a certain degree of self-preservation in this apocalypse. To leverage food as a means of coercion was undoubtedly a strategy of the lowest order. His plan was to proceed gradually. "Shall I lend you a hand?" "Oh." Linbei perked up with interest. "What clever scheme do you have in mind?" "HMPH. Yu pouted. Men are indeed all oafs, unable to resist glancing at what lies beyond their immediate grasp. "You took my words to heart, didn't you, such a fickle-hearted fellow?" "Linbei, was it not you who first suggested that?" "He, merely jesting. Should she become your woman, would you be able to enhance her abilities as well?" "If so, I could use that as bait to entice her. She was an athlete back in school, and such individuals are typically quite competitive. With me laying the groundwork, I doubt she could resist such temptation." "You are rather mischievous." Linbei squinted with a smile. You like it, don't you?" Yu beamed back at his smile. "Hee-Yun is so beautiful. Inevitably, she will attract attention, rather than her leaning into someone else's embrace. Why not have her as my sister, sharing the burden with me? Moreover, only when she truly becomes one of us can we rest assured of her safety, don't you think?" "That is indeed true." "So, you still haven't told me. If you were to consume her, could her powers be enhanced as well?" "Indeed." This was hardly a revelation. If asked, he could simply state that she had awakened other abilities, for each person possesses a unique constitution. His fortuitous awakening of multiple powers was entirely reasonable, was it not? As his words fell, Yu opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by faint voices outside the door, prompting her to perk up her ears and listen intently. 1302, this is it, bro. "Are you certain that flight attendant lives alone? What if we open the door to find a couple of burly men inside?" "I assure you, I reside in the building across from hers. I observe her daily. How could I not know? Although she has been keeping her curtains drawn these past few days, I can guarantee she is alone. Besides, even if there were men, what of it? In this neighborhood, I'm a first-tier, 2-star fighter. I can hold my own. I've never had a flight attendant before. Isn't that why I'm bringing you along to give it a shot? Let me tell you, I've seen many flight attendants, and this one is undoubtedly top-tier, both in looks and figure. Previously, I attempted to strike up a conversation, but she completely ignored me. However, now it's different. Indeed, the apocalypse is quite exhilarating. And there's a little sister living downstairs, also quite charming. Today, we should gather them both. We must remember not to overindulge. Afterwards, we should say some nice words to comfort them, lest they choose to leap from a building." "Understood, bro." Inside the room, Linbei squinted, teasing Yu in his arms. "Oh, my little Yu has quite the charm," drawing the attention of those in the building across. Yu rolled her eyes. "How annoying. You're interrupting our flirtation." Rising to dress, she smiled. "I am no longer the person I was yesterday. Given that they have come all the way from across the street for me, I must extend them a proper welcome. Don't you agree, Bei? Do you need my assistance? It's merely a first-tier, 2-star situation. Your help is unnecessary. You have already aided me immensely. If I were to rely on you again, it would only highlight my inadequacy. Please, do not perceive me as a coward." Yu donned her attire and ventured into the living room. Linbei fed her, facilitating her evolution and the awakening of her powers, thus doubling her strength. He helped her conquer her fear of zombies, successfully propelling her to a first-tier, 3-star level, with all her attributes reaching 4 times that of an ordinary person. With her strength now augmented to 8 times the human limit, she had become a formidable survivor in this apocalyptic landscape. She was determined to prove herself. Previously timid, she was now resolute. Linbei rose, deciding to investigate further. In this world of uncertainty, one must always be wary. I in the living room. Yu was bundled securely in a white crew-neck t-shirt and blue jeans, seated on the sofa with one leg draped over the other, leisurely sipping her black coffee. She had been indulging splendidly in recent days, starting her day with a cup of black coffee. How disciplined. Bang. The doorknob turned, and the blanket hanging from the handle fell to the ground with a crash, a precaution to prevent midnight intrusions. The two outside recognized the sound as a sign of caution from within and rushed in. Upon entry, brandishing baseball bats, their eyes immediately locked onto Yu, who sat on the sofa. Though she was wrapped up tightly and clad in ordinary attire, her beauty was undeniable, their gazes filled with greed. "Beautiful lady, do you remember me?" inquired the taller of the two men. "I do not," Yu replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. "This is my home. Would you kindly leave?" Leave, chuckled the taller man, as the leaner one behind him chimed in eagerly. What do you mean your home? From this moment forth, this is our home. The taller man laughed heartily while closing the door and pulled a Snickers bar from his pocket, tearing it open and taking a large bite. Beautiful lady, I've observed you for several days. There's nothing to eat in your home, you must be starving, would you care to try some? He waved the half-eaten Snickers in front of her. Jiang Shiyu chuckled, finding his antics absurd. A single pack of Snickers, did he truly believe he could compel her to bow down? How laughable. Not only was she not lacking in food, but even if she had been starving for days, she would never concede to such individuals. Seeing her smile, the man grinned, thinking she desired food. Beautiful lady, if you call me good brother, I'll give you a whole pack. How does that sound? He approached the sofa, preparing to sit down. In the next moment, he found his rear suspended in midair, for before him, the smile on Jiang Shiyu's face had morphed into a chilling glare, a long knife shimmering ominously in her hand. As she rose, the man hastily retreated, creating distance, his smile replaced with a grave expression, cautiously assessing her. How did you conjure that knife? Jiang Shiyu, uninterested in conversing, advanced slowly towards them. Her intent was clear, she sought to drive these two out the door, unwilling to stain her home with blood, which would require cleaning later. Chapter 21, Mutant Zombies and Protein Monsters. My dear, do you believe your blade is swifter, or my iron club more ferocious? The tall man, noticing Jiang Shiyu's relentless approach, swung his baseball bat, producing a menacing whoosh. Jiang Shiyu wore a mocking expression as she continued to advance. A baseball bat, indeed, was quite a rudimentary weapon. How much better it was to possess the exquisite Tangheng knife from her home. Yesterday, she had dispatched over 100 zombies with it, the blade remaining utterly unscathed, a testament to its quality. The tall man's countenance grew increasingly grave. He was uncertain whether this woman was merely posturing or genuinely formidable. If she wielded another weapon, that would be one thing, but the fact that she brandished a sharp long knife left him unwilling to risk injury. Humans are inherently creatures that strive to avoid harm. He retreated, then retreated again, until both stood at the doorway. The frail man shouted, Brother, that woman must be bluffing. If she truly had the skill, she would have charged at us by now. Don't let her intimidate you. Remember, you are level 1, star 2. Together, we can disarm her. Indeed, why should I fear, as a level 1, star 2, damn it, I had completely forgotten. The grave expression on the man's face quickly morphed into a sinister grin. My dear, even if you possess a knife, what of it? The disparity in absolute power cannot be bridged by mere weaponry. I have crushed nearly 100 zombie skulls to attain level 1, star 2. If you wish to avoid injury, you would do well to lay down your knife, otherwise, do not blame me for not caring for your well-being. With that, he brandished the baseball bat and advanced. He had observed the path they had traversed. Not many zombies had been slain. The fire escape was littered with the corpses of a mere dozen or so zombies, insufficient even for ascending to level 1, star 1, let alone star 2. In terms of raw strength, he undoubtedly held the upper hand over this woman. Jiang Shiyu feigned ignorance. What nonsense are you spouting? As she continued to close the distance, the tall man swung his baseball bat with force, intent on tearing away her facade, and thereafter, her clothing, to make her comprehend the price of pointing a weapon at them. Clang! Jiang Shiyu pivoted the blade, striking with the back of the knife. Impossible! In the instant their weapons collided, the man's pupils constricted in terror. The overwhelming recoil rendered him unable to maintain his grip, and as the baseball bat clattered to the ground, he instinctively turned to flee. No way, what the hell, how could this woman's strength be so terrifying? He was a level 1, star 2, 3 times the strength of an ordinary person, yet before her, he felt as powerless as an infant. He even feared his bones might shatter under the force. After a fleeting moment of numbness, a searing pain ripped through him. The slightly frail man, having prepared to act, witnessed his elder brother's retreat and dared not linger, fleeing alongside him, fully aware that they had bitten off more than they could chew. They had thought her to be mere bluster, only to discover her true prowess. Moments ago, they had sought to invade, now, they only wished to escape. Jiang Shiyu smiled. Finally, these two fools had vacated her abode, allowing her to act without reservation. Over the past few days, she had been voraciously consuming post-apocalyptic novels and films, grasping a vital principle: never let an enemy escape, never play the saint. They had come to take what was hers, and she would not allow either of them to leave alive. Outside the door, the two men, having bolted from the premises, gasped for breath. Brother, what just happened? Was that woman truly terrifyingly strong? The frail man inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. The tall man's eyes were filled with profound dread. Not just terrifying, my hand is likely ruined. Where on earth did she kill so many zombies to level up? As they spoke, the pair hastened towards the fire escape. But Jiang Shiyu followed closely behind. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the tall man about to utter a plea for mercy. And the next instant, he beheld an unsettling sight at his neck. What the hell? The other man, witnessing this scene, felt his legs turn to jelly, rolling and scrambling toward the fire escape, only to feel a sudden chill at his neck, yet he still managed to dash through. However, why can't I feel my body? No, where is my body? A head rolled down the staircase. "Two fools, you've utterly ruined my pleasant morning." Jiang Shiyu cast a cold glance before retracting her gaze and returning home. Such a bloody spectacle triggered a slight nausea within her, a mere instinct, yet nothing more. Yesterday's scene in the underground parking lot was several hundred times more grotesque. Upon entering her residence, Lin Bei and He Yun were already in the living room. "Sister Shiyu, what transpired just now?" He Yun, sporting dark circles under her eyes, appeared as though she had not slept at all. "Nothing much, just two oblivious clowns." "Wash your face and prepare for breakfast, you look exhausted. I take it you were up late on your phone last night." The mere mention of it caused He Yun's expression to shift into one of deep resentment. Her small eyes darted between her and Lin Bei. When the words reached her lips, she reconsidered, deciding against it. Sister Shiyu was already exercising great restraint in her tone, yet her hearing was simply too acute at the moment. She entered the washroom to splash water on her face. Jiang Shiyu squinted her eyes. "Quite interesting." After washing her face, He Yun energetically rushed to her side, clutching her arm, her big, sparkling eyes brimming with anticipation. "Sister Shiyu, what are we having for breakfast?" They had feasted well the night before, yet a night had passed, and they were already ravenously hungry. "Protein. Protein. Protein." Jiang Shiyu was just about to suggest they eat something light when, through the window, she heard peculiar howls emanating from below. As her body evolved, so too did her hearing and vision. The three hurried to the window to take a look. "What on earth is that creature? Is it still a zombie?" He Yun gasped, her eyes wide with shock. "It is rather exaggerated." Jiang Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. "This should be a paratype mutated zombie after evolution. Those muscles seem familiar, as if I've seen them in some television series." Lin Bei squinted, unable to contain himself. In recent days, he had come across strange zombies online, yet he never anticipated encountering such a creature within their community. From the 13th floor, it towered over the surrounding zombies by at least 2 heads, clad only in a pair of gym shorts, its exposed flesh brimming with explosive muscle. The omnipotent internet had classified zombies into several categories: ordinary zombies, the mundane zombies found on the streets, evolved zombies akin to humans, elite zombies, evolved zombies with special abilities, mutated zombies, evolved zombies with exceptionally strong abilities. The one they were currently observing likely belonged to the third category. Its physique was undeniably extraordinary. Soon, the zombie vanished from their line of sight. He Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "I initially thought being level 1, star 3 was sufficient, but I never expected such monsters to exist in our community. Our strength is still too weak." In this perilous world, only one's formidable strength could provide a sense of security. "Indeed." Jiang Shiyu nodded. "The mere presence of such a creature in our vicinity raises the question of how many more lurk outside. Even with my Beibei's assistance, I still feel my power is lacking." He Yun raised an eyebrow, discreetly glancing at Lin Bei, uncertain whether his abilities could amplify her own strength. If so, her power could potentially receive a significant boost. At present, her strength was 8 times that of an ordinary person. If it were to double, that would be an astonishing 16 times. Just the thought of it excited her immensely. Moreover, her power ability was only at LV1. If it were to upgrade, the enhancement would be substantial. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. No, she must ask Sister Shiyu about this later. Chapter 22. He entered the scene, and he was instantly subdued. "What is the matter, Beibei? Is there a problem?" Noticing Lin Bei standing motionless by the window, Lin Bei made a sure gesture. "Did you hear any strange sounds?" "Strange sounds?" The two women frowned, straining to listen. Faintly, they seemed to hear protein, protein, protein. As they listened, their expressions changed dramatically. They exchanged glances. "This is bad." The faint sound grew louder, and with the heavy scent of blood permeating the air, they instinctively turned towards the door. That creature, it wouldn't have followed the scent of blood here, would it? Jiang Shiyu's face turned pale. "It seems it truly has." He Yun hurried back to the room to retrieve a knife, preparing for the worst as she gazed at the door. The sound was now undeniably close, a deep growl accompanied by heavy footsteps, all indicating that it lurked just outside. "I'm sorry, Beibei, I didn't know the smell of blood would attract such a monster. I truly had no idea." Jiang Shiyu apologized, her complexion paling. She had intended to showcase her courage but inadvertently attracted this monstrosity. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. Truth be told, he was uncertain as well. He knew zombies were sensitive to the scent of blood, but never imagined this particular zombie could detect the scent from 13 floors below. Absurd, outrageously preposterous. However, this might not be entirely detrimental. Killing such a zombie would yield energy far surpassing that of ordinary ones. If they wished to escape, they could leave with the two women now, with ample time to spare. With each zombie slain, he felt a faint surge of energy coursing through his body, akin to gaining experience points. This world seemed to transform into a game, and this muscular zombie was merely a minor boss. I'm sorry. Xiyu continued to berate herself. It's nothing to fret about. It's merely a mutated zombie. Don't underestimate your man. Lin Bei comforted her, patting her head, while his eyes reflected anticipation as he gazed at the door. Protein. So much protein. The sound of chewing echoed. Although separated by a door, the three understood precisely what transpired outside and held their breath. Not enough. Not enough protein. Before long, the muscular creature's growls reverberated, indicating its frantic inhalation of the air. Protein. The creature's dark eyes locked onto the door. It had caught the scent of fresh protein within and approached with wild steps, each footfall causing the floor to tremble. Bang. The security door crumpled before it as if made of paper, effortlessly smashed open. Upon seeing the three individuals inside, the creature revealed a grotesque, cruel, and greedy grin. Protein. So much protein. In close proximity, the muscular creature's physique was even more horrifying than they had imagined, its head nearly brushing the ceiling, its massive form and bulging muscles hinting at unfathomable strength. A sense of helplessness welled up within the two women. They tightened their grips on their knives. Even with three of them, escaping unscathed from this beast seemed unlikely. He felt a pang of dissatisfaction. If she could double her current strength, she would be confident enough to tackle the creature before them. Its muscles were truly intimidating. She did not wish to perish. There were still countless experiences she yearned to savor. No, she must not think this way. To falter before battle was a grave mistake. The three of them, all at the first tier with 3 stars, should be able to handle this zombie without issue. Protein. With no door to hinder it, the muscular creature could now smell their fresh scent more distinctly, its terrifying grin growing increasingly menacing. In the next moment, its smile faltered. While it could disregard the knives in the women's hands, the dark muzzle of the gun in Lin Bei's grip evoked a primal fear deep within its memory, causing it to instinctively step back. The smile of the muscular creature transferred to Lin Bei's face. In the early days of the apocalypse, guns were nearly invincible. Seeing the creature retreat, Lin Bei's grin widened. This was the experience point served on a silver platter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He frantically pulled the trigger. In the blink of an eye, 10 bullets were fired. The terrifying recoil was nothing in his eyes. To mask the brief pause, he changed the magazine in under 10 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 10 shots followed. A total of 20 bullets found their mark on the muscular creature's head. Within 7 steps, his aim was swift and precise, and the creature's head, which was at least twice the size of an average man's, was an easy target for anyone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Next came 30 shots. The semi-automatic pistol, thanks to his speed, was transformed into an automatic weapon. The power of the Desert Eagle was incomparable to that of an ordinary handgun. It could effortlessly fell an elephant. At just a few meters away, those 30 bullets were certain to take down not only this muscular creature, but even a second-tier zombie. Bang! With the third magazine emptied, the muscular creature's colossal body collapsed with a resounding thud, its head shattering. They had anticipated a fierce battle, a fight to the death. He entered, and he was annihilated in an instant. This muscular creature had barely been on the scene for 5 seconds before being ruthlessly dispatched by Lin Bei. Knowledge transforms life, technology alters fate. Done. He slapped her forehead. I completely forgot Lin Gich had a gun. No matter how monstrous the zombies are, they can't compare to a handgun. A surge of energy flowed into Lin Bei's body. Har har har. Lin Bei could not contain his laughter. Slaying this muscular creature had elevated his level by an entire star. Owner Lin Bei level, first tier, 4 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Special ability, space, SSS level, LV1, space backpack. 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 50. Strength, 52. Mentality, 50. Constitution, 50. Items, returning power pill, second tier, 900, SSS level stake 333. Members registered in the illustrated guide. Jiang Xiyu, space, LV1, first tier, 3 stars. Bond benefit, charisma 2, strength 2, double return of food supplies. You're amazing, I've leveled up. Lin Bei excitedly embraced Xiyu. In the apocalypse, nothing thrilled him more than the enhancement of his strength, yet, he acted this way to alleviate Xiyu's guilt. She had been too burdened by the thought of attracting the mutated zombie. Really? That's wonderful. Xiyu's anxious heart settled. She feared Lin Bei would resent her for acting thoughtlessly. Regardless of the circumstances, the danger had finally passed. He exhaled in relief, casting a slightly envious glance at the two embracing each other. Having grown up, she had yet to be held by a man. Her friends with boyfriends often spoke of how comforting it was, but she could only wonder what that feeling was like. Shaking her head, she mused, strength, more strength is still necessary. Today, she must earnestly inquire how you managed to double her strength. Chapter 23, Clearing the Community, Comprehensive Enhancement. After finishing their meal, the three set out. Although the martial arts school of teacher Jiang was only a few kilometers away, traversing the distance on foot proved to be a formidable challenge. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, they decided to further prepare themselves. Upon reaching the ground floor, they reveled in the warmth of the sunlight after nearly a week of being confined within the community since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Roar! Roar! The trio made no effort to conceal their presence. The surrounding zombies surged towards them like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. Initially, the speed of these zombies was akin to a leisurely jog, but now they were as swift as a sprinting human. Survival of the fittest, those who remain stagnant are destined for destruction. Our objective for today is to clear out the zombies within the community. That should pose no problem, Lin Bei stated, casting a cursory glance at the approaching horde, which numbered in the hundreds. This community comprises 60 buildings, each with 2 units and 16 floors, totaling 3,840 households. Assuming an average of 3 individuals per household, the population exceeds 10,000. Given that the apocalypse erupted at 5 in the afternoon, one can only imagine the number of zombies now roaming outside. Not at all. Jiang Shiyu replied confidently. Easy peasy. He Yun also appeared quite nonchalant. Without that miraculous pill, such a feat would be impossible. However, at present, these zombies were nothing more than walking experience points. Whoosh! 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 Lin Bei drew his pistol, aiming it at the foremost zombie and pulling the trigger. The first row of zombies collapsed in a chain reaction. Their mobility had indeed increased, yet their cognitive faculties remained somewhat lacking. But then again, even normal humans might exhibit such a dilemma. Let us get to it. They flourished amidst the carnage, akin to flowers blooming in the dawn. Where they passed, only headless zombies remained in their wake. Each strike was delivered with utmost vigor, leaving no room for exhaustion, weakness. A dose of that miraculous pill would restore their strength. Sis, wake up. The big shots in the community have made their move. You must see this. Those 3 are simply incredible. The zombies before them are like toys. Wow, are they still human? Handsome, do you need a wife? I'll throw myself at you. Big shot, my sister is still a virgin and incredibly beautiful. Come to my house and be my brother-in-law. Reverse brother. Handsome, take me with you. I can warm your bed. Word spread rapidly. Survivors within the community rushed to their windows, each one fervently shouting to attract their attention. This is wonderful. With these 3 big shots around, our danger level has significantly diminished. Indeed, they are simply monstrous. Jiang Shiyu glanced around and remarked, I never anticipated that so many people were still alive. Lin Bei, recalling something, gestured, not everyone is as fortunate as you, with nothing to eat at home. Shiyu's face flushed, who knew the apocalypse would descend so suddenly. Nevertheless, I'm quite lucky to have you living across the hall. I owe it all to my best friend. If she hadn't urgently called me to play a game, I might not have made it back in time. Your luck is indeed remarkable. He remembered vividly that Jiang Shiyu had returned home merely 20 minutes before the outbreak. Had she delayed even slightly, she would have either become a zombie or, here's to your best friend. Bei, I leveled up. Suddenly, He Yun chimed in excitedly, I leveled up too. We all leveled up. Har, brother Lin, sister Yu, my ability has risen to level 2, and now my strength has tripled. Truly, had it not been for her fear of sister Yu's feelings, she would have eagerly leaped into brother Lin's arms and planted a fervent kiss on him. Her rapid ability enhancement was due to her relentless exertion of power, and the frequent utilization of her abilities naturally led to upgrades. The prerequisite for such frequent use was, of course, brother Lin's special pills. Whoosh! He Yun summoned all her strength and delivered a terrifying slash, instantly severing the heads of 10 zombies. That feels amazing. He Yun was beside herself with excitement, trembling with exhilaration. This power was truly formidable. With the collective leveling up of the trio, their speed in clearing zombies escalated further, with the number of zombies falling to their blades shifting from 10s to 100s and then 1000s. Awesome. Hours passed. The vast community was littered with corpses, resembling a hellscape, with only the 3 of them standing atop the mountain of bodies. Master, Lin Bei level, first stage, 6 stars. System space. 10 cubic meters. Ability, space, SSS level, LV1, space backpack, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 70. Strength, 72. Mental, 70. Constitution, 70. Items, recovery pill, 2nd grade, 1314, SSS level stake 520. Collected members in the gallery. Jiang Xiyu, space, LV1, first stage, 5 stars. Bond benefits, Charisma 2, Strength 2, double return on food supplies. Awesome. He was at 6 stars, while Hiyun and Xiyu were both at 5 stars. The combat power of their trio was formidable. Leaning against the wall, he flipped his hand and popped a piece of steak into his mouth. After several hours of zombie extermination, he was famished. Although the recovery pill could restore stamina, it did not quell hunger. Bei, I'm hungry, let us eat. Xiyu approached him, tilting her head back and slightly parting her lips. Here. Lin Bei offered the steak to her, allowing her to take a bite. Upon tasting it, she sighed in satisfaction. So fragrant, so tender, so delicious. One more bite, so good. Hiyun watched with envy, her mouth watering uncontrollably. The two feigned ignorance of her presence, taking turns to feed one another. HMPH, this infuriates me. Cough. Cough cough cough. Cough 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 cough. The two remained unresponsive. I'm knocking, it's deliberate, it must be deliberate, until Hiyun's throat was nearly raw from coughing. Lin Bei, with his arm around Xiyu, leisurely turned to her, brandishing a piece of steak before her eyes. Call me good brother, and I'll give you one. Hiyun chuckled derisively. What did she think this was? Just one? Laughable. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, good brother. 100. With her powerful lungs, she managed to shout 100 times in one breath. 100 pieces. The two stared in astonishment. Hiyun proudly lifted her little head and extended her hand. Brother Lin, you said it. Shout good brother and I get one piece. You must keep your word. I shouted 100 times, so you owe me 100 pieces. I don't have a space backpack, so start with 10. What if I don't keep my word? Oh dear, good brother, can't you just spare me a few pieces? I am practically starving, and you're here to toy with me. Hiyun pouted, pulling on his arm in a playful manner. Fine, eat. Lin Bei handed her 5 pieces. Little Hiyun was rather amusing. Hee, thank you, good brother. Hiyun didn't mind the grease on the steak and eagerly began to devour it. One bite in, she was taken aback. How could this steak be so delicious? My goodness, it's excessively good. Having polished off 5 palm-sized pieces, she was still unsated and clung to his arm, whining, good brother, could you spare me a few more pieces? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. So soft. The next moment, his expression hardened as he abruptly released Hiyun, seizing an arrow that had been shot at him. Hiyun's face shifted through a range of emotions. She had thought that Lin Bei might not appreciate her affection, leaving her quite disappointed. However, upon seeing the arrow in his hand, her surprise quickly morphed into intense fury as she followed the trajectory of the arrow. Across from them, on the 15th floor, stood a youth by the window, gripping a compound bow. Chapter 24, A Minor Torment, Power Outage in the Community. Lin Bei sneered. The situation he had feared had ultimately transpired. Someone harbored ill will towards him and had covertly launched a surprise attack. Damn it, seeking death. Xiyu, nestled in his arms, caught sight of the arrow and, unusually, let out a curse. Let us go. Let us go. Lin Bei strode towards the building, with the two women closely following. In this apocalyptic world, while others could launch clandestine attacks without a second thought, he too could retaliate without hesitation. The man by the window clearly did not anticipate Lin Bei's ability to catch him off guard. Upon seeing them approach, his expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's thought, he drew his bow and aimed, releasing a second arrow. It was aimed with precision. The shot was accurate, however. When unprepared, one could hardly hit their target. With preparation, it was even more impossible. Each arrow was deftly intercepted. Damn. Can't even kill you with this. The man's face twisted in frustration. The trio entered the building. 15th floor, charge. Given their current physical abilities, reaching the 15th floor from the ground floor would take no more than 10 seconds. Bang. A powerful kick shattered the security door. Inside, a man was hurriedly stuffing items into his bag. Upon noticing their arrival, his movements halted momentarily. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Bro, would you believe me if I said I was just shooting at zombies? What do you think? I think you would believe me. As the man spoke, he began to back away. Bro, considering we're all from the same community, could you let me off this once? I acted impulsively just now, grant me another chance. As his words fell, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Die. Whoosh. Lin Bei raised his hand, firmly grasping a sewing needle midair, his gaze mocking as he locked eyes with the man. Your abilities are commendable, but unfortunately, your opportunity for ascendance is lost. Impossible. The man's pupils dilated sharply, terror flooding his features. Originally, his plan was to engage in conversation to distract Lin Bei, then stealthily eliminate him using his magnetic abilities. Who would notice a needle's size, especially in high-speed flight? He thought he was certain of success. To his shock, not only did this man notice, but he also caught it. In the next moment, he saw the dark muzzle of a gun reflected in Lin Bei's eyes, and cold sweat drenched his back. At that moment, he could smell the scent of death. Without a second thought, he knelt down. Bro, please, don't pull the trigger. I was wrong, truly wrong. Grant me another chance, I beg you. Your ability should be magnetic. You can control the bullet's head. If you can block it, I will give you a chance. No. Before the man could finish, a bullet was fired from the gun. The moment Lin Bei pulled the trigger, the man activated his powers with all his might, but his ability level was simply too low, and his magnetic powers were merely C-grade. He was utterly incapable of blocking the bullet. Thud, the bullet pierced into his thigh. Logically, given the Desert Eagle's power, that shot should have created a gaping hole in his leg, yet it merely penetrated the flesh. Beads of sweat formed on the man's forehead, evidently a result of his abilities. Well done, you managed to block it. The man instinctively smiled. So, does that mean you'll give me a chance? I swear did I ever say that? You damn fool. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Bei fired 4 shots in quick succession. The shots pierced through both his menisci and shoulder blade. Just kidding, I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll give you a chance, I will. If you manage to survive, consider it a testament to your fate. The man's eyes widened. This is what you call a chance? Are you kidding me? With that, Lin Bei turned to leave. HMPH, Jiang Xiu huffed as she departed. Serves you right. He Yun shot him a cold glare. Why not just live peacefully instead of courting death? The power of the Desert Eagle was not to be trifled with. The man's knees and shoulder joints were shattered, his bones reduced to fragments, held together by mere skin, blood gushing forth. If he managed to survive this, it would only speak to his tenacity. Good brother, why not just finish him off? You can't truly intend to give him a chance, can you? What if he survives? Once outside, He Yun inquired. The more Lin Bei thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it, thankfully, he had acquired Jiang Xiu's abilities, allowing him to grasp spatial awareness. Otherwise, that little brat would have succeeded in his sneak attack. Finishing him off seems too merciful, don't you think? Let him linger in a state of half-life, endure the agony of his wounds, feel the slow drain of life. Magnetic powers are a fine ability, even at a low level. With development, one could rise to prominence, yet now, due to a moment of recklessness, he has lost everything and must suffer, slowly waiting for death, plagued by regret and bitterness until his last breath. That makes sense. He Yun agreed, but then added, but what if this guy doesn't die? If he survives, he will surely seek revenge. Lin Bei chuckled as he ruffled her hair. I never said we had to leave right now, aren't you hungry? Let us find an empty house to eat first. After we finish, we can return to check on him. He Yun stuck out her tongue. I was overthinking it. Who would have thought you were quite insightful, understanding the importance of a follow-up? Not really, just read too many novels. Finding an empty house, with a wave of his hand, 3 overflowing bowls of rice appeared, each bowl roughly the size of a face, as their appetites had grown considerably. Filling smaller bowls would be too cumbersome. Let us keep lunch simple. Simple, He Yun felt somewhat disappointed. The next moment, simple, is this what you call simple? Sweet and sour ribs, tomato and egg. Sauerkraut fish slices. Stir-fried shredded pork with garlic spreads, braised lamb, black fish soup. 5 dishes and a soup, is this what you call simple? I absolutely adore such simple meals. Jiang Xiu, I can't possibly finish it. Bei, it seems the power is out. After feasting, Xiu intended to rummage through the family's refrigerator for supplies. Upon opening it, attempts to switch on the lights revealed the absence of power. So soon. Lin Bei furrowed his brow. In truth, it wasn't quick at all. It had been nearly a week since the apocalypse erupted before the power outage. One could say that was rather slow. Glancing at the time, it was 6 in the evening. Summer nights lingered longer, but heading out to Jiang Lao's place now felt a bit late. Lin Bei looked at He Yun. Let's stay at your place tonight. We can set out tomorrow and gather your things. He Yun nodded while gnawing on a rib. After filling their stomachs, the trio returned to the 15th floor. Damn it. They've crippled me. I must avenge this. I will make you witness your woman being toyed with. Just as they reached the 15th floor door, they heard a voice filled with hatred from within. Lin Bei paused, surprised at the man's resilience. Unfortunately, entering the room, they found the man, now limbless, sprawled on the sofa. His wounds appeared as if they had been seared shut, no longer bleeding, with several spatulas lying quietly on the floor. Understood, the magnetic ability had manipulated the gas to ignite the spatulas, sealing his wounds with heat. One could only imagine the torment he endured, and Lin Bei couldn't help but admire his will to survive. Damn it. I must have my revenge. The man continued to mutter to himself, the excessive blood loss causing his consciousness to waver, unaware of the 3 who had entered his home. I need to eat something to replenish my blood. My head is spinning. As he turned, he caught sight of the three standing silently at the door, his pupils constricting. Har har har. The man laughed, a touch of madness in his mirth. His eyes were bloodshot. He had suffered immensely, barely clinging to life, yet these intruders had not left. Har har har. A bullet struck him squarely in the forehead. That feels good. Lin Bei, satisfied, departed with the two women. He had no inclination to provoke others, but he loathed allowing those who dared to provoke him to escape unscathed. Chapter 25, The Enchantment of Poetry and Rain. He Young takes the bait. At the doorstep of He Young's home, she produced her key and unlocked the door. The moment she stepped inside, she checked whether the electricity was functioning. With a sigh, she turned to Lin Bei and Jiang Xiu, saying, "There's no power at my place either. It seems we really are experiencing a blackout." Lin Bei and Jiang Xiu surveyed her home. The overall decor was quite similar to theirs, but her abode was filled with various items, yet remained tidy. As their gaze landed on the coffee table in the living room, they were drawn to the assortment of trinkets displayed there, and a smile involuntarily crept onto their faces. Quite charming, indeed. Jiang Xiu noticed it as well. Following their line of sight, He Young's fair cheeks flushed crimson. She swiftly approached, opened the window, and without a second thought, hurled the items outside, her movements seamless. "I must say, someone definitely entered my home last night, leaving behind things I've never seen before. I need to investigate thoroughly. Someone must be lurking." He Young feigned composure, but her flushed cheeks betrayed her. "Is that so?" Xiu inquired casually as she assisted in the inspection. "If you discard it now, what will you do if you need it later?" "It's fine. I have a new one in my drawer," He Young replied, her mind clouded with embarrassment, and as soon as she spoke, her already rosy cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. She bit her lip and shot Xiu a shy glare. "Sister Yu." Oh no, she thought, she had revealed too much. "Come now, don't be so bashful. We're all adults here, indulging in such matters is perfectly normal. I've bought similar trinkets in the past," Xiu reassured her. "Really?" He Young asked, intrigued. "Don't ask, just take my word for it." "All right, no one will mock you. We're departing tomorrow, so gather what you need. We'll leave as soon as we wake up." "Okay." Xiu joined her in collecting her belongings, which primarily consisted of clothing and such. "Sister Yu, may I ask you something?" "Feel free to ask." With their departure looming, He Young, now at a first-tier 5-star level, possessing powers tripled in strength, was capable of exerting 18 times the strength of an ordinary person. It sounded formidable, yet who could say if there would be any monstrous aberrations lurking outside? What if they encountered a situation that a mere handgun couldn't resolve? Her strength still felt insufficient. "Sister Yu, Lin Ji can double your strength. Is there any chance he could he also double mine?" Hesitating for a while, He Young finally voiced the thought that had lingered in her mind all day. Xiu was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to seduce He Young into making this suggestion, but she had not anticipated that He Young would take the initiative. Jiang Xiu wore a troubled expression. "It's possible, but his ability can only what? Only be used on his women." He Young had expected some stringent condition, but this, without a second thought, she blurted out, "That's easy, I can just consider myself one of his women." Jiang Xiu, instantly regretting her impulsive words, He Young chastised herself for her recklessness. Cough, what I meant was, it might not be right to consider myself his woman, especially since, well, I don't know him very well yet, and you are his girlfriend. I wouldn't want to jeopardize your relationship." "I don't mind." "Really, that's wonderful. No, I mean, it might not be right." He Young babbled excitedly, her mind racing at the prospect of being able to be with the boy she admired, gaining strength in the process. How could she resist such a tempting offer? Lin Bei was incredibly handsome. From their first meeting, she had found him not only striking but also possessing an alluring charm. He had provided her with ample food and had aided her rapid growth. Had it not been for Lin Bei, she might still be at home, hesitating over whether to venture out, or perhaps she would have already been trapped on the rooftop, destined to become zombie fodder. The youthful girl's heart fluttered, yet she refrained from expressing her feelings openly due to her sister Yu's presence. Jiang Xiu frowned slightly, realizing that things were progressing more smoothly than she had anticipated. Even without her involvement, it wouldn't be long before little Young would willingly offer herself. There was no escaping it. How could anyone resist the allure of her handsome Bei? "Little Young, do you yearn for power? Do you wish to seize your future? There's no time like the present. How about becoming his woman tonight? After tonight, your strength could escalate from 18 times to 36 times that of an ordinary person." 36 times, can you even fathom that? She whispered enticingly into her ear. "Tonight." He Young bit her lip, shyly murmuring, "Isn't he that a bit too soon? I'm not ready yet." It felt exhilarating to speak of it, but when faced with the reality, she hesitated. Xiu approached from behind, placing her hands on He Young's shoulders. Little Young, we are in the midst of an apocalypse, the world outside is chaotic, and we may encounter insurmountable dangers at any moment. At that point, it won't matter whether you are prepared or not. We leave tomorrow, and the stronger you become, the better our chances of reaching our destination. What if something unexpected occurs tomorrow, and you witness Lin Bei and me fall before your eyes? Would you regret your shyness at this moment, or do you wish to continue drifting alone in this post-apocalyptic world? Some opportunities must be seized in the present. Once the moment passes, regret will come too late. Little Young. He Young's delicate face was filled with uncertainty. I don't know how to face him. I feel embarrassed about such matters. Now she understood. You realized, you're not unwilling, you're simply shy, right? That's easily remedied. Listen to me. After hearing Xiu's plan, He Young's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that really possible? Why wouldn't it be? Sister Yu, I'm still a bit scared. I truly lack the psychological readiness for this. Is it not a tad too fast? I really am not prepared. Don't worry, it will be just fine. All right. After gathering her belongings, they made their way to the living room, where the sky had gradually darkened. Xiu, noticing Lin Bei preparing to take a shower, proactively suggested, Bei, we're feeling rather uncomfortable, shall we wash up first? Sure. Seizing the opportunity while the two women bathed, Lin Bei made a video call to his first wife. You, has the power gone out at your place too? I suspect the backup power at the signal station won't last long. Use your home as a base until I have enough strength to come find you. All right, I miss you terribly. Rest assured, Lin Bei, am not a fickle person. You know me. Even if a beauty were to throw herself at me, I wouldn't so much as glance. My heart belongs solely to you. Truly, you can relax. After ending the call, Lin Bei chuckled to himself. He wondered what Xiu had in mind for the night. Perhaps a work uniform, white stockings, black stockings. He felt a tinge of anticipation. Before long, the two women emerged together, their damp hair and form-fitting attire showcasing their figures beautifully. Once He Young was won over, he would have one on each side of him. Bei, I'll sleep in this room tonight, and He Young will be in that one, Xiu declared as they entered the bathroom. Got it. Once inside, Xiu took He Young's hand and led her to her room, speaking softly, it's dark now. When the time comes, just lie on the bed with your back to him. Don't worry, he's interested in you as well. Once he realizes it's you, he'll go with the flow. You simply need to follow my instructions. Sister Yu, how about we wait until tomorrow? I'm a bit scared. He Young attempted to rise, but Xiu firmly restrained her. No way. Once you arrive, you can't just leave. Little Young, do you not recall what I just told you? What if we encounter danger tomorrow, and your lack of enhanced power leads to unforeseen consequences? Are you certain you won't regret it? Brainwashing, relentless persuasion. Little Young, think of how good Lin Bei has been to you. He ensures you're well fed at every meal, and he doesn't impose limits on the special little pills he provides. Your current strength is all thanks to him. He has invested so much in you. Shouldn't you consider repaying him? Besides this, what other means could you use to express your gratitude? Indeed. He Young sat in silence, contemplating. Lin Bei had truly treated her exceptionally well, with no way to repay him. The only option left was to offer herself in return. Xiu continued to unleash her ultimate persuasion technique. Once you become his woman, you can eat as much meat as you desire. He would gladly provide you with enough meat to make it your staple. Don't you love ribs? Tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to have 2 plates. No, 5 plates. No, 10 plates. No, 100 plates. Is that for real? Absolutely. Xiu responded without hesitation, knowing that the truth was secondary. She simply needed to keep her engaged. After tonight, escape would be impossible. Chapter 26, Unlocking He Yun, Power Surge. A refreshing sensation enveloped me. Upon entering the living room, I beheld Xiu quietly seated on the sofa. Just as I was about to inquire why she had not retreated to her room, she gestured for silence, then made a series of exaggerated facial expressions towards her room, signaling something I could only interpret as a knowing glance. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Look at your phone. Lin Bei discerned Xiu's lip movements. I've taken care of little Yun. Hurry inside and eat. Just treat her as if she were me. She is rather shy, so do not reveal the truth at first. Lin Bei. This question mark does not stem from my confusion, but rather from the suspicion that you are the one with issues. How did you manage to pull this off? Xiu, why should you concern yourself with it? Let me inform you, I've agreed to a condition on your behalf. From now on, whenever she desires meat, she may indulge freely. Lin Bei. 6. Lin Bei. I love you. Xiu sat smiley. Xiu has been of immense help. He devoured He Yun. His prowess could elevate him several ranks in an instant. Did she want to indulge in meat? She could feast to her heart's content, and if she didn't consume at least 10 plates in a day, she wouldn't be permitted to sleep. Muir he first planted a kiss on Shiyu's forehead before slowly entering the room, ensuring he managed both aspects meticulously. Given his earlier control, he felt an overwhelming satisfaction with the current Shiyu. Sister Yun. You are in for quite a punishment, Shiyu chuckled as she returned to Hiyun's room. After several days, she could finally drift off to sleep peacefully. Linbei stepped into the room. It was exceedingly dark, so dark that the only thing visible was a figure lying on the inner side of the bed. Linbei lifted the covers and nestled in beside her, distinctly feeling her body's rigidity. Yu, I have arrived. Recording successful. Successfully recorded a beauty with a comprehensive score exceeding 90, a premium returning elixir, first class, expanding system space to 100 cubic meters. Without personal bonds added, received a fine gift, 10 top-tier honey-glazed sausages. Innate silk saint body bond added. The effect of members wearing stockings is enhanced threefold. Activated pure and innocent female university bond, the pure style of members is doubled. Gourmet bond added, the food or drink consumed by you and members will be returned threefold. Fitness bond added. Your and the member's strength is tripled. Detected Hiyun possesses a power ability, this ability has been copied for the master. Lift off, soaring high. Attributes. Master, Linbei level, first tier 6 stars. System space. 100 cubic meters. Abilities, space, SSS level, LV1, passive ability, space backpack, capacity, 1000 cubic meters, strength, S level, LV1, doubled. Speed, 70. Strength, 70, 3-2. Spirit, 70. Physique, 70. Items, returning elixir 1333, SSS level steak 550, top tier honey glazed sausage 10. Members recorded. Jian Shiyu, first tier 5 stars, space LV1, Hiyun, first tier 5 stars, strength LV2, threefold amplification. Bond benefits, charisma 2, strength 3, food supplies returned threefold. Bonds activated. Premium flight attendant. 1 all members charisma and image elevated twofold. Premium female university, 1 members pure style enhanced twofold. Innate silk saint body, 2 member stocking wearing effects tripled. Gourmet, 2 food supplies returned threefold. Fitness enthusiast. 2 strength enhanced threefold. Without personal bonds, 2. Originally, his strength was 14 times the human limit, but now, it stood at 42 times, tripling the previous measure. He himself was unaware of the sheer terror of his current strength. The only regret was the exquisite gift was identical to the last one, possessing the gourmet bond, he only needed one to infinitely refresh it, Wu. I knock? Are there wolves in the city? Surely, they are not werewolves. Jiang Shiyu, sleeping alone, was astonished to hear wolf howls resonating through the city, accompanied by cries for help. Help, Sister Yu, save the children. Sister Yu. Sister Yu RRR. Shiyu donned her headphones, isolating the sounds. She sent a video to her best friend, the power had gone out, and no one knew when the internet would be restored. ENU, I am now a first tier 5 star, impressive, right? What, you're second tier now? No way, girl, you must be kidding. The next day, at 2 in the afternoon. So refreshing. Jian Shiyu awoke, recalling the previous night and chuckling, even with her headphones on, she could hear Xiao Yunyun's cries for help. She got up, tidied herself, and prepared to set off. In another room, Hiyun lay sulking on Linbei's chest. You naughty boy, I'm just a novice, can't you show a bit of restraint? I don't care, we agreed last night that I would eat 100 plates of ribs today. Linbei, propping his head with one hand and caressing her back with the other, smiled and said, do you love me that much? You little glutton, let me reward you with a grilled sausage. Hiyun. So early in the morning, don't tell me, oh wait, is that really a grilled sausage? Hiyun was momentarily stunned. What else would you think it is? Hiyun's face flushed as she grasped the skewer, pulling the sausage from her mouth and inhaling deeply, the rich aroma igniting her appetite. This was also one of her favorites. Noticing Linbei staring at her, Hiyun returned the gaze, opened her mouth wide, and took a hearty bite, lifting her head to chew. This little girl, Linbei chuckled, shaking his head. So adorable, check your attributes. What do you mean? Hiyun, who was savoring the grilled sausage, paused momentarily before realizing and becoming ecstatic. Attributes. Hiyun level, first tier 5 stars. Abilities, strength, S level, LV2, threefold. Speed, 60. Strength, 60, 3-3. Spirit, 60. Physique, 60. Points, 0. Did you just triple my boost, threefold? Oh my goodness. Hiyun was overjoyed. An increase of twofold was already terrifying, but now it was threefold. 3 times 3 is 9.6 times 9 is 54, that is 54 times the human limit. That's not the crux, though. The crucial point is that her strength ability has substantial room for further enhancement. As time goes on, it will only become more monstrous. This tripling bonus has significantly raised her ceiling. Good brother, you truly are my good brother. Yun loves you to bits. Yun wrapped her arms around his neck, showering him with kisses. Gulp, Yun stuck out her tongue. Good brother, my tummy is about to starve. Even though you've boosted my strength, you can't go back on your word regarding my 100 plates of ribs, all right. Linbei was invigorated, enjoying the banter. If you can't finish 100 plates tonight, you will indeed face quite the punishment. Yun lifted her chin with a dismissive expression. As long as you can provide it, I can consume it. A mere 100 plates of ribs is nothing, just a warm-up. Linbei chuckled. Good. Each of his plates of ribs was not the kind that came in 10s or 20 small plates, which would weigh only a couple of pounds. He had specifically selected large round plates, each weighing nearly 10 pounds. Their appetites were simply too large. Using bigger plates was more practical. There was no need to fret about the plates, as the system was quite generous. When returning food, it also returned the utensils. Each plate would be counted as 10 pounds. 10 plates, 100 pounds. 100 plates, 1,000 pounds, even with bones, that equated to several hundred pounds of meat. Here. Let us get started. Chapter 27. Developing Superpowers, Spatial Wormholes. While upon witnessing Linbei produce a large platter of ribs, Yun's eye sparkled with delight as she eagerly leaned over to indulge in them. Delicious. Burp. Before long, approximately 10 pounds of ribs had vanished, consumed entirely by her. Satisfied, she gazed at him and exclaimed, "See, I handled that platter with ease." Yun devoured one platter of ribs, returning 3 in exchange. Linbei chuckled. With a flourish of his hand, he produced yet another platter of ribs. Yun's eyes lit up anew, though the brilliance had dimmed considerably. What was once a radiant glow of 100% was now reduced to merely 10. She was full, truly full. Goodness, how many ribs does he possess? I was merely jesting, but judging by his demeanor, he cannot genuinely expect me to consume 100 platters, can he? That would be absurd. Dear brother, in this apocalyptic era, we must be judicious with our food and consider the future rather than merely indulging in the present. Therefore, I have resolved that for the sake of our beautiful life ahead, I shall forego the remaining 99 platters of ribs. What do you think? Am I not considerate? Considerate indeed, you are the most thoughtful of all, so considerate that you've nearly overindulged. Haven to you. Linbei teased, pinching her nose. Time to rise. We have a journey ahead of us today. I'll send a message to teacher Jiang, informing her that I'll be visiting her today. Yun lounged on the bed, swinging her delicate little feet, content after her meal and in no rush to get up. In the living room, Linbei and Jiang Xiu were having breakfast when Linbei suddenly remarked, Xiao Yu, the reason Yun's superpower level has increased is due to her frequent usage. We must also devise a method to elevate our own superpower levels. Xiu sipped her century egg and lean meat porridge, pondering, you mean we should continuously collect and utilize items? Not to mock you, but last night before bed, I spoke on the phone with my best friend for hours, yet I didn't feel any inclination towards leveling up. I believe we are approaching this incorrectly, Linbei contemplated before continuing. The enhancement of spatial abilities should stem from our development of spatial capabilities. For instance, I have been practicing my perception recently. That arrow shot yesterday was a result of my ability to sense when within a certain range. In truth, if you calm your mind, you can indeed perceive the space around you. Is that so? Xiu set down her bowl and decided to give it a try. She closed her eyes, cleared her mind, and focused. Before long, everything around her vividly materialized in her mind, the Linbei before her, the dishes on the table, and Yun in the room. Although devoid of color, everything appeared remarkably three-dimensional. Spatial abilities. Though she hadn't read many novels, she had seen her fair share of sci-fi films, and she attempted to tap Yun playfully on the rear. Yun, sprawled on the bed, looked alarmed. Just moments ago, someone had tapped her, yet she was alone in the room. Could it be a ghost, an invisible person? She hurried to Linbei and Xiu's side, her large eye scanning the surroundings with caution. Dear brother, sister Yu, my house seems to be truly unclean. Linbei squinted, fixating on Jiang Xiu. He had just witnessed her hand mysteriously disappear halfway, only to reappear in the room to tap Yun. She must have activated a short-range spatial wormhole. This defies logic. He had certainly attempted such a skill before, but it was exceedingly difficult. Why could Xiu utilize it on her first try? System, care to explain, is it a copy or a counterfeit? Cut Master, she is a naturally gifted 3S spatial ability user, possessing an innate affinity for spatial manipulation. Your abilities were acquired later and require more acclimatization, hence you will surely be at a disadvantage compared to her. I see. That makes sense. Xiu opened her eyes, stifling a laugh as she asked, Yun, what is the matter? What just happened? Just now, it's happening again. Before Hee-yoon could finish her sentence, she felt a tickle at her waist, sending chills down her spine as she jumped into Lin Bei's embrace. Goose, goose, goose. Shiyu could no longer contain her laughter, surprised that the fearless Shiyu, unafraid of zombies or villains, was startled by this. All right, there's nothing unclean here. It was I who tapped your rear and tickled you. Don't be frightened. You. See, Shiyu demonstrated the ability she had just begun to explore before the two. What on earth? Unbelievable, this is mind-blowing. Although Hee-yoon exclaimed this, she was undeniably pleased. Sister Yu, this skill is invincible. When used in conjunction, it's incredibly powerful. Indeed. Shiyu nodded. In the later stages, it will be formidable. Currently, my spatial ability level is too low to maintain it for long or use it at a distance. That is still impressive. Hee-yoon waved her little fist. Now, who would dare provoke you? If I were to punch you, you could easily create a spatial wormhole in front of my fist and behind my head, effectively knocking myself out without you lifting a finger. How cool is that? Very true. Shiyu continued to eat while rapidly familiarizing herself with her newfound ability. Half an hour later, the three were dressed and ready to depart. Upon reaching the ground floor, they were met with a scene of fallen zombies, their bodies strewn across the ground, and could spot numerous humans lurking in the shadows. The trio made their way toward the northern gate of the community, as the southern gate opened up to a street teeming with zombies, a sight enough to send shivers down one's spine. Their goal today was to travel rather than level up, so they surely opted for the more convenient route. Teacher Jiang, hasn't he replied to my message yet? I hope nothing has happened to her. Hee-yoon expressed her concerns, holding a knife in one hand and her phone in the other. Fear not. Shiyu activated her spatial wormhole, slashing forward to behead several zombies a good distance away. Xiao Yun, not everyone is as carefree about food as we are. Didn't you mention that Teacher Jiang has many students? As the director, she bears considerable pressure. She may have gone out to gather supplies and simply hasn't he had the chance to reply. Perhaps, Hee-yoon replied, still somewhat apprehensive. Such circumstances had indeed arisen a few days prior. As Sister Shiyu suggested, Teacher Jiang might have gone to search for food and is too occupied to check her phone. She is formidable, certainly, but in this apocalyptic world, one can never be too certain of unforeseen events. The straight line distance measures 5 kilometers. Having selected a route from the navigation system, they find themselves needing to traverse 5 kilometers on foot. At their current pace, they will arrive in mere minutes. However, the sheer number of zombies outside is overwhelming, a sight that sends shivers down their spines, as they are inundated with an almost suffocating multitude, compelling them to clear a path. Damn it, there are just too many. Lin Bei popped a recovery pill into his mouth, noting how the zombies seemed relentless. Just as they cleared 100, another 200 to 300 surged forth, yet they posed no real threat. It was merely a source of annoyance. Monster spawning, it's undoubtedly the domain of mags. But encountering extraordinary spellcasters is no simple feat. Their luck in finding Jiang, Shiyu, and Hee-yoon is a testament to divine favor. Incoming! Shiyu exclaimed, frequently utilizing space wormholes beside him, as a sudden intuition blossomed in her mind. With a mere thought, she swung her blade. That strike decapitated all zombies that approached within 10 meters, and with another stroke, a dozen more lost their heads. It's working! Lin Bei exclaimed, elated. That's wonderful, Bei, you've got the hang of it too, Shiyu replied, her face aglow with joy. Together, they became an unstoppable force, regardless of the number of zombies, be it 10 or 100, none could approach within a 10-meter radius of them. Hee-yoon, arms outstretched, remarked, all right. So you think you can bully me because I lack ranged attacks, huh? She hardly needed to lift a finger, simply following the two as they advanced. While it was indeed comfortable, the inability to vanquish zombies left her feeling anxious about falling behind. What use is her physical prowess? Little Yun, just focus on attacking ahead. I will open space wormholes for you, Shiyu said, sensing her discontent and intuiting her thoughts. That's fantastic. I adore you, Sister Yu. Chapter 28, Jiang Yu in peril, heading to school. 5 kilometers. While an ordinary person would typically complete this distance in approximately half an hour, the three of them took a staggering 3 hours. The good news was that Teacher Jiang's martial arts school lay just ahead. The bad news was that despite the passage of time, Teacher Jiang had yet to respond to Hee-yoon's messages. Upon reaching the street, they noticed a significant reduction in the number of zombies. The road was strewn with corpses, evidently cleared by Jiang Yu in a manner distinct from their own, as these zombies had been predominantly dispatched with a penetrating blow to the head. The entrance to the martial arts school was firmly shut. This was a 3-story building comprised of 3 merged storefronts. Lin Bei activated a spatial wormhole, stepping directly from outside into the interior. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? If you dare to do anything to me, aren't you afraid Teacher Jiang will return and break your legs? Har, Jiang Yu won't be coming back. She headed to the school supermarket. My classmates and I have already injected the water there with a sedative using syringes. Do you think that after fighting through hordes of zombies to reach the school, Teacher Jiang would resist the temptation of the many unopened bottles of water on the shelves? You beast. No wonder you suggested going to the school supermarket at noon, claiming it was nearby. This was your true intention. Do you have no conscience? If it weren't for Teacher Jiang, you would have been bitten by zombies long ago. Who cares about conscience? What is it worth? My classmates from the dormitory are enjoying themselves in the girls' dorm, while I have to endure this every day. Why should I put up with it? Just because Jiang Yu is a woman, we aren't allowed to touch you. If we hadn't been out scavenging for supplies every day, you would have starved to death by now. It's the apocalypse. Why shouldn't we be allowed to act? You truly are a beast. Teacher Jiang helped you step into the ranks of the evolved, assisted you in overcoming your fear of zombies, and provided you with food and shelter, yet you conspire against her. You are truly despicable. Hey, I am a beast, so what? Go ahead and curse me. The more you insult me, the more excited I become. Darling, here I come. As they entered, the three heard the sounds of conversation between a man and a woman from within. Had they arrived too late, He-Yun rushed into the changing room, kicking the door open and forcefully throwing the man inside out. Xiao-Yun, what are you doing here, damn? He-Yun, her face a mask of fury, exclaimed, Wen Qiang, you truly are a scoundrel. How dare you plot against Teacher Jiang? If it weren't for her considering you her junior, do you think she would stoop to working here? You think you're exceptional because you earn $100 for just 2 or 3 hours of part-time work? Are you even human? Wen Qiang, sprawled on the ground, was filled with terror. As He-Yun approached, he instinctively scooted backward, attempting to rise, but the fall had broken his cervical spine. He was a first-tier 3-star, and one could only imagine He-Yun's current strength. Xiao-Yun, let me explain, it was those guests upstairs who forced me. I had no choice. Please, don't come any closer. Forced you? He-Yun smirked coldly. I heard everything you said, just wait downstairs, those people upstairs will be coming to see you shortly. With that, she delivered a swift kick that shattered his neck. School. Having dealt with him, He-Yun could not afford to ponder the situation upstairs. Aware that Jiang Jie typically cared for them, she was anxious to learn of her perilous situation. Lin Jie, Yu Jie, please wait here, I must go to the school. Lin Bei grasped her firmly. First, let's deal with the people upstairs. I need to go to the school anyway, I have something to retrieve. But it won't take more than a few minutes. With that, Lin Bei ascended the stairs with practiced ease, and after a brief hesitation, He-Yun followed suit. On the 2nd floor. What are you doing? Have you lost your minds? Don't come any closer. You beasts, Teacher Jiang will surely return safely, and when she does, you will regret this. In the training room, 6 men cornered 3 women, their faces betraying excitement, greed, and exhilaration, while the women's faces were etched with terror. The men shed their clothing, while the women clung tightly to theirs. I've been going crazy these past few days, the outside world is full of death, and I've been stuck here with you all. It's all Jiang Yu's fault, if only she were a man. Since ancient times, how has a woman ever suppressed a man? If she weren't so strong, we would have rebelled long ago. We wouldn't have to deal with this mess. It's a shame for Wen Qiang's roommates. I heard Jiang Yu has never had a boyfriend. Whatever, I've already spoken to Wen Qiang about it. He told his roommates not to kill Jiang Yu. When the time comes, we will have our fun. You beasts, Sister Yu treats us so well, how can you plot against her without a pang of conscience? Please, it's the apocalypse. What man wouldn't want to rule and indulge in pleasures? From today onward, this martial arts school will be under our control. You can resist, but the more you fight back, the more exhilarated I become. Creak. The door to the training room was pushed open. What the hell, Wen Qiang, did you finish so quickly after being granted exclusive access? The men spoke without turning. Xiao-Yun, run, these men want to assault us. Teacher Jiang has been set up. The 3 women, huddled in the corner and facing the door, recognized He-Yun, as they were students of this school. Xiao-Yun. All 6 men turned in unison, expressions shifting to surprise, confusion, excitement, desire, and greed. They never expected He-Yun to arrive, and not only that, but she brought along an exceptionally attractive female companion, with a cold demeanor, a fiery physique, and an aloof aura. She also exuded an air of purity. Just a glance ignited their desire to conquer, and the men were disregarded entirely. He, the leader among the 6, was about to say something when the man they had previously ignored brandished a gun, its dark muzzle aimed directly at them. Lin Bei squinted, tilting his head with a smile. Gentlemen, I'm in a hurry, so I won't allow you the luxury of begging for mercy. Bang, bang, bang. 6 bullets found their mark with unerring precision, striking their targets in the head. Lin Bei's marksmanship was remarkably proficient. Within 20 meters, he was dead on. Beyond that, it was a matter of chance, given that he had an infinite supply of bullets. Sisters, aside from them and that Wen Qiang, are there any other dangerous individuals in this building? Lin Bei inquired. Casting a glance at their restraints, he noted that none possessed any special abilities, though they were certainly attractive, with all scoring near 90. In this day and age, an abundance of skincare products ensured that most girls had fair complexions. As long as they were pale, they couldn't be considered ugly, unless their facial proportions were deficient. Unfortunately, he was picky. He desired only the extraordinary. He had no use for mere decorative pieces. There's no one else. The remaining men all went to the school with Sister Yu, one woman responded, bewildered and frightened. Okay, Lin Bei holstered his handgun. All done. You and Xiaoyan stay here, I'll head to the school. I'll go with you, He blurted out, her concern for teacher Jiang palpable. Lin Bei patted her head gently, I can move faster alone. Don't worry, teacher Jiang is a good person, you must believe that good deeds will be rewarded. Good deeds rewarded, is that really true? Lin Bei himself didn't believe it. Then please stay safe. If anything happens, let us know, Yu Jie and I will come to support you, He Yun said, concern, a little, but not excessively. It was simple, Lin Bei's strength was formidable. He Yun was self-aware, she was not weak, but her presence would only hinder Lin Bei. All right. Just like that, he was off to retrieve that item. Truly, he intended to collect something from the school, something he had buried with Yen Yu long ago, a promise to unearth it together in 10 years to reminisce about their youth. In light of the current apocalypse, it was better to dig it up ahead of time. Who knew if they would still be in this city later on? Chapter 29, The School Situation, truly exceptional. Lin Bei flung open the window on the second floor and leaped out, sprinting in the direction of the school. I hope I'm not too late. I shouldn't be. My luck has always been quite favorable. Tongzi, do you believe that teacher Jiang is undoubtedly also an exceptional bond owner? Impossible. Exceptional bond owners are indeed rare. Just look at the few women earlier, none possessed any abilities. The master's luck is good, but it can't be that outstanding. To find anyone at random would not yield an exceptional bond owner. What is the matter, Tongzi? Don't you believe me? Then let us make a wager. I bet a toaster. No, let us wager 10 billion cubic meters of space. If she is, you will enhance my system space's capacity. If not, then it's not. I've seen shamelessness, but never one as brazen as the master S. I disdain you. I won't chat with you anymore, your master is about to develop abilities. As Lin Bei hurried along, he employed spatial wormholes in conjunction with his long knife to clear the zombies. Spatial wormholes. If one were to insert a hand into the spatial wormhole and then close it, would it not then become spatial cutting? The more he pondered, the more promising it seemed. Lin Bei reached out, damn, that was almost a blunder. He severed a zombie's arm, opened the spatial wormhole, placed the severed arm inside, and then closed the wormhole. He felt resistance upon closure but exerted force and successfully sealed it, the zombie's arm perfectly severed. It works, though it is laborious, primarily due to the low level of his abilities. Good, a new method has been developed. Arwu. While on his way, Lin Bei suddenly turned around. He had heard the wolf howl last night, but now the sound was alarmingly close, as if from the neighboring street. A big boss, never mind, onward. He was uncertain about Jiang Yu's situation, nor did he know if he could catch up in time. Have we reached 7 stars? After dispatching another batch of zombies blocking his path, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, his speed significantly increased. Attributes. Master. Lin Bei level, first stage, 7 stars. System space, 100 cubic meters. Ability, space, SSS level, LV1, passive ability, space backpack, capacity, 1000 cubic meters, strength, S level, LV1, double. Speed, 80. Strength, 83-2. Spirit, 80. Constitution, 80. Items, rejuvenation pill 1333, SSS level steak 550, premium honey glazed sausage 22. Captured members in the codex, Jiangxiu, first stage, 5 stars, space LV1. He Yun, first stage, 5 stars, strength LV2, triple amplification. Bond benefits, charisma 2, strength 3, food supplies tripled return. The strength is terrifying. However, he was hesitant to unleash his full power. He understood that his bones could not withstand such tremendous strength, thus he placed great importance on Jiang Yu. Only by obtaining her could he wield his power without restraint. Unimpeded. He swiftly arrived at the school. Moving alone was considerably easier. It had been 7 days since the apocalypse erupted, and while ordinary zombies ran remarkably fast, they still appeared slow as snails in his eyes, posing no threat whatsoever. Campus supermarket, where is it? Over there. It was now July 10th. The apocalypse began on July 3 road. Although it was summer vacation, there were still quite a few students in the university. The number of zombies on campus was minimal. Scanning the surroundings, he noted only about a dozen. Countless zombie corpses littered the ground. Upon reaching the campus supermarket, he found it deserted. The few food items on the shelves were scarce, clearly having been looted. He picked up an unopened bottle of water, scrutinizing it under the sunlight, and indeed spotted a tiny pinhole. TSK, classic. Had he not been forewarned, he would never have noticed, whereas everyone, never mind. I'll check each place one by one. South cafeteria, empty. North cafeteria, empty. Academic building, empty. Boys dormitory, no luck in several buildings. Girls dormitory, sorry, guys, you can continue your exercise, these buildings are empty as well. Administrative building. Finally, upon reaching the second floor, he saw 5 individuals seated outside one of the offices, 4 men and 1 woman. Among them, a somewhat handsome young man was eating instant noodles while shouting inside, "Sister, you, give up the resistance, I promise to treat you gently, follow me, and you'll enjoy a life of luxury, never having to worry about food again, nor toil to gather supplies. Do you know how many women long for such a life? Sister, you, if you agree, from now on, you shall be my great wife." Lin Bei's expression turned peculiar. Gao Jian, what a coincidence, a familiar face. A junior 2 years his junior. He had been in charge of welcoming new students upon enrollment. He was quite active in student organizations and seemed like a decent fellow. Indeed, the apocalypse reveals the darker sides of humanity. With a thought, Lin Bei opened a spatial wormhole inside the office, revealing a woman clad in a black tracksuit, gripping a long gun and intently watching the doorway. Her fitted attire accentuated her alluring figure perfectly, curvaceous hips, long and shapely legs, and a slender waist. Her hair was tied high in a ponytail, and perhaps due to the battle, several strands fell across her delicate, pale face, which, combined with her ashen complexion, rendered her strikingly tragic. Name: Jian Yu. Occupation: Martial Arts Academy Director. Appearance rating: 97. Overall rating: 91. Level: First Stage, 9 stars. Ability: Constitution, S, Awakened, LV3, Quadruple. Bonds: Happy Smiley, Exceptional Martial Artist, 1. Upon bond activation, both you and Codex members will have their martial arts talent doubled. Innate Silk Stocking Holy Body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Fitness Enthusiast, 1. Teaching Instructor, 1. Upon bond activation, both you and Codex members will enhance their learning abilities. 1. Double. 2. Triple. Inexperienced, 1. Upon bond activation, will receive a random small gift, an additional gift for each new member added. Exceptional. Speak, system. Speak, hurry up, it's urgent. Damn, she truly is an exceptional bond owner. What gives, is this the luck of a cheater? Har, Lin Bei felt a surge of excitement. Sister, you, don't worry about us, quickly jump out the window and escape while you still have strength. The woman lying on the table next to Jian Yu weakly uttered, "Oh." Lin Bei then noticed 2 other women beside her and glanced at their conditions. First Stage, 4 stars, no abilities. First Stage, 5 stars, B-level strength ability, what a pity, unremarkable. Stop talking nonsense, once the effects of the medicine wear off, I'll go out and eliminate the beasts outside. I brought you out, I will ensure your safe return. As she spoke, Jian Yu fiercely pinched the soft flesh of her arm, once, twice, thrice, until the pain dispelled her drowsiness. She could not afford to fall asleep, for if she did, the 3 of them would be finished. Ouch, just watching it made him wince. Lin Bei shook his head, taking out his phone. He snapped a photo through the spatial wormhole and sent it to Xiao Yunyun. Don't worry, your sister Jiang is perfectly fine. The sky outside is darkening, we want he return tonight. Now is the time to act, save her. There will be time to return. However, he did not wish to intervene so soon. Only when Jian Yu found herself in dire straits, devoid of hope, would he make his grand entrance, at which point, he was certain teacher Jiang would fall for him. After all, that is how it's depicted in novels. Having read so many, there must be some merit to it. I'm so mischievous, I absolutely love it. Yun, that is wonderful. Thank you, good brother. It's and safe to return tonight, so you should stay at the school for the night. Tomorrow, Yun will wear black stockings and put on her little white socks to wait for you. Lin Bei. Oh, so that is how we're sending messages now. This is the attire we're going for, is it? Chapter 30, Gratitude for Nature's Bounty. Consuming a honey-glazed sausage, receiving 3 in return. Consuming a honey-glazed sausage, receiving 3 in return. Consuming a honey-glazed sausage, receiving 3 in return. No doubt about it, it is truly delicious. Lin Bei traversed through a spatial wormhole into Jian Yu's adjacent office, reclining in a chair, indulging in one sausage after another, each bite delivering profound satisfaction, succulent and juicy. The thought of not being able to finish them was utterly preposterous. As time ticked away, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Bei exhibited remarkable patience, and the individuals outside Jian Yu's door mirrored that patience, as he discreetly observed them seated on the ground, munching on snacks. Sticking with Brother Jian is the way to go. We get instant noodles for every meal, and we can even add a sausage, a woman exclaimed loudly, slurping her noodles. So fragrant, so refreshing, absolutely delicious, I'll devour it all. Instant noodles with sausage. Can that be flaunted, perhaps? Not everyone possesses the ability to return resources like him. Sighing, she remarked, I truly envy those outside. They can enjoy instant noodles with an extra sausage, while I am stuck with only sausages and steaks every day. I'm nearly sick of it. In the adjacent room, Jian-Yu leaned against her long spear, reluctant to sit down for fear of being overwhelmed by the encroaching fatigue. Gulp, she felt ravenous. Exhausted. I in pain, leading a team to scavenge for supplies, she naturally could not carry an abundance of food, though she had brought some, however, it was merely a drop in the bucket for her current physical condition. Standing was a trial of her formidable willpower. She was afraid that upon awakening, she would find herself stripped of every garment, afraid of waking up to find several men lying beside her, afraid of being swarmed by a group of men. Why were they plotting against her? Was she not kind to them? What should she do? She was uncertain how much longer she could endure. Fatigue dulled her senses, hunger diminished her state, and even though her level surpassed theirs, their numbers were overwhelming. If they surged in now, she had no confidence in her ability to fend them all off. Moreover, they were not foolish. They lingered at the door. They were waiting for her to weaken further. She knew it was a slow death, but what could be done? Who could come to her rescue? A glance at the two women beside her revealed they were unconscious, unable to withstand the effects of the drug due to their low strength. They had grown up together as neighbors. Would she really abandon them to escape through the window alone? As long as the Green Mountains remain, I need not worry about firewood, she mused. A future revenge, reason told her that was the only path, but she could not bear the thought of those two being toyed with by the savages outside. Perhaps there is another way. If we are to perish, let us perish together. Jian-Yu's eyes brimmed with despair. The notion of killing her two friends and then taking her own life flickered in her mind. Surely, the beasts outside would not dare to harm a corpse. Just wait a little longer. She was unsure of what she was waiting for, as she did not wish to die. She would rather be exhausted and devoured by zombies than succumb in such a place, yet, to ensure her purity, that was the final option. Heaven, if you truly possess a spirit, then please punish those scoundrels outside. Good people do not deserve such an end. Tears streamed down Jian-Yu's cheeks. Outside the door, bro, do you think Jian-Yu would really abandon her companions to flee? If she truly wanted to escape, we might not be able to stop her. I never expected her to withstand such a high dosage of the drug. She's quite the strong woman, a lackey remarked, taking a bite of instant noodles while peering through the window at Jian-Yu inside. No way. One of the men replied confidently, I've been following teacher Jian these days. I know her well. Her greatest weakness is her loyalty to her friends. Those two women are her close friends. She would never escape alone, even if she is strong. It doesn't matter. She hasn't eaten much since noon because most of the food is in my bag. I've worked hard for several days to earn her trust. We just need to hold out. A traitor. Lin Bei bit into a grilled sausage as he traversed through the spatial wormhole, his gaze locking onto this traitor. Let us test my new method on you first. With a thought, a brand new spatial wormhole silently appeared beside the traitor, who had rested his arm on a chair, completely unaware that half of it was missing. Downstairs, a zombie wandered in the dusk, its mind consumed with the thought of fresh flesh, yet, humans were exceedingly cunning, hungry, so hungry. Suddenly, the zombie paused, its gaze fixated on half a human arm appearing before its mouth, a most bizarre sight. Sniffing the air, it relished nature's bounty. Without a second thought, it bit down, the freshness bursting with juice as it tore off a large chunk of flesh to chew. Delightful. Simultaneously, the traitor let out a blood-curdling scream, the excruciating pain causing him to rise, incredulously staring at the wound on his arm, his gaze darting to those behind him as he shouted in fury, What the hell is wrong with you? Who bit me? Are you all zombies? The others were left bewildered. No, man, who bit you? They were about to deny it when they noticed the genuine wound on his arm, blood gushing out, instantly igniting their panic as they scanned their surroundings. We can't be zombies. Everyone be cautious, there may be intelligent, invisible zombies around. Jiao Jian furrowed his brow. Don't panic, everyone gather back to back. Yang Wei, if you've been bitten, step aside. Yang Wei stammered, at a loss. Just moments ago, he had been fantasizing about how to deal with Jian-Yu, and now, inexplicably, he found himself bitten. It might not have been a zombie. What if it was an invisible person targeting us? Yang Wei clung to a shred of hope, attempting to step forward, but the cold stares from the others made it clear that should he advance, he would undoubtedly be attacked. Bewilderment, disappointment, fear alone against the wall, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Having entered the ranks of the evolved, he possessed a degree of immunity to the zombie virus, but with such a bite, even a deity would find it difficult to save him. Don't you scare yourself. It could very well have been a human. Yang Wei forced himself to comfort his thoughts, yet regret gnawed at him. Had he not schemed against Jiang Yu today, he would have been sharing a jovial dinner with everyone at the martial arts school by now. Why allow lust to cloud his mind and betray teacher Jiang? Had she not treated him well? Why? Indeed, amidst this turmoil, Jiang Yu inside the office noticed the changes outside through the glass, her heart leaping with joy. Could it be that heaven has heard my pleas? Uncertain, she hesitated to take a closer look. What if this were a trap to lure her outside? Consuming cold skin, receiving 3 in return. Consuming pan-fried dumplings, receiving 3 in return. Consuming chicken strips, receiving 3 in return. Lin Bei continued to eat while observing them, his thoughts conjuring yet another silent spatial wormhole. Downstairs, where did the meat go? Where has the fresh meat disappeared to? The zombie grew frantic, howling in desperation. The next moment, half a thigh materialized, pale and tender, emitting a faint aroma. The zombie opened its blooded maw in excitement. So tender, incredibly tender, thank you, nature's bounty. R. A woman shrieked beside Jiao Jian, prompting everyone to look at her, following her gaze to see a chunk of flesh missing from her thigh, stained with foul, congealed blood. Get away. Jiao Jian frowned. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked the woman aside. Though he felt a twinge of guilt, he knew that in this apocalypse, one must be ruthless. After all, this woman was not his girlfriend, he had merely brought her along for her beauty. Jian, you. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. This was too much of a stark contrast. Just a moment ago, he had been calling her darling, and now he was telling her to get lost. Chapter 31, The Annihilation of 5, Last Words. Panic is spreading. A few individuals braced themselves, relentlessly swinging their weapons through the air before them. Hard due to the woman's low level, she was quickly transformed into a zombie after being bitten. Thud. Jiao Jian ended her second life with a steel pipe, then shouted to the surroundings, I know you can understand my words. Leave now, it would be for the best for everyone. Since you chose to ambush us in this manner, it merely indicates your lack of strength. I am not someone you can provoke. With that, he thrust the sharpened steel pipe forcefully, piercing through the thick concrete wall. Wow, how impressive. Startled, Lin Bei took a large bite of the egg pancake, savoring the delightful flavors of the ham sausage, the tender fish fillet, and the unbeatable cabbage, all prepared specially before the apocalypse, generously filled with ingredients. Who could resist a fragrant egg pancake? I feel like I'm fading. Leaning against the wall, Yang Wei felt his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. Glancing at his arms, which had turned a greyish white, he realized he was on the brink of becoming a zombie. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang. With a final roar, fueled by the last vestiges of his awareness, he charged towards Jiao Jian and the others, reminiscing about how Jiang Yu had cared for them in these days. He wished to do something in return as a form of atonement. Thud. Jiao Jian casually jabbed, piercing through his skull, his gaze filled with disdain. You're nothing but a good-for-nothing relying on women to survive, and even at death's door, you still think of fighting back, clown. No? Something is amiss. In the office, Jiang Yu realized that heaven was indeed punishing them. The consecutive deaths of 2 individuals were certainly not part of the script. Consuming an egg pancake yields 3 portions. Wow, this pig's trotter is so tender. Lin Bei began to relish his pig's trotter rice, taking a huge bite filled with collagen when another spatial wormhole silently appeared. One of the remaining 3 suddenly screamed in horror, their expressions turning pale as yet another person was bitten. Where exactly? Jiao Jian gritted his teeth and stabbed through the man's head with the steel pipe. Brother, I'm sorry, I'm helping you avoid suffering. He then let out a nearly frenzied roar. If you're capable, come out and fight me openly. Hiding in the shadows and biting people is cowardly. Or are you just a filthy rat in a stinking gutter? Is this a provocation? Lin Bei chuckled. Wait, provoke. With a flick of his wrist, a serving of yellow braised chicken rice appeared before him, and he picked up a piece of chicken to savor. Tender, smooth, marvelous. Come out, if you have the guts, show yourself. Consuming a serving of yellow braised chicken rice and a serving of pig's trotter rice yields 3 portions each. Not full, my appetite is outrageous. With another flick, he conjured up fragrant pan-fried fish, aromatic chicken wings over rice, and cilantro chicken. Time to feast. Outside the door, the remaining 2 stood back to back, their foreheads glistening with beads of sweat, their eyes wide with terror. Over here. Jiao Jian suddenly sensed something and lunged to the right, stabbing into emptiness. Over here. Over there. He kept stabbing left and right, yet each thrust met only air. The corridor revealed nothing but the 3 corpses on the ground. There were indeed zombies, otherwise, how could they have been bitten? Brother Jian, let's run. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man screamed in disbelief, glancing at his own calf and crying out in despair, why was I the one bitten? I don't want to become a zombie. I haven't enjoyed life enough yet. Why? Where are they? Get out here. Upon witnessing his last brother bitten, Gao Jian screamed in madness, wildly swinging his steel pipe as he dashed towards the stairs. He was afraid, truly afraid. He could see nothing at all. Thud, while running, he felt his foot give way beneath him, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Looking down, he realized his right leg was gone. He could feel its presence but could not see it. This bizarre scene heightened his panic. No? Just as he began to retreat, his leg slowly reappeared, as if stepping onto an invisible spatial door. Wait, a spatial door. I understand. Gao Jian's expression shifted from fear to anger in an instant. There were no invisible zombies, but rather a spatial ability user nearby tormenting them. No? Suddenly, he felt countless hands grasping at the half of his leg that had vanished, tightening around him, and he knew what it was. Don't bite, get away. He yanked his leg back fiercely. At that moment, the once perfectly encasing spatial wormhole expanded massively, and several zombies were pulled in, lunging towards him. Get away. Gao Jian, after all, was an evolved being. Ordinary zombies were no match for him, but unfortunately, they were too close. He unleashed his strength, sending the zombies flying, yet several bite marks appeared on his body. No? 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 Gao Jian roared. Die for me. He unleashed his pent-up fury upon the zombies until he had smashed their heads to a pulp, finally collapsing onto the ground, leaning against the wall as he lit a cigarette. Memories of his life flashed before his eyes: cowardice, compliance, flattery, silence, endurance. A smiling face to everyone, for he was an utterly ordinary man. The apocalypse had arrived. Now it was others who had to please him, now it was others who had to heed his whims, but, just as he began to enjoy this new reality, it was all about to end. Har, it feels like a dream. Why are you doing this to us? I've already been bitten. I will soon turn into a zombie. Aren't you going to reveal yourself? At the very least, let me die with my eyes closed. Creak, the door opened. Jian Yu leaned against the door, her brow furrowed in concern as she asked, Gao Jian, what on earth is happening here? Gao Jian took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly, and was momentarily stunned upon seeing Jian Yu, a sense of relief washing over him as he smiled. The boss has arrived. Perhaps they took us out first because they were interested in your looks, boss. If you want her, just let us know. Do you think we would dare to provoke someone with spatial abilities? Why use this method? Are our lives not worth anything? Is human life so cheap in your eyes? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, nearly shouting by the end. Unwillingness, utter unwillingness. Human life. Jian Yu scoffed. Gao Jian, you know life is precious. When you killed a Qing at noon, did you ever think of that? He was your classmate from the same school. This time, Jian Yu had brought 5 people with her. 2 women were inside. Yang Wei was the traitor. A Qing was a student at her martial arts school, a well-behaved boy who rarely spoke, and had taken up a part-time coaching job to help cover their escape. He had been killed by Gao Jian and his group in an effort to protect the 3 of them. Him. Gao Jian chuckled, a mix of helplessness and mockery evident in his smile. Perhaps this is karma, boss. Truly, I will soon become a zombie. At least let me see what you look like. Creak, the door next door swung open. Chapter 32, a product of the system must be a masterpiece. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Lin Bei slowly emerged. Stand reluctantly, he implored, boss, why don't you just ask? If you want her, we can give her to you. Just inquire, why not ask first? At this, Jian Yu's expression soured considerably. These wretches were insufferable, yet a more terrifying figure had arrived. Nevertheless, she too found this person somewhat familiar. Gao Jian, you, Lin Bei began, contemplating his words before deciding against it. He wasn't particularly well acquainted with him, merely having a favorable impression from memory. After all, people do change. Boss, be careful, there are zombies behind you. Gao Jian suddenly shouted, springing to his feet and lunging with a steel pipe aimed at Lin Bei's chest. Thud, 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 3 distinct sounds echoed. Lin Bei activated 6 spatial wormholes, causing the 1-meter-long steel pipe to fragment into 3 pieces, each piercing into Gao Jian's chest in succession. Gao Jian was momentarily taken aback, staring down in disbelief. Is this spatial ability? Impressive. His fleeting life flashed before his eyes. Suddenly, he recalled, chuckling, so it's you, Senior. Are you disappointed in how I've turned out? Not at all, you simply followed your heart. However, whether in the past, future, or present, the weak are destined to be powerless. Senior, I feel so unwilling. I truly do not wish to die. Can you save me? I swear, I will turn over a new leaf. Lin Bei waved his hand, snapping his neck with a swift motion. Jian Yu tightened her grip on the long spear, fixing her gaze on him. I remember now, you are Lin Bei. You once attended my class and even purchased a knife with your girlfriend. You were the one who saved me. Her certainty wavered. She understood the treachery of human hearts, yet she wished to believe in their goodness. However, today had imparted a harsh lesson, and faced with Lin Bei's potential rescue, she was unsure of his intentions. One must always be wary, fearing he might pounce upon her and tear her clothes apart. Gurgle at that moment, her stomach emitted a loud and untimely growl. Lin Bei cast her an odd look as a flush crept across Jian. The world had turned cruel, the hearts of people had grown cold, yet, upon seeing the savory sausage in Lin Bei's hand, her mind momentarily faltered. Wait, you intend to feed me this? What did you expect? Lin Bei replied, perplexed. Nothing at all. Jian Yu's face turned crimson as she stowed her spear, inhaling the enticing aroma wafting from the sausage. She swallowed hard, yearning to take it from him, yet wary he might withdraw it. Lin Bei perceived her concern. Go ahead and eat, I'm not just passing by, I specifically came to find you. You haven't replied to Xiao Yun in ages. Xiao Yun, my heavens, Lin Bei came specifically to save her. Jian Yu was overwhelmed with joy, never having imagined that amidst the apocalypse, someone would intentionally come to her aid. Her guard lowered, she had just checked her phone and realized Xiao Yun had sent numerous messages. With Xiao Yun alongside, there was nothing to fear. The long spear, now reduced to a mere 60 centimeters, was tucked behind her waist, having been compacted. Quite fascinating. An inch longer, an inch stronger. If given the chance, Lin Bei would desire a 40-meter-long blade as his weapon. He fantasized about how many zombies he could fell with a single stroke, and the thought thrilled him. Gurgle, the pangs of hunger became unbearable. With newfound confidence, Jian Yu stepped forward, accepting the sausage and bringing it to her delicate nose to savor its rich aroma. Unable to resist, she opened her soft lips and took a bite. The juices burst forth, and she quickly consumed every drop of delectable essence. This was pure energy, nothing could be wasted, not a single drop. The rewards from the system were not your average fare. They were significantly larger than standard grilled sausages, several times their size. After devouring one, Jian Yu licked her lips, insatiable and yearning for more, her gaze a mix of shyness and guilt. He had offered her food, yet she initially deemed him a rogue. She desired another but hesitated to ask, fully aware of the importance of sustenance in this bleak world. They had fought fiercely to secure even a bland compressed biscuit. How much more for something so delicious? Do you still want more? Lin Bei inquired. Oh, Jian Yu nodded vigorously, her youthful face radiant with desire despite being a couple of years older than Lin Bei. In this moment, she resembled a naive girl eagerly awaiting a reward. Lin Bei smiled. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of the system's delicacies. They were so delectable that one could easily become addicted. With a swift motion, he produced another sausage and handed it to her. Thank you. Jian Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she held it aloft like a rare treasure. After devouring the previous one in haste due to its deliciousness, she intended to savor this one slowly, relishing its flavor. She ate meticulously, even licking the stick clean repeatedly, still unsatisfied. Having consumed two, she felt no effects. Coupled with her significant exertion today, her appetite had only intensified. Lin Bei couldn't help but chuckle. The Jian Yu he remembered was a formidable woman, yet now she resembled a little girl. Let's eat in the office, he suggested. Oh, Jian Yu acquiesced, her mind consumed by thoughts of food. She believed she had tasted many culinary delights, yet this was in a league of its own. If possible, she wished to indulge in it daily. System, tell me honestly, did you add something to these foods? Lin Bei mused, observing Jian Yu's demeanor, reminiscent of a chain smoker finally receiving a cigarette after days of withdrawal. How could that be? Products from the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. Master, this is the world's finest honey-glazed meat sausage, the king among sausages. After consuming several sausages, Jian Yu's hunger finally subsided. Noticing Lin Bei's fixed gaze upon her, she shyly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I apologize for my behavior, I haven't had anything this exquisite in ages, thank you. Jian Yu understood the value of what Lin Bei had just provided. If traded, it could easily procure 5 or 6 women. In the week since the apocalypse began, while food was indeed precious, exquisite cuisine was even more so. Food filled the belly, while fine dining soothed the soul. Teacher, I recall your martial arts school provides lunch and dinner. There should be quite a bit of food stored there, considering there are not many people. Why would you come to the school to scavenge? Did you run low just as the apocalypse hit? Lin Bei queried. From the traitor's earlier words, it seemed they had often ventured out recently. Upon hearing this, Jian Yu's expression turned resigned, and she sighed. Lin Bei, please, refrain from calling me teacher. I'm only a couple of years older than you. Just call me Jian Yu or Xiao Yu. There was indeed a decent supply of food at the school, but a hungry wolf has been visiting from time to time. It is quite intelligent, not harming anyone, but it consumes a staggering amount, enough to deplete our entire week's rations in one sitting. After a few visits, we faced a food crisis. A hungry wolf. I see. Why not eliminate it? Jian smiled wryly. Who knows what its true strength is? If someone were to get hurt, it would be quite troublesome. In our current situation, injuries can lead to infections, and unlike other animals, humans are always cautious, never acting without complete certainty. True enough, Lin Bei acknowledged. Indeed, in the apocalypse, sustaining injuries could easily lead to infection. Teacher, you Lin Bei, please, call me Xiao Yu. If you're uncomfortable with that, you can call me sister, as I am older. I'm still Master. I hesitate to point it out, but it seems you wish to reverse the roles of teacher and student, don't you? Silence. Chapter 33, Differentiated Treatment, Tigers and Wolves at War. Teacher, are you still feeling drowsy? I'm no longer fatigued. Jian Yu shook her head. I've managed to endure the effects of the medication, but I cannot return tonight. It would be inconvenient to move with both of them in tow. I shall wait until they awaken tomorrow before departing. Lin Bei thought to himself, what a pity, the effects of the medicine have already worn off. It must be her, as an extraordinary individual, anyone else would have likely fainted by now. Gurgle, her stomach growled again, having consumed a dozen large sausages, an ordinary person would have long been stuffed, yet for her, a first-tier 9-star individual, it barely qualified as an appetizer. Jian Yu, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, perhaps their medicine has expired, and it's causing a bit of an upset stomach. She was acutely aware of the value of food and felt reluctant to continue asking for more. With a wave of his hand, 20 steaks, 20 sausages, 5 servings of pig trotter rice, 5 portions of yellow braised chicken, and 2 generously sized egg pancakes appeared on the table. With a smile, he said, do not feel shy, I know those earlier provisions were hardly sufficient, all of this is for you, take your time. I need to step out for a moment, but I shall return shortly. With that, he turned and left. Wait, Jian Yu quickly called out to him, gazing at the abundant spread before her, swallowing hard as she incredulously asked, you mean, all of this is for me? Even if I were to eat it all by myself, it's fine. Lin Bei waved as he departed, indeed. Jian Yu was taken aback, staring at Lin Bei's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of admiration. She never anticipated that the boy she once easily overpowered would transform into such a remarkable young man. Memories flooded back to her. She looked at the table. The familiar, enticing aromas brought a mist to her eyes, realizing that she had the chance to enjoy these delicacies once more. Ever since the hungry wolf had paid them several visits, their daily meals had consisted almost exclusively of plain rice paired with spicy strips, or steamed buns with spicy strips, or noodles with spicy strips. That wretched hungry wolf was picky, consuming little rice but a great deal of vegetables, and devoured all the meat during its first visit. Jian Yu extended her hand, trembling as she cradled a bowl of pig trotter rice, warm and abundant, counting the pieces, 9 in total, a whole trotter. She took a bite. It was tender and sweet, rich in collagen, pure satisfaction. Her soul trembled with contentment. Merely from that small bite of pig trotter, she polished off the entire bowl of rice. She wished desperately for a refrigerator nearby to freeze the trotters, so she could slice off a small piece for each meal. What to do with this pig trotter rice? There were still 8 pieces remaining. Should she eat it all? What a luxury! It felt too extravagant to consume all at once. Wow! This steak, how can it be so delectable? Did he abduct a 5-star chef? Yellow braised chicken, how nostalgic. Wow, this egg pancake has so many fillings, oh my, it's simply divine. Alone, Jian Yu was unrestrained by appearances. Each bite brought her both satisfaction and regret. Had she known, she would have carried a small refrigerator with her. Truly, the dishes were plentiful, but the rice was scarce. Logically speaking, the pig trotters in this bowl could easily feed 2 large rice cookers full of rice, and the yellow braised chicken could easily serve at least 5. She dared not waste a single drop of the delicious broth. Having endured hardships, she now comprehended the true value of food. Outside. Master, why did you provide her with such an abundance of food all at once? Is it merely because she was hungry? Are you truly so benevolent? You did not treat Jiang Xiu this way in the past. That is entirely different. Lin Bei walked toward a small grove on campus. At that time, I had nothing but a gun and desperately needed to recruit Jiang Xiu to gain power. She was timid and merely an ordinary person. That method was most suitable. However, He Yunjing and Jiang Yu are not the same. Both of them are formidable women. Even without me, they would thrive in this apocalyptic world based on their own abilities. I must foster a sense of dependency in them, and the best way to do so is through bountiful offerings. In this world of scarcity, food is the most sought-after commodity, and I possess an abundance of it. Who would choose to subsist on meager rations when there is fine fare available? Sometimes, they might not even be able to secure coarse grains. Once they experience a taste, they will yearn for more. For such strong women, I must never hint at the fact that I saved them. They will remember my kindness. The more I provide them with food, the greater their sense of guilt and desire to repay me will be. But what can they offer in return, aside from their bodies? The crux of the matter is that they hold value for me. How troublesome. Of course. Who instructed you that your permanent unlocking requires both affinity and dependency to surpass 90%? In this apocalypse, who knows when a meteor might fall and obliterate them? If I lose that bond, it would be a great loss. And the conditions for recruitment necessitate the other party's willingness. Without that, I would have knocked her out long ago. A forcibly coerced fruit may not be sweet, but it certainly quenches thirst. Stop with the nonsense. Lin Bei, recalling his memories, arrived beneath a large tree, nostalgically brushing his hand against its bark. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a shovel and began to dig. Before long, a slightly rusted iron box emerged. Brushing away the dirt, he opened it to find numerous photographs of the two of them together, along with letters exchanged. Lin Bei glanced at his own. Oh dear, how sentimental. I must not look. Let me see what you wrote. Tsk hee hee swish. Just as Lin Bei lowered his head to read the letter, a massive snake over 10 meters long descended from above, its gaping maw poised to strike, sharp fangs gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Drawing nearer, Lin Bei remained engrossed in Yu's words until the serpent's head loomed just 20 centimeters above him, its fangs piercing into its own body, instinctively injecting its venom. Lin Bei glanced up. With a swift stroke, he beheaded the creature. If it succumbed to its own venom, it would not count as his kill, but would a venomous snake perish from its own poison? System, let us make a wager, 10 billion cubic meters of space that you do not believe my Yu is also a prime bondholder. Not betting, Master S luck is excessively exaggerated. Just as Lin Bei tucked the iron box away, a resounding wolf howl echoed through the night sky, alarmingly close. Lin Bei squinted. Could the ravenous wolf Jiang you mentioned be this very wolf? Roar. The wolf's howl was swiftly followed by a thunderous tiger roar, its resonance causing the very air to tremble. Lin Bei's eyes gleamed. Could it be a clash between wolf and tiger? When beasts battle, there will surely be severe injuries. This presents an excellent opportunity for plunder. With a stroke of luck, he might even slay both high-tier ferocious creatures and perhaps achieve a direct breakthrough to the second tier. With the elevation of his level, the energy gained from slaying ordinary zombies had diminished significantly. Only by defeating bosses could he rapidly ascend. With this thought in mind, he lightened his steps, vanishing into the night, and in a few flickers, he arrived atop a teaching building, from where he could survey the unfolding scene. On the school's playground, a tiger, roughly the size of a large commercial vehicle, was fixated on a white wolf, which resembled the size of a sedan. The wolf's coat was pure white, appearing almost ethereal under the bright moonlight. Silver Moon Wolf, female, juvenile and bonded. First tier 9 stars. Ability, Moonlight Enhancement. Characteristics, due to being raised by humans, it has a fondness for human cuisine and possesses a high affinity for humans. Scarlet Tiger, female, adult, and bonded. Second tier 1 star. Ability, None. Characteristics, as a wild creature, it prefers raw meat and harbors no goodwill towards humans, viewing them merely as food. What does this mean? Can animals also be seen? Humans cannot, at least, they shouldn't. What are you thinking, Master? This is a pet encyclopedia. Oh, I thought, never mind. By the way, doesn't the pet encyclopedia have any bonds? What benefits would successful recruitment yield? None, as it is merely a supplementary feature. If one were to insist, it could be said that there are some benefits. Upon successful recruitment, the food you offer will be returned 1-to-1, akin to having a pet for free, primarily providing emotional value. Emotional value. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Having such amount seems rather impressive. What constitutes successful recruitment? Right here. Lin Bei. Chapter 34, The Clam and the Heron, a Fisherman Gains from Their Strife. Master, the term submission I speak of is not what you might think. It signifies her willingly bowing down to offer the contract. Once that occurs, the recording will be deemed successful. Do not dwell on trifles. My aim is to mold you into an unparalleled powerhouse, not a mere lecher. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Is that truly the case? If so, the conditions for recording cannot merely be consumption. Will there be no betrayal? None. Perhaps the Master has overlooked that in this apocalyptic world, the inherent system includes a pet mechanism. Once the opposing party submits, a contract can be established, which only the Master can dissolve. I see. However, is that physique truly that of a minor? Quite absurd. Setting aside the question of pet ownership, he was solely concerned with one matter. Tunzi, defeating non-zombie animals should yield energy, correct? Earlier, when he ended Gao Jian's life, he did not sense any energy entering his being. He understood that killing one's own kind was futile. Yesterday's encounter with the archer hinted at the necessity of preventing more severe self-harm. Indeed. As long as it is not human, it will be assessed based on the opponent's level. Good. Roar. The fierce tiger roared. Its muscular limbs, formidable enough to instill fear, surged with power, its massive form charging toward the white wolf like a freight train, its forelimbs raised high. I'm coming. Storm nebula shatter. The white wolf deftly sidestepped. The disparity in their sizes rendered a direct confrontation unwise for her, a being born with intelligence rivaling that of humans. Roar. The tiger pivoted, unleashing a roar at the white wolf, its large eyes filled with derision and disdain. At that moment, boom. A robust bolt of lightning shot forth from the darkness, striking the tiger's immense body with blinding speed. What the hell? Is someone stealing the kill? No, that's not it. Linbei squinted. If it were a theft, it would have been for the final blow. The tiger was currently at its peak state, leading to a clear conclusion: the one releasing the lightning was allied with the white wolf. Roar. Caught off guard by the strike, the tiger let out a pained roar, its fur singed and charred, nostrils flaring as it exhaled visible puffs of air. It turned, roaring toward the origin of the lightning, and with a powerful leap, it charged toward the grandstand beside the arena. The tiger's size was massive, yet its speed was not to be underestimated. A typical tiger could move at twice the maximum speed of a human, and after evolving, its velocity was even more terrifying. Many creatures would find themselves utterly powerless against it without the aid of technology. Its second-tier, 1-star rating should be calculated based on its limits. If converted to human standards, it would be at least second-tier, 5 or 6 stars, 7 or 8 stars, perhaps even third-tier. A definite big boss. Wait, Tunzi, if I were to kill this tiger and it subsequently transformed into a zombie tiger, would killing it again grant me 2 energy rewards? Are you attempting to exploit a loophole? Master, if this tiger is slain and becomes a zombie, it will endure a prolonged period of weakness. Killing it again would yield minimal energy unless it gradually regains its peak state. What a pity, I can't exploit the loophole. Whoosh. I swear, I'm like a Sai-Yang. Linbei observed as, just as the tiger demolished the grandstand, a figure crackling with electric arc started out, moving so swiftly that it could only be discerned as a human. In an instant, she reached the side of the white wolf, and upon halting, Linbei realized that she was, in fact, a woman, moreover, a striking one at that. Name: Xiaoxiye. Pre-apocalypse occupation, police officer. Appearance rating, 96. Comprehensive rating, 98. Level, first tier, 9 stars. Ability, Lightning SSS, Awakened, LV3. Bonds Happy Smiley Elite Police Flower, 1. Upon bond activation, all members' shooting proficiency with firearms is doubled. Innate Silk Stocking Sacred Body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Fitness Enthusiast, 1. Inexperienced, 1. Upon bond activation, a random small gift will be granted, with 1 additional gift for each new member. Tunzi. Speak. This is what you call a rare possessor of elite bonds. I encountered 2 in one night. To be frank, he was not overly concerned with the benefits of elite bonds. What captivated him was her ability. Lightning.to shatter darkness with thunder, the electromagnetic cannon, one of the abilities he had longed for. However, Xiaoxiye, why does that name sound so familiar? Yin Yu, do not let your guard down. This tiger is more ferocious than we anticipated. My full power strike failed to inflict substantial damage. Give me 5 minutes to recover my strength. The white wolf nodded. And the next moment, Xiaoxiye was enveloped in electric light, her figure vanishing into the darkness. The tiger sniffed the air, attempting to track her scent, but all it detected was a burnt odor. Roar. Its fury transformed into a mighty roar, shaking the surrounding buildings, its fierce gaze locking onto the white wolf. Awoo. The white wolf howled at the moon, the luminous beams illuminating her form, causing her already imposing size to swell at a visible rate until it matched that of the tiger. Fangs and claws glistened with a sharp, cold gleam. In an instant, the 2 beasts charged at one another, igniting a fierce battle, obliterating everything in their path. The grandstand crumbled, the ground shattered, and the cacophony drew countless zombies. Yet, in the face of such wild might, the zombies were reduced to mere ants, crushed underfoot. What is happening? Dressed in black athletic wear, Jian Yu appeared beside him. How could she not hear such commotion within the school? Having replenished her supplies, her physical state was restored, even her slightly disheveled hair was neatly tied up, giving her an air of competence. That wolf looks so familiar, with its pure white fur. It can't possibly be that famished wolf, right? Jian Yu's eyes glinted with resentment. It was indeed her, the reason their food supply was insufficient. Linbei glanced at the time. 5 minutes had elapsed. During this intense skirmish, both beasts had sustained varying degrees of injury. Although the white wolf's size had increased to match that of the tiger, her roar power still lagged behind. Yet, she possessed an advantage. That advantage was her upbringing alongside humans. The tiger, being purely wild, should have had the edge in hunting ability. However, hunting and combat were distinct. The white wolf understood evasion and how to leverage her strengths. Her agility surpassed that of the tiger. The tiger bore 3 deep claw marks on its abdomen, licking its wound. The disdain in its eyes had vanished. It had learned much from this battle and was prepared to turn the tide. The two beasts circled one another. Boom. In the next moment, the thunder that shattered the darkness re-emerged, this time piercing directly through the tiger's abdominal wound, creating a massive hole in its formidable body. The tiger, in disbelief, lowered its head, eyes filled with reluctance. Roar! A desperate roar erupted as it collapsed, vitality swiftly draining, its eyes shrinking until it resembled an ordinary tiger, gasping feebly for breath. Whoosh! Xiaoxia's figure appeared beside the white wolf, which was also diminishing in size, transforming from a fearsome beast into an adorably cute puppy, wagging its tail and affectionately rubbing against Xiaoxia's leg. I understand, I'll fetch your food right away. Xiaoxia approached the tiger, arcs of electricity flickering between her fingers, as though she were gathering energy. From atop a high building, so that white wolf has an owner, I envy that girl. I wonder how much power she could gain from slaying that tiger. I really want to go and take it. Jianyu murmured. Honestly, who wouldn't he want to steal a kill? In the darkness, countless pairs of eyes fixated on the arena, many sharing her thoughts, envious and jealous, yet none dared to step forward. Who would wish to offend the wielder of such a ferocious beast, a master of lightning abilities? Moreover, whether one could seize it from her was another matter entirely, unless one possessed formidable long-range capabilities. Long-range, could it be? Suddenly, Jianyu realized something, turning to Lin Bei beside her. The spatial ability could indeed be utilized at a distance. She saw Lin Bei sporting an excited smile. And the next moment, a long blade appeared in Lin Bei's hand, one she recognized, forged by her father's hand, originally not for sale, but the offer had been too generous. She admitted it, she had succumbed to temptation. Lin Bei lunged forward, and Jianyu quickly glanced toward the tiger, only to see a blade materialize out of thin air before the tiger, plunging deep into its eye socket and into its brain. Bang! In an instant. Lin Bei's heart raced with exhilaration. Chapter 35, Turning the Tables, the policewoman's invitation. Damn it! Jianyu exclaimed, utterly astonished that Lin Bei had the audacity to steal the monster. Damn it! On the playground, Xiaoxia shouted, her frustration palpable as she went into a frenzy. The prey she had painstakingly defeated had been snatched away. Who the hell is it? Her gaze darted around the vicinity. Show yourself. Countless bolts of lightning erupted around Xiaoxia, illuminating the entire school as if it were midday. Bai Lang and Yin Yu accompanied her, scanning for any suspicious individuals nearby. In the next moment, both the person and the wolf locked their sights onto the two figures on the rooftop. Hum. Is it him? Is it her? The spatial ability, it must be him, but how could it be her? Would their secret rendezvous be discovered by her mother? Har 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 har. On the rooftop, Lin Bei burst into laughter. Truly, he was the big boss. This one monster theft had propelled him from a first-tier 7-star to the pinnacle of a first-tier 9-star. He felt it. He sensed the bottleneck. How exhilarating. Yet something felt amiss. Tsubasa, logically, the level of this fierce tiger should allow me to leap directly to the 2nd tier. Why have I only advanced 2 minor ranks? First and foremost, not everyone who steals a monster can claim all its energy, they can only acquire the majority. Additionally, consecutive leaps can cause your body to become unbalanced. This energy is insufficient for you to break through to a higher tier without fully adapting to your new powers. Lastly, Master, consider yourself fortunate to have gained 2 stars for free. Your dissatisfaction is rather greedy. Indeed, greed is a natural inclination. In this day and age, who wouldn't he wish to be a little greedy? While satisfaction may be elusive, having seized this monster allows him to finally catch up to the earlier stages he had lagged behind. On the playground, Xiaoxia, after observing Lin Bei for a moment, conjured a sharp blade, cleaving the tiger's head. Donning gloves, she rummaged within and retrieved a crystal core the size of an egg. After cleaning it with a piece of paper, she offered it to Yin Yu. Subsequently, Xiaoxia cradled Yin Yu and leaped onto the rooftop, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare on Lin Bei, her voice laced with unmasked fury. Do you have anything to explain? Woof that s her. Upon seeing Jianyu's south face up close, Yin Yu buried her little head into Xiaoxia's grand embrace. Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me. Lin Bei retorted, me. Aren't you the one with something to explain? He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The women he encountered were truly unique. Xiaoxia, with her stunning 96 appearance score, had skin as pale as frost under the moonlight, flawless with perfectly proportioned features. Her slender waist could be easily encircled, and her legs were long yet curvaceous. Me? Xiao was taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly. No, is there something wrong with your head? You stole my monster and now ask me what I have to explain. Are you joking? Ask your precious Yin Yu. Yin Yu. Xiao lifted Yin Yu's little head. Yin Yu, have you seen Lin Bei before? Yin Yu shook her head. Then have you seen Jian Yu? Yin Yu shook her head vigorously, causing Xiao's expression to darken. Be honest with me, did you sneak into someone else's house again to steal food? Woof woof, Yin Yu whined softly. Lin Bei found it peculiar. How did this woman know both his and Jiang Yu's names? I'll deal with you later. Xiao's expression softened considerably, yet her annoyance lingered. After all, the prey she had specifically chosen to break through to the second tier had been stolen. I apologize, it must have been my Yin Yu who slipped out and raided Miss Jiang's martial arts school. Since you two are together, how about we consider this enmity resolved? Because of her, the teacher's martial arts school is facing a food crisis and has had to venture out in search of sustenance. Just earlier, her team was ambushed, resulting in 6 casualties. If I hadn't arrived in time, she and her 2 sisters would have been in dire straits. Do you think a mere tiger could wipe the slate clean? Lin Bei asked coldly. He spoke the truth, without a hint of distortion. Jian Yu had indeed been ambushed. 6 people had died, they had nearly been taken advantage of. Was there anything wrong? Absolutely not. Xiao's expression darkened, and she bowed to Jian Yu. I apologize, Miss Jiang. I didn't expect my Yin Yu to cause you such significant losses. I am truly sorry. I understand that lives cannot be measured, but please allow me to compensate you. Tomorrow, I will send a batch of supplies to your martial arts school. Lin Bei squinted. Well, hadn't he the tables turned? After stealing a major boss from her, not only was she not angry, but she was also willing to provide supplies. What does professionalism mean? This is what it means. Of course, the premise is that Xiao is genuinely kind-hearted. In this apocalypse, there are very few who abide by certain rules. With her strength, she could easily be deceitful or even resort to violence. The confrontation between spatial abilities and lightning powers is uncertain. It's hard to say who would prevail, given his spatial ability is still of a low tier. Moreover, he had just opened a small distant spatial wormhole, nearly exhausting all his energy. When one awakens the ability to actively use their powers, an additional energy source emerges within them, akin to Marner. His reserves were far too low. Jian Yu remained silent, tacitly accepting the situation. To be honest, she genuinely needed those supplies, and urgently so. I'm curious about one thing. We were not previously acquainted, so how do you know my and Lin Bei's names, and even that I run a martial arts school? Xiao smiled. This was anticipated. She had intentionally mentioned their names to elicit their inquiry. Since they had asked sincerely, she would respond. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiao, Xie as in title, and Yu as in moon. I was originally a police officer, but when the apocalypse struck, the police station fell, and now I oversee the entire precinct. The reason I am aware of your information is that we discovered your extraordinary behavior through surveillance, leading us to investigate your files. I sincerely hope you both will consider joining our team. We have ample supplies, and you need not worry about food. Once you join, you can focus solely on enhancing your strength, as we have personnel dedicated to preparing meals daily. Join? Jian Yu shook her head without a second thought. Having just experienced betrayal, she was wary of crowded places. The intricate web of deceit was exhausting. Furthermore, she felt ill-suited for such an environment. She preferred to stay quietly with her sisters at the martial arts school. Miss Xiao, I have a question, Lin Bei interjected. Please, go ahead. Is there an elder gentleman with the surname Li in your team? Lin Bei finally recalled, realizing why that name sounded familiar. It was the female lead from a novel he had read previously. Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? I forgot to mention that our team currently comprises only female members. Through surveillance, I am aware of many powerful males, but you are the first male I have invited to join. In this apocalypse, I must ensure the safety and unity of my team, hence there have been no male members until now. I am inviting you because your value is immense, and you have 2 exceptionally beautiful girlfriends, so there's no need to worry about you being interested in other members. The surveillance was suggested by her sisters. Through it, they could monitor the entire city from the comfort of their base, identifying which areas held powerful individuals. If they were female, they would observe for a while before extending an invitation. The reason for not accepting males was that during this time, they had witnessed too many unspeakable scenes. In the apocalypse, women were often the vulnerable group, even used as bargaining chips for supplies. As a woman, she could not bear to witness such injustices. As a police officer, she found it even more intolerable. She possessed strength, she was formidable, thus, she aimed to establish a sanctuary for women. Inviting Lin Bei was a multifaceted strategy. His two female companions were also quite capable. If successful, their team's combat strength would receive a significant boost, and with her lightning powers and Lin Bei's spatial abilities, who would dare to provoke them? She understood that a team composed entirely of women would inevitably attract attention. In the early stages, others refrained from acting rashly due to their possession of firearms, but as time progressed, whether those guns would remain effective was uncertain. Chapter 36, The Thoughts of Shi Yu. Refining extraordinary abilities, relying solely on her own prowess might prove insufficient. However, with Lin Bei by her side, they would be invincible. Her invitation to Lin Bei stemmed not only from his exceedingly rare spatial ability but, more significantly, from his possession of a miraculous elixir capable of restoring one's vitality with remarkable swiftness. Through surveillance, she had observed the entire confrontation involving Lin Bei, Jiang Xiyu, and He Yun in the underground parking garage, where the trio effortlessly vanquished an entire horde of zombies. They persevered without pause, consuming the small pills at the slightest hint of fatigue. She found herself in dire need of such a remedy. Considering all factors, Lin Bei, if he could not become an ally, must at least befriend her, which was why she was willing to lower her pride. She understood that Lin Bei's earlier remarks contained a significant degree of fabrication, evidenced by Jiang Yu's incredulous glance in his direction, a discernment easily gleaned from her professional experience. Yet, this mattered little. It presented her with an opportunity to showcase her substantial assets. Nevertheless, there was something amiss with Lin Bei, a grave issue. His inquiry regarding the presence of an elderly gentleman surnamed Li was baffling. She had clarified that her she referred to the tides, not the dawn. Would you be willing to join us, Lin Bei? I have no particular thoughts on that, Lin Bei declined, though he expressed considerable interest in her female brigade, contemplating that if they encountered a formidable adversary in the future, the entire squad could be consumed, significantly enhancing their strength. Xiao Xie felt a twinge of disappointment, but remained undeterred. Her gaze shifted towards the playground. When she had brought Yin Yu to the rooftop, two figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly dispatching the zombies surrounding the carcass of a fierce tiger before retrieving tools and expertly beginning their dissection. Lin Bei and Jiang Yu also took notice. Can it be consumed? Lin Bei inquired, puzzled. Won't it turn into a zombie beast after death? He wasn't well versed in this matter. It can be eaten, Xiao Xie affirmed confidently, proceeding to share her findings. We have conducted research. As long as the creature is not infected by zombies, if it dies a natural or combat-related death and its head is severed within a minute, its flesh remains fresh and normal. Even if bitten by a zombie, as long as the afflicted area is promptly severed, the infection will not spread. Her tone carried a hint of pride. Her team was quite professional. Is that so, Tongzi? What she stated is largely accurate. Indeed, it is consumable. Upon normal death, the virus primarily infects the brain, and only after that does it begin to disseminate throughout the body. Before long, the fierce tiger was thoroughly dismembered. Xiao Xie retrieved a walkie-talkie. Chichi, send the meat over to me. Xiao Bai, go fetch the vehicle. We shall have a barbecue on the rooftop shortly. Understood, Sister Yu. Having given her orders, Xiao Xie smiled at the two, saying, it's perfectly fine if you choose not to join. Our encounter is serendipitous. Let us enjoy some skewers together, shall we? You both have no pressing matters, I presume. None, Lin Bei shook his head, eating for free, tiger meat, please, who would dare partake before the apocalypse? None, Jiang Yu suddenly recalled that her two sisters were still unconscious and felt a twinge of unease. There's nothing urgent, but let us change rooftops. My two friends are still lying in that office building over there. Very well. Minutes later, Ji under the diligent efforts of Wang Qi and Xiao Bai, the tiger meat sizzled and oozed with juices as it was grilled, seasoned to perfection, releasing a rich aroma. Mom. Mom. Yin Yu wagged her tail vigorously, emitting sounds reminiscent of human speech, saliva nearly pooling at her feet. Here you go, little glutton. Xiao Xie placed a substantial piece of leg meat on the ground, noticing her mouth agape, quickly adding, eat slowly. If you finish within 10 minutes, you won't be allowed any more. Wu Yin whimpered, feeling aggrieved, but began to nibble cautiously. Before them was a table, neither too large nor too small, laden with skewers of tiger meat. Xiao Xie popped open a box of beer. One cannot truly enjoy skewers without beer, otherwise, life is but a wasted journey. Lin Bei chuckled. This woman was intriguing. A thought struck him. It was highly probable that she was attempting to win him over. There exists no camaraderie amongst strangers, and there were even minor grievances between them. Yet, sharing a barbecue, some drinks, and idle banter would swiftly foster familiarity. It was not arrogance on his part. Rather, Xiao Xie had just stated that she had observed them via surveillance, suggesting she was likely coveting his elixir. He had not considered that someone was watching them through the monitors, which is why he had not surreptitiously used it. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. A woman with 3S-level lightning abilities was eyeing his treasure. How delightful. That Yin Yu certainly listens to you, Jiang Yu remarked after enjoying a skewer of tiger meat. glancing at the white wolf, recalling the fierce demeanor she had displayed during her visit to her martial arts academy, a stark contrast to her current docility. Of course. Xiao Xie downed a cup of beer. I was responsible for her birth. Her wolf mother died in childbirth, and I raised her single-handedly. If she dares to defy me, she might as well prepare to be devoured by 7 wolves. As they downed their beers, Xiao Xie turned to Jiang Yu. By the way, I've been observing you for quite some time. I've always been curious about your abilities. You are significantly stronger than the average evolved, yet your power and speed are not drastically different. You possess strength, but it's difficult to pinpoint its source. If it's not convenient to disclose, that's perfectly fine. Not much to hide, it's a physical ability, Jiang Yu replied candidly. In truth, until she encountered Lin Bei, she had considered herself fortunate to have awakened an S-level ability while many remained without any powers, and even among those who did awaken, their abilities were often of a low tier. However, after meeting Lin Bei and Xiao Xie, she realized the vast disparities between abilities. Lin Bei had not even lifted a finger yet had effortlessly eliminated Jiao Jian and his companions, while Xiao Xie, alongside her pet, had taken down such a formidable giant tiger. Though the prize had been claimed, her performance was undeniably impressive. Physical abilities, is it? That explains a lot. Xiao Xie glanced at Lin Bei, contemplating asking him about the origin of his firearm, but deemed it unnecessary, as such inquiries could provoke discomfort. After a moment's consideration, she posed another question. Lin Bei, what level is your spatial ability? 3S. What a coincidence, my lightning ability is also rated 3S. Which do you believe is more formidable, my lightning or your spatial ability? Each has its merits, he replied. His exploration of spatial abilities was still in its infancy. At present, he possessed only the spatial wormhole, an auxiliary skill of godly caliber, yet he felt that this single skill would suffice in dealing with her. He was eager to experiment. With a snap of his fingers, a spatial wormhole manifested beside them, resembling a frameless mirror suspended in midair, displaying the image of several wandering zombies below. Xiao Fairy, Xiao Xie, why not unleash your lightning and see if it can penetrate my wormhole? Xiao Xie's temples twitched, and suppressing the urge to curse, she managed a composed smile. All right, let me give it a try. Truth be told, she too was quite curious. An arc of electricity sparked at her fingertips, and with a swift flick, it zipped through the wormhole, instantaneously eliminating a zombie. Xiao Xie squinted. This skill was perilous. Without prior caution, one could easily end up harming oneself. Try your strongest attack. Chapter 37. You are invincible, Jiang Yu thought. Is it my strongest attack? Xiao Xie pondered, calculating. Using my most powerful strike would completely deplete my extraordinary abilities, plunging me into a period of weakness. It's not that I lack faith in you too. If a formidable creature were to assault us at this moment, and you were unable to withstand it, we might all meet our demise. If only there existed a medicine that could instantly replenish energy. As she spoke, her gaze kept darting towards Lin Bei, subtly hinting, fervently suggesting, she was aware that Lin Bei might deduce from the surveillance that she was aware of such a remedy. Once her words were uttered, he would be even more convinced, and she knew that her statement was directed solely at him. Lin Bei smirked. Following her lead, he replied, no worries, I possess a remedy that can alleviate your concerns. He produced several recovery pills, saying, this is a secret medicine passed down through my family. Based on my current level, one pill can restore all my stamina and fully replenish my energy. However, my extraordinary ability is only at level 1, so if your ability is of a higher level, you might require several pills. He placed them on the table. If you are not afraid of me administering any foul play, you can try one first. We are all friends, so I certainly won't doubt you. I shall test your ancestral remedy. Xiao Xie pinched one pill between her delicate fingers, releasing several bolts of lightning into the spatial wormhole before consuming it. In an instant, all her depleted energy was restored. Remarkable. It even replenished what I expended earlier. Xiao Xie's eyes widened. This medicine was indeed extraordinary. However, she was not gullible enough to believe Lin Bei's tales of ancestral secrets. Still, since he claimed it to be so, she accepted it. Everyone harbors a few little secrets. Is this medicine really so miraculous? Jiang Yu's gaze was fixated on the pills on the table. With this, the efficiency of exterminating zombies would soar. She couldn't help but wonder how many Lin Bei had. Would he be willing to share if she asked? She desired it. She yearned for it. In truth, no one could resist such temptation, even Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, who were busy grilling meat, cast fiery glances at the pills on the table. Anyone with a modicum of sense knew the value of this remedy. Xiao Xie retrieved the remaining 2 pills and then summoned crackling arcs of visible electricity from her fingertips. Lin Bei, brace yourself. I'm about to unleash my ultimate attack. As she infused her extraordinary energy into it, the lightning gradually formed a long spear, imbued with terrifying energy and destructive power, illuminating the rooftop as if it were broad daylight. How powerful, Jian Yu furrowed her brow. Even as a physical enhancer, should she attempt to withstand such an assault with her body, she would likely be obliterated on the spot. Lin Bei squinted. He was eager to discover the limits of the spatial wormhole, whether it had a ceiling or if it was indeed a bug-level skill. He tossed out a recovery pill. This was bait. To catch a big fish, one must create a good feeding ground and use the finest bait. What I just used to slay that fierce tiger was this very technique. Let's see if your spatial wormhole can withstand it. Get ready, here it comes. Xiao Xiye's palm crackled with electricity as the spear surged toward the spatial wormhole at breakneck speed, so fast that even Lin Bei, who had just stepped into the first tier of 9 stars, could only catch a glimpse of its afterimage. Truly, it was lightning, so swift. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated from below. The lightning spear detonated upon contacting the solid concrete, creating a remarkably large crater. Xiao Xiye squinted. Indeed, the spatial ability was formidable. Her full-force strike had failed to shatter this tiny wormhole. What a relief. Lin Bei's smile widened. A level 1 spatial wormhole could withstand a full-force attack from level 3 lightning, which sufficiently illustrated the bizarre nature of spatial abilities. It truly echoed the saying, time is revered, and space reigns supreme. With space, there must also be time, though he wondered who possessed it. Your skill is exceedingly overpowered. My lightning attack should be considered the most explosive and damaging, and yet I cannot break through. Who else could? Am I invincible? Lin Bei replied, genuinely elated. Not only had he successfully rescued Teacher Jian today, but he had also fortuitously encountered a level 3 lightning ability wielder and gained a slight confirmation of the spatial wormhole's limits. He seemed to have truly become invincible. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Xiye pocketing the remaining 2 recovery pills and couldn't help but tease. Why not consume one? Did you not just express concern about excessive consumption? Well, we haven't encountered any danger yet. Once we do, I can eat it then. After saying that, fearing Lin Bei might reclaim one of the recovery pills, Xiao Xiye proactively filled his cup with beer, saying, come on, drink up. Surely you won't be outdone by a mere girl. Lin Bei chuckled and downed it in one go. Beer, to them at this moment, it was as inconsequential as plain water. He understood her intent to divert the conversation but chose not to address it. Consumed 1 bottle of beer, received 3 bottles in return. Consumed 1 skewer of tiger meat, received 3 in return. Today, they had unlocked new delicacies. Truth be told, Xiao Xiye's subordinates were quite skilled in their culinary endeavors. Initially, the meat was a tad overcooked, likely due to their inexperience with this type of meat, but it progressively became more delectable. Half an hour later, the tiger meat was nearly consumed, leaving only a leg. Ladies, I shall take this leg back for my sisters to taste. For today, we shall conclude here. Tomorrow, I will pay you a visit with supplies. Do not be too hasty in declining my invitation. Joining together will undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks. I cannot guarantee much, but I assure you that you and your people will have enough to eat and enjoy meat with every meal. With that, Xiao Xiye departed with her companions, while Lin Bei stood at the edge of the rooftop, watching them drive away. Will you join them? Jian Yu asked as she approached him. To be honest, she had initially been reluctant to join, but upon learning that the opposing team consisted entirely of female members and was well stocked with supplies, she yearned to join immediately. She had grown weary of the days spent in hunger and uncertainty. Not going, Lin Bei replied, gazing into the night. Those girls still needed more training before they could follow Xiao Xiye. The 2 little girls who accompanied her were ordinary office workers before the apocalypse. Though they possessed a gourmet's passion, they lacked the discipline of fitness enthusiasts, and their consumption was only increasing. Enhancing return ratios held little significance. What they needed was an increase in strength. What a pity, Jian Yu lamented. Lin Bei had saved her and provided so much food. His demeanor and charm were commendable. Furthermore, his strength and politeness made it difficult for her not to develop feelings for him. In this apocalypse, after this farewell, who knows when they would meet again, she had yet to repay her debt of gratitude. Do you wish to go? Lin Bei turned to look at her. A bit, Jian Yu admitted, sitting down. Her long, graceful legs swayed gently as she leaned on the rooftop edge, gazing up at the night sky. This period has been exhausting. I no longer wish to be the leader. Joining a team composed entirely of women sounds appealing, where I can merely focus on slaying zombies and improving myself. I wouldn't have to worry about what to eat for the next meal, nor about whether my sisters would go hungry following me, nor about any ulterior motives from those around me. Lin Bei squinted. Indeed, for women, a team made up solely of females was akin to paradise. However, she could not leave. What would happen to her brother's physique? Chapter 38, The Conspiracy of Jian Yu, The Invasion of Rodents. Lin Bei refrained from uttering any words to persuade her to stay. Such matters were best left to others. He discreetly sent a message to Xiao Yun. Your teacher is considering joining another team. After we return tomorrow morning, find a way to keep her with us. He Yun replied, brother is quite greedy, with a good younger sister like me and sister Shi Yu, you're still not satisfied. Are you hoping to become a master while making your teacher a disciple? Be good, listen. He Yun responded, of course, as a good younger sister, I will heed my brother's words. However, if I successfully keep the teacher, will there be a reward for me? Of course, but it must remain a secret for now. You're the best, brother. Rest assured, I won't allow teacher Jiang to join another team. I want her to become my sister. And oh, wait, it should be the other way around, I will become her sister. Har har har. In the room, He Yun lay on the bed, her delicate feet dangling in the air, a joyful smile illuminating her small face as she envisioned the moment when sister Yu would call her sister. To be fair, though it had only been one night, she had already experienced the torment that sister Shi Yu endured, a mix of love and hate. They truly needed reinforcements, as the two of them were insufficient. Done, Lin Bei tucked away his phone. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei. Level, First Order, 9 stars. System space, 100 cubic meters. Abilities, space, SSS level, LV1, passive ability. Space backpack, capacity, 1000 cubic meters, strength, S level, LV1, double. Speed, 100. Strength, 103-2. Mentality, 100. Constitution, 100. Items, returning force pills 1500, SSS grade steak 600, top tier honey glazed sausages 100. Collected members. Jian Xiu, First Order, 6 stars, Space LV1, He Yun, First Order, 6 stars, Strength LV2, triple amplification. Bond benefits, Charisma 2, Strength 3, food supplies returned at 3-fold. Our Xiu and Xiao Yun have both risen a star, it seems they have not been idle, and he was quite satisfied. First Order, 9 stars, each physical attribute was 10-fold that of an ordinary person, yet his strength was 60 times greater. His gaze shifted towards the school gate shrouded in darkness, as a horde of zombies amassed due to the earlier commotion. It was only around 8 or 9 in the evening, and he aimed to push through to the Second Order in one go. The thrill of power enhancement was indeed addictive. Teacher, shall we engage in some exercise to digest? Lin Bei extended an invitation, as slaying monsters alone was rather dull. Jian Yu raised an eyebrow. Following his gaze, she realized her thoughts had wandered astray and inwardly chastised herself. Sure? Jian Yu was equally eager for power, especially after witnessing the prowess of 2 exceptional ability users. She felt her own First Order, 9 stars was insufficient, and thus resolved to strive harder. Swish! The two leapt from the tall building, their figures disappearing into the night. At this stage of evolution, ordinary zombies were akin to ants. Eliminating them yielded merely meager energy. Having tasted the energy from formidable bosses, Lin Bei grew increasingly disdainful. Half an hour later, he was too disinterested to continue killing, his stomach turning at the sight of the zombies. His blade had grown as cold as one used for fish at the market. After clearing the area, he decided to cease. He consumed a returning force pill to restore his stamina. Here. He casually tossed one to teacher Jiang. She caught it, examining it in her palm, then hesitated before placing it in her pocket for safekeeping. It could be a lifesaver, and her energy expenditure was minimal thanks to her exceptional constitution, allowing her to recover swiftly. Eat it, teacher. Don't hold back. I have plenty. Upon noticing her reluctance, Lin Bei tossed her 2 more. 3 waves of true words, among which one wave was wasted. Sufficient capital was required to attract more females. Truly, no girl would be averse to someone with power. Is this for real? Jian Yu caught the pill steadily, her expression one of disbelief at such marvelous medicine being abundant. However, did this medicine truly possess the effects he claimed? She was somewhat skeptical. After all, at this moment, they were already akin to superhumans. How much could a family secret remedy restore? She placed it in her mouth and swallowed. Instantly, Jian Yu felt her pupils constrict sharply. Not only was her previously expended energy replenished, but she also felt an overwhelming surge of strength within her. This medicine was indeed extraordinary. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, a black rat, the size of an ordinary adult cat, scurried out from a nearby drainage pipe, the cover having mysteriously vanished. It approached a corpse of a zombie, voraciously tearing at its flesh. Within moments, the entire arm of the zombie was devoured, leaving the rat with a round, distended belly. Lin Bei frowned slightly. The rat's ears twitched. A peculiar sound emerged, causing his expression to shift slightly as he gazed down in disbelief. If tigers could evolve, then rats that fed on zombie flesh could certainly do so as well. However, there seemed to be an overwhelming number of them. Whoosh! Lin Bei swung his blade, severing the head of the massive black rat. Though its size had evolved remarkably, the energy gained from its slaughter was far less than that from an ordinary zombie. Rats were ultimately still just rats. This is bad. It can't be. A rodent died. Jian Yu also heard the commotion from the drainage pipe and tightened her grip on the long gun, her expression turning complex. Good news, many mutated beasts. Bad news, they were rats. Should we retreat? Jian Yu looked towards Lin Bei. Being surrounded by a rodent tide was far more troublesome than being encircled by zombies. Why should we retreat? Lin Bei produced a vial and handed it to Jian Yu, his eyes narrowing as he said, if left unchecked, they will inevitably cause us trouble in the future. Moreover, all of this represents energy, does it not? That's true. Jian Yu accepted the vial, her heart racing. This vial was filled to the brim with the pills from earlier, roughly estimating at least several hundred. Such pills, if traded, could incite a frenzy among countless individuals, yet he casually offered her this many. So extravagant, too extravagant. And the next moment, countless rat heads emerged from the drainage pipe, their dark noses sniffing the air, a multitude of black eyes fixated on the two of them, and soon, hundreds upon hundreds surged forth in relentless waves. The scene was utterly chilling, enough to make anyone suffering from claustrophobia collapse in terror. Lin Bei exhaled, then took a deep breath before executing a horizontal slash with his blade, utilizing spatial wormholes to instantaneously eliminate dozens of rats. Due to their sheer density, killing even this number paled in comparison to the overall quantity of the rodent tide. Interesting, with that single slash, the energy acquired rivaled that of several zombies, igniting a spark of enthusiasm within him. Having grown weary of slaughtering zombies, he found a sense of enjoyment in eliminating these rats, all while gaining energy and mitigating potential threats. The rodent tide could not be ignored. If left unchecked, it would only grow in number, and he certainly did not wish to be encircled by a swarm of rats while enjoying a peaceful slumber. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Typically inconspicuous, yet now, they were fortified by ample supplies of food, with no one deliberately targeting their eradication. They would only continue to grow stronger until they posed a severe threat to humanity. He wasn't merely preparing for a rainy day, it was primarily due to the plethora of films he had watched on this very topic. Chapter 39, How Effective is My Handgun? 1 slash. 10 slashes. 800 slashes. Lin Bei had lost count of how many times he had swung his blade. All he knew was that the corpses of the rats lay piled in small mountains at his feet. He was responsible for the long-range assault and clearing large areas, while his teacher dealt with the stragglers, the spear in her hands moving with remarkable agility. Power was present, damage was inflicted. Support was provided, yet there was a distinct lack of area skills. If only Xiaoxie were here, a mere spark from her would decimate an entire swarm. It was imperative to develop a spatial area damage skill. Lin Bei, cold weapons are not to be wielded in such a manner. As he pondered, Jian Yu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Bei was taken aback. What did she mean? Since you still wish to call me teacher, it falls upon me, as your instructor, to impart some knowledge. With that, Lin Bei sensed a shift in Jian Yu's aura. He could not articulate the change, but it was undeniably different. Before the apocalypse, you may have heard of martial arts masters who could manifest sword and blade energy. In this new world, our physical capabilities have far surpassed those of those masters. Cold weapons are no longer merely cold weapons to us. Do not envision them as mere blades, but rather as extensions of your own body, like this. As she spoke, Jian Yu sprayed something onto the tip of her spear. Immediately, the spear danced in her hands, its tip striking the ground as sparks ignited at its end, thrusting forward to unleash a roaring fire dragon that consumed a multitude of mutated rats. This single move obliterated at least several hundred. Lin Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. How was he supposed to learn from this? Observing Lin Bei's astonishment, Jian Yu felt a sense of pride, wishing to share the exhilaration she had just experienced. However, beyond her desire to showcase her prowess, she aimed to repay him. Remember, she instructed, the blade is a part of your body, utilize it to channel the power within you, rather than relying solely on brute force. It is akin to this. With a sweeping motion, Jian Yu unleashed a fiery slash that eradicated thousands of rats from the surface, subsequently consuming a recovery pill. Currently, I have yet to grasp the true essence of this technique, and it is quite taxing on my stamina. However, for you, it is of no concern, you possess such elixirs and need not worry. And yet, she had not fully mastered it. Imagine that within you resides a current of energy, which you can release through the motion of your blade. Jian Yu continued her instruction, launching one strike after another. With each thrust, a wave of fiery energy surged forth, the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. The few strikes she executed rivaled the hundreds Lin Bei had previously unleashed. So this is the allure of an exceptional martial artist, channeling energy. Following Jian Yu's guidance, Lin Bei attempted to replicate her actions. With his innate talent, a mere blade energy should be easy. 1 slash, 10 slashes, 100 slashes. Alas, not a single strike succeeded, prompting him to abandon the effort altogether. Please, she had trained since childhood, and even she had yet to fully master it. What right did he, a novice, have to succeed? Do not lose heart. Once you feel that energy within you, it will become significantly easier. It took me half a day to sense it, and I estimate you will require about 10 days to 2 weeks, given your physical prowess. In truth, it is quite simple, just like this. Hearing her words was akin to receiving a revelation. Actually, blades are not my forte, I have some knowledge of firearms as well. Oh. Jian Yu's interest piqued. Having trained since childhood, she excelled with the spear, and she was eager to discern whether Lin Bei was genuinely knowledgeable or merely posturing. Here. Jian Yu offered him the fiery spear. No need, I have my own weapon, Lin Bei declined, retrieving his Desert Eagle from the system space, its dark muzzle aimed at the approaching rats. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The single-action semi-automatic pistol roared to life. What? Jian Yu's expression turned to one of shock, her mouth agape as she stared at the weapon in his hands. Goodness, so this is the gun he was referring to. Lin Bei's speed was astonishing, expending 20 bullets in the blink of an eye, reloading in another heartbeat. In a mere second, he could unleash 50 rounds, enough to dispatch at least 30 rats. Yet, the efficiency was lacking, the rats continued to pour forth from the source. Jian Yu couldn't help but tease, Lin Bei, your gun seems rather ineffective. How rude. Lin Bei felt a twinge of annoyance, but then a thought struck him, and a smile crept onto his lips. Teacher, this is merely an appetizer. Now, I shall serve the main course. What do you mean by that? Jian Yu inquired, perplexed. What else could he possibly do with a handgun against a tide of rats? One would need something akin to a Gatling gun, ideally 10 of them. A mere handgun. The next moment, damn it. Jian Yu's pupils dilated in shock. Are you out of your mind? You're going to blow this place up. At that moment, Lin Bei held a gun in one hand and a gas canister in the other. Spatial wormholes materialized before him as he tossed 7 or 8 canisters, each plunging into the sewer. Their valves opened. As he prepared to throw the 10th, a grin spread across his face. As he tossed it into the sewer, he fired off a shot. Time to shine. Simultaneously, Lin Bei wrapped his arms around Jian Yu's waist, who was still in shock, as spatial wormholes appeared behind him. He retreated, finding himself 50 meters away just as a series of terrifying explosions erupted. Boom, 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 boom. As Lin Bei was about to close the spatial wormhole, a violent shockwave surged from the still-open portal, propelling them another 50 meters away. Debris flew, the ground collapsed, and the very earth trembled beneath them. Countless grates shot into the sky, accompanied by blinding fireballs and thick fissures that spread with visible speed. A surge of energy flooded into Lin Bei's body. He leveled up. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei. Level, 2nd tier, 1 star. System space, 100 cubic meters. Abilities, space, SSS level, LV2, passive ability, space backpack, capacity. 10,000 cubic meters, strength, S level, LV1, double. Speed, 150. Strength, 150, 3-2. Mental, 150. Constitution, 150. Items, recovery pills 1400, SSS level steak 600, top tier honey glazed sausages 100. Registered members. Jiang Xiu, 1st tier, 6 stars, space LV1, He Yun, 1st tier, 6 stars, strength LV2, triple amplification. Bond benefits, charisma 2, strength 3, food supplies returned at triple rate. Power. This time, his strength had truly surged. What immense power. Har har har. What gun, pathetically weak, explosions were where the real strength lay. What a pity, the distance was too great, otherwise, the energy from this explosion could have propelled him up 2 more stars. You maniac. Jian Yu, now lying on the ground, felt dizzy. Once she regained her senses, she couldn't help but scoff. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. Soft. He looked down to discover. Goodness, his hand left a distinct imprint. He had inadvertently pinched Jian Yu's waist, and she remained oblivious, her body still recovering from the shock. Upon rising, Lin Bei's pupils constricted. It was well known that black clothing would show white marks when touched with even a speck of dust. On Jian Yu's outfit were 2 large, symmetrical white handprints, one on each side. Lin Bei feigned ignorance and asked, Teacher, how effective is my handgun? Chapter 40, Comprehending the Blade's Aura, The Morning Return. That was quite well done, but don't do it again next time. Jian Yu rolled her eyes, exasperated. This fool had no fear of blowing himself up. It was one thing to detonate so many gas canisters at once, but to do so in the sewer was reckless beyond measure. Rising to stretch, she noted with relief that she had only been slightly affected by the shockwave. Given their current physical condition, being thrown 50 meters was akin to a mere jest. Sigh. Lin Bei lamented softly, in this day and age, good people like me are scarce. I silently resolved such a great trouble for the city. Indeed, Jian Yu couldn't help but agree, ignoring it would lead to considerable complications. Have you broken through? Jian Yu suddenly sensed that Lin Bei had become even more inscrutable. Yes. What is your enhancement at the 2nd tier? From a 10-fold increase to a 15-fold boost. As Lin Bei moved his body to acclimate to his newfound strength, he reflected on how rapid his breakthrough had been. Advancing from a first-tier 6-star to a second-tier was nothing short of explosive growth, to the point where he felt on the verge of losing control over his own power. Yet, such was the evolution speed expected of an extraordinary individual. He needed to hone his skills diligently. Suddenly, Lin Bei's eyes narrowed, and a sardonic smile crept across his lips. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected, chilling grin. He quickly advanced, delivering a powerful punch toward the left side of her head. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, followed by the dull thud of a corpse collapsing to the ground. Jiang Yu turned in disbelief to see a zombie lying quietly on the floor, its head reduced to a mere half. How did it get so close to me? Jiang Yu was utterly baffled. Having grown increasingly vigilant over the days, she often glanced behind her to ward off any potential zombie ambush. She had just looked back moments ago. How could she have missed it? Lin Bei's gaze was mocking. A zombie that has developed intelligence and can turn invisible approached you slowly from behind. Useless abilities. Invisible, useless. Jiang Yu was astonished. For goodness sake, she had nearly been bitten. How did you notice it? Such a zombie was indeed terrifying. Humans instinctively trust what their eyes perceive. Just moments ago, she had been caught off guard, and a sudden bite to her neck would have been unbearable. Moreover, this zombie was cunning, its body devoid of the usual stench that accompanied others, making it all the more stealthy. I possess spatial abilities. I can sense spatial fluctuations within a certain range. Within that range, even the slightest movement, like an ant crawling, is clear to me. In fact, if you pay just a bit more attention, you could hear it too. Sometimes, one should not rely solely on their eyes. Jiang Yu understood, then sighed, her expression tinged with melancholy. I truly envy you, Lin Bei, for having spatial abilities, unlike me. Was there a hint of bitterness in her words? Truth be told, she was genuinely envious. Her physical abilities, providing merely enhanced recovery and resilience, were of little use otherwise. Had she been paired with a better ability, even if it were just strength, her prowess could have multiplied significantly. Here, take it back. As the swarm of rats dissipated, Jiang Yu returned the bottle to Lin Bei, nearly full. She had consumed only a few, while any ordinary woman might have hoarded it for herself. The value of this potion was immeasurable. One could easily trade it for 1,000 beauties, yet she had no desire to owe anyone a favor. Consider it a gift. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively, then turned his back to Jiang Yu, grasping his blade to practice the blade's aura while contemplating new spatial abilities. Teacher, I shall commence my training now. Do not disturb me. Very well. Jiang Yu had intended to refuse but ultimately relented upon seeing Lin Bei engrossed in his practice. She genuinely desired that bottle. Attaining it had indeed brought her joy, yet she felt increasingly guilty. She had self-awareness. This was not something she had earned. He had given her far too much, various things, to the point that she felt embarrassed. Teaching him a bit had seemed like a return of favor, but he had just saved her life and gifted her a full bottle of such miraculous medicine. Such a debt was beyond her capacity to repay. Just then, a resounding boom drew her attention. She turned to see Lin Bei execute a slash, creating a deep dent in the wall some 10 meters away. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, astonished by how quickly he had mastered it. Then she relaxed. After all, he had reached the second tier. His physical strength had ascended to a new level, and the energy within him had become more robust, making it considerably easier to sense. Lin Bei continued his practice, having nearly grasped the threshold. It was not the genius one feared, but rather the genius who worked harder than oneself. Glancing at the time, it was only midnight. She too needed to exert herself, lowering her gaze to the spear in her hand. Wait a moment. It was only then she noticed the 2 large white handprints on her chest, momentarily stunned. Were they hers? Her first instinct was that they must have been inadvertently pressed on during the shockwave earlier. Lin Bei, being so upright, would never act in such a manner. Stabbing the spear into the ground, she compared her delicate hands to the prints. Goodness, they were a full size larger than her own. Her expression darkened instantly, a look of deep resentment crossing her face. As a young woman, how could she remain indifferent to 2 male handprints on such a significant part of her body? Yet, she did not dwell on it further. It could merely be a coincidence. If Lin Bei had any ulterior motives, he would have acted in the office, rather than taking such trivial advantage. In this apocalypse, with his strength and resources, he certainly did not lack for women. As dawn approached at 5 o'clock, Jiang Yu returned with her 2 younger sisters, feeling refreshed. After a night of fierce battles, she had successfully ascended to the second tier. Lin Bei had not been without his gains either. Not only had he mastered the blade's shockwave strike, but his strength had also reached level 2, calculated as follows. 150 base 3, athlete's bond 3, strength ability 1350. The second tier, a typical evolver's strength is 15 times that of an ordinary person, while he had attained a terrifying 135 times. Such was the horrifying nature of multiplicative enhancements, only becoming more outrageous as one progressed. He's so handsome. Indeed, he really is handsome. I just heard Sister Yu say he was handsome, but I didn't expect him to be this striking. If he were my boyfriend, it would be wonderful, so strong and so handsome, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. The two girls, a year younger than Jian-Yu, whispered to each other, their gazes brimming with unabashed admiration. Who could resist such charm, especially since Lin Bei had saved them and left them with an abundance of delicious food? Naturally, Jian-Yu would not hoard it all for herself. Lin Bei smiled slightly, being discussed in such a manner by young girls who wouldn't feel elated. The morning sunlight bathed him, enhancing his attractiveness, causing the two girls to gaze at him with starry eyes. Jian-Yu found herself momentarily stunned. He truly was dashing, so much so that her heart began to race uncontrollably. Let us set off. The quartet made their way back to the martial arts hall, encountering numerous zombies along the path. Lin Bei effortlessly swung his blade, and the terrifying shockwave instantly severed the heads of several dozen zombies. That night, a new ability had yet to be developed, but he had fully mastered the blade's aura. What did it matter? He unleashed the energy within him without reservation, then consumed a few recovery pills to replenish his strength. One pill was insufficient to fully restore his stamina. Since one wouldn't suffice, he opted for two. After all, the more he consumed, the more he would need to repay. Wow! Jian-Yu exclaimed in astonishment. In just a few hours, he had achieved such astounding progress, his power rivaling her own. Jian-Yu felt a pang of discontent. Setting aside abilities, her only advantage over Lin Bei had been this strength, and now he stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Her once proud prowess had faced another setback. She was fiercely competitive. In her lexicon, why should a woman be inferior to a man? The reality, however, proved otherwise. No, it wasn't that she was inferior to men in general, she was simply outmatched by Lin Bei, her former student who had blossomed into an unparalleled, superhuman anomaly in this apocalypse. Chapter 41, A Contest of Wits, The Blessing of the Sacred Body. Morning, 8 o'clock, the group returned to the Martial Arts Academy, and along the way, he indulged in a spree of $0 shopping at dozens of stores, acquiring clothing, shoes, undergarments, stockings, and toilet paper. These consumables certainly required ample stock. On the second floor of the Martial Arts Academy. Sister, your spatial wormhole is utterly absurd, it renders any attempt at combat futile. If you possess such prowess, why not face me directly? Let us engage in a fair duel, woman to woman. Hee-Yun pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. What was meant to be a sparring session had devolved into one-sided play. Facing a spatial ability user felt akin to striking cotton with all one's might. No impact whatsoever. Why should I? Shu replied with an air of nonchalance. Who would dare challenge you head-on? Aside from Bei Bei augmenting your strength threefold, your own powers have increased likewise. Who would risk injuring even a single blow from you? But I can't hit you. Hee-Yun had exhausted every possible method, yet the spatial wormhole remained insurmountable. Sigh, it's my fault, truly. I am simply too powerful, having awakened my spatial abilities, which renders it impossible for my dear sister to land a hit. Was that Versailles? So infuriating. Hee-Yun's pout deepened, frustrated, her mind whirled, struggling to conceive a solution, when suddenly she glimpsed Lin Bei and the others returning at the doorway. A mischievous smile flitted across her lips as she bit her lower lip, feigning a look of grievance. Sister, please don't bully me anymore. I promise I won't defy you. From now on, every night, I shall relinquish my dear brother to you, just please stop tormenting me. Jian Shuyu was taken aback. What nonsense was this? In the next moment, the group entered her spatial perception range, and she understood, Lin Bei had returned. That mischievous girl was up to no good, and she landed on the ground with a thud. Sister, what did I do wrong? Why do you beat me so mercilessly? Your strikes are painfully effective. If you desire Bei Bei, I shall willingly concede him to you in the future. I only ask that you refrain from bullying me further. My body is frail, and if you continue like this, you might very well be the death of me. My foot, it hurts so much. Boo-hoo. Her expression, tone, and state were utterly captivating, evoking a sense of sympathy. Hee-Yun was dumbfounded, outperforming her in theatrics, and now tears were flowing. How interesting. In that moment, she reflected on all the sorrowful events of her life. None came to mind, save for the incident when her father devoured the grilled sausage she had bought. How vexing. What is happening? Jian-Yu, just returning, was bewildered by the scene and instinctively turned to Lin Bei. Lin Bei shrugged. They're just bored and playing around. Hee-Yun giggled as she dashed before them, taking Jian-Yu's delicate hand, her expression tinged with sadness. Sister Yu, you must have suffered during this time. You've lost weight. Relieved to know it was all in jest, Jian-Yu exhaled. She had been worried about Xiaoyun being bullied and scrutinized her closely, her gaze somewhat peculiar. Have you gained weight? Impossible. In the apocalypse, could one truly put on flesh? Hee-Yun's cheeks flushed. Oh dear, Sister Yu, why must you say such things? I've had a tad more to eat these past couple of days, merely a few pounds gained, hee hee. Is that so? Lin Bei glanced over, not noticing any change. Her figure remained exquisite. His gaze lingered on her lower half. Unable to look away, the girl had indeed donned some alluring stockings, tightly encasing her long, graceful legs. Her small feet were adorned with pristine white socks, complemented by a pair of elegant black shoes. The black and white ensemble was striking. With Hee-Yun's stunning beauty, one could hardly resist stealing glances on the street. Moreover, with the enhancement from the sacred body S-bond, her allure had tripled. Lin Bei, despite believing himself somewhat composed, found it challenging to maintain his composure in her presence. Oh, how splendidly she dressed. Just wait until later, she would certainly have her fun. Hee-Yun inwardly rejoiced. She adored the way her dear brother looked at her, relishing in her beauty for him. After all, a woman adorns herself for the one she wishes to please. With a hint of pride, she cast a glance at Sister Shiyu. Bei, this lady here must be your former teacher, am I correct? Greetings, I am Jiang Shiyu. Shiyu gracefully approached him, a subtle fragrance wafting into his senses. Today, Shiyu donned an immaculate white gown, the sheer fabric hinting at her long legs beneath. The hem of her dress encased her calves in a delicate layer of fine silk, radiating a faint sheen. Her feet were graced by exquisite high heels, forming a flawless silhouette, her skin radiant as jade, an unblemished masterpiece, as if bestowed by the heavens. Damn, how could she be this stunning? Honestly, had there not been others present, he would have eagerly engaged in a profound discussion about the essence of life with these two enchanting beings. Their inherent charm was already substantial, but under the sacred body's blessing, few could remain undisturbed. Shiyu, unwilling to yield, shot a glance at Hee-Yun, proudly lifting her chest, her eyes seemingly challenging. In terms of fashion, you still have much to learn, and my assets surpass yours. Awakening early to find Xiaoyun not only made up but also dressed exquisitely, she quickly understood her intentions and promptly changed into a more flattering outfit. Hee-Yun sulked. Just wait until she matured a bit more, her poise and allure would surpass them all. Even Jian Yu was momentarily entranced. Had she been a man, she might have been unable to resist leaping forward. Her outfit was truly stunning. Greetings, I am Jian Yu. Jian Yu, believing herself beautiful, felt a tad overshadowed in comparison to the woman before her. Sister Yu, what level are you at now? I am at first tier 6 stars. Hee, have I surpassed you? Her small face was brimming with anticipation, eager for Sister Yu's astonished reaction, while simultaneously seeking to impress her dear brother that they hadn't been idle during his absence. Yet, Jian Yu smiled gently, patting her shoulder. Little Yun, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I just broke through to the 2nd tier this morning. What? Hee-Yun gasped in shock. Second tier, her expression fell. She had thought that after tirelessly slaying zombies for days, she had made up for her earlier shortcomings, only to discover the gap remained vast. Shiyu furrowed her brow. 2nd tier, clearly, they had not exerted enough effort. If even Jian Yu, a woman, had reached the 2nd tier, one could only imagine how many men outside had also attained that level. During the first few days of the apocalypse, they had been idle, and despite their recent diligence, they still lagged significantly behind. Though gifted with the extraordinary spatial ability, she felt a faint sense of urgency. As a woman, she aspired to be the most exceptional in Lin Bei's eyes. After all, she was his first woman in this apocalypse. She understood the fickleness of affection. Thus, she consistently sought new ways to please him. Not only did she aim to enhance her charm, but she also sought to elevate her beauty and physique, ensuring her level surpassed that of other beauties. Only then would Lin Bei's gaze consistently linger upon her. Observing the astonished expressions of Shiyu and Hee-Yun, Jian Yu felt no sense of pride. Last night's sparring session between Lin Bei and Xiao Shiyu had deeply motivated her. What did high levels matter when abilities truly determined one's potential? To be fair, she sensed that Hee-Yun's power abilities far outweighed her own physical abilities. Casting her gaze towards the group of women, she beckoned them over. Since we are all here, I have something to discuss. Jian Yu informed her companions about the invitation extended by Xiao Shiyu, relaying the conditions without reservation and thoroughly describing her strength and the team. Whether to go or stay is entirely up to you. I personally recommend we go. There, we need not worry about food or safety. It's infinitely superior to our current situation. She was still contemplating her own decision, but she needed to persuade these young women to join. She was weary. She no longer wished to shoulder the responsibility of others. Xiao Shiyu's place was an excellent opportunity. Otherwise, these young and beautiful ladies would inevitably become mere playthings, traded like commodities. Chapter 42, Hee-Yun acts cute, Jian Yu stays behind. Sister Yu, are you going? One of the younger women asked, while the others gazed at her with concern, eager to accompany her. Over the past few days, they had come to regard her as their pillar of support. Jian Yu hesitated. She truly wished to go, but she owed Lin Bei a significant debt of gratitude. This farewell might very well be their last encounter in this lifetime. No one knew where their next destination would be. The thought of leaving without a word weighed heavily on her conscience. Dear sister, please don't go. I came specifically to find you. Hee-Yun, bearing a sense of urgency, rushed forward, wrapping her arms around one of Jiang-Yu's, pouting as she acted adorably. Sister, don't go to that something US place. I can't bear to part with you, stay with us, please, pretty please. This among those present, aside from the two sisters who had grown up with her, she felt closest to Hee-yun. She genuinely wanted to stay, burdened by the debts she had yet to repay. However, would Lin Bei be willing to provide her with food? With that thought in mind, she glanced at Lin Bei and spoke softly, Dear sister, it's not that I don't want to stay, but what? Hee-yun perked up, sensing a glimmer of hope. Jiang-Yu bit her lip. It's just that if I stay, I fear I would be a burden regarding your food supply. With the power outage and the sweltering heat, the perishables stored in the refrigerator will soon spoil. I have advanced to the second tier, and my food requirements are substantial. I do not wish to cause you any inconvenience. It's not that I want to leave you, it's just that I must for your sake. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Pua, not quite. It seemed more directed at the other women and Lin Bei himself. Clever, Jiang-Yu's words were not meant solely for Hee-yun but also for the other women and Lin Bei. She did not want to remain, leaving them behind, while subtly warning Lin Bei that her presence meant an additional mouth to feed. The current situation could be described as an era of universal evolution. The zombie crisis had led to power outages, resulting in dwindling edible resources. While their appetites grew increasingly alarming from the videos online, it was evident that various crops and produce had withered due to the apocalypse, as if they could not adapt to the new environment. As one resource diminished, another flourished. Ultimately, they would face starvation unless someone could develop new crops suited to the current conditions. It's all right, sister, although our food supply is limited, having you with us would be just right, wouldn't it, dear brother? Hee-yun clung to her arm, her eyes filled with hope and pleading as she turned to Lin Bei. Lin Bei frowned and pondered for a moment. After a while, he reached out to pat Hee-yun's head and slowly replied, Indeed, whatever you say goes. A little performance, apart from Jiang-Yu, he had no interest in the other women at the moment. None had even unlocked the fitness enthusiast bond. While many were foodies, they clearly had traveled extensively before the apocalypse, and two were only at the first tier, their low power levels alarming. Rather than keeping them around as mere ornaments, it would be better for Xiao Xie to take them away for proper training. Hee. Hee-yun beamed with delight. I knew you were the best, dear brother. Sister Yu, please stay with us, rest assured, as long as I have food, you will too. Together, we shall vanquish the horde of zombies and break through the darkness. Are you sure it's truly all right for me to stay? Jiang-Yu inquired of Lin Bei. To be honest, he had been exceedingly generous, providing her with an abundance of food last night, but ultimately, it was still finite. Teacher, it's absolutely fine. Please don't feel pressured. Really, it's no problem. Then that's settled. With his affirmative response, Jiang-Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Having little Hee-yun alongside her wouldn't he be so lonely. However, the thought of parting with her two close sisters made her feel quite reluctant. Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, Xiao Xie will be coming shortly. When she arrives, you should go with her. It's all my fault. Last night, I nearly put you in danger. Sister, let us not talk about that. Why don't you come with us? It is better for us sisters to look out for one another. We can't bear to leave you here alone. Yes, sister, we can't bear to part with you. Come with us. The two sisters were quite insistent. Jiang-Yu found herself in a dilemma. On one hand were her childhood companions, and on the other, the debt of gratitude she owed to her dear sister. Ultimately, which side should she choose? Oh no, Hee-yun raised an eyebrow, fully aware that Jiang-Yu valued emotions deeply. With the two sisters saying such things, she might just decide to leave. Sister Xiao Qing, Sister Xiao Bai, what are you talking about? As if we will never meet again. We are going to live here from now on. If you miss her, you can always come back to visit, can't you? Live here, why didn't you say so earlier? With that, the burden on their minds lifted. In this apocalypse, they had long lost the concept of a fixed home. They thought that Lin Bei and his group would soon leave again. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai understood Jiang-Yu quite well. They knew that the reason she was willing to stay was not only due to Hee-yun's pleas, but also her desire to repay a kindness. It was precisely because she was too kind that she had been schemed against by those deceitful rascals. They had underestimated the ugliness of human nature, and they were fortunate that Lin Bei had appeared in time. Otherwise, they dared not imagine what they would have faced. You should have said so sooner. Jiang-Yu lightly tapped Hee-yun's forehead. If she had mentioned it earlier, there would have been no need for such inner turmoil. You didn't, he asked. Regardless, her task was accomplished. Next, it was about how to lure Sister Yu into her and Sister Xiu's group. Soon, Sister Yu would have to call her sister. She had already begun to fantasize about it. In her imagination, she patted Jiang-Yu's shoulder, saying, Sister Yu, from today onward, we shall each refer to the other as sister, hee. Gululu. Out of the blue, Jiang-Yu's stomach growled, and her face flushed with embarrassment. There was no helping it, her physique was extraordinary, with muscle and bone strength 4 times that of her peers, meaning her food requirements were 3 to 4 times greater as well. Her appetite was truly astonishing. There's still some food at home. I'll go prepare it, and let us all gather to eat. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai went to prepare, rummaging through what they could find. Fortunately, they had looted quite a few refrigerators on their way back, and the power had only been out since the night before, so the freezer's contents were still intact. Before long, a variety of dishes were brought out: braised pork, braised chicken legs, braised beef, braised lamb, sweet and sour ribs, pig trotter soup, thinly sliced spicy snacks, pickled vegetable strips, and fried instant noodles. At first glance, it looked decent. The spicy snacks paired quite well with rice, something Lin Bei had enjoyed before. The only downside was the complete absence of vegetables, as fresh produce had been depleted for over a week since the apocalypse. Lin Bei, sit down and eat. Shiyu, Xiao Yun, come eat with us, Jian Yu called to the 3 of them. No need, I had something to eat on the way back. You all enjoy your meal, Lin Bei declined, noting that the meager portions were hardly enough for 2 or 3 people. Good sister, you all eat. I've gained a bit of weight these days, and I need to lose some. I wouldn't want someone to dislike me. He Yun also declined, thinking along the same lines as Lin Bei. Teacher, you all eat. Don't he mind us? Shiyu likewise refused. She didn't know any of these people, and since neither Lin Bei nor He Yun was eating, how could she possibly join in? At this moment, her mind was focused on just one thing. Chapter 43, The Arrival of the Tidal Moon, taking everyone away. Minor adjustments, my apologies. It is time for her to get close to Lin Bei. It has been 2 days since they shared intimacy. The night before last, she had given way to He Yun, and last night, he did not return. Though a tinge of fear lingered, the longing was undeniable. Bei, she mused. Shiyu approached Lin Bei, who stood by the window, gently leaning against him and whispering softly, raising one delicate foot. Bei, I'm not accustomed to wearing high heels. I think I twisted my ankle just now, and it hurts a bit. Could you please massage it for me? Twisted it? Lin Bei glanced down and noticed the slight redness and swelling around her delicate ankle. Not accustomed to high heels? A flight attendant is not accustomed to high heels. Very well, I believe it. So you've twisted it? Oh, come, let me help you with that. He guided her into a small room, urging her to sit on the table while he took a seat on a small chair, carefully removing her high heels and gently massaging her foot. Shiyu smiled, radiating happiness and tenderness. How delightful! His heart swelled with sweetness. Good brother, mine hurts a little too. Could you help me as well? He Yun followed into the room, deliberately sitting next to Shiyu, casting a defiant glance at her. Lin Bei chuckled and shook his head. What a little girl! He casually extended his help to her as well. Good brother is truly wonderful. He Yun smiled brightly, her eyes half closed in joy. For heaven's sake, one cannot allow Sister Shiyu to garner all the attention from the good brother. Which girl does not wish for her boyfriend to take care of her? Sister Yu, yours isn't he as pretty as mine? He Yun wiggled her adorable little foot. Nonsense, mine is far more beautiful than yours. Shiyu retorted, indignant. Good brother, who do you think is prettier? He Yun stretched her leg, aware that in terms of looks and figure, she paled in comparison to Sister Shiyu, so she could only compete in other aspects. Bei, who do you think is prettier? Shiyu also extended her leg, refusing to be outdone. Do you realize that you two are stirring up trouble? Lin Bei squinted. Stirring up trouble? What trouble are we causing? We aren't stirring up anything, good brother, why do you say that? He Yun feigned innocence. Right, how are we stirring up trouble? Shiyu echoed, equally perplexed. All right. Lin Bei stood up, intending to remove his glasses, only to realize he wasn't wearing them, the corners of his mouth curling upward. I truly cannot deal with you two. It seems I must teach you a little lesson. He popped a handful of energy pills into his mouth, not knowing how many. It mattered not. Outside, Jian Yu picked up a piece of braised pork and served herself a bowl of rice. Today's meal was exceptionally lavish, yet it felt somewhat lacking. There were no vegetables, and just meat became rather monotonous. Last night's meal was better. The food Lin Bei provided, with a balance of meat and vegetables, was truly fulfilling. The girls chatted as they ate, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Several hours later. At noon, Lin Bei pushed open the door and stepped out. Jian Yu and the others had already finished their meal and were gathered around the table chatting. Beep. Beep. At that moment, a series of horn blasts echoed from downstairs. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Could Xiao Xie not be a bit more discreet? He approached the window to look down, spotting a modified pickup truck parked at the entrance, its front end welded with several large steel pipes arranged in a triangular formation, showing no fear of zombies blocking the way. Har! Har! The blaring horns attracted numerous zombies from afar. Xiao Ziye exchanged glances with Wang Qi and Xiao Bai, who emerged from the backseat wielding long knives, charging forward. Ordinary zombies were mere toys to them. Stop gawking and come down to open the door. Xiao Ziye shouted to them from the second-floor window, while patting the supplies dragged by the pickup. Lin Babe, how do you like the gifts I brought? Lin Bei squinted. This girl had amassed quite a collection of supplies: 3 pigs, 5 pig heads, 2 cattle, 1 sheep, 10 bags of 50-pound rice, along with numerous slightly wilted vegetables and various condiments including oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Leaning against the pickup, Xiao Ziye beamed with pride. Did you see that? This is my strength. Why don't you obediently join my camp? Stick with me, and you'll be sure to enjoy a life of abundance. Wow, so much food. She brought so much food as a gift. Just how much has Xiao Ziye stored? Her generous offering captured everyone's attention. Here, each person fretted about their next meal, and now, tangible food lay before them, making them eager to join. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. A spatial wormhole appeared beside the pickup. Xiao Ziye was momentarily taken aback before ascending to the second floor. The space ability is just so convenient. Her gaze swept over the others. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Ziye. Xia means tide and moon. I won't say much more. I am sure Jian Yu has introduced me to you. So, will you leave the supplies behind, or will you come with me? By the way, where are Shi Yu and He Yun? We just woke up from our nap. He Yun and Shi Yu emerged from the small room together. Xiao Ziye narrowed her eyes slightly. The real-life versions were far more attractive than in the surveillance footage. These two girls' looks were nearly a threat to her title as the long-standing beauty queen. Jian Yu spoke on behalf of the group. Xiao Ziye, we discussed it, and they will go with you, while I, Lin Bei, Jian Shi Yu, and He Yun will stay behind. Xiao Ziye frowned slightly. The 4 remaining were the most valuable, yet her initial intent in forming a women's team was to protect women. Even if they did not come, she would still take the others away, but she still wanted to persuade them. Ladies, please come along. In my camp, everyone is treated equally as friends. I have generators, air conditioning, hot water for showers, and everything you could need. More people means more liveliness, doesn't it? Lin Bei declined. I'm sorry, I'm not particularly fond of lively environments. Is that so? What a pity. Xiao Ziye expressed genuine regret, then asked, what are your plans next? Where do you intend to go? For the time being, we will stay here. It has electricity, which is convenient. With his current strength, traversing thousands of kilometers to find his girlfriend was still a daunting task. He needed to reach at least the 3rd tier to better handle unforeseen situations. Xiao Ziye's eyes brightened. Excellent, this way, she could find more excuses to frequently visit here. Getting to know him would only bring benefits. All right. Xiao Ziye nodded. In that case, I will unload the supplies from the truck and leave them with you. It should be enough for the 4 of you for a while. Kindness must be reciprocated. She believed Lin Bei understood that her generosity was not merely a gesture of goodwill. As she spoke, she utilized the spatial wormhole to transfer the items, and Lin Bei did not refuse. After all, the spatial backpack had ample room, and with the upgrade of his spatial abilities, its capacity had increased tenfold. Subsequently, she helped the girls onto the pickup, allowing Wang Qi and Xiao Bai to take them away first. Her police station was indeed not far, just a few kilometers down the road. At that moment, the vast martial arts hall was left with just 5 individuals. Lin Bei. There are no outsiders here. Could you give me some more of your ancestral secret medicine? Of course, I'm not asking for it for free. Feel free to set any conditions. After leaving last night, she had tried it again. It was utterly miraculous. Just 1 pill, just 1. It allowed her to recover from complete exhaustion instantly, making it incredibly easy to kill a mutated beast and break through to the 2nd tier. Only those who had truly experienced it could understand how extraordinary and crucial it was. Chapter 44, The Gift of the Moonlit Tide, Fishing with Bait. Master, if you desire her, feel free to propose any condition. Simply take her, for the 3-second lightning ability is not to be missed. Once this opportunity is gone, it shall not return. Slurp, foolish bird. Lin Bei silently criticized. After following me for so long, how can you not have learned anything? Have you not observed others' levels or personalities? When such a woman presents these conditions, do you not yearn for that ability? Fishing requires patience. Do you understand? Patience is a virtue. She said to propose casually. Do you actually believe a woman's words? Silly fool. Returning to his thoughts, Lin Bei extracted 5 recovery pills. Since we have met, I consider it fate. I admire you. Here, take a few. He spoke sincerely. He truly respected her. Her intention and direction in forming a female army were commendable. In this apocalyptic world, very few possess such determination and take action, yet many challenges lie ahead. Thank you. Xiao Ziye exclaimed joyfully, prepared for a hefty expense, yet unexpectedly receiving 5 pills for free. However, 5 seemed a tad insufficient. Brother Lin Bei, could you spare a few more? I have broken through to the second tier, and I require 2 pills at a time to restore my full strength. Later, I will bring some supplies to express my gratitude. All right, Lin Bei handed her another 5, placing them in her palm. I have supplies here, consider these 10 as a gift. Thank you, Brother Bei. Xiao Xie beamed. 10 pills would suffice for 5 uses. She was eager to enhance her strength. With these 5 chances, she need not hold back against unforeseen circumstances. I shall take my leave now, and I will return later with some items. With that, he leaped from the second-floor window, pushing off the ground and vanishing from sight. He-Yun pouted, visibly displeased. Another second-tier. It was one thing for her sister to be second-tier, but an outsider as well. She couldn't help but feel envious. Good brother, we aren't even that familiar. Why give her so much? She'll take what she can and leave. She might not remember your kindness. Addiction, dependence. What do you mean? He-Yun puzzled, while Shu Yu was equally confused, and Jiang Yu was utterly lost. My medicine is akin to that. Once or twice might be tolerable, but using it repeatedly leads to dependency. When you run out, you'll feel discomfort, as if ants are crawling on your skin. Is that true? I don't believe it. The others were skeptical. Words alone are not enough. Yu, Xiaoyun, come, return the medicines you have, and let us verify. Here. He-Yun, lacking a spatial backpack, only had a handful, while Shu Yu's quantity was alarming. With various vials combined, she likely possessed 1,000 pills, making Jiang Yu's brows twitch in disbelief. Such a quantity was simply terrifying. 1 pill alone could drive one to madness. Wait. Shu Yu, where did you get all those vials? Could it be, are you also a spatial ability user? Indeed, my spatial ability is the same as my dear Bei's, both rated at 3S. Xiaoyun never mentioned it to you. My heavens, 2 spatial ability users, one is already outrageous, 2 of them together could cause quite the uproar. Those with abilities are rare, and S-class abilities are even more exceptional. Possessing a 3S attribute ability is truly a destiny bestowed. Physical abilities are the dregs of the dregs. Jiang Yu felt a wave of inferiority. Once the leader of the team, standing beside Lin Bei made it hard not to feel small. Let us go. Lin Bei, unaware of Jiang Yu's thoughts, was curious about the reaction to the sudden cessation of the recovery pills, leading the way by jumping from the second floor. Shu Yu and He-Yun followed closely behind. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before joining them. Good brother, do you feel nothing? He-Yun wielded her long knife, decapitating zombie after zombie effortlessly, feeling no strain, as if slicing through tofu. Bei, no pressure at all, Shu Yu echoed, deliberately controlling the size of her spatial wormhole, expending minimal ability. Patience. This is just the beginning. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Before long, half an hour had passed, and Shu Yu and He-Yun were panting heavily, their smooth, fair cheeks slightly flushed. I can't take it anymore. I need a pill. He-Yun, unable to endure, reached instinctively for her pocket, only to find it empty. Suddenly recoiling, her brow furrowed tightly. She was indeed experiencing withdrawal. UGH.SO annoying. It feels like ants are crawling all over me. I desperately want a pill. Despite the many zombies ahead, she felt no fear with Lin Bei beside her, yet she knew that without him, her only option would be to flee. Good brother, I believe you now. This discomfort is unbearable. Please, I need a pill, my dear brother, I'm suffering. He-Yun clung to Lin Bei, her face flushed and pained, her delicate lips parted. Were you not just skeptical? You knew it would feel this terrible. I'm exhausted, devoid of any strength. Good brother, please hurry. He-Yun pouted, not wanting to suffer unnecessarily. Here. Lin Bei fed her a pill and slipped a dozen more into her pocket. Muir, love you. Indeed, a woman who knows how to charm can be quite persuasive. What bliss. After swallowing a recovery pill, He-Yun felt revitalized, strength surging within her. Meanwhile, Shu Yu continued to grit her teeth, but within moments, she returned, breathless, resting her hands on her knees, completely devoid of the grace she had exhibited while effortlessly slaying zombies from afar. Bei, hurry. I can't hold on any longer. Wait, it's only been a little over half an hour, and you two are already spent, little lethargics. I thought you could last longer. You were so doubtful just now. Oh dear, I made a mistake. Shu Yu gasped for breath. Previously, with recovery pills, she had been able to use her spatial ability freely, but without them, she found herself meticulously rationing her energy, yet the consumption remained excessive. Even merely opening a small wormhole drained roughly 10% of her ability, and expanding it further consumed even more. Lin Bei felt quite satisfied. He suddenly realized that he had given Xiao Xie too few pills earlier. He ought to have given her more and made it clear that he had an ample supply, thus encouraging her to use them liberally. Bit by bit, slowly, firmly, grasped the bait. Big sister Yu, may I see the strength of the second tier? Now in peak condition after consuming the recovery pill, He-yun bounced over to the seemingly solitary Jian-yu. All right. Jian-yu drew a 60cm short gun from her back, extending it to 1 meter with a flourish. Gripping the long gun, confidence surged back within her. Taking a deep breath, she fired a shot. Yu had initially dismissed it, believing that no matter how powerful a cold weapon was, it held little significance. However, the moment Jian-yu fired, her brow furrowed sharply as she sensed a formidable energy emanating ahead. Dozens of zombie heads toppled to the ground, the small horde swiftly eliminated, leaving the 2 women utterly astounded. Wow. Sister, you're amazing. 1 spatial sister and 1 energy sister, har har har, I'm now in the inner circle too. He-yun laughed joyfully. And me? Lin-bei gestured to himself. You are my unbeatable good brother. Impressive. Coming back to her senses, Yu swallowed hard, acknowledging Jian-yu's talents, realizing she was indeed formidable for someone who ran a martial arts school. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Jian-yu offered, smiling at Yu's astonished expression. Teaching Lin-bei's companions was her way of repaying him. It was the only skill she truly had to offer. Chapter 45, The Silver Moon's Stealthy Escape. Is that so? No, it is like this. Jian-yu guided the 2 women, and as they interacted, she grew more familiar with Yu. The harmonious scene brought great joy to Lin-bei. It was wonderful, as he no longer had to worry about troubles arising in the backyard. Rivalry and jealousy were welcome. After all, he was enjoying himself. Chase. Quick, pursue. Don't let it escape. Bang. Bang. The shouts and gunfire grew louder, causing the brows of the group to furrow as they gazed towards the corner of the street ahead. In the next moment, a slender dog with pure white fur entered their line of sight. Wasn't that Silver Moon, the pet of Xiaoxie? Behind her trailed 3 men, the leader gripping a rifle. Whimper, Silver Moon dashed to Lin-bei's side and stopped, affectionately rubbing against his pants, while the 3 men chasing her gradually halted. What a beautiful woman! As the 3 men beheld Yu, He-yun, and Jian-yu, their breaths caught in their throats. The beauty was indeed criminally captivating. The leader's eyes gleamed with greed and desire, and without a second thought, he raised his gun, aiming directly at Lin-bei's forehead. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, intent on ensuring his target would not have the time to react. Once Lin-bei was eliminated, the 3 exquisite beauties would all belong to him. He craved to possess them entirely, his heart racing with excitement. Such beauty, if he could indulge in them, it would be enough for a lifetime. At a distance of several meters, with his current marksmanship, a single bullet would suffice. He had already begun to fantasize about the 3 beauties fleeing in panic before his gun, with him in relentless pursuit, knowing they could not escape, not one of them. Bang! The gunfire ceased, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The source of the scream was none other than the man who had fired the shot. His rifle clattered to the ground as his shoulders gushed blood from gaping wounds, his arms hanging limply, shattered at the junction with his torso. What is happening? He had clearly aimed at his target. Why was he the one injured after firing? Confusion filled his mind. His 2 companions, equally perplexed by the bizarre scene, were startled when one suddenly recalled something and cried out in terror, I know. Boss, I know among them, there is a spatial ability user. What? The man's face paled. A spatial ability user. Pick up the gun and run. The 2 lackeys were just about to retrieve their weapons when a hand appeared out of thin air, snatching up the gun before them. They looked up to find the rifle now in the hands of a man several meters away, Lin-bei's finger resting on the trigger, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at them. The 3 men felt their scalps tingle, goosebumps rising across their bodies. Run! They had arrived quickly, and they ran just as fast. However, in the next moment, accompanied by the gunshot, a bullet traversed the distance through a spatial wormhole, piercing the foreheads of all 3. Throughout it all, Lin-bei's expression remained unchanged. They were mere clowns, not worthy of his excitement. Even now, as a second-tier individual, he would not dare to endure bullets with his flesh, unless he acquired Jian-yu's physical ability. Yet, it must be said, that man was indeed decisive. He had fired the moment he laid eyes on Lin-bei, but unfortunately, he had encountered the wrong person. Is that it? Jian-yu blinked, somewhat incredulous. The moment she saw the man draw his gun, she had feared for Lin-bei's safety and wondered how they would respond, but before she could think further, the bodies of the 3 men lay still on the ground. No. This resolution felt a bit too swift. They made their entrance and were eliminated in an instant. Her mind momentarily stalled. In the past, whenever danger arose, she was the one who found a way to resolve it. Now, it was as if the enemy had collapsed before she even had a chance to react. Wow, where did this dog come from? So cute. He-yun squatted down, stroking Silver Moon's soft fur. Sensing the strong scent of Lin-bei on her, Silver Moon understood their relationship and squinted her eyes in delight. A dog, no, as a wolf, recognizing the times was essential for survival. She is so well behaved. Oh, big brother, why did she come to you? Was she your pet before? Hee-yoon cradled Silver Moon in her arms, finding her soft, small, and utterly adorable. Lin Bei glanced over. No, she belongs to Xiaoxie. She probably sneaked out to play. Don't let her size fool you, this little one is already second tier. What? Hee-yoon's eyes widened. Goodness, even a dog was second tier. I'm hungry. I want to eat something. Silver Moon cooed in Hee-yoon's embrace, showing no signs of a formidable second tier beast, merely uttering a few words with her tiny mouth. She can talk. Hee-yoon lifted her up to meet her gaze. Come on, say mama and you'll get a treat. Mar. Mama. Without hesitation, Silver Moon opened her mouth, her eyes brimming with expectation as she caught the lingering scent of delicious food on Hee-yoon. Just the aroma made her nearly lose control. Sister Yu, give her a big sausage. Here. Yu produced a honey-glazed sausage and handed it to Hee-yoon, who began to pet Silver Moon. No one could resist the adorable charm of a young dog, especially not a woman. Bei, she is so well-behaved, is she really second tier? Yu couldn't believe that such a naive and adorable puppy possessed a level far surpassing theirs. Indeed. Lin Bei recalled the events of the previous night. Upon reaching second tier, she possesses intelligence comparable to that of a human. This little rascal is quite clever, and don't be deceived by her current size. She can grow to the size of a small car. The teacher can attest to that. Exactly. Jian-yu nodded. The reason I am low on food supplies is that she has visited several times. Hee-yoon, upon hearing this, became irate. She held the sausage away from Silver Moon's drooling mouth. You little rascal, apologize to my sister, or you won't get to eat. Whimper. The moment the large sausage appeared, Silver Moon was captivated by its aroma, her tail nearly wagging like a fan. She could snatch it away but understood the value of moderation. One satisfying meal was enough. With a leap, she bounded into Jian-yu's embrace. Jian-yu instinctively held her, the small body rolling around in her arms, the adorable little head nuzzling against her, as a soft and timid voice emerged. Sorry, please don't be angry, it's all Xiaoxie's fault for not feeding me enough. Jian-yu initially intended to withhold forgiveness, but the overwhelming cuteness was irresistible, and she found herself petting Silver Moon once more. Eat meat. Hee-yoon playfully waved the sausage before Silver Moon's nose. So cute, go ahead and eat. Slurp. Silver Moon took a bite, her little blue eyes shining brightly. This was so delicious. Having tasted many delightful foods, she had never encountered anything so exquisite. Within moments, she devoured the entire sausage. Still unsatisfied, she exclaimed, Mama, I want more. Little Moon, come look over here. Do you want to eat? Lin Bei held 8 sausages between his fingers, and Silver Moon's eyes lit up with greed as she eagerly nodded her small head. I want. Here? Lin Bei gave her 3 sausages, but as she prepared for a 4th, he stepped back. Meat. Silver Moon stretched her small head forward, trying to bite, but the distance was too great, letting out a plaintive cry. Just a few sausages weren't enough. She wanted to devour 100, no, 1,000. Little Moon. Lin Bei wore a mischievous smile. You must not be fed enough by Xiaoxie. I have as many of these large sausages as you could desire. However, since you are not my pet, I am under no obligation to feed you for free, unless you offer your contract. Once you become my pet, I will provide you with these every day until you are full. His words dripped with temptation. Stealing away. Xiaoxie's food reserves were substantial, but Silver Moon, being a second-tier beast, had a far larger appetite than that of a second-tier human. If allowed to feast, it would deplete supplies in no time. But he was different. Once Silver Moon became his pet, no matter how much she ate, everything would be replenished. He wouldn't have to expend even a grain of rice. Why not take advantage? Chapter 46. A Feast of Flesh. Tempted Wolf. Silver Moon. Is it true, you intend to abscond with Xiaoxie? Silver Moon, aren't you afraid of her wrath? Jian-yu exclaimed in astonishment. Last night, the adversary was a formidable 3S level wielder of lightning abilities, and did they truly not hold her in any regard? Silver Moon narrowed her eyes, displaying a somewhat anthropomorphic demeanor. Though she was gluttonous, she was not foolish. Once a contract was pledged, she would become his pet henceforth. What if her freedom was restricted? What if he deceived her and withheld food? Not even Xia's mother had mentioned such a thing. Why should she offer him a contract? If she were to give one, it would undoubtedly be to Xia. Oh my goodness, how delectable. Lin Bei presented a grand platter, towering with 20 exquisite steaks, each the size of an adult male's palm and 5 to 6 centimeters thick, the rich aroma causing her tail to wag involuntarily. Xiyu, Xiaoyun, teacher, you all expended significant energy earlier. Let us replenish our strength with some food. Hee. I'm so hungry. Hee-yoon and Xiyu each took a piece, relishing the flavor. They had consumed no fewer than 1,000 of these steaks, and even the most delicious dishes could become tiresome if eaten excessively, yet they often varied their meals. Isn't it customary to serve some rice? Jian-yu stood awkwardly to the side, feeling somewhat embarrassed to partake. The enticing aroma made her involuntarily swallow. She had tasted it before and knew its exquisite flavor, but merely indulging in steak seemed rather extravagant. "Dear brother, could we have something else?" "Sister, you and I haven't had lunch yet." Indeed, Lin Bei led the trio and the wolf to a nearby cafe. With a mere thought and a wave of his hand, 4 large rice cookers appeared, each brimming with fragrant rice. To be honest, no matter how many steaks one consumed, it felt incomplete without a couple of bites of rice. Jian Yu finally picked up a piece of steak, taking a small bite, and just as she was about to scoop up a generous helping of rice, she was taken aback. Several large platters appeared on the table: braised pork, a lavish Tenjin version, sweet and sour ribs, Tenjin deluxe, scrambled eggs with chives, cold cucumber salad, stir-fried prawns, dry pot cauliflower, spicy stir-fried pork belly, aromatic pan-fried fish, braised lamb, cold beef salad, and rib corn soup. The once spacious table suddenly felt cramped, with 2 large platters overflowing with dozens of steaks and sausages. With chopsticks in hand, she was momentarily at a loss. So many dishes, and the portions were truly excessive, bordering on outrageous. Is it a festival or something? Observing Shiyu and Hiyun, the two showed no signs of surprise, deliberating on which dish to sample first. "I haven't eaten all afternoon. I am starving." Hiyun launched into a whirlwind of consumption, not forgetting to load Jian Yu's rice cooker with dishes. "Sister, hurry and eat, choose whatever you like, and if there's not enough rice, just ask dear brother for more." Jian Yu's hands trembled slightly, her voice quavering. "Xiaoyun, do you have such lavish meals every time?" "Of course, dear sister. Just eat to your heart's content. When you're with us, you needn't worry about provisions. If you don't eat your fill, how will you muster the strength to slay zombies?" Hiyun understood Jian Yu's feelings. She had shared the same expression when she first joined. It was merely a matter of getting accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Silver Moon gazed on with wide eyes. This feast surpassed even what her seer mother had. Just how much food did this fellow possess? Woo woo woo! Little Silver Moon leaped into Shiyu's arms, pouting adorably. "Meat, I want to eat meat." Shiyu glanced at Lin Bei. Let her have 2 pieces of steak to satisfy her cravings. Satisfy cravings? No, the more she ate, the more she craved. Hiyun consumed 1 rice cooker of rice, yielding 3 servings. Master, Shiyu, and Hiyun collectively partook of 1 serving of sweet and sour ribs, Tenjin deluxe, yielding 3 servings. This serving was 90% devoured by Hiyun. "You've polished it off completely, and you didn't even leave a morsel for the teacher," Lin Bei chuckled, producing yet another platter. Jian Yu's brow twitched in disbelief. More food after it was already finished. Woo woo! After finishing 2 exquisite steaks, Silver Moon's appetite was fully awakened. Watching her companions eat so heartily made her yearn to claim all the food for herself, yet she knew that if she did so, there would be no next meal. Moreover, she was uncertain if she could best Lin Bei. The little one was so hungry, so desperate to eat. Should she just give it to him? To give or not to give? Possessing an intellect akin to that of a human, she realized that every meal Lin Bei and the others enjoyed was thus splendid. If she followed him, she could indulge in her heart's desires. She would choose only the most delectable dishes. How fragrant! So tender! Delicious! Jian Yu savored a piece of the sweet and sour rib that Hiyun had offered, the exquisite taste causing her soul to tremble. The harmonious, plentiful, and warm meal evoked a sense of nostalgia for the pre-apocalyptic days, where dining was simply dining, free from worries about future meals or the absence of food. Before long, Jian Yu entered a fervent eating mode. Though she had eaten earlier, her portion had been meager, merely a few bowls of rice. With many people present, there was hardly enough food to go around. Everyone merely needed a little to tide them over. "Nobody's watching me, nobody's watching me, nobody's watching me." Seizing the opportunity while everyone was engrossed in their meal, Silver Moon extended her tiny paw, slowly and stealthily inching towards a piece of steak. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Just as it was about to reach her mouth, Lin Bei picked it up. "Little Moon, sneaking food is a bad habit. If you wish to eat, you can do so openly. However, what a wicked man, he seeks to ensnare me. Does he think mere food can tempt this wolf? Ridiculous, this wolf would rather starve. But it smells so good that I want to eat." As the ribs were cooked to perfect tenderness, Shiyu inadvertently caused a piece of meat to slip from the bone while trying to pick it up. Silver Moon, quick as a flash, snatched it up in her mouth. Heavens above, how delectable! She nudged Shiyu's thigh with her tiny paw, wearing a pitiable expression. "Rain. Mama, hungry, so hungry." "Little Moon, go ahead and take some. Now that you're with us, all of this is yours." Shiyu waved her delicate hand, and a multitude of platters appeared on the table, with steaks and sausages numbering less than 1,000. Goodness! Silver Moon and Jian Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder Hiyun had gained a bit of weight. Meat? So much meat. I don't care anymore. Arwu, the rich aroma stimulated Silver Moon, and with a kick of her hind legs, she lunged forward, eager to dive into the sea of meat. However, in the next moment, the food vanished, and the excited Silver Moon instantly deflated, her small eyes casting a mournful gaze at Shiyu. Be a good girl, let her have it. If you give her those pieces, everything else will be yours. Shiyu's voice was laden with temptation. TCH mere meat, this wolf has succumbed. Chapter 47, The Exceptional Doctor and the Sale of a Daughter. Woo-woo, the hexagram formation materialized above Silver Moon's little head, and Linbei felt a surge of understanding. All it took was to press his hand down for success. Without hesitation, he did so. Pet successfully registered. From this moment forth, all resources consumed by Silver Moon shall be returned in full. Good. Daddy, meat, quickly give me meat. I want to eat meat. I want to eat lots and lots of meat. The instant the contract was sealed, the sweet, sticky voice of the little lowly echoed in his ears. Linbei smirked mischievously. Hee, you've been tricked, you can't escape now. I lied to you, no meat for you. Bad daddy, stinky daddy. Silver Moon rolled about on the nearby table, her tiny form irresistibly adorable. Come, eat. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of steaks and countless sausages appeared on the table. Thank you, good daddy, you're so wonderful. Silver Moon instantly fell into a feasting mode, devouring the massive steaks one by one. As she ate, tears of joy streamed down her face. See ya, mama, baby is sorry, it's all this man's fault for having so much delicious food. It's so fragrant. A werewolf never serves as a pet unless fully catered to. This Jian Yu's mouth hung agape. She was once again astonished by Linbei's food reserves. Allowing Silver Moon to eat so much in one sitting could only mean that, in his eyes, these provisions were mere trifles. Suddenly, she felt that staying here seemed to be a fortunate turn of events. Although there was plenty of food at Xiao Xie's place, it could never allow them to indulge to their heart's content. Soon, a pot of rice was polished off, and the dishes on the table were simply too delectable, leaving her wanting more. Eat, little Yu Jie. With a wave of Shiyu's hand, another steaming pot of rice appeared, filled to the brim. Jian Yu, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, your lives are just too splendid, no wonder you skipped lunch, it was to save room for us. What do you mean you, from today onward, little Yu Jie, you are one of us. Don't he stand on ceremony, just tell us what you want to eat. We cannot guarantee anything else, but we promise to fill your belly. Bei has stashed away a mountain of food in my space bag. Space. Xiao Yun's power, I truly envy you two lovely sisters, possessing such extraordinary abilities, unlike me, Jian Yu lamented, feeling a bit disheartened. Once she teaches the two how to control their powers, she would genuinely feel useless, save for her considerable appetite. Don't worry. When the time comes, let the kind brother amplify your abilities several times over. He blurted out, waving her fair arm as she continued, I'm currently at the first level with 6 stars, my strength is 7 times that of an ordinary person, and with a 3-fold enhancement to my force, that's 21 times. The kind brother has boosted me by another 3-fold, making it 63 times. Jian Yu. What the heck, you can boost someone else's strength, is this for real? Oh, it seems that is something I shouldn't have said, little Yu Jie, forget you heard anything. I didn't say anything at all. He-Yun realized her slip, waving her small hands, yet a glint of cunning sparkled in her eyes. Hee good sister, you think your physical ability is lacking, huh? I don't believe you can resist this temptation. Sluip, get ready to call me sister. He. Thinking this, beneath the table, one foot slipped out of its shoe, revealing a fair foot as delicate as jade, rubbing against Linbei's leg, her gaze locking with his as if to say, good brother, how do you like the assistance from your good sister? Linbei squinted. What a captivating little enchantress. Be good, I'll reward you well tonight. Jian Yu's mouth fell open, the prospect of enhancing her strength 3-fold. No, how could she possibly pretend she hadn't heard that? Please, if her strength could be tripled, she couldn't fathom how much her power would surge. With her already formidable physique, she could harness that strength perfectly, without a worry for her body's limits. 3 times, that is equivalent to gaining multiple powers. Oh, I wanted so badly. Having already felt discontent with her own abilities, her heart was now fully captured by He-Yun's words, her appetite for food forgotten as her small eyes frequently darted toward Linbei. It felt as if ants were crawling all over her body, a restless itch in her heart. She yearned for progress, desperately wanting to improve. Sister, hurry and eat, isn't 1 pot of rice enough for you? He-Yun, relishing her 2nd pot of rice, exclaimed. They now needed to start with at least 2 pots per meal. Eat. Jian Yu replied half-heartedly. At this moment, her mind was wholly occupied with the thought of Linbei enhancing their powers. How could she still have an appetite? Power, she craved power. Seeing Jian Yu's slow pace at eating, He-Yun's eye sparkled with a sense of triumph. She too had been lured by Shiyu's words in the past. Truly, no one could resist such a lure. Moreover, being with the kind brother was like enjoying great blessings. Handsome, strong, and considerate, please, such a rare gem of a man was hard to come by even before the apocalypse. Run. Run quickly. While they were in the midst of their meal, shouts erupted from outside. The cafe had no walls, only floor-to-ceiling tempered glass, allowing them to see a middle-aged man dragging a stunningly beautiful woman as they dashed away, her hair flying in the wind, her delicate, fair face etched with terror. With a swift glance, Lin Bei found it hard to remain seated. Name Lin Wan. Appearance score 96. Pre-apocalypse occupation, doctor. Overall score 90. Level, first stage, 2 stars. Ability. None. Bonds happy smiley exceptional doctor 1. Once the bond is activated, all receive double the effect from medicinal treatments. Inborn silk stocking holy body 1. Gourmet 1. Fitness enthusiast 1. Untouched. 1. Hey, come out and talk. What the heck, why are there so many holders of exceptional bonds? Did the master save the world in his past life? However, the other party possesses no abilities. Indeed. While she was an exceptional bond holder, she lacked any abilities. The powers of exceptional bonds are remarkable, yet his recovery pills are inexhaustible, and the double effect from consumption is ultimately meaningless. Overall, she seemed rather ordinary, though stunningly beautiful. She was already accompanied by 3 gorgeous women, and with 1 preordained, Xiao Xie. There was no need to pursue her, however. The middle-aged man dragging Lin Wan caught a glimpse of the bountiful food laid out in the cafe and, with a sudden halt, pulled his daughter inside. Oh. Lin Bei's interest was piqued. Not pursuing was one thing, but it would be foolish to turn down a free offer, especially with the fitness enthusiast bond, which could enhance strength by a factor of 2, and as a doctor, she would surely be of some use in the future. Younger brother, I'll give you my daughter. Can you spare me some food? I haven't eaten in days, I'm starving. The middle-aged man dragged his daughter in front of Lin Bei, his eyes greedily fixed on the food on the table, speaking bluntly. Ho Lin Bei was taken aback. Was he being this straightforward? Shi Yu, He Yun, and Jiang Yu all registered deep disgust and disdain in their eyes. To sell his daughter for a morsel of food was the mark of a truly unfortunate father. Dad, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind from running? As his daughter, Lin Wan was utterly stunned, never expecting such words to emerge from her father's lips. Smack! A resounding slap echoed. Lin Wan, in disbelief, covered her face. Her once doting father, who had cherished her dearly, had struck her, and for the sake of a mere meal, he was willing to sell her off. Chapter 48, The Decline of Morality and the Erosion of Humanity. I have long since had enough of this. Day in and day out, I must care for you and find food for you. If it weren't for you being such a burden, would I really resort to stealing food and risk being caught and hunted down? I toiled tirelessly to raise you, supported your university education, nurtured you into a doctor, and now it is high time for you to repay me. The man cast a glance at Lin Bei, revealing a sycophantic smile, and spoke in a subservient tone. Young brother, my daughter is quite beautiful, isn't she? I have been strict with her, and she remains a virgin to this day. I do not ask for much, just give me 2 steaks and a few grilled sausages. You feed your pet dog so much, surely this little bit won't be a problem for you. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Very well. He retrieved a bag from his spatial backpack, filling it with 10 steaks and 10 sausages, which he handed over. The middle-aged man beamed with even greater delight, nearly dropping to his knees in gratitude as he exclaimed, Thank you, boss, thank you. From now on, my daughter is yours. Do with her as you please. Dad, how could you have turned into this? Lin Wan stood there, covering her face in disbelief. The father who would always warm her food late at night, the one who would come to the hospital to pick her up in the rain, the man who feared she would be abducted by unscrupulous youths, had sold her off so cheaply and so happily. Har 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 har. The middle-aged man, utterly unconcerned with Lin Wan's feelings, shouted in excitement, Finally, food. This is absolutely delicious, my dear daughter. After raising you all these years, you have proven somewhat useful. He stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth, and the delectable food brought tears of joy to his eyes, akin to a famished dog that devoured a large piece of steak in mere bites. Dad, please give it back. Stop eating, I will take care of you, I will grow stronger and find food for you. Lin Wan stepped forward to intervene, unable to accept the brutal reality of being sold by her own father. Get away. The middle-aged man shoved her aside with a forceful push, sending Lin Wan sprawling to the ground, mockery in his gaze as he coldly declared, You care for me, I am over 50 and at the first level of 5 stars, while you, in your mid-20s, are still only at the first level of 2 stars. What gives you the right to support me? Is it because you cower at home, terrified of the zombies outside? Without you as a burden, I could live much more comfortably. Honestly, if it weren't for the guilt of abandoning my wife, I would have already taken you as my own. Apart from your looks and figure, you are utterly worthless. Your mother and I share true love. As for you, you are merely an accident. Lynn Wan sat on the ground, stunned. Such words, how could they possibly escape his lips? Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she hugged her knees and began to sob helplessly. Have you taken the food? Why aren't you leaving? Yu, unable to bear the sight any longer, urged him to depart. All right, I shall take my leave. The middle-aged man instantly donned a different facade in front of them, saying, Bosses, I won't disturb your meal any longer. Please, do not hold back with my daughter, do as you wish with her, she is still a tender virgin, I assure you she won't disappoint. Will you not leave? All right, all right. Seeing the displeasure on the faces of the women, the middle-aged man hurriedly departed, his bag in hand, skipping away. He paused for a moment at the cafe's entrance before leaving without a backward glance. Dad. Dad. Lynn Wan, her eyes red, chased after him, but the middle-aged man turned to her with a pleading expression. Miss, I beg you, for the sake of the 20+ years I raised you, please do not drag me down any further. I am truly exhausted, I do not wish to care for you any longer. Since the apocalypse began, your first level 2-star status is only because I assisted you. I truly do not see your worth. Do you expect me to kneel before you for you to leave? I understand you better than you understand yourself. You are nothing but a cowardly waste. I shan't waste any more words. Our enemies are fast approaching. I must flee quickly. I have sold you, those inside are now your masters. If you have even a shred of desire to repay me, then go and serve them well. I do not wish to be hunted down as a fraud because of you. I have already made enough enemies for your sake. Wan, you surely do not wish to see me cut down, do you? With that, the middle-aged man's figure vanished. This time, Lynn Wan did not pursue him. Her heart had been irrevocably shattered by her father's words. She was merely a burden in his eyes. Her mother had been bitten by a zombie on the very first day of the apocalypse, and now her father had... Her heart felt as though it had turned to ash, and she desperately wished to end it all. Yet, her father's words stung her deeply. Should she choose to end her life, she would indeed become the pitiful creature he described. But she truly felt devoid of the will to live. Perhaps she truly was as worthless as he claimed. At the very least, she could repay him one last time. After standing at the door for a considerable time, she slowly returned to the cafe and approached Lin Bei and the others. Do with me as you will, from this moment forth, I am yours. This was the only thing she could offer. Previously, her father had stolen much food to ensure she had something to eat. She could not let her father's enemies gain another target. In this apocalypse, those who could openly dine in a cafe were not something her father could afford to provoke. Lin Bei cast a glance at her, noting her despondent demeanor. Truly, 10 steaks and 10 sausages had earned him a premium bondholder. He began to suspect whether this father-daughter duo was merely acting, for it seemed no different from picking up something for free. Could it be that this was the fortune of those with extraordinary abilities? Dear girl, fear not, we mean you no harm. Have you eaten? Come, sit and share a meal with us. The others were deeply sympathetic towards her plight. That slap had been painfully real, and even now, her fair cheek bore 5 vivid red imprints. No. Growled Lynn Wan, feeling utterly defeated, intended to refuse, but the tantalizing aroma of the food caused her stomach to betray her, rumbling audibly. She glanced at the spread before her, swallowing hard as her body reacted against her will. She truly had no appetite, no desire to eat, yet her body was painfully honest. She had barely consumed anything for 3 consecutive days. Was that man truly your biological father? How could he behave in such a manner? It is utterly disgusting. Yun, ever blunt, expressed her outrage. She nearly lost control and wanted to confront him herself. Selling one's daughter was bad enough, but to utter such degrading words was unforgivable. A scoundrel of the worst kind. Why yes, he is indeed my biological father. Perhaps he is simply starving, or maybe my weakness has utterly disappointed him. Lin Wan, with reddened eyes, defended him. Despite his cruel words and actions, he had been her father from whom she had sought comfort since childhood. Do not defend him. Some individuals are unworthy of the title of father. Such a person does not merit your tears. Yun consoled her. But he had always treated me well in the past. Oh. As memories flooded back, Lin Wan began to weep again. How could it have come to this? Oh, Chapter 49, The Malevolence and Beauty of Humanity. Lin Bei squinted. If this is an act, then the performance is indeed remarkably convincing. He stuffed several vitality pills into his mouth, silencing the voices of the women around him, and opened a spatial wormhole. Through the portal, they glimpsed the scene outside the cafe. Dad, Lin Wan instinctively called out upon seeing her father. Lin Bei's lips curled slightly. Fortunately, he had foreseen the need to mute their voices. The truth of whether it was an act or reality would soon be revealed. The man carried a bag of food, jogging towards an empty store, where he closed the door and sank down onto the floor, alone with his thoughts. Remembering his earlier words and actions towards his daughter, tears welled up in his eyes. I'm so sorry, I'm a failure, I lacked the ability to protect you. You must take care of yourself. As he spoke, the middle-aged man rolled up his pant leg, revealing a clear bite mark on his calf, the greyish-white wound spreading outward. Leaning against the wall, despair etched on his face, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Lin Bei's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, his suspicions were correct. Such a beautiful girl was selling only a meager amount of food, and she had even requested so little. This was quite unusual. Xiao Yan, if you are angry with me, if you hate me, you must live on. Those people will surely take good care of you upon seeing your plight. This is the last thing I can do as your father. You must not be weak anymore. You must not be afraid. You must learn to be brave. I am only 52. I don't want to die yet. I can't bear to leave. I haven't seen you marry or have children. I haven't held my grandchildren yet. I truly do not want to die. Why did the zombie virus suddenly break out? Why did it destroy our peaceful lives? Why must our family be torn apart, alone? The middle-aged man no longer held back, releasing his emotions. His clear eyes gradually became clouded, tears flowing uncontrollably, filled with immense sorrow. Who can face death with indifference? He still had things to worry about. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Wan rushed towards the spatial wormhole. Lin Bei, with a thought, lifted the spatial barrier and expanded the wormhole. Lin Wan leaped through, kneeling beside her father, trembling as she reached for his wound. Tears streamed down her face. When did this happen? Was it when you were bitten by a zombie to save me? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. The middle-aged man was taken aback. His closed eyes opened once more, and through the haze, he saw his daughter's figure. How could this be? How did she come after him? Hadn't he confirmed it? Get out. Leave me alone. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Aren't you tired of dragging me down? As he shouted, the man could no longer keep his voice steady, embracing his daughter in a fit of tears. What followed was a cliché scene. Lin Bei turned his gaze away, continuing to eat. Ian bit her lip softly. I can't believe he was bitten. I thought he was truly selling his daughter. What a good father he is. Sure, you nodded. I also thought he was doing it for food. I didn't realize it was for his daughter's sake. In this apocalypse, one cannot overestimate humanity, but neither can one underestimate it. The group continued to eat while watching the scene unfold. On this planet overrun by zombies, how many times had such a scene played out? If one were to empathize everywhere, tears would surely flow endlessly. One could only sigh and remark that he was indeed a good father. Wan, take this, and stay close to them. Those who dare to eat so brazenly in this apocalypse, who dress so boldly, are undoubtedly the true elites. When your father is no longer here, curb your temper, do whatever they say, never be willful, never show resistance. You are still young, the road ahead is long, and perhaps the world will return to normal sooner than you think. You must survive until then. The middle-aged man handed a bag of food to his daughter. Apart from the piece of steak he had devoured earlier, he had touched nothing else. Dad, you won't be hurt. You must hold on. It was just a small bite. You can keep your consciousness. Lin Wan knelt on the ground, crying out, foolish child, you must listen. After I'm gone, you must follow those girls closely. They are good people, they will take care of you. Quickly, take this and go. I can't last much longer. Be good, listen to me, you have never disappointed me, and you won't do so this time either. Hurry. No, I won't go, I won't listen, both you and Mom are gone, I don't want to live anymore. The middle-aged man frowned. He had anticipated this reaction, that was precisely why he had spoken as he did. But who could have known? These people were stronger than he had imagined. They had actually opened a spatial portal to witness his plight. He sighed. There was no choice but to change his approach. Wan, if you continue like this, I will die with regrets. I was counting on you to burn some money for me during Qingming Festival. You wouldn't want your old man to arrive below with no money for meals, would you? I haven't earned much in life. When I get there, you should at least let me enjoy being a billionaire, right? Wan, be honest, you wouldn't want me to turn into a ghost, especially a poor one, would you? Dad, you Lin Wan could hardly believe it. At this critical moment, he still had the heart to joke. What do you mean? Zombies have appeared. What else is impossible? What if there's a ghost realm? What if your mother is waiting for me? The man replied with a tone of certainty. Lin Wan paused. Indeed, the zombies that only existed in novels and movies had manifested. It wasn't entirely impossible for there to be an afterlife. All right, Dad can't hold on much longer. I'll be going to see your mother soon. Remember, burn plenty of paper money, large denominations, the more, the better. Don't forget luxury cars and mansions, and also a phone. You know I can't sleep at night without scrolling through short videos and burn a few extra servants. They should be women, attractive, with great figures, curvy and tall, just 100 or so will do. Lynn Wanen's father chuckled. Are you not afraid of mom beating you? After her father's jokes, Lynn Wanen felt her mood lift significantly. Given the circumstances, she had to accept what she couldn't. At least now she had something to look forward to. What if there really was an afterlife? While alive, she hadn't been able to provide them with much comfort. She couldn't let them arrive below without money to spend. It's fine, she wouldn't use much strength to hit me anyway. Now, Dad really can't hold on any longer. It's time for you to go. Lynn Wanen's father struggled to rise, maintaining the last remnants of his sanity as he escorted her to the spatial wormhole, earnestly advising, Wanen, you are already an adult. You understand the truths of life, live well, and remember, it's essential to have children. Dad, you. Lynn Wanen's eyes widened. She thought he would say something profound. Just go. He gave her a gentle push. And remember to burn more models and stars. They should be attractive women, preferably just 18. With that, the man gritted his teeth and left the room. The moment he stepped outside, the last vestiges of his reason dissipated, his grey eyes filled with confusion. Lynn closed the spatial wormhole. This father-in-law of hers was quite intriguing. Such disrespect for age, Lynn Wanen muttered under her breath, yet tears continued to flow unabated. Soon, she would be alone. Silver Moon, rise. With a thought, little Silver Moon swallowed the piece of steak in her mouth, leaping into Lynn Wanen's embrace. Instinctively, Lynn Wanen held her tight as Silver Moon began to charm everyone around her with irresistible cuteness. Lynn Wanen's mood improved significantly. Sister, come, sit here. He-Yun rose and pulled Lynn Wanen to the table. Since Lin Bei had agreed to exchange food, it indicated his interest in this woman. Moreover, Silver Moon's sleep had undoubtedly been commanded by Lin Bei as the second child in the family. She naturally had to be perceptive, especially since she had just spoken ill of Lynn Wanen's father without knowing the full truth and felt a pang of guilt. The eldest was Jiang Xiu, the second was her, He-Yun, the third was naturally Sister Yu, the fourth had now emerged as Lynn Wanen. In terms of age, she was the youngest, all of them her sisters. But in terms of seniority, apart from Sister Xiu, they were all her younger sisters, with two of them needing to address her as sister. Being the youngest, they had to take care of her. Har, all the advantages fell to her. Chapter 50, Wanen joins, and they become acquainted. Sister, it's time to eat. He-Yun, lacking in comforting words, could only hand her a bowl and chopsticks, thrusting them into her hands. Don't, I didn't, it smells so good. Lynn Wanen had just lost her father, her heart heavy with grief, devoid of any appetite. Yet, gazing at the fragrant rice before her, topped with an array of dishes expertly served by He-Yun, spare ribs, meat, corn, cauliflower, and prawns, each delicacy was one she adored. Having not had a satisfying meal for an entire week, she instinctively swallowed hard, her chopsticks appearing in her hands almost by magic, as a piece of meat and a mouthful of rice found their way into her mouth. How delicious. She felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps she was an unfilial daughter, having just lost her last family member, yet at this moment, she craved food desperately. Oh, Dad, I'm so sorry, she thought, but this meat is so flavorful, and these spare ribs are so tender. She was stunningly beautiful. It was clear that her profession as a doctor had granted her an ethereal complexion, even fairer than Xiu and the others, with a flawless visage and a delicate neck that matched her face in pallor. Her attire, though simple, consisted of loose sportswear akin to Jiang Yu's. In this post-apocalyptic world, during the day, how many women possessed the privilege to don dresses or JK uniforms, which could easily snag and cause a fall while running? But they had no need to flee, they only ran when they couldn't fight. What was there that they couldn't conquer? Due to her unfamiliarity with the surroundings, Lynn Wanen ate with great restraint. The deceased were gone, yet she believed her parents were watching over her from above. It was this belief that offered her a semblance of solace, a flicker of motivation to persevere. Casting her gaze around, she noticed the presence of strikingly handsome men and exquisitely beautiful women. The women were excessively pretty, the men exceedingly handsome. She considered herself somewhat attractive, yet she felt rather ordinary in their company. After swallowing her food, she felt the need to introduce herself. Hello everyone, I'm Lynn Wanen, 26 years old, first here, 2 stars. I don't have any abilities. She had seen everything on the operating table, yet in the presence of these individuals, she felt childishly shy. According to the rules of this new world, her father had entrusted her to these people, and given her abilities, she could only accompany them. To venture out alone, she wouldn't even know how to meet her end. Unsure of what these individuals would do with her, she noted that they had been quite caring thus far. She wasn't naive, she understood well enough. Had it not been for them, she might have misjudged her father for a lifetime. She felt immense gratitude, realizing her father could not possibly be the kind of person to utter those words or perform those actions. He was merely trying to entrust her to a strong protector in his final moments. Sister, I'm Hee-Yoon, 19 years old, first tier, 6 stars, with S-rank strength abilities. Hee-Yoon did not conceal her capabilities, for if Lin Wan could sit here and eat, she would undoubtedly become one of her sisters. Lin Wan was taken aback. My goodness, 19 years old, so young, and she possessed an S-rank ability, completely inconspicuous, appearing merely as an adorable girl, yet harboring terrifying power within. Jiang Xiyu, spatial abilities, 2 years younger than you, first tier, 6 stars. Jiang Xiyu thought similarly to Hee-Yoon, believing that there was no need for resistance against what Lin Bei had left behind. It was better to accept it graciously. After all, they would soon be sisters, and closer bonds would only benefit them. A spatial powerhouse. Before the apocalypse, she rarely read novels, but after the outbreak, her father had introduced her to many of this genre, where spatial abilities were undoubtedly the pinnacle of powers. Just like earlier, with the spatial wormhole, how marvelous. Jiang Yu, second tier, 1 star, S-rank physique abilities, 1 year younger than you. Jiang Yu was less contemplative, thinking that the others were merely pitying her. Another S-rank ability holder, and now a terrifying second-tier power, she herself was just first tier, 2 stars. This young lady could probably dispatch her with a mere finger. Her gaze shifted to Lin Bei. Lin Bei, second tier, 1 star, spatial abilities. Wow. Lin Wan exclaimed again, astonished. Another second-tier individual, was second-tier truly so commonplace? Moreover, this man also possessed spatial abilities. What kind of team was this? Each one, a formidable powerhouse, gathered together in this small group. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Wow. Wow. Hee-Yoon and Xiyu couldn't help but exclaim, staring incredulously at Lin Bei, having thought they had finally caught up to him after their efforts yesterday afternoon, only to find themselves falling behind so drastically. Bei, wait, when did you reach second tier? Weren't you first tier, 6 stars, yesterday afternoon? Right. Hee-Yoon nodded, her face scrunched in dismay. We only left for 1 night, and now you're ahead of us by 4 stars. How are we supposed to catch up, dear brother? They had initially thought only Jiang Yu was second tier, but it turned out their dear brother was as well. Didn't I mention it to you? Lin Bei pondered briefly before continuing, I suppose I really didn't. Yesterday afternoon, on my way to school, I casually eliminated some zombies and advanced to 7 stars, then I seized a monster from Xiaoxie and jumped 2 stars, and later, I blew up a nest of rats in the sewer, which advanced me to second tier. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. The memory of his reckless actions from last night sent a shiver down her spine. What a little madman, yet, she couldn't shake her curiosity. She was itching to know how he enhanced the powers of others. Lin Wan, on the other hand, was left dumbfounded. The apocalypse had only erupted for over a week, and her father had struggled to reach first tier, 5 stars, while this man had achieved a staggering 4-star leap to second tier in just half a day, speaking of it so casually as if it were an inconsequential event. I truly envy you sisters. Your powers are impressive, and so are you. Unlike me, I can do nothing. She felt a sense of inferiority. Among these people, she felt like a complete failure, and a failure among failures. The only contributions she could offer seemed to be washing, cooking, and cleaning, perhaps even warming a bed. Before the apocalypse, she had been a doctor saving lives on the operating table, but now, in this new world, she was merely a small mouse striving for survival in the cracks, a timid one at that. Jiang Yu paused, finding the sentiment familiar. Sister, you needn't envy. As long as you follow my brother, unexpected benefits will come your way. Don't ask what they are, it's a secret for now, but you will come to know them later. It will absolutely exceed your imagination, and it will make you very strong. Hee-Yoon whispered seductively in her ear, all the while casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Yu. With such implications, she believed there was no way the older sister could be oblivious. For those yearning for power, self-promotion was inevitable. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan glanced at Lin Bei, her fair cheeks flushing crimson. Having entered society and worked, she was not oblivious to the innuendos in Hee-Yoon's words. Everyone had their preferences, and she was no exception. She found Lin Bei's appearance not only agreeable but truly appealing. What girl could resist a boy who was handsome, well-built, possessed a good temperament, and had impressive abilities? Yet, what were these benefits? Her curiosity was piqued. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Benefits? Could it possibly mean an enhancement of powers? Did that mean, as long as one followed Lin Bei, they could gain power? Her heart leaped with joy. She had contemplated offering herself in return for Lin Bei's unparalleled assistance, which was akin to the treatment afforded to his women, generous beyond measure. In this post-apocalyptic world, the notion of monogamy had long since vanished. Having nearly been sullied last night and once contemplating death with her sisters, she now found herself thriving, having broken through to second tier, and possessing a substantial vial of the coveted 3S level lightning ability enhancer that second tier evolvers desperately desired. She no longer cared about the fact that Lin Bei might have several women. Besides, she had longed for a male companion. Having been single for so long, she was well acquainted with He Yun, and Shi Yu was equally amiable. If possible, she truly wished to repay Lin Bei tonight. More importantly, the grown-up Lin Bei was extraordinarily charming, captivating from every angle. Women are naturally drawn to strength. Offering oneself not only serves as a means of gratitude but also as a route to power enhancement, with the added allure of being attracted to a handsome counterpart. It was a win-win situation in every conceivable aspect. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, and the tighter her legs instinctively pressed together. "Teacher, why aren't you eating? With your physique, is one pot of rice enough to fill you?" Lin Bei inquired. Shi Yu and He Yun were nearly finished with their second pot of rice, while Jian Yu hadn't even touched hers. Teacher. Upon hearing this term, Jian Yu was momentarily stunned, scolding herself for her own impropriety. Lin Bei regarded her with such respect, while she, the teacher, was contemplating rebellious thoughts against her student. Chapter 51, Such a Strong Desire to Survive. Jian Yu, have you reached that age where you're experiencing youthful infatuation? Lin Bei respects you as a teacher, and as a teacher, you must not let him down. The more Jian Yu pondered, the more she felt a wave of shame wash over her. She forced a smile and replied, "Not at all, I was just lost in thought." As she spoke, Jian Yu mindlessly entered into a state of eating, wishing that Lin Bei did not regard her as a teacher but rather as an ordinary woman, or even better, that he harbored feelings for her. She truly longed for a boost in strength. Lin Bei squinted and smiled. He noted that He Yun's hints were becoming rather blatant. It seemed that before long, he would ascend to the position of an esteemed master over his disciples. Damn it. Even if I have to search every household today, I will find that old bastard who has stolen from me multiple times. Once I catch him, his daughter will have to compensate us handsomely. Damn. Who knows where he is hiding? Boss, perhaps we should head back. We don't know how many people are eyeing our supermarket. If they discover we've left, it could lead to a robbery, and I fear that the third brother and the others won't hold up. No way. I'm determined to drag that father-daughter duo out today and teach them a lesson, so that others can witness the consequences of stealing from me. At that moment, voices echoed from outside the door. Lin Bei chuckled. This meal was indeed lively. Casting a glance at Lin Wan, he surmised that the father-daughter duo being discussed was likely her. Upon hearing the conversation, Lin Wan clenched her delicate fists tightly. The supermarket wasn't owned by them. Even if something was stolen, it wasn't his to claim. They merely occupied the supermarket due to their overwhelming strength and numbers. It was these few individuals who had trailed her father to their hideout, forcing them into a desperate escape. Along the way, her father had been bitten by a zombie while trying to save her. Boss, do you smell something delicious? It smells like meat, perhaps braised pork or ribs. I smell it too, it's nearby. The voices grew closer. Soon, several figures followed the aroma to the cafe entrance, where they spotted 5 individuals, one of whom was a wolf, seated by the window. What beautiful women, the 3 men at the door gawked, their eyes widening. While Lin Wan was indeed beautiful, she hadn't dressed up with the same care as Shi Yu and He Yun, especially since the latter two had prepared their outfits meticulously for Lin Bei. Then, they noticed the lavish spread of food on the table, and one by one, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Over a week since the apocalypse had begun, even after taking over a large supermarket, their rations could not compare to this standard. What kind of conditions were these? 5 people, 10 dishes, and a soup. Even before the apocalypse, it was rare for a family to dine like this, let alone in these dire times. What was even more astonishing was the portion size of each dish. Observing the reactions of the newcomers, aside from the daughter of the old man who had stolen from him, the remaining individuals remained unfazed, continuing to eat, drink, and chat as if they were completely oblivious to the trio's arrival. A glance outside revealed a multitude of corpses littering the streets. It became clear that these individuals were not to be trifled with. They were not ignoring the trio, rather, they regarded them with indifference. A sense of frustration welled up in him. Before the apocalypse, he often encountered such attitudes from employers. To survive, he had to grovel and appease. Now, as a boss in this harsh reality, he still found himself bending low to survive. In any era, strength reigns supreme. Gentlemen, he was about to say, my apologies for intruding on your meal, when he was interrupted by one of his underlings from behind. Boss, these ladies are stunning. Their figures are impeccable, let us tie them up and take them back. The women in the supermarket are getting stale. What's done? How dare you utter such words? He wouldn't even dare to think it. You're courting death. The leader of the men furrowed his brow immediately. Stop. Just as he was about to reprimand, another underling excitedly patted his shoulder, interrupting him. Boss, we've hit the jackpot. 1, 2, 3, 4 exquisite women, that's 1 for each of us, plus 1 extra. Let us take care of that man quickly. I can hardly contain myself. How foolish to dine out with such beauties instead of hiding at home. As he spoke, he drew a cold watermelon knife from behind his waist, his eyes brimming with greed and desire for the women. The leader of the group was taken aback. Stupid, foolish, how dare you call anyone foolish, who is truly naive in this situation? Did they not realize how beautiful these women were? Did they not understand that it was safer to stay at home? Would they dare to dine out without strength? Did they not see the lack of reaction from the women upon their arrival? Did they not notice the lavish spread before them? Did they not observe the corpses of zombies scattered about? Good grief, he called them bosses out of respect. Truly, once the zombies cracked open their skulls, they would leave feeling disgusted. To survive in this world, one must have their wits about them. He decided then and there to establish a rule upon returning: no reckless words. The man felt like crying. He had said nothing, done nothing, yet his underlings had already offended others. Any man would find it hard to remain calm upon hearing outsiders leer at their women. After all, this was the apocalypse. When it came to killing, they meant it. He saw the expressions of the women, who were dining, darken, and the man with his back turned to him also paused with his chopsticks. A sudden shock coursed through him. This reaction was undoubtedly that of a formidable individual growing angry. Cursed be these two utterly useless fools. Brother, I'm not familiar with these two. It was merely a chance encounter on the way. I apologize for interrupting your meal. I shall take my leave now. Was it worth the gamble? Did he truly believe they were novices? Did he think they lacked strength? Please, life is precious. He had not yet had his fill, and the women in the supermarket were still entertaining. Why not simply live peacefully as a boss? Holding the watermelon knife, the man saw that the leader was about to leave and grasped his arm, saying, "Boss, what is going on? Are you really letting these beauties go? Didn't you just say you'd grab a few to change things up? Besides, aren't you looking to make an example of someone? That woman is the daughter of the old man who stole our supplies. Damn, are you trying to get me killed?" Cold sweat drenched his back. "Excuse me, sir, what are you saying?" The overwhelming desire to survive compelled the man to wrench his arm free, staring suspiciously at the watermelon knife wielder. He quickly established distance, saying, "Wait, do we know each other? Why do you keep calling me boss? We were merely traveling companions exchanging a few words. Don't address me as boss when we're not familiar. Moreover, in this apocalypse, the human survival environment is harsh. We should help each other out. Though there are no legal constraints, we should still adhere to moral standards. These young ladies are naturally beautiful, yet you speak so crudely and even contemplate violence. I never expected you to be such people. Reflecting on our brief encounter makes me feel nauseated. Let us part ways here, and may we never cross paths again." He spoke in one breath, fearing that if he spoke slowly, they might kill them all. His desire to survive was immense, exceedingly strong. Chapter 52, Spatial Abilities, Mysterious and Unfathomable. Lin Bei chuckled. The intensity of his will to survive amused him. Yet another astute individual had crossed his path. The clever one who had fired at him upon their first encounter earlier that day was also no fool. Lin Wan's father was similarly shrewd. In this apocalyptic world, anyone with even a there are always greater forces at play. The world is vast and filled with wonders. The inexperienced may exhibit fearlessness, yet youthful arrogance often leads to a flamboyant demise. Upon finishing his thoughts, the man turned to leave. "Brother Lin, it was they who indirectly caused my father's death, especially that man. He is their leader. They have seized an entire supermarket, and the citizens trapped inside have become their slaves and playthings. Do not be deceived by his deceitful words. I know I am insignificant, and I possess no skills, but if you can avenge me, I swear, from this moment forth, I will obey your every command without complaint or hesitation. I am willing to devote my life to repay this kindness." Seeing the man in charge about to depart, Lin Wan hastily stood up. Lin Bei, dead. The man at the door suddenly halted. This is troublesome. The very situation he dreaded had materialized. He could not comprehend why that woman, capable of dining at such a table, would have her father resorting to theft in their supermarket. Could it be that she had only recently joined their ranks? Run! Without a moment's thought, he propelled himself forward with great force. He had brought along two subordinates this time, placing them at a numerical disadvantage. With his peak strength at the 9th tier, if he focused solely on escaping, no one could impede him. His level was among the highest in Salt City, with only a handful stronger than him. Yet, he feared the off chance that someone inside might exceed his capabilities. Yin Yuo. Having feasted and imbibed, Yin Yu stretched, her form visibly expanding, transforming from a juvenile wolf to the size of an adult. With the swiftness of a white flash, she dashed outside. "Wow, so fast." Yin gasped in astonishment. Now she truly believed that Yin Yu was at the 2nd tier. Her speed was such that even she could not perceive it. Lin Bei turned towards Lin Wan, his expression grave. "There is something of great importance I must remind you of." "Please, go ahead." Lin Wan dared not display any hint of negligence. Was her request too excessive? To them, this was no daunting task. It was merely a matter of convenience. "Do not call me brother. I have only graduated for a year, and you're addressing me as Brother Lin makes me feel like a 30-year-old uncle. I am still quite young, you know. You may call me Lin Bei, or Good Brother, or even Bei Bei if you wish. For heaven's sake, he was still quite youthful himself, Lin Wan. She had thought it something else entirely. It turned out that men were also concerned about age. All right, Bei. Lin Bei. Lin Wan prepared to imitate Jiang Xiu by calling him Bei Bei to convey a sense of intimacy, but given their unfamiliarity, she hesitated. Good Brother felt inappropriate at her age, so she could only follow Jiang Yu's lead. At the entrance, the two men wielding watermelon knives stood frozen in place. Upon witnessing the speed of the white wolf, they understood their leader's unusual behavior. If even a mere pet exhibited such prowess, what could be said of the individuals seated at the table? They appeared to have kicked a steel plate, no, a titanium alloy plate, and a newly upgraded one at that. They exchanged glances. What do we do? Run. Run. The two fled, causing Lin Wan to grow anxious. What if they escaped? In the next moment, as they stepped into the spatial wormhole, they lost their balance and fell heavily to the ground. As they fell, the blades of their watermelon knives found their way to their throats. With that fall, they nearly severed their own necks, fear etched in their faces. They clutched their wounds tightly, but the injuries were far too grave. Despite having recently entered the ranks of evolvers, without timely medical attention, their fates were sealed. Regret, resentment. A myriad of emotions surged within them as they pondered the identities of these individuals who had effortlessly incapacitated them with their enigmatic abilities. Terrifying. It was unfathomably terrifying. They opened their mouths to utter something, but all that emerged was warm blood. Life drained from their bodies with each passing second, and in that moment, they experienced a fear unlike any other. They were terrified, deeply terrified. Their current lives were far more comfortable than before the apocalypse. Once unattainable beauties had become their slaves, and elite professionals were forced to curry favor with them. They had yet to fully savor this beautiful new world. Sister N, please sit and eat. From now on, you are one of us. Don't worry, that man won't escape. Your task is to fill your stomach and contemplate how to torment him later. He urged Lin Wan to sit, casting not a glance towards the two men at the door. In the apocalypse, there were many clever individuals, but even more fools. This was the essence of spatial abilities. Jiang Yu was taken aback. It was profoundly mysterious and unpredictable. She couldn't even discern whether Lin Bei or Jiang Xiu had acted. Both continued to eat without a hint of interruption, leaving one to wonder who could possibly defend against such an onslaught. Lin Wan, too, was rendered speechless, aware of the terror of spatial abilities. She had not anticipated it to be this overwhelming. Solved without a single movement. She wished to laugh, but found herself unable to. The very individuals she and her father had desperately sought to evade now resembled ants crushed beneath a boot. Before long, Yin Yu, now resembling an ordinary tiger in size, returned, carrying a battered man in her jaws, his body marred with horrific claw marks, blood pouring from his mouth, his eyes wide with fear. This wolf, why was she so formidable? It was known that he was at the pinnacle of the first tier. Before her, he had no means to retaliate. Upon releasing the man, Yin Yu instantly shrank back to the size of a cute puppy, leaping into Lin Bei's arms, nuzzling against his chest. Good daddy, isn't you amazing? You must reward little Yu. Here Lin Bei produced 10 large sausages for her to enjoy. This little silver wolf was undoubtedly feigning cuteness deliberately. She recognized that humans could not resist her adorable demeanor. As the man on the ground lifted his head, he beheld Lin Wan standing, her icy, furious gaze making it abundantly clear what fate awaited him. The two subordinates at the entrance had succumbed to blood loss, their lives extinguished. He felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. He was the leader of a small base, after all. Brother. His gaze shifted to Lin Bei. He understood, the man who had not spared him a single glance nor uttered a word was the true leader of these individuals. Brother, listen to me, I truly did not intend to cause her father's death. My brothers and I worked hard to seize a supermarket. Her father came to steal our food, and we pursued him. That seems reasonable, right? Reasonable. Lin Bei concurred. The man was elated to hear him speak. Brother. I sincerely apologize for her father's death. We did not foresee such an outcome. We merely intended to teach him a lesson. I am willing to compensate. 10 bags of rice, no, 100 bags of rice, 100 barrels of oil, 20 pounds of meat, and 100 boxes of instant noodles. I only wish for you to spare my life. At once, I will have someone deliver the supplies to you. If that is not enough, please feel free to ask for whatever you desire. The man knelt on the ground, his demeanor utterly sincere. He wished to survive. While supplies were undoubtedly important, what were they worth compared to life? As long as he lived, there remained infinite possibilities. Even if he had to give away an entire supermarket, he could still claw his way back up with his strength. He, too, was a rare possessor of abilities, for why else would he hold the position of leader? There were many women in the supermarket who could be considered beauties, but he refrained from mentioning them. Being a shrewd individual, he understood that bringing them up would only hasten his demise, not to mention what had become of those women at their hands. The women surrounding this man, none of them could be deemed inferior to the beauties within the supermarket. Such a figure, a big shot in his own right, had no shortage of women and certainly would not covet the ordinary. Chapter 53. You wish to die, I shall not grant you that. Lin Bei stroked his chin thoughtfully. The supermarket. What do I desire? Everything I need is already stashed within my spatial backpack. Along the way, I have frequented numerous small supermarkets and convenience stores, taking no more than one of each variety. Food, especially meat, is abundant. However, fresh meat and rice require preparation, which is quite bothersome. I wonder how many years those supplies gifted by Xiaoxie will remain in my spatial backpack, lying dormant. Casting a glance at Lin Wan, I noticed her evident anxiety. Perhaps she feared that her heart might soften, thus sparing this man. In this apocalyptic world, the scarcity of food needs no elaboration. Countless individuals have compromised their dignity for a mere bowl of rice, yet she is merely a newcomer to this group, with her abilities pitifully weak, rendering her devoid of any influence. Your conditions are favorable, Lin Bei remarked slowly. Lin Wan clenched her teeth in response. The man, filled with delight, hurriedly retrieved his phone, flipping through his contacts as he exclaimed, "Brother, I will have someone deliver it right away. If there is anything else you need or desire to eat, do not hesitate to ask, I shall ensure it's all sent to you." With one leg crossed over the other, Lin Bei regarded his post-traumatic grin with a mocking smile. I merely stated your conditions are favorable, yet I did not indicate my acquiescence. The man's smile faltered. Brother, what do you mean? Nothing much. I was merely jesting with you. Your offerings do not entice me. How about this? I shall inquire with them, and if they consent, I will trade your life for resources. A chill gripped the man's heart. Inquire with the women? What madness is this? It is evident they wish for his demise, especially Lin Wan. You, what do you think? A shake of the head. Yun, how about you? Another shake. Teacher, what is your opinion? Yet another shake. Yeah, what about you? The little wolf shook her head as well. Damn. Even the dog refuses, he thought, cursing internally. Lin Wan, what about you? What do you think? She shook her head vigorously. Lin Bei spread his hands. My dear brother, do you see, my precious companions are unwilling. Alas, one cannot contravene the will of women. The man's expression darkened considerably as he spoke in a low, grave tone. Brother, do you truly harbor no intention of sparing me? Congratulations, you guessed correctly, but alas, there is no prize. The man remained kneeling. Brother, I have neither wronged you nor provoked you. It was my two subordinates who spoke out of turn, which has nothing to do with me. I have not uttered a word against you. As for your intent to eradicate me. Grant me a path to survival. More friends mean more avenues. I shall remember your mercy today, and should you require my assistance in the future, I will do my utmost. Please, regard us as fellow humans. If there is a chance to negotiate, one ought to seize it. Who would willingly await their demise? Lin Bei chuckled, a derisive laugh that left him momentarily speechless. He seeks assistance from this man. It is baffling where he derives such confidence. Despite being merely a second-tier 1-star, he has had a blank period of 4 to 5 days. Humans. Lin Wan laughed. Is my father not human? You speak of humanity, why not send some of that abundant food to my father? And what of the citizens trapped in the supermarket? Are they not human? Can you dare to articulate what those women have endured at your hands? Do they not have families, children, or husbands? To utter such words now, do you not find it revolting? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes. Damn it, they should have all acted earlier to capture this woman. Having allied with a powerful figure, she seems to harbor a grudge against him. Should this man wish to woo her, he would inevitably face his end. Mere words would not pave a path to survival. He had no choice but to gamble. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself. Bang! The already tattered upper half of his clothing erupted, a profusion of black hair surging forth, his form expanding from 1.70 meters to 2 meters in an instant. His human visage vanished, replaced by a towering, muscular gorilla. The transformation was instantaneous. With a mighty step forward, he lunged, attempting to seize the neck of the nearest Jiangyu, aiming to threaten her through Lin Bei. Although it would surely offend, it might offer him a sliver of hope. Lin Wan was taken aback by this sudden transformation. The man's speed was so swift that she could hardly perceive it, only realizing that his target was Jiangyu. Observing this, Lin Bei's expression grew even more sardonic. Had he chosen to attack Yun, he might have considered opening a wormhole, but targeting Jiangyu was sheer madness. Jiangyu, somewhat exasperated, thought, do I appear so easily bullied? Clenching her delicate fist, she unleashed a punch, a torrent of energy surging from within her body, striking the beastified man in the chest from half a meter away. With a swift advance, the force sent him crashing through a dozen tables fixed to the ground and shattered a thick, sturdy concrete wall, creating a gaping hole as he barreled through 3 walls before finally landing. "Wow. My sister is so amazing," Hee-Yun exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. Once she mastered this technique, she too would possess ranged attacks. Jian-Yu produced 2 recovery pills and swallowed them. Impressive, indeed. If it were not for a large stash of recovery pills backing her, she would scarcely dare to unleash such power in this apocalyptic world. Cough cough, the beastified man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze filled with horror and disbelief as he stared at Jian-Yu. "Could it be that you are the leader of this group?" He was aware of his own peak first-tier 9-star status. One punch, merely one punch had reduced him to this state. Such power surely indicated a breakthrough to the 2nd tier. He had assumed that aside from the wolf, only men possessed 2nd-tier strength, never anticipating that a woman could be as formidable. He had miscalculated, greatly miscalculated. In all his encounters, which woman had not been at his mercy? Given that women are inherently weaker than men, he had never regarded them as strong, merely as appendages to the men. Yet, he never expected that she would be 2nd tier. That punch, so devastating. He felt as though his ribs had shattered, acutely aware that he could not escape death today. He regretted not the pursuit of Lin Wan and her father, but rather his failure to leave sooner. He had sensed these individuals were not to be trifled with and should have fled the moment his first subordinate spoke. That full-force strike had not killed him. Jian-Yu felt a pang of disappointment. If only her strength had been enhanced, she could have struck him dead without expending energy, her mind racing with thoughts. In terms of appearance and physique, she believed she was not inferior to Shiyu or Hyun. As for the man's words, Jian-Yu could hardly be bothered to respond. She was hungry. If she did not eat soon, her food would grow cold. The beastified man struggled to rise, the pain in his chest tormenting him. What was there to fear about death? 18 years later, he would rise anew. With a gaze filled with aggression, he fixed his eyes on Lin Wan. "Hey, you truly are fortunate, you wretched woman. First, a high-tier zombie detained us, and now you encounter this group of people. Otherwise, you would have been stripped and played with long ago, and you lot, believing yourselves powerful enough to disregard others, let me tell you, you will inevitably encounter someone stronger. You are destined to fall. Alas, it is a pity I cannot witness you harlots being trampled upon." With no path left before him, he felt no need to endure further. At this moment, he sought nothing but death. Lin Wan's countenance soured. Lin Bei, however, chuckled. "No, my friend, your aggression is even less than that of a dog on a leash. You wish to die. Well, I shall not grant you that." The man. Chapter 54, The King of Hell Among Us, a fierce battle tonight. The King of Hell, a living King of Hell. A few minutes later, Lin Wan, witnessing the scene before her, could not suppress the swallow of her throat. Truly, even if one were to kill her, she could not have conceived of such a method. It was as if the King of Hell had truly descended into the world. At this moment, the man was bound by a thick iron chain around his neck, his limbs brutally dislocated, and before him lay exquisite platters of delicacies, sweet and sour ribs, tender pig trotters, succulent prawns, 30 different dishes lined up in a row, each bowl emanating a mouth-watering aroma. Were they to feed him? No. The placement of the food was quite peculiar, positioned precisely 1 centimeter beyond his reach, a distance that allowed him to fully inhale the delightful scents, yet rendered him incapable of partaking in the feast. Their digestion of food was swift, with a robust metabolism at play. A man who owned a large supermarket lacked for food, yet it was mostly packaged fast food. Although the vegetables and fresh meats in the supermarket were abundant, could their culinary skills rival those of a seasoned chef with over a decade of experience? Bei, open your mouth, eat the shrimp. Shiyu used her delicate hand to peel a large shrimp, dipping it in sauce before offering it to his lips. Hee-Yun pouted. Good brother, open your mouth, eat the feet. Our chicken feet? Well, never mind. Hee-Yun pinched a spicy and sour boneless lemon chicken foot and brought it to his mouth. Good brother, how does it taste? Isn't he it better than that day on the rooftop? As she spoke, she nudged Lin Wan beside her, who blushed and picked up a rib, carefully removing the bone. Lin Bei, open your mouth, eat the meat. Hee-Yun understood, the first step is always the hardest. Once the initial hurdle is overcome, it becomes much easier. How delightful, this was the essence of life. The dishes bestowed upon him by women were simply delectable. Lin Bei, open your mouth, Jian-Yu's voice chimed in from the side, as she offered a small piece of cauliflower. Lin Bei paused. Very well, quite well, exceptionally well. Look, the trap had been successfully set. The fish had taken the bait. Indeed, he had long coveted Jian-Yu's unique ability. While it might seem mediocre to her, when combined with strength, it became invincible, suppressing the impulse to seize the moment. As a man of high caliber, impatience was not an option. Although he hesitated for a moment, he still consumed the offering. Jian felt a thrill within her. Tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she shyly remarked, Lin Bei, please don't call me teacher anymore, just call me Xiao Yu. In this era where tomorrow is uncertain, she resolved to take the initiative. She could not believe that Lin Bei would fail to grasp her subtle hint. Having two women, He Yun and Shi Yu, by his side indicated what? It suggested he was a fickle heartthrob. Lin Wan feeding him also indicated what? It suggested he was prepared to indulge her. Since he was already surrounded by three, what harm would one more do? After all, she too had once been a goddess that others could only dream of possessing. No, I still prefer to call you teacher. Jian Yu's smile faltered, her eyes tinged with bitterness. Was this a rejection? Why did she appear unattractive in his eyes? In the next moment, she lowered her head, for Lin Bei had placed his hand upon her thigh. She froze momentarily, and upon noticing her stillness, his hand grew restless. Teacher, taking advantage. Her mind momentarily stalled. Yes, she understood. No wonder he had consistently insisted on being called teacher. It was not a lack of interest in her, as she had initially assumed he was merely respectful of her state. In reality, this rascal had intended to turn the tables from the very beginning. Lin Bei squinted. No reaction. Excellent. Tonight, let the hunt begin. Beside them, the man bound by iron chains glared at them with a gaze filled with pain and venom. At this moment, he was not only enduring physical torment, but also psychological anguish. Damn it, which bastard cooked these dishes? How could they smell so divine? The pursuit of Lin Wan and her father had drained considerable energy. Her father was merely a first-tier 5-star, while Lin Wan, a negligible second-tier 2-star. They had been close to capturing them when unexpectedly, a high-level zombie had intervened, allowing the duo to escape. Not long ago, the escape had consumed much energy. Transforming again had also taken its toll. Though he was not ravenously hungry, he felt a slight pang, yet the aroma of the food completely ignited his appetite. What was most infuriating was that right before his eyes, the wolf that had dragged him back was savoring piece after piece of large steaks and sausages. Ridiculous. Did they think he was a glutton for life? When the possibility of survival evaporated, death, he yearned for it. His limbs may have been severed, but his mouth still moved. Good brother. He noticed something and quickly pointed at the man, exclaiming, blood is continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. Could he be biting his tongue to end it all? Lin Bei chuckled. Did he think he wouldn't realize this? Before he could speak, Lin Wan chimed in. Yun Mai, don't worry, biting one's tongue won't lead to death. The arteries in the tongue are relatively small, not much blood will flow. He would only be increasing his own suffering by doing so. Oh, but in dramas, biting the tongue leads to death, right? The director said so. It must happen. Haven't you seen someone die from biting their tongue, only for a mute to appear the next moment? The man lying on the ground was momentarily stunned by their conversation, tears silently streaming down his face. Why hadn't anyone mentioned this earlier? He had endured such agony. Did they have any idea how hard he had fought against the pain to bite it off? Damn those dramas, they cause harm. Pain, so much pain. Burp. Lin Wan quickly let out a satisfied belch. Due to her low evolutionary level and weaker physical constitution, her appetite was far from that of others, yet this was undoubtedly the best meal she had consumed since the apocalypse began. Before the end of the world, the best meals were certainly those shared with family. Dad, rest assured, your daughter will become strong. Gradually approaching the man sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, she felt no twinge of compassion for the torment he was undergoing. Compared to his past deeds, this was nothing, not enough, far from enough. She lacked the skills to torment others, so she could only imitate the scenes from television. Picking up a pair of pliers that Lin Bei had placed on the ground, she clamped down on the tip of his fingernail and pulled with all her might. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. He sealed off that area. The sound was somewhat disruptive to their meal, yet he felt no remorse. One must remember, Lin Wan had just lost her father. Although she was indulging in a delicious meal, how much bitterness and hatred had she bottled up inside? With her enemies right before her, how could she not vent? Moreover, when had he ever been so patient? You dared to speak ill of his woman? Very well, the ensuing mealtime would be uninterrupted. Half an hour later, after a satisfying feast, the group took a brief respite before stepping outside. Lin Bei stretched lazily. Ladies, it's time for the segment of killing zombies and leveling up again. The apocalypse was indeed this monotonous and dreary. Inside the shop, the man lay motionless in a pool of blood. His condition was simply ghastly. Hey, wait a moment. Lin Bei suddenly noticed a large G-Wagon parked by the roadside with its door ajar, the keys lying beside it. Starting it up would be useful. The tank was still quite full. Good. He snapped a photo and posted it on social media. At 23 years old, relying on my own hands, I have acquired my first G-Wagon without the help of family. Snapping his fingers, he stored it in his spatial backpack. He would need it when he sought out Yu. After all, several thousand kilometers were involved. Running was simply not an option. Chapter 55, Lin Bei's intentions and an encounter with Shi Yu. Ding. Ding ding, Lin Bei approached the roadside vehicles and kicked several of them in succession, the jarring alarm sounds erupting instantaneously. Damn, the highly educated Lin Wan gasped at the sight, exclaiming in shock, Yun Mai, is it really safe to make such a commotion? We could be surrounded by zombies. Though she was merely a first tier 2-star, she was no novice either. In this apocalyptic world, zombies were not what one feared, but rather the endless horde of them. It's fine, do you see this? Yun said, holding up a restorative pill. Once you're out of energy, take one of these. It's our dear brother's exclusive remedy, unique to us. Just stick with us and you'll be laughing all the way. She took a handful and tucked them into Wan's pocket. Here, Lin Bei tossed a knife to Lin Wan, having acquired it from Jiang Yu's residence. Even the finest and sharpest blade in his possession had dulled after countless encounters with zombies. He simply replaced it whenever it became ineffective. However, he no longer needed to engage at close quarters. Before long, due to the overwhelming noise, a massive tide of zombies surged from both sides of the road like a relentless wave. The sheer horror of the scene caused Lin Wan's legs to tremble. There were too many, truly, far too many. The zombies of today were not the same as those of yore. They navigated obstacles with cunning and even leapt over them. In no time, the horde on both sides was a mere 50 meters away. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Let us do this. Jiang Yu stuffed 2 restorative pills into her mouth and swung her spear with fervor. The moment the energy within her was depleted, the pills took effect, clearing a substantial area amidst the dense throng of zombies. Lin Wan, damn, Lin Bei unleashed a sword strike, achieving a similar effect. Lin Wan, damn, breathe. Yun and Jiang Xiu were still honing their control over their energy, their efficiency in dispatching zombies nowhere near that of Lin Bei and Jiang Yu. As for Lin Wan, holding the knife, she was momentarily stunned, realizing that zombies could indeed be dispatched in such a manner. It was akin to squashing ants. 100, 300, 500, 700, 1,000 in less than 10 minutes, the group had eliminated over 1,000 zombies. Truly, whether in reality or online, she had never witnessed such an efficient team. Her role was merely to clear away the few straggling zombies. At that moment, she grasped the true nature of the team she had joined. Meanwhile, on the other side, die, you bastards, Xiaoxia brandished her spear, forged from thunder, leaping high to pierce the skull of a 3-meter-tall zombie. This strike drained her of all her extraordinary powers and strength. Glancing around, as the high-tier zombie collapsed, a tide of ordinary zombies surged forth. A smirk graced Xiaoxia's lips as she calmly retrieved 2 restorative pills from her pocket and consumed them. Thud, her heart raced, power surged back into her being as a whip of lightning materialized in her grasp, spinning 360 degrees before she unleashed it, instantly decimating all zombies within a 30-meter radius. Awesome, absolutely exhilarating. This day marked the most exhilarating since the onset of the apocalypse. Her extraordinary abilities and stamina, once depleted, could be swiftly replenished with just 2 pills. Previously, after 20 or 30 minutes of combat, she would require a lengthy rest, as she barely dared to unleash her full potential for fear of unforeseen circumstances, but now, that was no longer a concern. She could fight to exhaustion, deplete her powers, and simply take 2 pills to continue her onslaught. She leveled up. Second tier 2-star, Lin Dabe, I adore your pills. Die, you fools. With a single stroke, all her strength poured forth, instantly claiming the lives of 100 zombies. 1 restorative pill later, her strength was restored in an instant. To be honest, who else could boast such a condition, leveling up by annihilating lesser foes? Truthfully, the techniques that drained all her energy lacked power, as they were merely rudimentary, with significant drawbacks. Yet with the restorative pills at hand, they were perfectly suited for slaying zombies. Bang, her heart raced once more as her strength surged anew. Master, Lin Bei. Level, second tier 2-star. System space. 100 cubic meters. Extraordinary ability, space, SSS level, LV2, passive ability, spatial backpack, capacity, 10,000 cubic meters, strength, S level, LV2, triple. Speed, 170. Strength, 170, 3. Mentality, 170. Physique, 170. Items. Restorative pills 5500, SSS level steak 3000, premium honey glazed sausages 3300. Team members recorded: Jiang Xiu, first tier 6-star, space LV2, He Yun, first tier 6-star, strength LV2, triple amplification. Bond benefits. Charisma 2, strength 3, food supplies returned at triple rate. Awesome, the quantity of the returning elixirs has been steadily increasing, with the enhancement of strength, coupled with the unlocking of Jiang Yu and Lin Wan tonight. The multiplier for food returns will soar to 5-fold, causing the number of returning elixirs to burgeon at a terrifying pace. Such a potent item must be utilized wisely. For instance, a women's squad, not the squad of Xiaoxia, but one that is exclusively his, distinct from the few women around him, who are part of the regular forces, focusing on quality rather than quantity. To be frank, Lin Wan has significantly lowered the squad's standards. However, given her role as a doctor, she deserves a slight privilege. My dear ladies, I must step away for a moment. If you grow weary of the slaughter, feel free to return and rest, Lin Bei advised. All right. Good brother, would you like your good sister to accompany you? I promise to be ever so obedient, especially in this sweltering summer. My sweetness is undeniable. Focus on leveling up. If I return and you haven't reached first tier 8 stars, I assure you, your little behind will face consequences. For others, such a feat might be daunting, but for those possessing an almost infinite supply of returning elixirs, it merely becomes a matter of desire. Understood. Come back soon. If you require any assistance, just give us a call, Jiang Shiyu reminded. All right. Lin Bei offered a few more instructions before propelling himself away, gradually fading from their sight. With the presence of Yin Yu, there was no need for concern. Yin Yu is now his pet. Even when apart, they can engage in mental communication. Furthermore, both Yin Yu and Jiang Yu are at the second tier, and with Shiyu's spatial abilities, anyone who dares to target them would be courting their own demise. It's worth a try. Let's see if they can be nurtured. Otherwise, all these returning elixirs would merely lie idly within the system space, a waste indeed. If nurtured properly, the bonds formed with the practitioners could yield substantial rewards, as these bonds evolve with the individual's growth. One must admit, Xiaoxia's establishment of a women's legion is indeed a splendid idea, primarily inspired by her. Otherwise, it would never have occurred to him to seek out a group of women for gradual cultivation. Zizi on the way, he heard the familiar sound of electricity crackling from the adjacent street. Could it be, just as he mentioned it, he encountered it. With a swift motion, he altered his course. 30 meters ahead, Xiaoxia danced among the piles of corpses, wielding her electric whip like a sacred artifact, striking down gods and demons alike. The zombies fell to the ground, merely from a fleeting touch, their brains fried by the electricity. Who goes there? Show yourself. After clearing the surrounding zombies, Xiaoxia, gripping her electric whip, fixed her icy gaze upon his position. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. He believed he had concealed himself quite well, without making a sound. He soon relaxed. He possessed spatial awareness, and she undoubtedly had her own form of electric perception, akin to NLS ability, sensing individuals and objects within a certain range through the static electricity in the air. Lin Bei stepped around the corner. It's you. Upon recognizing the face of the concealed individual, the chill on Xiaoxia's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Chapter 56, The Little Rabbits and the Arrival of the Grey Wolf. What brings you here? Xiaoxia inquired, as the crackling lightning whip in her hand vanished, and she lightly stepped closer to him. Just passing through. Then it seems we truly are fated to meet. It appears this is divinely orchestrated. Lin Bei, why not join us? If you dislike crowds, I can arrange for you to have an entire building to yourselves, ensuring that no one disturbs you. What do you say? Xiaoxia, undeterred, continued her invitation. Give up, impossible, utterly unthinkable. To be honest, if not for the fact that her female legion needed her, she would have eagerly joined Lin Bei's team at once. That rebound pill was simply exhilarating. I'm not going. Lin Bei remained steadfast in his refusal. Lin Bei, allow me to introduce our team. With that, Xiaoxia launched into an extensive monologue, extolling the plethora of beauties and the meticulous care taken in matters of clothing and hygiene. So, what do you think? Are you even slightly tempted? Action speaks louder than words. Come, let us become partners, shall we? I'm not going. Lin Bei absent-mindedly cleared his ears. He understood. Xiaoxia was. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for her to take the hook. With a casual wave of his hand, he said, You take your time slaying zombies. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Wait. After taking just a couple of steps, Xiaoxia instinctively called out to him. Lin Bei turned back, puzzled, and asked, Miss Xiao, is there something else? Xiaoxia smiled, a hint of embarrassment colouring her cheeks. Brother Lin Bei, I have used up more than half of the 10 pills you gifted me. How about you set a price and sell me a few more? 10 just isn't sufficient. It wasn't that she was being wasteful, rather, she was acutely aware of the necessity for rapid strength enhancement in the early days of the apocalypse, leaving a few as a contingency. Lin Bei chuckled. I thought it was something significant. With a flourish of his hand, he produced a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi, filled to the brim with rebound pills, causing Xiaoxia's eyes to widen in astonishment. If she were to receive that entire bottle, she could ascend to the 3rd tier in no time. Breath. Instantaneously, the air grew stifling. This bottle is full. Lin Bei remarked, inspecting it before stowing it away and retrieving another 2-liter Coke bottle. And this one is full as well. I distinctly remember having a half-full one. My spatial backpack is simply too vast. What? Xiaoxia was momentarily stunned. Is this fellow running a pharmaceutical factory at home? After switching out 4 or 5 bottles, he finally found one that was only half full. Twisting off the cap, he poured out approximately 10 pills, 3 of which rolled onto the ground. Just as Xiao Xie bent down to retrieve them, Lin Bei crushed them underfoot, saying, "Miss Xiao, the ground is dirty. We shall not take those." "Damn, I don't mind the dirt." Xiao Xie felt a pang in her heart. Those 3 pills could have sustained her in combat for half an hour, during which she could have slain countless zombies. "Miss Xiao, you treated me to barbecue last night. I dislike being in debt to others, so consider this my return gift." Lin Bei placed the 10 rebound pills into Xiao Xie's delicate hands. 10. Quite a number. Yet, in comparison to the vast quantities Lin Bei possessed, it was hardly significant. She was already grateful for the 20 pills he had given her. Even if she were to treat him to barbecue every day, cooking for him personally and feeding him herself, it would still be more than ample. She had grown greedy, she had become insatiable, but really, who wouldn't be? If this item were precious to Lin Bei, she would naturally feel satisfied. However, to him, it was but a trivial matter. If it had fallen onto filthy ground, she could understand, but it had merely touched clean concrete. Collecting it within 3 seconds posed no issue, and if worried, a quick wash would suffice. The fact that he had crushed it was simply outrageous. What's wrong? Is it not enough? Noticing that Xiao Xie still cradled the pills, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yes. Xiao Xie nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with hope and desire, reminiscent of a student yearning to explore the vast ocean of knowledge. "I originally intended these for personal use, but since we seem to have a bit of fate between us, and you appear agreeable, I shall gift you a few more." Lin Bei tilted the bottle and poured out another 7 or 8 pills. With a wave of his hand, he concluded, for those below the second tier, particularly at LV1, a single pill sufficed to fully restore both physical strength and abilities, but from the second tier onward, 2 were required. The higher one ascended, the more one needed. 3, 4, 5. These several pills, if used liberally, would last him at most half a day. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You may continue your slaughter." With a casual wave, Lin Bei departed, leaving behind a striking silhouette. In this apocalypse, a rare good person indeed. Xiao Xie felt compelled to bestow upon him a good person card. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck her. He dislikes being indebted to others. If even a meal of barbecue counts as a debt, then tonight she would bring him a lavish feast. Given his character, he would undoubtedly provide her with additional rebound pills in return. Such is the nature of human favors, a constant ebb and flow, indistinguishable and inextricable. Cackling softly, she mused, "Little brother, you've been ensnared by your elder sister." As Lin Bei walked further away, a grin crept onto his face, revealing a mischievous smile. "Cackle, cackle, cackle, feast away, indulge yourself. The addiction to these pills can set in rather quickly. The notion of favors is something I intentionally mentioned. Oh, fair Xiao, do be wary of falling into my traps. Die." With a swift strike, he unleashed his full power, instantly obliterating nearly 100 zombies that had blocked his path. The allure of the rebound pill lay in its ability to unleash power at any moment, without concern for consumption. Destination, the base of Lin Wan's nemesis. Though still a fair distance away, he arrived before a large shopping mall half an hour later. The supermarket was located on the basement level of the mall, its entrance tightly sealed, while a mountain of zombie corpses outside exuded a nauseating stench. From the outside, the interior appeared desolate. Opening a spatial wormhole, he stepped into the mall, where an eerie silence reigned, the ground bearing witness to the chaos and suffering that had erupted during the apocalypse. Entering a jewelry store, he spotted a delicate diamond ring and exquisite earrings, priced at 139,998. These are the most appealing. Lin Bei picked up a splendid diamond necklace, sparkling under the sunlight. There happened to be 2, one for you and one for you. Pack it up. Take it all. The other women must not be overlooked either. Fairness is key. Receiving gifts would surely delight them, deepening their affection for him. As they adorned themselves beautifully, he too would find joy in their happiness. Who wouldn't he desire their women to shine ever brighter? His ears twitched. A faint, peculiar sound reached him. It seems everyone has congregated in the supermarket. His gaze shifted to the entrance of the underground supermarket. Opening a wormhole, he exited the mall. His purpose for coming here was to gather gifts for their women. The 3 waves of truth, romance, gifts must be prepared in advance. Surely, wouldn't he choose to cultivate his secret female legion from among those women in the supermarket, for that would be utterly distasteful. He knew all too well what had befallen those women. He would venture further. He sought to find an outstanding ally or a possessor of extraordinary talents, for to do otherwise would be pure folly. His destination was the hospital. Earlier, during their meal and conversation, Lin Wan had mentioned that many were still too fearful to confront the zombies, including a group of little sisters, a collective of nursing interns and young doctors, huddled together in a room, trembling in terror. Little sisters, the big bad wolf is coming. No, wait. Little sisters, your superhero is here. Chapter 57. A hug from my husband, a princess hug. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, bravely moving forward, rewards await, I must be the first to run, Linbei hummed a tune as he made his way to the hospital, driven by multiple motives. He sought to purchase experience to refresh the store and reclaim 2 pieces, bar, caught up in the game. Visiting the hospital not only allowed him to cultivate his very own female squad but also to amass a vast array of pharmaceuticals within its walls. Medicines, after all, should be stockpiled regardless of their immediate necessity. Before long, Linbei arrived at a prominent public hospital in the city, where he found himself lingering outside the towering automated iron gates, which loomed 2 meters high, surrounded by a throng of zombies. However, the expansive, open-air parking lot was devoid of any undead. While some were indeed present, they lay motionless on the ground. Surely, hadn't he arrived a moment too late? Little bunnies, do make sure to hide well. Leaping over the gate and entering the parking area, he surveyed his surroundings as he strode towards the building. The tempered glass on the first floor was nearly shattered, and upon stepping inside, an all too familiar chill enveloped him. Silence. A silence that was eerily unsettling. Due to the power outage, the absence of light rendered the surroundings dim, even with the presence of sunlight, evoking a standard scene from a horror film. It would not be surprising if, in the next moment, a terrifying creature on all 4s appeared around the corner, advancing with alarming speed to his immediate vicinity within a mere 0.1 seconds. He meticulously packed all the medications from the pharmacy into a spatial backpack and made his way towards the inpatient department. Lin Wan, serving as a doctor in this establishment, naturally had a few friends among the nurses and intern doctors who were hiding in the secluded and tranquil inpatient area. Anyone who has visited a hospital knows how crowded it can be. However, the inpatient department was relatively sparse, with many individuals being of an older age, and they were not particularly lacking in provisions, as the patients' families often brought an abundance of fruits, milk, bread, and other items to store in the lockers. Little sisters, make sure to hide well. Big brother is coming to find you, and you mustn't let me catch you, or else there will be dire consequences. Linbei, standing in the fire escape, was momentarily taken aback. He looked up, realizing that the voice he had just heard did not belong to him. Someone else had discovered the hiding sisters before him. A spatial wormhole opened, leading to the 5th floor, the source of the voice. Oh dear. A young nurse clad in a white uniform turned in terror, glancing back at the man approaching her with his eyes blindfolded. In her panic, she failed to notice another individual ahead and collided with him as if she had run into a steel plate, landing unceremoniously on the ground. You. The poor nurse's face turned pale. Had they not agreed that as long as they could evade capture for an hour, they would be set free? Someone had cheated, not blindfolded, proving that the handsomest among them were often the most unscrupulous. Quite the player, Linbei observed, slightly stunned, as he followed the sound of the nurse's voice, noting that the man before him was blindly groping forward, his eyes covered by the tie of the nurse's uniform. Don't come any closer. What a pity, you were so close to being caught. The scene was not limited to just these two. Several other blindfolded men were present, as the petite nurses fled in terror, but the fire escape door was locked tight, leaving them with no choice but to run around this floor. She fled. He pursued. She was trapped with no escape. Linbei smiled, amused by the playful game intended to strengthen the bonds among the ladies. Indeed, the outside world was filled with talent. Please, don't. The nurse sitting on the ground, caught between the two men, cried out in panic, trembling and curling into a ball, tears of fear streaming down her pale face. With a mere thought, he activated the spatial wormhole, connecting to a certain clinic on the 1st floor, where he had previously noticed a female nurse zombie. The blindfolded man, fueled by the nurse's terrified screams, grew even more exhilarated, gauging distance by sound. Little bunny, the big bad wolf is coming, he cackled, leaping forward. Before commencing this game of cat and mouse, they had already stowed away all sharp objects on this floor. He envisioned the scenario, the delicate, uniform-clad nurse firmly held in his grasp. The reality confirmed his imagination, how soft, how fragrant, albeit with a hint of odor, understandable, given the apocalypse had raged for days. The nurse, true to her profession, had skin that was cool and smooth. Meanwhile, a charming little nurse zombie wandered aimlessly in the clinic, feeling ravenous, yet unable to detect the scent of food or see any semblance of it. Just then, a delectable morsel appeared before her. As she prepared to rush towards it, the food unexpectedly lunged at her, with its succulent and juicy neck right before her. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes glistening with moisture. It was a gift from nature. She opened her mouth wide and took a hearty bite. Bliss, sweetness, juicy explosion. Linbei closed the spatial wormhole. Oh. Though the hospital was eerily quiet, the sound was muffled by layers of doors, blending with the shrieks of numerous little nurses. Hardly anyone paid attention. He Dao, seated on the ground, was momentarily stunned. This handsome man, he seemed not to be affiliated with those others. She recalled how he had utilized spatial abilities to eliminate that man. Please, the reason she chose to be a nurse was not due to academic prowess. Had she excelled in her studies, she would have pursued a career as a doctor. The reason for her academic shortcomings was undoubtedly due to her penchant for novels, leaving her acutely aware of the man before her awakening spatial abilities. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hida wiped away her tears, lifted her head, and with a pleading expression, blinked her large, innocent eyes. Darling, you have finally come to rescue me. I am so scared, I miss you so much, darling. She clung to him, she had to hold onto that thigh, no one could pry her away today, Lin Bei. You must have mistaken me for someone else, who addresses someone they just met as darling. No, wait, this girl seemed to possess an untouched innocence. Who was this darling? Lin Bei chuckled to himself. Well, a gift from the heavens, it seemed. Name? He Dao. Appearance score, 93. Pre-apocalypse profession, nurse. Overall score, 90. Level, none. Ability, seduction, A. Awakening pending. Bonds happy smiley inherent silk saint body 1. Gourmet 1. Delicate and tender. 1. Upon bond activation, the probability of being toppled by you and your illustrated members increases 1, 50, 3, 75, 100. Innocent 1. Upon bond activation, will receive a random small gift. Each additional member will grant an additional gift. However, at this moment, it was unwise to indulge. The delicately tender bond carried an element of danger. If it were merely the playful antics of Yu and her friends, it would be inconsequential, but if it were the mischief of a wicked sister, it could spell trouble. Daddy, hug me, I want a Princess Carrie. Hida spread her arms wide, pouting adorably, her demeanor and actions reminiscent of a young girl joyfully reuniting with her boyfriend after a long separation, especially in that nurse's uniform, which made her all the more enticing. Daddy, hug me, lift me up, please spin me around, please. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Hida sprang towards him, her lips curling into a sweet smile, her intent to collide with his chest. Lin Bei swiftly retaliated with a flick of his hand. Smack! A resounding slap sent Hida whirling around 1,080 degrees before she tumbled to the ground. Hug NM, this is so ridiculous. Chapter 58. If it were him, it would be acceptable. Hida, having fallen to the ground, was momentarily stunned. The searing pain on her face caused tears to cascade down her cheeks, yet, for the sake of survival, to avoid becoming someone else's plaything, she had to persist. She raised her head, biting her lip gently, and despite the tears flowing incessantly, she endeavored to present her most appealing self. What's wrong, darling, don't you like it? Even though she had yet to reach the limits of human endurance, in this apocalyptic world, she was destined to rely on a man to survive. The choices before her were stark, either become a mere toy traded among a multitude or one of the chosen women of the handsome and powerful man before her. Surely, even a fool could discern which option to choose. I don't like it. Then what kind of woman do you prefer, darling? I can transform into whatever you desire. Get lost, beast. Help. Scream, shout, curse, struggle, resist. The more you do, the more exhilarated I become. Amidst their exchange, the corridor echoed with the harrowing screams of panic from women, contrasted with the man's fervor. Hida clenched her fists tightly. Those were her fellow interns who had come to the hospital with her, along with the caring older sister who looked after them. She did not dare to plead with the man before her for help, fully aware of his strength. To him, she was merely a powerless stranger. Bang! At that moment, the door to the fire escape was kicked open. Everyone stop right now. The enemy is here, and you're still playing around, damn it. The blindfolded man from earlier had returned, clutching a pile of bandages tightly against his wounded neck, his gaze filled with venomous fury directed at Lin Bei. His chest heaved with rage, his body trembling from adrenaline, his wide eyes seemingly capable of spitting flames. His beautiful new world had only just begun, and now, it was coming to an end. Soon to transform into a zombie, he only wanted to vent his pent-up anger and frustration. With a fierce blow, he smashed his other hand against the wall, creating a large hole in the tiled cement surface. Hidao's brows twitched violently, and her petite frame instinctively retreated a step, hiding behind Lin Bei. Simultaneously, all the men on this floor tore off their blindfolds and approached. Third brother, what is going on? A hulking man stepped forward, his eyes scanning Lin Bei with a chilling murderous intent. Boss, I was bitten by a zombie. This beast used some trick to drag me downstairs. I'm about to turn into a zombie. I can't accept that, boss. I want to kill him. I haven't even had my fun with these nurses yet. I can't accept this. Whoosh. The man roared, his words dripping with a desperation for life. As he shouted, he suddenly felt a warm liquid splatter across his face. He didn't care, he was about to become a zombie. Boss. I'm about to turn into a zombie. I want to take this little nurse for one last thrill. You must kill this guy. As soon as the words left his mouth, boss. The The brothers behind him shouted anxiously. The man abruptly turned his head. No, brothers, we've been through so much together. I'm about to become a zombie. What's wrong with letting me have this beautiful little nurse? No, the boss is dead. What? The man was taken aback. What nonsense was this? The boss was standing right beside him, perfectly fine. Were they all under some illusion? He turned to look. Damn, big brother. His pupils constricted sharply. A gaping hole had appeared in the forehead of the boss, who stood a head taller than him, his body swaying slightly, increasingly losing balance before toppling to the ground, motionless. You killed our boss. The man was consumed with rage. In the next second, he felt warmth in his chest, looked down in confusion, and then raised his head again. What kind of ability do you possess? Lin Bei, hands clasped behind his back, tilted his head with a smile. Guess. I'll guess your mother's ass. Die already. The man lunged forward in fury, only to collapse to the ground, following his boss. Swish. 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 The remaining men, witnessing this, fled in all directions without a second thought, some toward the fire escape, others toward the windows. In this apocalyptic 21st century, who cared for loyalty, survival took precedence, but the boss had treated them well. No doubt, after today, the boss's son would be their son, the boss's mother would be their mother. The boss's wife would be their wife. Your wife, I shall care for. You may depart in peace. Lin Bei, with his gun held behind his back, continued to pull the trigger, and one by one, the fleeing men fell, until within 3 seconds, not a single living male remained on that floor besides him. Behind him, He Dao's gaze remained fixed on the gun in his hand. Although the barrel was aimed at the ground, the bullet still struck them down. This was the art of gun quaking, or perhaps the allure of spatial abilities. It was utterly unavoidable. Her resolve solidified. No matter how this man treated her or humiliated her, she would cling tightly to him. She had endured enough of the days where she could only rely on glucose to survive. There were plenty of supplies in the cabinet of the sick room, but there were zombies lurking about, without weapons. How could they dare to venture out? As time passed, even if they mustered the courage, it would be futile. The food would have rotted. They huddled in a small room, trembling, praying for rescue from above, but what kicked down their door were those grinning beasts. What's going on? I don't know. Isn't he that man one of them? Please, he definitely isn't he. It seems we've been saved. They are all dead. We're saved. Be careful, there's still one man left. Compared to them, I'd rather this handsome guy blindfolded. When the time comes, I'll be the first to let him catch me. Don't ask why. He's just so handsome. I want to be caught in his strong arms. The little nurses peeked at the door, batting their adorable eyes. In these times, looks equate to justice. Lin Bei was already strikingly handsome, and with an added touch of charisma, merely lounging there could captivate countless young hearts. You have 10 seconds to gather around. Lin Bei sat on the sofa extracted from his spatial backpack, one leg crossed over the other, surveying them. His voice, though not loud, reverberated throughout the floor. Their faces displayed hesitation. If we go over, we might get beaten. With his strength, it's as if staying away will spare you. That's true. Before long, 10 young, beautiful nurses, akin to blooming flowers, lined up before him, each one either anxious or curious, their large eyes eagerly scrutinizing him. So handsome, truly so handsome, he's far more attractive than those stars on television. How can such a handsome man exist? If it were him, I'd willingly have my hair held in his palm. Chapter 59, The management of the 10-person team. Lin Bei languidly reclined on the sofa, his chin resting on the back of his hand, his gaze sweeping over their profiles one by one. Fortune smiled upon him. One might even say it was a stroke of extraordinary luck. Among the 10 women, each was untainted by the complexities of past entanglements. It must be said that his luck was prodigious. In an era rife with material desires before the apocalypse, one would struggle to find such individuals even with a lantern, yet now, after the cataclysm, they appeared in abundance. However, apart from He Dao, none possessed any supernatural abilities, not even the most trivial ones, which was somewhat regrettable. Kneel. The words floated lightly through the air. With a swift motion, He Dao did not hesitate. The instant the command fell, she knelt, her exquisite features betraying no hint of indignation or anger, but rather sparkling with a captivating allure as she gazed up at him. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. This woman, she was even more perceptive than he had anticipated. Very well, let her assume the role of leader of this clandestine team, with He Dao leading the way. Some of the other women knelt willingly, while others were gently coaxed down by their companions. Not a trace of humiliation could be seen on their faces. Did ants feel aggrieved when bowing before a giant? No, they felt it was only natural. From this moment forth, you 10 shall share a singular master, and that master is I. Those willing to acknowledge me as such may remain kneeling, those unwilling may rise and depart. As he spoke, Lin Bei flicked his finger, causing a platter to materialize before each individual, adorned with a sausage and a steak, their savory aromas wafting through the air, tantalizing each person's appetite. I am not a man of indiscriminate slaughter. You need not harbor any misgivings. If you choose not to recognize me as your master, feel free to rise and leave. I shall not make things difficult for you. Gulp. No one dared to rise. Instead, the only sound that filled the air was the desperate swallowing of saliva. Among the 10, 2 had initially intended to stand, but upon the appearance of the food, they chose to remain kneeling, not out of inability, but simply fatigue from standing. Their eyes fixated hungrily upon the food before them. After a week of subsisting solely on glucose, their longing for proper sustenance had reached a fever pitch. They were exercising restraint, waiting for the man to permit them to eat a hearty meal, filled to the brim. Lin Bei was thoroughly pleased. Your master lacks many things, but one thing I have in abundance is food. With a subtle movement of his finger, an additional large sausage appeared on each of their platters. Upon hearing this, He Dao's face lit up with joy, as did several others who valued beauty. Lacking women, they were women. However, as of now, none of you have yet earned the right to even meet my gaze. Nearly 10 days have passed since the apocalypse began, and not a single one of you has reached the limits of human capability. You possess neither the courage to confront zombies nor the resolve to end your own lives. In this new world, you could be likened to the refuse of refuse, mere remnants. Had I not chanced upon you, you would have long since been cast aside, unable to stir even the faintest ripple when toyed with by others. The 10 women bowed their heads in shame. Had they only dared to take the first step, this predicament would not have arisen, yet they did not dare. They feared the zombies, feared capture, feared bites. Were it not for the man before them, just the thought sent shivers coursing through their bodies. But that is of no consequence. Your master has arrived. From this moment onward, your future will be bright, but do not rush to rejoice. I shall not keep you by my side. I have stated that currently, you lack the qualifications to even warrant my attention. With a swift motion, a handgun materialized before the women. I understand your fear of the zombies, but the root of that fear lies in your lack of power. You are women, inherently weaker in strength, but fret not. Shortly, I will guide each of you to the pinnacle of human capacity. This will be the first thing I do as your master. The women were filled with excitement. He spoke the truth. Their hesitance in facing the undead stemmed from their inherent physical limitations. Over the past 10 days, they had grown accustomed to proximity with the zombies, no longer succumbing to weakness at the mere sight of them. They had discussed growing stronger through killing, yet without weapons and lacking strength, how could they fight? Thus, they had remained in hiding. As the zombies grew stronger, they felt themselves weakening, and their fear intensified. If someone were to help them take that initial step, they would find the courage to take the second and third. As your master, the second thing I will do for you is provide a stable source of food. You need not scavenge or worry about sustenance. All you need to focus on is becoming stronger, strong enough to earn my attention and elevate yourselves from my subordinates to my women. As he spoke, he flicked his finger once more. A bowl of rice, a pair of chopsticks, a serving of braised ribs, and a bowl of chicken soup appeared before each of them. Each woman fought to suppress her salivation, the enticing aroma overwhelming them. Some struggled to control their hands, yearning for the food, longing to consume it. Meanwhile, others clenched their fists, resolute in their thoughts. I must become his woman, He Dao firmly resolved, and many shared her sentiments. Such a powerful individual would attract countless women eager to serve him as handmaidens, let alone become his woman, subordinate. Woman, she, He Dao, would ascend step by step, from his subordinate to his beloved, reaching the pinnacle. She would become his woman. I have said much, but there is one crucial prerequisite. You must willingly become my subordinates. May I ask, are you willing? Willing? He Dao exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Willing? Willing? Only once every voice had echoed the affirmation. Did Lin Bei continue, then how should you address me from now on? Master. He Dao frowned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at her friend beside her, who had audaciously called out before her. How infuriating. Master. With no other option, the unwilling He Dao had to shout even louder. The ones in front called out so forcefully that those behind had no choice but to muster their voices to the utmost. Master! Master! Shame! Absurd. Who among them was a fool? Following this man before them would lead them toward a radiant future. Should they refuse, only death awaited them. They were still young, with many experiences yet to encounter. Had it not been for the utter lack of choice, who would willingly choose death at such a tender age? Moreover, this man was undeniably handsome. Furthermore, he possessed an overwhelming strength. Very well. Next, remove your garments, leaving nothing behind. I need to inspect your bodies for any signs of zombie bites. Some of the girls blushed in embarrassment. He Dao hesitated for a moment, noticing her friends beside her hastily unbuttoning their clothes. With a frantic tug, her fingers grasped her garment, and with a swift motion, buttons flew off. She realized she did not yet possess the qualifications to be his woman. At the very least, she must rank first among these 10 women. Opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. When they arise, they must be grasped tightly. Wait, he dare you. Cut it out, I will too. Is this really appropriate? Someone asked shyly, the youthful modesty evident. Chapter 60, Today, slay the mad demon, tomorrow, become a wife. What is there to be unhappy about? Master is cultivating us as his future wives. Is it not perfectly normal for a husband to inspect his wife? Or do you wish to enjoy these provisions and benefits without any contribution? Have you not yet recognized your own worth? Were it not for the Master's intervention, you would have long been at the mercy of others. And yet, here you are, still acting so pretentious. Do you truly have the right to be so? Let me tell you, if the Master takes a liking to you, you will ascend to great heights in an instant. Exactly. To be noticed by such a strong, handsome, and affluent Master is indeed a privilege. Come on, do you really think that with the Master's prowess, he would lack for formidable women by his side? You don't even dare to slay a zombie. I fail to understand your pretentiousness. Do you believe your body holds such value? Were it not for the Master, do you think your clothes would remain unscathed? Also, do you really think the Master has developed any genuine affection for you, or do you long for those days spent in the dark, confined space, living in squalor? Do you have any idea how luxurious it is to have a stable food source in this apocalypse? Do you understand how much the Master has invested in us, just the food before you? Do you know how many people outside would fight tooth and nail for even a morsel? The reason the others spoke up was not to attack her, but rather an instinctive desire to showcase themselves, to capture Lin Bei's attention. They were acutely aware that this was a colossal opportunity they could not afford to overlook. Lin Bei remained silent, gazing at them with an unflinching calmness, his expression serene and undisturbed. He was fond of women, yet he cherished strength even more. Master, look. He Dao spread her arms wide and twirled around, revealing that she bore no zombie bite marks. Master, I too am unscathed. Master, so am I. Lin Bei waved his hand. Put on your clothes and eat. You have 10 minutes, after that, I will begin your training. Yes, Master. The 10 women devoured their food ravenously. Wow, the Master's sausages are absolutely delicious. They are so substantial, one bite is filled with meat and practically devoid of starch. Before the apocalypse, these sausages would have cost a fortune. I've always been reluctant to buy them. Oh, they are just too delicious. The steak is so tender. Family, who understands the food in this apocalypse is better than what I had before. The chicken soup is delightful, and the ribs are exquisite. Driven by hunger and the quality of the food, a large bowl of rice was finished in less than a minute. Lin Bei suddenly moved his fingers, conjuring another bowl of rice for each person. Only with full stomachs could they muster the strength to slay zombies. 10 individuals, each adorned with the bonds of strength, marked the moment of his harvest. Tenfold power. How thrilling. 5 minutes later, everyone knelt in unison before him, their eyes filled with fervor after their fill. This meal would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. After nearly 10 days of starvation, a sudden feast was unforgettable. He Dao, pick up the gun. Yes, Master. He Dao picked up the desert eagle from the ground, feeling its weight. She paused, surprised that the Master knew her name, as they had not introduced themselves. No, someone had called her name just moments ago. The Master had noticed her. Of course, she was the first to call him husband. Lin Bei raised his fingers slightly, and a spatial wormhole opened as 5 zombies roared and charged towards them. The hearts of the women leapt to their throats. This was the beginning of their journey to strength. With a mere thought, he immobilized the 5 zombies, rendering them as if they had been struck by a stasis spell, causing the onlookers to widen their eyes in astonishment. Why aren't these zombies moving? It's the Master. Do we really need to ponder? It must be the Master's doing. He is so incredibly kind to us, almost as if he is personally feeding us. The Master's power is utterly terrifying. He sits there without lifting a finger, and the zombies before him are as helpless as toys. Their fervor intensified. No woman could resist the allure of a strong man. Bang! A gunshot rang out. He Dao bid farewell to her past and embarked on a new path. This apocalypse was cruel, yet it offered humanity a chance. Merely slaying a single zombie could elevate one to their physical limits, allowing nearly anyone to undergo evolution. These women were disappointingly timid. But it mattered not. With him present, these 10 would soon transform into goddesses that others could only dream of. Master, I have awakened my ability, A grade charm. He Dao reported excitedly, her large eyes brimming with anticipation, hoping for praise. Not bad, quite good. Thank you for the compliment, Master. He Dao beamed with joy. Although they had been trapped in a small dark room, they had gleaned a great deal of information online. Abilities were rare, and high-level ones were even more so. A grade was commendable. I'm so envious, I wonder if I have one. The remaining women began to hope. Next, one after another, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, 10 women joyfully yet disappointingly embarked on their evolutionary journeys, with all but Hidao lacking abilities. With a flick of his fingers, a tang saber appeared before each of them. Do not ask where it came from, it was simply a gift from Jiangu's family. Then, 3 large bottles of cola filled with revival. She glanced at her companions, seeing that she was the one most favored by the master. Inside are special medications. When exhausted, consuming one will restore all your energy. You will be responsible for their distribution. I have plenty of these, so there's no need for you to conserve. Yes, master. Lin Bei stood up, and the sofa behind him vanished. Next, you will face your first challenge. Elevate your rank to first tier 5 stars within 3 days. I will return for an assessment. Those who fail will be expelled from the team. Here is my contact information. Should you lose internet access within these 3 days and need to relocate, go to this address. Yes, master. Hidao stepped forward to take the note. Rest assured, master, we will not disappoint your expectations. Then, as an afterthought, Lin Bei added, of course, you may also take these medications and disappear. That is your freedom, rest assured, I will not pursue you for such trivial matters. As I mentioned earlier, you are not yet worthy of my attention. I shall pretend I have never seen you. Lin Bei waved his hand and stepped into the spatial wormhole, disappearing from sight. Simultaneously, several boxes of packaged instant meals and bottled water appeared on the ground. Even if they indulged, 3 days would suffice. Master, we won't do that. Hidao shouted just before the master departed. Clutching her saber tightly, she turned to her 9 companions, all similarly armed. Sisters, we all heard the master's words. I do not know how you feel, but to me, the master is a god who has pulled me from the abyss. Everything I possess now is a gift from the master. Frankly, I do not wish to be merely the master's subordinate. I want to be his woman. We all understand. We are far too behind. Alone, we cannot stand firm in this apocalypse. Without the master, we would inevitably face today's fate again. Had it not been for the master today, we would have been sullied beyond redemption. The women's gazes were filled with gratitude. Only those who have truly experienced despair understand that helplessness. A stranger, a hideous one at that, lunges at you with a sinister grin, ripping at your clothes. Your struggles and curses only serve to excite him further. Thank goodness we encountered the master. It is the master who has pushed us to our physical limits. It is the master who has provided us with weapons. It is the master who has given us food. It is the master who has supplied us with medicine. The only thing left is for him to take our hands and help us slay zombies to level up. As human beings, we cannot let the master down. As human beings, we must learn to be grateful. As human beings, we can no longer live those days of being less than human. Hidao spoke passionately, raising her tang saber high. Sisters, let us wield our blades to carve out our future, to slay until others dare not provoke us, to slay until we instill fear in others, to slay until we become the master's women. Today, slay the mad demon. Tomorrow, become a wife. The naive and unworldly girls were stirred to a fervor, raising their tang sabers high. Today, slay the mad demon. Tomorrow, become a wife. Today, slay the mad demon. Tomorrow, become a wife. Today, slay the mad demon. Tomorrow, become a wife. Today, slay the mad demon. Tomorrow, become a wife. Today, slay the mad demon. Tomorrow, become a wife. Chapter 61. Jiang Yuan sighed, yearning for progress. Today, I shall slay the madness. Tomorrow, I shall become a wife. TSK, it's got my blood boiling. My friend. To be relegated to the role of a mere nurse is such a waste of talent. Not to rise as a small leader in a pyramid scheme is truly regrettable. Lin Bei shook his head and departed from the hospital. Perhaps she had secretly unleashed her extraordinary abilities. Her words possessed an enchanting power, affecting not him, but significantly influencing that group of women. This was quite favorable. In the days to come, by occasionally checking in, providing food, and distributing some rejuvenating pills, he could reap the rewards, while also assembling a capable team of women. Such abundant resources ought to be utilized, otherwise, it would be a squandered opportunity. Stretching lazily, he headed home, uninterested in watching a bunch of amateurs battle zombies for experience points. In this apocalyptic world, as long as one remained cautious, the dangers were far from overwhelming. Hello, you. It's still afternoon, why are you calling me? Are you missing me? I miss you too. What? It's pouring rain over there. It seems rain is on the horizon here as well. The clouds above are quite thick. What level is your cousin now? Second tier, 1 star. Not bad, considering it's a 3S level magnetic ability. You remember this, never, ever trust any man, got it? I know you've watched too many zombie movies, and you hit the nail on the head. This world is indeed facing a zombie crisis. A bullet halted midair 3 meters from him. Lin Bei glanced over to see a fully armed man aiming a rifle at him from 100 meters away. Upon realizing his shot had not succeeded, the man turned and fled. A spatial wormhole quietly appeared behind him, a bullet piercing through his skull, while a hand relieved him of his weaponry and ammunition, storing them in a spatial backpack. Lin Bei popped a few rejuvenating pills into his mouth, muttering, "Is 100 meters still too far for a second-tier spatial ability?" Although the rejuvenating pills made it inconsequential, the upper limit of his abilities was crucial in determining distance and size. Having used spatial powers for quite some time, he was nearing a level 3 upgrade. It's nothing. Just encountered a small fry delivering equipment. By the way, do you have enough food? What is this? Your neighbor hoarding food while you stockpile guns. Does your neighbor serve as your pantry? Good, it's you after all, little you. No wonder you've watched so many zombie films. What do you mean? Did you encounter someone this morning who isn't he afraid of zombie attacks? Oh, do zombies not attack him? Why, did he consume zombie flesh and retain memories, becoming half human, half zombie? Seriously, does someone dare to eat zombie flesh? Wouldn't that turn him into a zombie? Huh. Can he also command zombies? That is true, it's akin to a group of powerful idiots. How could I have a woman by my side? Come on, let us video chat. See? I have no interest in women, I've never even touched one, except for you, of course. Soon, I'll reach level 3 and come find you. Level 3 isn't he safe? There are many mutated beasts in the wild. Alright, level 4 should suffice. Right, good. Level 5 will do. Alright, then, level 5 it is. Oh little rascal, you even secretly took pictures of your cousin for me. If she finds out, you better watch your back. Surely your legs are more attractive, whether they are clad in black or white stockings. None can compare to yours. I suggest you take more photos and send them to me for comparison, so I can better appreciate your beauty. Beware of fire, theft, and your cousin. After chatting for several hours, he finally hung up. Lin Bei squinted, contemplating the notion of half-human, half-zombie. Quite intriguing. Done. Everything is so meticulously clean. By 5:30 p.m., the sky, laden with dark clouds, descended into an early twilight, the air thickening as a torrential downpour approached. Lin Bei returned to the cafe where he had dined earlier, surrounded by the corpses of zombies. Within a kilometer radius, he could count the remaining zombies on both hands. He had intended to slay a few more for experience points. His phone vibrated. Upon checking, it was a call from Xiaoxie. Hello, what is the matter? Your silver moon has run off again. You can't find it. No worries, it's with me, having fun. It is about to rain heavily, so wait until it stops before you come to pick it up. Alright. After hanging up, Lin Bei gazed skyward. Following this deluge, humanity's plight would become even more dire. If the evolutionaries' demand for food remained unchanged, it would be manageable. However, their appetites were insatiable. In this apocalypse, food was already a precious commodity, making it understandable that some would resort to consuming zombie flesh when faced with starvation. Wu Disaster always lags behind me by a step. Just as he arrived at the martial arts hall's entrance, the sky seemed to have been switched on, with rain droplets the size of soybeans pelting down relentlessly. He retreated a step to the second-floor training area, where the air conditioning was working overtime, providing a refreshing chill. Jiang Xiu, He Yun, Jian Yu, and Lin Wan had all returned after showering, gathered together, munching on snacks while Silver Moon playfully rolled about, watching a movie projected on the screen. Dressed in casual home attire, they wore pink shorts that reached their thighs paired with simple tank tops, accentuating their alluring figures. The sight of their smooth, white thighs and delicate feet dazzled him. Our big brother is back. He Yun, quick-eyed, spotted him, bending over with bare feet. Her slender, fair arms wrapped around his neck, hanging from him. Big brother, did you bring us any delicious treats? Here, eat this. He stuffed a crispy chicken leg, golden and tender, into her mouth, leaving her with a greasy smile. Hee big brother, little Yu and little Ian are both eager to progress. They re just too eager to improve, He Yun whispered in his ear. As she spoke, she cast a mischievous glance at the two girls who, upon noticing Lin Bei's gaze, shyly turned away, unable to meet his eyes. Earlier that afternoon, Lin Wan had sensed that something significant would unfold that night. However, from her conversations with Jian Yu and He Yun, she learned that Lin Bei could enhance the strength of women, which filled her with anticipation and excitement. Her younger sisters were formidable, while she felt painfully ordinary, so much so that she felt embarrassed to remain in their presence. She was acutely aware that her presence dragged down the team's overall capability. Gaining a boost in strength might not be monumental, but at the very least, it would liberate her from mediocrity. Chapter 62, Universal Advancement, Extraordinary Rewards, Jian Yu, 2. As noon approached and Lin Bei began to make his move, she sensed his interest in her, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anticipation. This mischievous younger brother had always referred to her as his teacher. Moreover, after tonight, she would gain a significant boost in power. With both strength and physique enhanced, she would possess the necessary capital to establish her position within this team. Shi Yu, with her spatial abilities, and He Yun, with her strength-enhancing powers, were also formidable. Lin Wan was not worth mentioning. She was unaware of the intentions of Shi Yu and He Yun. Regardless, she was determined to be strong. She would not allow herself to become a mere ornamental figure, relying entirely on Lin Bei to handle dangers. She too was capable of standing on her own, and even if Lin Bei could not bestow upon her any enhancements, she would eventually repay her debts of gratitude. Furthermore, she longed for a boyfriend. With this thought, she slowly turned her head to meet Lin Bei's gaze. Although their actual time spent together was fleeting, it was undeniable that he occupied a significant space in her heart. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. Jiang Yu felt an instant loss of weight and involuntarily exclaimed, but soon found herself landing softly on a plush bed, her mouth agape in astonishment. He must be a monkey. The embarrassment she had managed to suppress surged back, and before she could ponder further, another startled gasp escaped her lips as she noticed Wan beside her, equally flustered with a crimson face. On the second floor, He Yun and Jiang Shiyu leaned against each other, indulging in popcorn and sipping cola while watching a movie. If this were captured and uploaded online, it would surely evoke envy in countless viewers. Outside, the torrential rain continued unabated. The raindrops accumulated steadily against the window. Help! No, please! In the film, humans chased by zombies desperately cried out. Jiang Shiyu and He Yun could deeply relate. This scene had played out countless times in reality. Had Lin Bei not appeared, their fate would have mirrored that of the characters in the movie. Suddenly, He Yun crushed her cola cup in her hand, momentarily stunned. After Lin Bei had departed that afternoon, they had practiced controlling their strength while fervently battling zombies, resulting in a significant increase in their abilities. Yet, she had mastered her power. Wait a moment, Sister Yu, I think my strength has somehow increased, she exclaimed, hastily opening her status panel. He Yun. Level 1*8. Ability, Strength, S-grade, LV2, triple. Speed. 90, Strength, 95, 3. Mentality, 90. Physique, 90. Points, 0. Oh my. He Yun could hardly contain her excitement, jumping in place and tugging at Shi Yu's arm. Sister Yu, my big brother he has increased my strength to 5 times. Har, I now possess the equivalent of 15 times my original strength. Har, considering my strength ability is only at level 2. Wow, big brother, I adore you. He Yun was utterly ecstatic. With hands on her hips, she boasted, who dares to take a punch from me? Har. Oh. Status panel. Jiang Shiyu. Level 1*8. Ability, Space, SSS, LV2, Passive, Spatial Backpack, Capacity, 10,000 cubic meters. Speed, 90. Strength, 95. Mentality, 90. Physique, 90. Points, 0. Mine has also increased 5-fold. Shi Yu was genuinely pleased. There was no reason not to be happy with such a boost in power. However, her joy was tempered. For someone with spatial abilities, this was merely a delightful enhancement. Successful collection. Successfully collected a beauty with a comprehensive score exceeding 90, receiving a fine gift. Healing pills, 2nd grade, 10, system space storage increased to 1,000 cubic meters. Successfully collected a beauty with a comprehensive score exceeding 90, receiving a fine gift. Space ring, 1,000 cubic meters, system space storage increased to 10,000 cubic meters. A space ring, what a treasure. They may not need it, but it would be invaluable to He Dao's hidden team. It would be incredibly convenient. Detected member Jiang Yu possesses S-grade physique abilities, already replicated for the master. Detected member Lin Wan does not possess any abilities, but due to her exceptional bond, has received a disassembly device. Disassembly device can be used on ability users. Upon use, it will strip them of their abilities and can transfer it to anyone. Note, requires charging before use. It is advisable to render the target incapable of resistance first. System. May I inquire whether the abilities stripped by this disassembly device can be given to anyone, meaning He Yun and Shi Yu could potentially possess a second ability? Yes. What a marvelous item. System. This is incredible, the ability to choose one's own powers. Bond with unattached individuals increased by 1, receiving a fine gift. Golden fried rice crafted by a top global chef. 10. Bond with unattached individuals increased by 1, receiving a fine gift. Crispy egg tart made by a top global pastry chef. 10. Activated exceptional martial artist bond. All members receive double martial arts talent enhancement. Activated Exceptional Doctor Bond, all members receive double effects from medicine usage. Activated Teaching Bond, you and the members of the collection receive double learning capabilities. Inherent Silk Stocking Sacred Body Bond increased by 1. The effect of wearing silk stockings for collection members is increased to 4 times, 5 times. Gourmet Bond increased by 1, the food or drink consumed by you and the collection members will be returned 4 times, 5 times. Fitness Enthusiast Bond increased by 1. You and the collection members' strength will be increased 4 times, 5 times. Detected He-Yun possesses strength abilities, this ability has been replicated for the Master. A massive influx of power has arrived. How exhilarating. Master, Lin Bei level, 2-star 2. Storage system space, 10,000 cubic meters. Ability, space, SSS grade, LV2, passive ability, spatial backpack, capacity, 10,000 cubic meters, strength, S grade, LV2, triple. Physique, S grade, LV1, double. Speed, 170. Strength, 170, 5-3. Mentality, 170. Physique, 172. Pet, Silver Moon, 2-star 1. Items, Rejuvenation Pills, 1st grade, 4,900, Healing Pills, 2nd grade, 10, SSS grade Steak 3,500, top grade Honey Glazed Sausage 3,500, top grade Golden Fried Rice 10, top grade Egg Tarts 10, Disassembly Device 1. Members collected. Jiang Shuyu 1-star 8, Space LV2, He-Yun 1-star 8, Strength LV2, Triple Enhancement, Lin Wan 1-star 4, Jian Yu 2-star 1, Physique LV3, Quadruple Enhancement, Total Gains. Charisma 2, Strength 5, Martial Arts Talent 2, Learning Ability 2, Food Material Return Multiplier 5. Bonds activated. Exceptional Flight Attendant 1. Exceptional Female College Student 1. Exceptional Doctor 1. Exceptional Martial Artist 1. Inherent Silk Stocking Sacred Body 4. Gourmet 4. Fitness Enthusiast 4. Teaching 1. Unattached Individuals 4. Invincible. This time, truly invincible. Jian Yu. Level 2-star 1. Ability, Physique, S grade, LV3, quadruple. Speed, 150. Strength, 150, 5. Mentality, 150. Physique, 150, 4. Points, 0. My dear Bebe, Master loves you dearly, you have been so kind to Master. Jian Yu joyfully received her power enhancement, not only boosting her strength but achieving an astounding 5-fold increase. 5 times more than her S-grade physique enhancement, a comprehensive elevation. Chapter 63, Twinkling, The Man in the Rain. 83 in the morning, He-Yun, Shi-Yu, and Yin-Yu, 2 women and a wolf, were still engrossed in a horror film amidst the torrential downpour. Suddenly, a hand shot out from beneath the bed, violently grasping one of the women's ankle. At that moment, 2 hands slapped down upon their shoulders. I'm terrified, it's a ghost. Woof 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 woof. Hey, fear not, it is your devoted husband. Lin Bei quickly embraced the 2, and upon recognizing him, they pouted in indignation, their small fists pounding against their chests. Angered, Yin-Yu tugged at his pant leg with all her might, nearly scaring the wolf to death. Lin Bei then produced a large iron tray, which held precisely 20 oversized egg tarts, each with a diameter of at least 15 centimeters, exuding an irresistible aroma that instantly silenced the 2 women. Little Yin-Yu obediently squatted on the ground, her tail wagging excitedly. Wow, Bebe, it smells amazing. Quickly tell me, how many delicious treats do you have hidden away? Shi-Yu inquired as she took one to taste. The flaky crust combined with the soft filling of the egg tart was a perfection beyond compare, and the flavor was no exception. Shi-Yu consumes egg tart 1, returns. 5. Wow, big brother, if you had this, you should have revealed it sooner. I adore egg tarts, but I seldom buy them since they are so pricey. I want to eat 100 of them, is that possible? He-Yun pleaded, her adorable large eyes blinking fervently. Of course, my little glutton. Lin Bei set the tray down on the floor and ruffled her hair. Hee, big brother is the best. How delightful. He-Yun consumes egg tart 1, returns. 5. He-Yun consumes egg tart 1, returns. 5. He-Yun consumes egg tart 1, returns. 5. One by one, the egg tarts quickly vanished. Lin Bei was left astounded, realizing why his master had remarked that she had gained weight. This little girl truly devoured food she loved with fervor. Master, naturally, it was Jiang Yu. Teacher felt too distant, calling him master carried more weight. Barber, I want to eat too. Yin-Yu fervently expressed in her heart. Lin Bei was at a loss for words. Wolves eat meat, yet here you are, consuming what we eat. Aren't you worried about an upset stomach? I don't care. Pet. Yin-Yu consumes egg tart 1, returns. One, as they ate, Hee-yoon leaned against the sofa, her legs crossed, her delicate little feet shaking rhythmically as she savoured the egg tarts while sipping milk tea, all the while watching the film. This small life was beyond satisfying. It was more indulgent than anything she had experienced before the apocalypse. No, I must send a video to show off to my parents. After all, she had been tormented by them daily when she hadn't eaten, and now it was her turn to tease them. A mundane day in the apocalypse. Have they fallen asleep? Shu asked, resting her head on his shoulder, her mouth still occupied as she too was a glutton, albeit not as voracious as Hee-yoon. Yes, I have a gift for you. Close your eyes. All right. Upon hearing of a gift, Shu-yu's lips curved into an irresistible smile. What girl wouldn't he be thrilled to receive a present? Lin-bae produced a diamond necklace. Even in the dim light reflected from the movie, it sparkled brilliantly, causing Hee-yoon's little eyes to glimmer with envy. A diamond necklace, glimmering and radiant, what girl wouldn't he desire one? While so cool, the moment the necklace touched her neck, Shu-yu realized what it was, her smile stretching wider. All right, Shu-yu opened her eyes and took out a mirror to admire her reflection, her eyes brimming with affection and gratitude. The delicate, sparkling chain of the diamond necklace complemented her fair, smooth neck perfectly. Nearer, she planted a kiss on Lin-bae's cheek. Big brother is biased. Lin-bae adorned her with the necklace. Hee-yoon gleefully caressed the necklace around her neck, preparing to take a photo to send to her parents, but the image wouldn't he go through, endlessly spinning in circles. Hee-yoon furrowed her brow, the signal on her phone had vanished. Big brother, my phone has no signal, please check yours. Hee-yoon said, her anxiety palpable. No signal meant that the video call with her parents could very well be the last time she saw them. How to reach abroad. The vast ocean. Upon hearing this, Lin-bae pulled out his phone, his brow furrowing immediately. His phone too had no signal. Shu checked hers and found the same. The backup power for the signal tower must have been submerged by the heavy rain. They had anticipated a network outage, but not so suddenly. Fortunately, he had already communicated everything necessary to Yu. Yu's cousin possessed a level 3 magnetic ability. In this apocalypse, as long as one wasn't careless, they could navigate safely, leaving little to worry about, though they wouldn't be seeing each other for a while. The magnetic ability was remarkably effective against zombies, swift as a dart. Meanwhile, outside the building, on that pitch-black rainy night, a man cloaked in a black robe gazed greedily and coldly at the faint light emanating from the second floor of the martial arts gym. Behind him, ordinary zombies stumbled about, colliding with doors and walls, yet they ignored him completely. The skin beneath his robe was pale as a corpse, with prominent veins coursing beneath. The man licked his lips in greedy anticipation. 4 beauties, if I ration them, they could last a week. Such exquisite women, it would be a pity to waste them, but the more beautiful a woman is, the more delectable her flesh. Should I force them to consume zombie flesh, transforming them into kin, or should I savor their flesh piece by piece? His gaze was fraught with conflict. In the afternoon, when he happened upon this place, he discovered an abundance of zombie corpses, far surpassing those in other areas. It was clear that someone resided here and regularly cleared the zombies, prompting him to hide in a building to observe. He saw them point for extraordinarily beautiful women, each capable of stirring the heart at a mere glance. These beauties were not only stunning but also formidable. He hastily brought his own zombies to them. They were powerful, but that was of no concern. He had patience. After a day of slaughter, he was undoubtedly exhausted, and at this hour of 3 he would quietly slip in, and when they opened their eyes, they would find themselves in hell. They would become his feast, to be savoured slowly, inch by inch. Come forth, my brothers. Some towered at 3 meters tall, others boasted exaggeratedly muscular physiques, while some were as thin as reeds. 5 in total. Their eyes sparkled with a wisdom absent in ordinary zombies. They could engage in rudimentary thought. They recognized that their intelligent kin led them, and by following him, they would feast on fresh meat daily, growing stronger with each passing day, all evolving into terrifying second-tier beings. These were the strongest forces under his command. He was determined to take all 4 women without exception. He resolved to transform them into kin and make them his wives. Such combat prowess would be a waste. With them as wives, would he need to fear not feasting on delectable beauties? Chapter 64, The Squad's Objective, half human, half zombie, hospital. 3 o'clock in the deep of night. Sisters, having feasted and refreshed ourselves, it is now time for our hunt. The strong do not brave the torrential rain in the dead of night to slay zombies for the sake of leveling up. They are undoubtedly ensconced in the comfort of their cool, luxurious abodes, indulging themselves. We must seize this moment to vanquish as many zombies as possible and ascend in strength. Comfort is reserved for the strong. We are still the weak. We are still the without enduring the hardships of the early stages, how can one savor the rewards of later triumphs? Without weathering the storms, how can one encounter the rainbows? For the sake of our beautiful future, sisters, let us pierce through this darkness and carve out our destiny. Let us depart. He donned a raincoat and, with a pack on her back, led her 9 sisters out of the hospital building. Each of them wore black raincoats, carried a pack, and gripped a knife, with identical supplies and an equal number of recovery pills within their bags. After Lin Bei's departure, under He Dao's inspirational leadership, they cleared the zombies outside the hospital. The sheer number of zombies was staggering. Despite being at the pinnacle of human physical limits, they were insufficient against such overwhelming numbers, yet, armed with ample recovery pills, they fought through and eliminated them all. In less than half an hour, everyone ascended to the first tier, 1 star, officially entering the ranks of the evolved. This elevation in level enabled them to slay even more swiftly, and it was then that they comprehended the astonishing potency and rarity of the medicine bestowed upon them by their master. They required no rest, they needed no respite, they demanded no pause. When fatigue set in, a single pill sufficed. They simply continued to kill. For 3 hours, they slaughtered relentlessly, never pausing even for a moment. During these 3 hours, they utterly conquered their fear of zombies. The undead before them became akin to mere toys, easily dispatched with a single blow to the head point. 3 hours later, the heavy rain arrived. Simultaneously, each of them reached the second tier, 2 stars. Initially, they had been anxious about ascending to the first tier, 5 stars within 3 days, fearing they would fall short and be forsaken by their master, relegated back to a life of constant terror. However, the unrelenting slaughter over those 3 hours revealed to them that with such abundant elixirs, achieving the first tier, 5 stars in 3 days was entirely feasible. Even a pregnant woman could accomplish it. One might say, even a dog could manage it. It was not merely their efforts that bore fruit, but rather the exceptional quality of what their master had provided. During their meal, they resolved that reaching the first tier, 5 stars in 3 days was insufficient. They set a new goal for themselves, aspiring towards the first tier, 9 stars in 3 days. They had repressed their desires for far too long, endured far too much, and suffered at the hands of zombies for far too long. Now, with their master providing all that they needed, they were determined to unleash all they had been forced to endure. Kill. 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 In the dark of night, for the evolved, it felt akin to a dusk from a past life. The sound of rain drove the zombies into a frenzy, but their thirst for power rendered them even more ferocious. They refused to be the fish on the chopping board, nor did they wish to be compelled to play a game of hide and seek any longer. They were determined not to be trapped in a dark room again. Heads of zombies rolled under their relentless assault. In this moment, they resembled well-trained soldiers, each strike executed with precision and clarity. Even when surrounded by 10 zombies, they displayed not a hint of fear, only an insatiable hunger for slaughter. Outside the martial arts hall. Da Li, proceed, but remember to be slow and stealthy. When the thunder strikes, break the lock. The man instructed. Understood. A zombie, roughly the same height as an average person but endowed with explosive muscles, nodded and, under the deluge, slowly approached the entrance of the martial arts hall, step by painstaking step. Second floor training area. Lin Bei embraced Shiyu and Hiyun while watching a movie. Suddenly, both Shiyu and Lin Bei turned their heads to the left, their gazes seemingly piercing through the floorboards and doors, resting upon a slowly advancing zombie in the pouring rain. Spatial perception. With an innate affinity for spatial awareness, Jiang Shiyu grasped the skill after only a minimal amount of instruction from Lin Bei. To expedite the upgrade of her spatial abilities and to preemptively guard against potential ambushes, she kept the skill active at all times. Now, it proved its worth. The two exchanged glances. What is it? Is there something down there? Hiyun mumbled through a mouthful of egg tart. Jiang Shuyu's fingers twitched. A small spatial wormhole manifested before the three of them, while another appeared in the inky blackness of the rain-soaked night sky, small, roughly the size of a fist, unnoticed amidst the downpour. I knock. What is this? Hiyun's mouth fell agape in silent inquiry. Through the spatial wormhole, they beheld a line of figures standing at the entrance of a store across the street from the martial arts hall. Strictly speaking, 4 corpses and a robust zombie stood in the middle of the road, slowly advancing step by step. The sound of their footsteps was scarcely discernible amidst the cacophony of the rain. In the midst of the chaotic horde of zombies outside, it was even more so. Lin Bei enacted a spatial lockdown. Today, I learned something. Humans who consume a certain amount of zombie flesh can become half human, half zombie. They retain human intelligence but possess the body of a zombie. That figure in the black cloak down there is likely one of them. Huh. Hiyun gasped in astonishment. Eating zombie flesh, he must be truly starving. Shiyu was equally astonished. Even in the early days of the apocalypse, no matter how hungry she became, she had never contemplated consuming zombie flesh. Could it be that he had adopted the principle of if you can't beat them, join them, fearing a zombie bite, thus opting for painless infection instead? Indeed, there were times when she had considered painless infection when driven to the brink of starvation, using the gap of a door to pinch a zombie's arm and gently scrape it with its claws. Perfect. Little Yun, do you think with your current strength you could shatter this zombie's skull with a single punch? Lin Bei inquired, curious. This zombie exuded an imposing presence, having likely dispatched numerous first-tier, 7, and 8-star zombies today, making it stand out. Conservatively estimating, it had likely reached the second tier. Not just it, but the 4 zombies beside the man in the black cloak were probably of similar caliber. Of course I can. Hee-Yun exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her as she rubbed her small, fair fists together. Even if it is a second-tier zombie, I can still shatter its skull with one punch. The ordinary second-tier strength is 15 times that of a regular person. Although I am merely 1 star, 8 stars, my current strength is 135 times that of the average person. An ordinary evolved individual, one could only wonder what level of power one must attain to reach such terrifying strength, while Hee-Yun had achieved it at merely 1 star, 8 stars. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. She stood, swinging her arms, but suddenly recalled something, pouting her lips in feigned grievance. Sister Xiao Yu has told me that having excessive strength isn't a good thing. My body's resilience may not withstand my power. If I strike it with all my might and its skull proves harder than my fist, my hand may be the first to break. For safety's sake, best to use a knife. Xiao Yu concurred, adding, even if your fist is quite strong, delivering a blow would likely cause your hand to suffer injury. Although becoming an evolved individual grants a degree of immunity to the zombie virus, the opponent appears to be stronger than you, and a careless infection could necessitate amputation. Oh, upon hearing this, Hee-Yun felt a chill in her wrist, promptly abandoning her plans to engage in combat with her fists. Her little hands still needed to eat. After all, if she lost her hands, how would she ever get to touch her brother's 8-pack abs again? Chapter 65, The Terrifying Power, Instantaneous Destruction. Lin Bei was well aware of this fact. He merely inquired, not expecting the young lady to genuinely intend to resort to her fists. In truth, as long as she remained uninfected by the virus, it mattered little if her fists were reduced to pulp. Healing Pill, 2nd grade. Effective for any physical injury below the 3rd tier, a single pill suffices for recovery. In the event of lost limbs, consuming additional pills will also facilitate healing. This is indeed a product of the system. Wait a moment. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a wild grin spread across his face. He hastily opened a spatial wormhole and stuffed a pill into the mouths of the slumbering Jian Yu and Wan, the fragrance of the elixir wafting as they slowly ingested it in their dreams. Jian Yu and Lin Wan each consumed 1 healing pill, returning 10 pills. I truly am a little genius. What can I say? Growing up on Sanlu milk powder has made me clever. System, just tell me if recovery is possible. Oh yes. Can I exploit any bugs? Oh no. Useless system, begone. Contempt for you. Good brother, Sister Yu, prepare to help me open a spatial wormhole. Hee-Yun took a deep breath, gripping his knife tightly. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and with a surge of power, he cleaved downward. The spatial wormhole opened, outside. Ladies, I have arrived. As he watched his precious treasure draw nearer to the door, a gleam of excitement lit up the man's eyes. This apocalypse was simply exhilarating. Crack. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning danced through the clouds, illuminating the land for a fleeting moment. The man blinked, thinking he had just experienced a hallucination. In that dazed instant, he saw a woman cleaving down before his prized possession. He laughed. How could this be possible? It must be an illusion. It's simply, damn. The next second, he witnessed his prized possession topple to the ground, not just on one side, but bizarrely collapsing in 2, its broad form cleaved in half. Torrential rain washed away its blood. He was stunned. He was dumbfounded, his eyes widened. No, this was a 2nd-tier power-type zombie. While not a strength-mutated zombie, it was still an incredibly fearsome entity, capable of sending a car flying with a single punch, yet here it lay, inexplicably severed in 2. Wait. That was not an illusion. Suddenly, he understood. What he had seen moments ago was real. Could it be that among those individuals, there was a spatial ability user? In the afternoon, he had not observed anyone exhibiting their powers, assuming they were all merely ordinary body enhancers, but just one strike had obliterated a 2nd-tier zombie. How terrifying was that woman's strength? Could she not show at least a modicum of respect for the 2nd-tier zombie? On the 2nd floor. I've reached 1st tier 9 stars. I've reached 1st tier 9 stars. Sister Yu, hurry, come here. These seem to be high-tier zombies. If we kill them, you'll quickly join me at 1st tier 9 stars. Hee-Yun exclaimed excitedly. He continued, first, let's deal with that man. Zombies are a bunch of fools. Once that man is dead, we can toy with the 4 high-tier zombies at our leisure. All right. Xiao Yu rose, a sharp blade appearing in her hand. She too was at 1st tier 8 stars. While she lacked the terrifying power of Hee-Yun, under a 5-fold enhancement, her strength was 45 times that of an ordinary person. This strike would be beyond the capability of even a 2nd-tier zombie to withstand. Outside. Retreat. Without a second thought, the man in the black cloak took his remaining 4 treasures and fled. For heaven's sake, a single strike had obliterated his second-tier prized possession. With 4 remaining, it was merely a matter of 4 strikes. These 5 zombies were his painstakingly nurtured creations, his trump cards. He did not want to lose them all here. With a vicious glare, he scanned the second floor. Just wait, just you wait, I will ensure you all become one of my kind. Not a single one will escape. He turned to leave. Stunned, his pupils constricted, directly ahead. In his line of sight, almost face to face, a spatial wormhole had appeared, and within it stood a long-haired beauty, brandishing a blade as she struck down. This was not the woman he had glimpsed before, but another one. The cold light gleamed fiercely in the rainy night. So beautiful. How I longed to possess. How I yearned to share a bed with her. The next second. The man felt himself collapse, strangely perceiving that he was falling to the left while simultaneously feeling as though he were toppling to the right. How could this sensation exist? Which way was he truly falling? As confusion enveloped him, his consciousness slipped into darkness. He is utterly useless. Killing him yields only a paltry amount of energy, far from sufficient for an upgrade. No, we need to slay another. Yu took a deep breath and struck out with her second blow. The 4 second-tier zombies were still in a daze. How did the big guy die? In an instant, another zombie fell to the ground, eliminated, allowing Yu to successfully break through to first tier 9 stars. Bebe, you can have the remaining 3. With these, you might just reach second tier 3 stars. Yu was not greedy. Reaching first tier 9 stars was sufficient. She and Young had just leveled up and needed to adapt to their newfound strength. Transitioning from first tier to second tier was not merely about energy, one needed to master it flawlessly. All right then. Lin Bei remained reclined on the ground, making no effort to rise, as a tang knife appeared in his hand. With casual strikes, he cleaved through the 3 second-tier zombies outside in the rain. His power was far more terrifying than Young's. His foundational strength was 17 times that of an ordinary person, enhanced 5-fold for fitness, and with a 3-fold amplification from his second-tier strength ability, altogether amounting to a staggering 255 times the limit of a normal individual. Thud. With 3 strikes, his heart raced. He knew he had leveled up again. With all the enhancements, each upgrade significantly amplified his strength. For instance, at second tier 2 stars, his foundational strength was 17 times, totaling 255 times. At second tier 3 stars, his foundational strength increased to 19 times, totaling 285 times. Truly, his assessment was, "System, you're so incredibly supportive. Of course, I have stated that I intend to mold the master into an unparalleled powerhouse. To be such a powerhouse naturally requires overwhelming strength. Barber, beans, there are beans in their heads. I want to eat, give me some." The voice of Little Silver Moon chimed in his ears. Lin Bei recalled that day when the fierce tiger perished, and Xiao Xie had extracted a crystal-like object from its head, something he had completely forgotten to inquire about. "System, what is that thing for?" "It is an energy crystal. While it has great utility in an ordinary apocalypse, in this one, it is of little use. After a zombie dies, its energy automatically transfers to the killer's body, rendering the energy within the crystal negligible, but better than nothing. It does have a taste that appeals to animals." Lin Bei. "It won't infect with the virus, will it? Washing it slightly will suffice. The energy crystal contains only pure energy, immune to viral erosion due to its nature. No other substances can adhere to its surface." He thought he might have struck gold again. After extracting it through the spatial wormhole, he took precautions and washed it dozens of times before feeding it to Little Silver Moon. Clean and hygienic. Indeed, crunchy. Little Silver Moon savored it, finishing and rubbing against his leg, content to be with Barber, for he always had delicious treats, unlike Xie Mamar, who was so stingy. Little Silver Moon consumed second-tier zombie crystal core 5, returning 5. This can be returned too. After consumption and digestion, if the quantity is substantial enough to satiate, why can't it be returned? All right. Lin Bei flipped his hand. The dismantling device appeared in his grasp. "Master, no, you can't eat that. Useless system." "What about this?" Lin Bei flipped his hand again, revealing a spatial ring. "Not that either. Useless system. Contempt for you. Chapter 66. The torrential rain ceases, and a monument falls from the sky. "Wow, dear brother, you have hidden away an abundance of treasures. What is this fried rice? It is utterly delicious." "Indeed, it is exquisite. I have traversed numerous places, yet I have never tasted such delectable fried rice. Woof, how delightful." What a disgrace to the wolf clan. Silver Moon followed them, indulging in food as if she were a mere human, devoid of any semblance of a wolf. The trio and one wolf feasted on golden fried rice amidst the torrential downpour. Truly, film and food are a perfect pairing. Sated and refreshed, Lin Bei reclined between the two women, relishing a moment of respite after having gone without sleep for countless hours. The bonds of dependence and affection from Shiyu and Hiyun had both surpassed 90%, unlocking a permanent connection, leaving him unperturbed about the possibility of being betrayed in slumber. Outside, the rain continued unabated, showing no signs of relenting or diminishing. Brother, how long will this rain last? The zombies outside are rampaging like mad. Do you think the door will withstand their assaults? Rather than worrying about that, it would be more prudent to ponder what we shall eat tomorrow. I had initially planned to venture out in the dead of night to seek sustenance, but with such a deluge, how can one possibly go out? My stomach feels as though it might implode. I'm nearly starving as well. Damn it, this apocalyptic world offers no respite. The demands of evolving are insatiable, and the droughts and floods are merciless. The power went out so early, and the food in the refrigerator has begun to spoil. Aside from the supermarket, where else can we find something to eat? The supermarket has long been claimed by the powerful. Honestly, I have never understood one thing. What is the purpose of the points displayed on our attribute panel? If this continues, the number of survivors will dwindle once more. At least last night we managed to eat something. Baby, I'm so hungry. How about you share with the neighbor next door? Are you even human? How could you suggest that to your girlfriend? Get lost. Darling, close your eyes and just pretend it's me. Get out. If you don't leave, I swear I'll kill you. I must be blind to have followed such a useless man. My best friend's boyfriend is already nearing second tier, and she dines like royalty every day. What about you? Damn it, you haven't even dared to slay a single zombie yet. Are you even a man? Baby, I'm begging you, I'm really starving. Brothers, come in quickly, I've already knocked my wife out. Please be gentle and don't wake her. So, about the food you promised me, why are you tying me up? What happened to the food? Are you deceiving me, you beasts? How could you be so untrustworthy? Just don't disturb my wife. The food crisis was unfolding every moment. 89 in the morning, amidst the heavy rain, Hidao led her sisters from the hospital to the location Lin Bei had previously designated, an empty villa. After checking their belongings, she spoke. Sisters, report your statuses. I'm first tier, 4 stars, with 90 pills remaining. First tier, 4 stars, with 95 pills remaining. First tier, 4 stars, with 91 pills remaining. Excellent. It is now 9 in the morning, considering yesterday a half day. By tomorrow we should all meet the master's requirements. However, our goal is first tier, 9 stars, we are still 5 stars short. We must give the master a delightful surprise. The master is very generous. The master will surely be pleased to see us exceed the trials, and will reward us with even more treasures. We must earn the master's respect. It is not that we wish to be seen as worthless, but rather that we have been forced into such a position by circumstances. We were once worthless, but we are no longer. Sisters. Rest for 6 hours, then we continue. Lin Bei paid little mind to the state of the squad. Whether they thrived or perished was inconsequential, for there were still many individuals under Xiao Xie's command, and those girls were not going anywhere. Time passed swiftly. 3 days elapsed. The rain outside continued to pour relentlessly, and Lin Bei, being aware of the state, instead, he focused on nurturing his relationships with Shiyu, Hiyun, Jiangyu, and the newcomer Lin Wan. Listening to the sound of the rain, each drop is clear. Your breath seeps into my love like the rain. I truly wish the rain would never cease. Wan sang into the microphone. On the second floor of the martial arts hall, a few bored individuals began karaoke. It must be said, Wan undoubtedly possessed the potential to become a star. When it was Hiyun's turn, Lin Bei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Baby, I'm in love with you. Lin Bei sighed, just a little black sheep. Indeed, the performance was far from pleasant. Boom. 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 Even the heavens could no longer endure, as a resounding noise erupted, accompanied by intense tremors. Sister Yun, please stop singing. The building might collapse. Jiangyu teased, as she joined Lin Bei at the window. Sister Yun had grown bold. After that night, she had approached him, insisting on the propriety of addressing her as Sister Yun, as China is a land of etiquette, where manners should not be disregarded. Naturally, Jiangyu indulged the younger girl. Addressing her as Sister Yun was nothing significant. However, it seemed that a certain little girl had become rather bold. Isn't this a bit disrespectful? Hiyun lamented, her expression souring. The other sisters could sing without issue, yet when it was her turn, calamity struck. But what was truly happening outside? Was it an earthquake? What is that? Hiyun approached the window, only to see a massive stone monument standing in the road before the martial arts hall, measuring at least 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Looking up, it seemed as tall as a 20 or 30-story building. There seemed to be many, as the surrounding buildings were not particularly tall. Jiang Yu gazed around and spotted numerous identical stone monuments, as though the entire city was adorned with them. The rain outside had ceased with the appearance of the monuments. System, what on earth is this? Lin Bei inquired, utterly bewildered. How do I explain this? These are providers of food, akin to the newly introduced Clockwork Bird trial mode in Teamfight Tactics, where one can enter to challenge and slay zombies and enemies to earn points, which can be exchanged for food in the marketplace. You will soon understand, dear master. Lin Bei frowned slightly. So, this apocalypse is a game orchestrated by a higher civilization. Master, if it were so, would they have introduced this under conditions of increasing food scarcity? It is evident that this existence aims to benefit human civilization. That shouldn't be the case. What shouldn't be? You shouldn't be this clever. What do you mean? By saying that, it implies you surely know the backstory. Just spill it, don't dance around it. What is truly happening in this apocalypse? My current permissions are limited. I can only reveal this much to you, but based on the current progression, it won't be long before you can conjecture the rest. This was not from the system, it was the World S Inherent Panel Description, Chapter 67, The Path of Trials officially commences. The Path of Trials module has begun. Individuals within a 500-meter radius of the trial stele may enter the Path of Trials. A 1-minute charge is required for entry, thus, all humans preparing to enter should seek a safe point before proceeding. Once inside, there is no need to worry about personal safety, as the body will be drawn into the Path of Trials. Important note 1. Death within the Path of Trials does not equate to actual death, it is akin to entering a 3D holographic simulation game. Each human has the opportunity to enter the Path of Trials once daily, either in solo mode or team mode, with each session lasting 1 hour. Important note 2. The Path of Trials will perfectly replicate each individual's conditions upon entry, so it is advisable to make adjustments beforehand. The Path of Trials will provide weapons. Important note 3. The Path of Trials consists of 2 modes, Solo Challenge Mode and Team Challenge Mode. Upon completion of each challenge, re-entering will load the previous progress. Important note 4, defeating monsters within the Challenge Mode will yield points. The stronger the monsters, the greater the points earned. These points can be exchanged for various food items in the newly opened system marketplace. Important note 5, the trial stele refreshes rankings in real time, determined by challenge progress. Rankings are divided into individual and team categories, with different rewards distributed daily at midnight based on these rankings. Eligible individual rankings range from 1 to 1000, while team rankings extend from 1 to 100. These are all the important considerations for the Path of Trials. As the apocalypse descends, I urge all of you to strive for strength to safeguard our homeland. Marketplace. Lin Bei silently recited. 1 L of drinking water, 10 points. 1 gin of rice. 20 points. 1 gin of potatoes, 10 points. 1 gin of pork, 20 points. Salt. New rye seed. New apple seed. An array of dazzling items, including all varieties of fruits and vegetables, both familiar and unfamiliar, alongside an assortment of crops capable of thriving in the current apocalyptic environment. Is this a form of debilitation for me? I am not lacking in food, my friend. To be fair, Lin Bei was not particularly interested in this, yet he found himself intrigued by the ranking rewards from the trial stele. An hour each day would hardly consume much time. He dismissed the notion of teams for the time being. Team rewards were assuredly inferior to individual ones. Good brother, I wish to go in and take a look. Yun expressed her curiosity about the new experience. I'm a bit curious too, Shi Yu added. Jian Yu's eye sparkled with eagerness, as did Lin Wan's. However, Lin Wan's gaze held a shade of melancholy. Despite her quintuple strength enhancement, her sisters possessed supernatural abilities, all of which were classified as S rank. They would surely secure impressive rankings, while she would merely be a bystander. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how fiercely she exerted herself, she could not match their pace. Her lack of supernatural abilities was a significant flaw. Lin Bei cast a glance at Lin Wan, understanding her thoughts. Self-doubt, when a strong-willed person finds themselves among a group of prodigies, feelings of inadequacy are inevitable. This sentiment had been shared by Jiang Shiyu, Yun, and Jiang Yu. He was pleased that Lin Wan experienced self-doubt rather than a sense of entitlement, indicating her deep yearning for strength. Wan, Lin Bei gently ruffled her hair. Take some time to consider what supernatural ability you would like. When the opportunity arises, I will help you obtain it. Wan was momentarily taken aback, then, a wave of uncontainable joy erupted in her eyes as she looked up, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Little Bei, you mean, I could also have a supernatural ability. Of course, Lin Bei pinched her cheek playfully. I may not be a good person, but I treat my own well. As my wife, it would be rather embarrassing for you to lack a supernatural ability. Do not dwell on frivolous thoughts, focus on what ability you truly desire and work on enhancing your foundational strength. Millimeter hum. Wan nodded vigorously, her rosy lips planting a firm kiss on his cheek. All right then, my little Bei. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. What a delightful situation. Each girl had a unique name for him. Yu called him Bei Bei, He-Yun referred to him as good brother, Jian-Yu simply addressed him as Lin Bei, while Wan opted for little Bei. Wan was 3 years his senior and initially intended to call him Bei Bei like Yu but changed her mind, fearing Yu might feel uncomfortable since she was the later addition. Lin Bei could only think she was overthinking. They were all comrades, after all. He had no particular interest in such matters. Upon hearing his words, the other girls cast appreciative glances at him. They had all experienced the feeling of inadequacy when surrounded by strong individuals. What others said mattered little. The feeling of inferiority remained steadfast, a stark reality of her lack of supernatural abilities. But now, Lin Bei could grant her that power. Sister Wan, I envy you so much. You can choose your own supernatural ability, perhaps something elemental, like ice or fire, or even magnetic or lightning powers. All those abilities are so impressive in novels. He-Yun shared her years of reading experience. Indeed, Jian-Yu nodded in agreement. What Sister Yun said is absolutely correct. Those abilities are remarkable. Do not choose a physical enhancement. It is of little use. If you must select, choose something powerful. He-Yun felt a slight tension. There was no denying that she had been severely beaten that day. All right, I will heed the advice of my sisters. Lin Wan had no particular preference. She simply did not wish to be a burden to the team. Any S-rank ability would suffice. Okay, Lin Bei clapped his hands. Since everyone wishes to have a look, let us take turns entering. Yu, He-Yun, Wan, you three shall enter first, and I will remain here to keep watch. If they were to enter, it would certainly be in solo mode. Who knows, perhaps one of them would achieve a commendable rank. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, should anyone emerge prematurely, it would be fortuitous for him to be present, especially if outsiders approached. While it was rare for anyone to surpass Silver Moon, he preferred to avoid any mishaps. He could afford to waste this time entirely. All right. With a thought from the three girls, a soft glow enveloped them. After a minute, they vanished from sight, leaving Lin Bei holding little Silver Moon. Little Ye, the rain has stopped outside. It won't be long before your mother Sia comes to fetch you. Have you thought about how to explain your transformation into my pet? It's all right, Daddy. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, and if Aunt Yu and the others don't say anything, how would Mother Sia know? Even if she comes to take me away, I'll just sneak out again. Oh, quite clever, aren't you? Lin Bei stroked little Silver Moon while finding a movie to pass the time. After a brief pause from the heavy rain outside, a light drizzle began anew. Suddenly, he recalled that today marked the third day. Not counting that half day, the internet had been cut off. He wondered if those little sisters had reached the designated villa area. Even after 3 days of heavy rain, with so many recovery pills available, they should have at least reached the first tier 5-star level. If they had not leveled up due to the rain, then he would have to give up on them. He had the privilege of sheltering at home, enjoying the respite from the rain, but that did not mean those little sisters shared the same fortune. If they were incapable of recognizing such a simple truth, it would only indicate their laziness and desire for comfort. He would not entertain such women. Chapter 68. All fairies. Stepping into the trial within a villa district merely a kilometer away from the martial arts hall, a massive stone tablet stands proudly. In one of the villas on the second floor, 10 blossoming young ladies gather by the window, engaged in fervent discussion. Peach sister, what do you think? Should we venture in and give it a try? If we manage to secure a ranking, the master would surely be delighted, and we could exchange it for food. We've just run out of the supplies he provided, one of them remarks eagerly. I haven't had meat in ages, another chimes in. Neither have I, ever since the apocalypse began. The last meal we had was 3 days ago when the master gave us some provisions. Although he supplied us with several boxes of chicken legs, the vacuum packaging made them taste utterly bland. Another adds with a hint of disappointment. Sister what is your take on this? It is the 3rd day now, and the master hasn't returned yet. Let us enter and tackle a challenge, earn some points, and treat ourselves to a hearty meal, sister, he suggests thoughtfully. He now squints, deep in contemplation. For the past 3 days, they had only rested for 6 hours, a time that encompassed both sleep and bathing. The remainder of their hours was spent in relentless combat, from dawn till dusk, depleting the 1,500 pills bestowed by their master. They have, indeed, achieved the first tier, 9 stars. The torrential rain has poured for 3 consecutive days, mirroring their relentless slaughter. The pills consumed during this period have significantly compensated for the previous gaps in their training, yet the sustained intensity of their battles has taken a toll on their mental state. Today, they must allow themselves a moment of respite. All right, everyone, let us all go in together. We'll endure for 1 more hour, and then we can enjoy a splendid meal to unwind, he Dao declares. She holds no illusions about attaining a remarkable ranking. She is acutely aware of their limitations. While she possesses an A-level ability, it does little to enhance her overall strength. The stone tablet has only just manifested. The master will undoubtedly explore it as well, and perhaps his name will even be inscribed upon it. Although they remain oblivious to the master's true name, anticipation fills the air. Peach sister, love you finally, we can relax properly. During these 3 days, the group has regarded He Dao as their second pillar of support, orchestrating everything. Though the days have been arduous and exhausting, the thought of achieving the first tier and 9 stars fills them with exhilaration. They finally possess the power to protect themselves. Moreover, the prospect of the master visiting today only heightens their excitement. Each of them has exceeded expectations, and the master will surely reward them with more pills and delectable treats. Truth be told, the delightful taste of the master's sumptuous sausages and steaks is an unforgettable memory, one they long to savor again. On the 2nd floor of the martial arts hall. Our little Ian, you're out so soon, Lin Bei exclaims, having barely watched 10 minutes of the film when Lin Wan suddenly appears in the spot she had vanished from. Wan's cheeks flush with embarrassment. They don't allow pill consumption inside. My basic strength is too feeble, and I was overwhelmed by a horde of zombies and met my demise. She had anticipated a swift exit, but she hadn't expected it to be so quick. Only 10 minutes had passed. Come, let us watch the movie while we wait for them. No, I need to level up, otherwise, I'll be a burden. Lin Wan declines, changing into a black tracksuit. Little Silver Moon, come here, accompany Mama Ian to slay some zombies. Want you? Little Silver Moon shakes her head. Mama knows you're the best, let us go. Silver Moon, what? Isn't he shaking her head, a form of refusal? The black ones restore stamina, while the green ones are for healing, Lin Bei explains, handing her some pills, omitting the recovery pills since the efficiency of leveling up by killing zombies is too low. Got it, my adorable little husband, bye-bye, see you at lunch. Wan teases, delicately lifting his chin with her slender fingers, lightly tapping her finger on her red lips before kissing him, then reluctantly scooping up Little Silver Moon and jumping down from the 2nd floor. Lin Bei is taken aback. He has been teased. Very well, another little fairy. Thankfully, he possesses ample supplies. He'll need to stuff his thermos with 2 pounds of goji berries, or perhaps seize an opportunity to acquire an ability akin to steel might. 20 minutes later, Yu emerges. Noticing the absence of others, she widens her eyes in disbelief and asks, no way, I came out before Wan. Indeed, Lin Bei nods. Yu's pretty face instantly contorts in dismay. This Sholden TB, it's illogical that I emerged before Wan. Even if my abilities depleted early, my basic strength is significantly superior to hers. Wait, where's Silver Moon? Yu expands her spatial perception. Wan is outside, battling zombies. All right, Bei, are you deceiving me? Yu steps closer, sitting beside him. As a consequence of your deception, you must watch me wear black stockings tonight. It is my fault, I willingly accept the punishment, Lin Bei responds, lifting her long yet delicately rounded legs onto his lap, caressing them gently. What was it like inside? Many zombies. Yu sips her milk tea, detailing the situation within. In the first round, there was 1 zombie, in the second, 10, in the third, 50, in the fourth, 100, in the fifth, 500, in the sixth, 1000, far too many. Each zombie possesses at least the strength of a human's limit. The area is vast enough for maneuvering, and the stamina depletion feels identical to that outside. Inside, we cannot use pills. I couldn't hold out against 5,000 zombies in the 7th round. Moreover, from the 2nd round onwards, high-level zombies mixed in. Lin Bei feels the delicate texture beneath his fingers. Given your account, it seems that in the trial path, physical abilities are more prized, as the consumption of abilities is not effectively replenished. Only stamina can barely keep pace. Indeed, Yu agrees. Not in there, my spatial wormhole hardly played a substantial role. I relied solely on a knife to slash. As they converse while watching the film, an hour swiftly passes. With a flash of light, He-yun and Jian-yu emerge. Marwaye, you're finally out, He-yun exclaims, rushing to sit beside Lin Bei, her fair arms wrapping around him. Good brother, hurry, I'm parched. An entire hour, I've been chopping for a whole hour. My arms feel like they might fall off. Now I'm not sore, nor am I thirsty. He-yun marvels at the transformation. Seeing there is no room for herself, Jian-yu plops down on his lap, her soft back pressed against his chest. She gently moves one of his hands from Yu's leg to rest on her abdomen. I nearly exhausted myself in there. It seems our condition has refreshed after coming out, which is splendid. Imagine if someone just emerged from the trial path, utterly exhausted, only to find intruders sneaking into their home. What a disaster that would be. Lin Bei is speechless. A group of fairies. Initiating another battle would be somewhat disrespectful to the apocalypse. Trial path, activate. With a thought, his body is enveloped in a faint glow. 1 minute later, he vanishes from his location. As the world shifts and spins, he instinctively closes his eyes. When he opens them again, he finds himself in an expanse of open land, surrounded by an endless sea of white. Please select a combat scene. Desert, meadow, forest, mountain range, city, a plethora of options. City. In the next moment, everything around him begins to transform rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he finds himself on a bustling city street, devoid of any human presence, yet cluttered with disheveled cars and damaged shops, mirroring the outside world perfectly. First round, zombie count. 1. Zombie level, human limit 1. Chapter 69, The World's Foremost, The Dominance of Huashia. Select your weapon. Upon completion, silently invoke the initiation of the trial. Numerous. A myriad of cold weapons. Lin Bei opted for a well-suited Tang saber, and as he silently invoked the trial, a moment later, a zombie materialized 10 meters ahead. It charged towards him with a low growl, its speed surpassing that of a 100-meter sprinter, yet to Lin Bei, it appeared as slow as an elderly woman. With a swift stroke, he dispatched it effortlessly. Acquiring points, 0. 1. Level 2, number of zombies, 10. Zombie levels, human limit 9, first tier 1 star 1. A few swift strikes effortlessly dispatched them. With his current strength, eliminating these zombies required no expenditure of stamina, akin to merely scratching an itch. Level 3. Level 4. Level 5. Level 7, number of zombies, 5,000. Zombie levels, human limit 4,000, first tier 1 star 500, first tier 2 star 200, first tier 3 star 100, first tier 4 star 100, first tier 5 star 100. Swish! A terrifying horde of zombies emerged before Lin Bei, and upon witnessing such a multitude, he instinctively prepared to consume a return elixir, realizing that the sheer number warranted the technique taught by Xiao Yu. My memory, Lin Bei had forgotten. This was the trial space, where return elixirs were ineffective. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself into the terrifying throng. 47 minutes 50 seconds. 49 seconds. 48 seconds. A countdown loomed beside him. As he charged into the zombie horde, it felt as though he were in a realm devoid of adversaries. The zombies crumpled before him like mere paper. Gripping his blade, he continued his onslaught, sending at least 100 heads flying with each charge. 45 minutes 50 seconds. 2 minutes. In merely 2 minutes, he had slain all 5,000 zombies, a testament to his formidable prowess. Breathing slightly heavier, it was not the act of slaying zombies that drained him, but rather the exertion of sprinting. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for his enhanced physique granted him remarkable stamina recovery. Level 8, number of zombies. 10,000. Zombie levels, first tier 1 star 9,000, first tier 2 star 200, first tier 3 star 200, first tier 4 star 200, first tier 5 star 200, first tier 6 star 200. 10,000. This level posed a challenge. Of course, Lin Bei did not perceive it as difficult for himself, but rather for the external evolvers, yet, preserving progress was of no concern. Let the battle commence. 35 minutes 50 seconds. Lin Bei's breathing grew somewhat labored. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, this was the first time he felt fatigued. No wonder the most daunting aspect of the apocalypse was the zombie tide. He would not dare claim to be the world's strongest, but surely he was among the top 10. These low-tier zombies had indeed consumed a considerable amount of his stamina. Level 9, number of zombies, 10,000. Zombie levels, first tier 2 star 9,000, first tier 3 star 200, first tier 4 star 200, first tier 5 star 200, first tier 6 star 200, first tier 7 star 200. The number remained unchanged. Still 10,000. After a brief respite, Lin Bei's breath steadied, not to mention the 200 first tier 7 star zombies. Even if all 10,000 were of that caliber, he would remain unfazed. It was merely a matter of a single strike. 29 minutes 50 seconds. Huff a huff. Lin Bei. Remarkably, he had taken 6 minutes to complete level 9. Level 10, number of zombies, 10,000. Zombie levels, first tier 3 star 9,000, first tier 4 star 200, first tier 5 star 200, first tier 6 star 200, first tier 7 star 200, first tier 8 star 100, first tier 9 star 100. The strength of the zombie tide had surged. 10 minutes later. 19 minutes 50 seconds. Surrounding Lin Bei lay a multitude of zombie corpses while he rested against a wall, his hand gripping the blade trembling slightly. This was his reality. His power vastly outstripped that of the zombies, rendering them fragile as paper before him. Ordinary players would take ages to reach this point, exhausted, utterly drained. Thirsty, hungry, various negative states surged within him. Even with his enhanced physique, the consumption had been overwhelming. He felt as though ants were crawling all over him, yearning for a return elixir. Yet, just as he rested for a few seconds, another wave approached, endless. There was no respite. A further 10,000, and he feared he might succumb. Level 11, number of zombies. 10, zombie levels, second tier 1 star 9, second tier 2 star 1. 10, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, well then. It appeared to be a cycle of 10 levels. Silently, he contemplated exiting. Continuing further held little appeal, as he was not in need of sustenance, he had merely come to observe. With the 10 levels he had cleared, maintaining first place was more than assured. Nearly 40,000 zombies, truly, it was only under such significant enhancements that he could accomplish this. Beneath him likely lay Xiao Yu, whose dual enhancements of physique and strength were highly advantageous in this challenge mode. In the next moment, he found himself back outside, his condition restored. How did it go, Bei? How many levels did you clear? Shu Yu inquired curiously, while Jiang Yu and He Yun cast their gazes in his direction. Not many, just 10 levels. As expected of my excellent disciple. Just like me, you two have stalled at the 10th level, Jiang Yu remarked. HMPH, He Yun pouted, if I were to ascend to the second tier, I could also reach the 10th level. The difference between first tier 9 star and second tier is immense. My stamina couldn't keep up, and I fell at the 8th level. Once I reach the second tier, my power will surge. Lin Bei smiled without retorting. Stretching lazily, he relished the feeling of being at full capacity. The sensation of exhaustion was indeed quite unpleasant. He Yun, standing by the window, beckoned. Good brother, come look, names have appeared on the steely. Look, you're in first place. Xiao Yu is second. And what about me? Where am I? I'm actually fourth. Who is this third place? Bai Wen. The name sounds like a young lady. What right does she have to be above me? If only the three of us could combine, would she possess some extraordinary ability? Lin Bei approached the window for a glance. First. Lin Bei Huaxia, progress, level 11:0%. Second, Jiang Yu Huaxia, progress, level 10:50%. Third, Bai Wen Huaxia, progress, level 10:5%. Fourth, He Yun Huaxia, progress, level 8:10%. Fifth, Le Huaxia, progress. Level 8:7%. Not BAD.it merely displayed names, rankings, progress, and affiliations, no further information. If he was not mistaken, this Bai Wen should be Yu Yu's cousin, endowed with a grade 3/3S level magnetic ability. This ranking did not necessarily reflect combat strength, it merely indicated sustained combat capabilities, thus lacking in reference value. However, being number 1 globally felt quite satisfactory. 5 representatives from Huaxia, truly impressive. The trial steely had only appeared for less than 2 hours, and rankings were still in flux, yet the top 3 positions were likely stable. Wait. Jiang Yu's mouth fell agape. Lin Bei, when you mentioned 10 levels, you meant you passed the 10th level, right? No, with so many zombies, how did your stamina hold out? Even if you were second tier 3 star, your physique is barely half of mine. Lin Bei stretched lazily. My dear master, never question the stamina of your devoted disciple. You ought to know my capabilities best. Have you perhaps forgotten the times you pleaded for mercy? Jiang Yu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Rebellious disciple, be quiet. Lin Bei, Jiang Yu, He Yun, wait. Are those 3 monsters? How on earth did they clear so many zombies? The elixirs are utterly useless in there, and Lin Bei isn't even a spatial ability user. His physique should be quite weak. How on earth did he achieve global first place? At the police bureau, Xiaoxia stared incredulously at the rankings on the trial steely, her mouth agape. She was a grade 3/3S level lightning ability user, and had just entered second tier 3 star, yet, she had fallen at the 7th level. She had assumed her ranking was commendable. However, outside the top 50. Upon seeing the top few names, she recognized 3 familiar faces. Jiang Yu's rank made sense to her, her physique ability conferred an advantage, and she was quite formidable, skilled in the use of cold weapons. He Yun's strength ability was somewhat understandable as well, but Lin Bei, she truly could not comprehend it. Truly, fuck you. Why? Tell me, why? Why are all the top 5 in the nation from Huaxia? Does our great America not have a single capable expert for women, and they can surpass us? Where are our own? Damn it. What the hell? Chapter 70, Xiaoxia's self-awareness. The trial monuments are scattered across the globe. When the apocalypse erupted, laws and morals vanished, yet within every heart remained a profound sense of belonging. People would strike mercilessly at those around them, yet still aspire for their nation to rank the highest. Damn. I thought I was strong enough, but I never anticipated there were so many twisted individuals out there. I still can't comprehend why Lin Bei is deemed the strongest globally, especially after conquering the 10th trial. Xiao Xie was perplexed, utterly unable to fathom it, unless, besides being a space ability wielder, Lin Bei must possess other hidden physical powers. It would be impossible not to feel envy, yet at this moment, she urgently needed to seek Lin Bei once more. Secondary objective, retrieve Yin Yu. Primary objective, request additional medicinal elixirs. The howling winds and torrential rains drove the nearby zombies into a frenzy. In the dead of night, the police station's gates were battered down by a terrifying tide of corpses. While the station had firearms and ammunition, the supplies were insufficient to withstand the onslaught. She could only rely on the pre-stored elixirs to take action, ensuring no casualties. Had it not been for those potions, the losses would have been catastrophic. Sister, didn't you say Lin Bei likes beautiful women? And that he treats his women well? How about, I try to get close to him and become his woman, to help you procure more of those elixirs? A woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Xiao Xie, approached her, gazing at the ranking on the trial monument. As her sister, she naturally wished to alleviate some of Xiao Xie's burdens. Xiao Xie shook her head. Sharan, although you are equally beautiful and once had many suitors, that does not guarantee his interest. You know well that the women around him all possess abilities. You may be second tier, which is commendable, but lacking abilities is a significant drawback. His target is me. Do you like him then? He's quite the flirt. I reckon he's already taken Jian Yu as one of his conquests. Despite his notorious womanizing and somewhat clumsy methods of seduction, I must admit he is undeniably. Moreover, it has been proven that his rudimentary tactics have indeed piqued my interest. In this apocalypse, what capable man lacks multiple wives? This was true even before the end times, and to top it off, he is the strongest in the world. Xiao Xie's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. That day, their fortuitous encounter, when she sought elixirs, Lin Bei deliberately displayed his prowess before her, clearly intending to stir her emotions. His claim of disliking indebtedness was evidently a ruse to cultivate her fondness for him, encouraging her to seek him out frequently. In her initial excitement, she had overlooked his subtle intentions. Upon reflection, she realized he aimed to draw her in gradually through those elixirs. She found herself not disliking it, rather, she found him quite endearing. Now, in this apocalyptic world, countless beautiful women sought Lin Bei's protection. The women he had taken from the martial arts hall, while not the epitome of beauty, were not without admirers before the world fell apart, yet he had not touched a single one. He had also garnered significant reliance from He Yun and Shi Yu, indicating that while he may be a flirt, he was not repugnant and treated his women with care. She was a police officer, possessing a modicum of analytical prowess. Notably, he had not succumbed to the darker sides of human nature, remaining untainted. His standards were exceedingly high. Jian Yu, who had lingered by his side for several days, had nearly been fully consumed, now ranking as one of his women, currently sitting second in global standings. He Yun held the 4th position, while Jian Shiyu, whose name languished outside the top 10, fortuitously ranked 30-9th. It was evident how extraordinarily formidable his women were. Xiao Xie felt a wave of relief that her sister proposed utilizing surveillance to monitor the city's situation. Otherwise, that night, if Lin Bei had attempted to seize her, a conflict might have ensued, potentially leading to dire consequences. The importance of information was paramount, yet, at this moment, she remained unaware of Lin Wan's existence. Sister, do you truly intend to pursue him? Sharing a man with a horde of women seems exceedingly unfair to you. Unfair? Xiao Xie laughed. Sharan, you must realize that Lin Bei only began to slay zombies and level up 5 days after the apocalypse commenced, essentially granting him 5 additional days to catch up to us. If you deem my situation unfair, have you considered that soon, even if I wish to pursue him, I may no longer be deemed worthy? Self-awareness, she possessed it. But you are a Tier 3 lightning ability wielder. The further we progress, the stronger you become. How could you not be worthy? Not to mention, among his women, only Jian Shiyu shares his space abilities. He Yun and Jian Yu are both enhanced physically, which may suffice in the early stages, but as we progress, it will ultimately depend on abilities like yours. Sharan, you are underestimating the situation. Xiao Xie produced a returning elixir, twirling it delicately between her slender fingers. You know the wonders of this potion. His apparent indifference stems from 3 reasons. Firstly, to entice me. Secondly, because he possesses an abundance. And thirdly, this elixir holds little significance to him, either due to its overwhelming quantity or the existence of even greater treasures in his possession. Disregarding everything else, the sheer volume of these elixirs will only elevate his and his women's strengths. It won't be long before they reach a level that renders us powerless to compete. At that point, they may be Tier 4 or 5, while I may not even reach Tier 3. If I do not wish to fall behind, there is but one path. I must also possess an unlimited supply, rather than just a handful. Our studies have yielded no insights. Replication seems impossible. My abilities are formidable, yet I am acutely aware that I am not the sole woman with exceptional powers. Furthermore, have you noticed the increasing number of eyes observing our police station, scrutinizing our members, focusing on you and me the other night? Why were the barriers at the neighbouring service centre left unbreached? Why was the gate of the primary school across the street untouched? Yet our police station's door was smashed in. Even if zombies have keen senses, our residence is at least 50 metres from the entrance. In such torrential rain, how could they detect us from such a distance? And yet, in the absence of wind and rain, they cannot smell us. As she spoke, Xiaoxie cast her gaze towards the several aims. The gates had been hastily repaired. They were not as sturdy as before, but certainly better than nothing. Jiang Xiu and He Yun have developed a strong bond over time, and He Yun is close to Jiang Yu. The three of them are essentially a clique. I fear they may ostracize you, and I worry you might endure humiliation for our sake. Sharan understood Xiaoxie's desire to grow stronger was not for her own prowess, but rather to better protect the members of their team. Sharan, since you are concerned about your sister being wronged, how about you and I both become his women? They form one group, while we form another. Sister, what are you saying? Har har har, just a jest. Even if you wished to, he might not even notice you. Enough of this. With the trial monument recently unveiled, I must take my leave. If anything arises, contact me via the intercom. With that, Xiaoxie led her sister into the building, leaving discreetly, for overt departures were no longer feasible. Despite the relentless rain that had poured for 3 days and nights, there would always be those willing to brave the downpour for various reasons. Whoosh! Upon entering the building, she shimmered with arcs of electricity, departing the police station at an astonishing speed towards Jiang Yu's martial arts hall. There were still matters unspoken. This sudden emergence of the trial monument clearly indicated that this apocalypse was far from a mere zombie crisis. Where did Lin Bei's miraculous elixirs originate? The ancestral recipes from before the apocalypse could hardly have such profound effects on those who had already transcended humanity. It could only mean one thing. Lin Bei, he might be a hidden cultivator. She had read her fair share of novels, particularly those revolving around crime-solving and mystery, with some dabbling in cultivation tales. The small spherical particles resembled the elixirs described in those stories. Truly, she was quite the genius. Chapter 71. The times have changed. Era of abilities. Farther, hurry, hurry, someone is trying to steal our... Yeye has pinned down a second-tier zombie for Ian Mama to kill, but it was snatched away. There are so many of them. Several second-tier ones. I can't protect Ian Mama. I'm no match for them. Just as they exited the martial arts hall, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow at the sound of Silver Moon's voice ringing in his ears. Activating the spatial wormhole, he declared, "Let us go. Wan is surrounded." How amusing. They can rob others, but when the tables are turned, it won't he do. Beautiful lady, kindly command your dog, oh no, I meant your wolf, to revert back to its original form. A second-tier pet, if it were to be killed, would be a great loss. Rest assured, we sincerely invite you to join our team. Let us embark together on the trial path to conquer challenges. Joining our team would certainly ensure your safety, wouldn't it? A man, robust in stature, clad in a black tank top and wielding a steel spear, extended an invitation to Lin Wan, his gaze shamelessly appraising her figure and beauty, filled with fervent desire. Dressed in a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers, her attire was quite ordinary, yet on her, it was nothing short of exquisite. Her face was strikingly beautiful, her skin as fair as freshly fallen snow. Such a stunning beauty would have left them feeling inferior before the apocalypse, too shy to glance her way, yet now, her joining was a given. Whether willingly or not, they would have her. With their numbers, once she joined, it wouldn't take long for her to be trained to be utterly obedient. Previously, many women had refused to yield, but after experiencing ultimate pleasure, they became exceptionally compliant. At this moment, Lin Wan was shielded by Silver Moon, which was the size of a van. Surrounding them were 6 men, each brandishing a spear, creating an impenetrable barrier. Have you notified Xiao Bei? Lin Wan, acutely aware of her disadvantage, urged Silver Moon to inform Lin Bei, relieved that Silver Moon was a second-tier beast, making them hesitant to advance. It had been this way before, and it still was. When would she truly grow stronger? Lin Wan tightened her grip on the knife, frequently turning to ensure no one approached from behind. Beautiful lady, one of the men said, you have 1 minute to consider. Will you join us with your pet, or shall we incapacitate it, forcing you to join against your will? The treatment in either case is vastly different. You know, with your second-tier beast, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with us, without fearing any misconduct from our side. Together, we can traverse the trial path and achieve remarkable results with your pet by our side, as multiple players can bring their pets along. Beautiful lady, do you not wish to obtain the ranking rewards from the trial tablet? Do you not yearn for additional points to improve your rations? Do you not desire a safe haven where you can sleep soundly? Our team, not only do we have a professional chef to satiate your culinary desires, but also dedicated night watch personnel. Joining us will undoubtedly elevate your living conditions. Lovely lady, please consider it carefully. Lynn Wan felt a tingle in her palm and smiled. The morning sun broke through the clouds, casting warmth upon her face. The smile made their hearts constrict, their greed intensifying. Gently and sweetly, she said, "Dear brothers, thank you for your kind words. My little husband and my sisters are here." The leading man frowned. Someone was coming. How did she notify them without a walkie-talkie? Hastily, he scanned the surroundings, and at the end of the road to his right, a group of striking figures approached, 1 man and 3 women. Their breaths quickened. Each of the 3 women was as stunning as the one before them. Lin Bei, don't resolve every encounter so swiftly. Let us have a turn, Jian Yu said, drawing her short gun from her waist, which transformed into a long spear measuring 6 feet. Exactly, dear brother, you're already fierce enough. Whenever you strike, we miss out on the fun. Let me and Sister Xiaoyu play a bit. Sister Xiaoyu, take a break. This trivial matter can be handled by us younger ones. He Yun's face gleamed with excitement. Fighting humans was far more entertaining than slaying zombies. Lin Bei, the little bear, spread his hands. Since they were keen to play, why not let them? Xiaoyu's combat experience was undeniable, but mainly, he wanted to give Xiaoyun some practice. She had hardly fought humans, only twice, as he recalled. On the rooftop, she had to hide since she lacked weapons. In his household, her strength was not formidable compared to others. Sister Xiaoyu, you take the 3 on that side, I'll handle the 3 on this side. He brandished her tangheng knife, its blade gleaming with a sharp, "All right then, Sister Xiaoyun." He tightened her little rear. "Oh dear sister, please don't call me sister. Every time you do, it makes my rear hurt again. Har, I wouldn't dare. Since I'm learning the ropes, I must understand the rules. After all, it's Sister Xiaoyun who taught me this. You're the elder, I wouldn't dare offend you." The 2 chatted as if the 6 men before them were invisible. Xiaoyu, don't be careless, they are all second tier. Wan warned them of the situation. Just second tier, Sister Wan, just watch how your little Xiaoyun crosses tiers to slay second tier foes. The heavens did not give birth to me. Xiaoyun, strength is my path through the endless night. As Yun was about to spring forward, she spotted the ominous muzzle of a gun, instantly halting in her tracks. The leading man flashed a sinister smile. "So, little Yun, you've read quite a few novels. Haven't you? Who's playing with cold weapons? Do you even know what century it is?" "The 21st century, this is the era of firearms. Be good, obey if you don't want to die. You better kneel down, good brother, that man lacks martial ethics." Yun's face fell, turning to Lin Bei, feeling exasperated that every fight seemed to come with unexpected complications. The power of a gun was indeed terrifying. "Didn't I tell you to kneel?" The man barked loudly when he saw Yun unyielding, but before he could finish, he felt a cold metallic object pressing against the back of his head. Cold sweat poured down his back. He swallowed hard, realizing the terrifying presence behind him. Without a doubt, it was a gun. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, he crouched down and turned, firing several shots in rapid succession. Since he hadn't shot first, he might as well brace for being countered. In the apocalypse, a moment's carelessness could cost one's life. The thrill of bloodshed excited him as he eagerly anticipated the reaction of whoever was shot behind him. However, once he turned and finished firing, he found nothing but emptiness behind him, only a peculiar half-gun floating in midair, its muzzle now aimed at his head. He paused. "What on earth, brother? You are indeed correct. It is the 21st century, a beautiful new world. However, it is no longer the era of firearms. The times have changed, and now, it is the era of abilities." His smile shifted to Lin Bei's face. "Be good, drop the gun and practice with them. If the 6 of you can defeat the 2 of them with your spears, I might overlook your attempt to steal my wife." Wan's Zombie Chapter 72. The terrifying power, an unmatched strike. The man was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Bei in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. "Why you possess spatial abilities." Without a second thought, he tossed the gun to the ground. However, it did not hit the floor but landed in Lin Bei's hand, who then tossed it to Xiaoyu, saying, You, this is for you." With his Desert Eagle boasting infinite bullets, that would suffice. Okay, Xiaoyu accepted the firearm, and with a mere thought, the pistol vanished from her grasp. The sight sent chills down the man's spine. Could it be that this woman also possessed spatial abilities? There had been discussions online about the rankings of abilities. According to the existing classifications, spatial abilities held the top position. He could hardly believe that the husband of a woman with a second-tier pet was, in fact, a spatial ability wielder, and possibly even two of them. Brother, isn't this a misunderstanding? Actually, he faltered, unable to fabricate any further excuses. Had he not fired the gun, he might have managed a few more words, but now he was at a loss. Brother, if our six-man team can truly defeat your two female companions, will you really spare our lives? He could only echo his earlier statement. Of course, I have never prided myself on many virtues throughout my life, but my sole commendable trait is my unwavering honesty. I'll take your word for it. The man had no choice but to place his hopes on this. After all, he had just forced the man's woman to kneel, which man wouldn't harbor murderous intent. He never intended to manipulate his woman as a threat. That path only led to certain doom, given the sheer terror of spatial abilities. Brothers? Did you hear that? Let's have a little spar with our big brother's wife. The remaining 5 were not foolish. They understood their leader's intention. They decided to play along, demonstrating a lowered posture, hoping it might earn them some mercy. Little sister Hee-Yun, I am a second-tier force. The woman's speed was remarkable, having traversed a considerable distance in an instant. Lin Bei cast a sidelong glance. Mommy Shi-Yu. Little Silver Moon leaped gently from Wan's arms into Xiao Shi-Yu's embrace, nuzzling her adorable little head affectionately. Xiao Shi-Yu. Lin Wan had finally met the sister. Having heard of her formidable reputation from Xiao Yu multiple times, she was not only a wielder of a 3S-level lightning ability but had also established a women's legion to protect females. Everyone around her was incredibly powerful. You remember me? Xiao Shi-Yu playfully tugged at her ear. Every time she went out to play and got caught, she resorted to sweet talk. She had become immune to it. Hello, my name is Xiao Shi-Yu. And you are? Xiao Shi-Yu extended her hand toward Lin Wan. Hello, I'm Lin Wan. I just joined Lin Bei's team right before the heavy rain. Lin Wan. She had not seen this girl on the trial monument. You should be aware of my abilities. What about you? Xiao Shi-Yu inquired directly, as she was somewhat familiar with Lin Bei and the others, so asking about abilities wasn't a big deal. I have no abilities. No abilities. Xiao Shi-Yu's gaze turned peculiar. It was astonishing that Lin Bei would keep someone without abilities by his side. What a pity. This was all about luck. Up ahead, a little sister Hee-Yun, are you really okay challenging our 3 brothers with your first-tier, 9-star status? Should we take turns? The leading boss, wielding a long spear, spoke up. What? Is Hee-Yun only a first-tier, 9-star? Xiao Shi-Yu asked Lin Bei in shock. The globally ranked 4th individual was merely a first-tier, 9-star. Is there a problem? That's a significant issue. The 4th ranked on the trial monument is indeed her, but even if she possesses a strength ability, it's impossible for her to conquer so many challenges at the mere first-tier, 9-star level. Xiao Shi-Yu was genuinely taken aback. She had assumed Hee-Yun had long since broken through to the 2nd tier. Lin Bei chuckled. Well, perhaps her challenges were simply easier. Is that so? Xiao Shi-Yu was not convinced by his words. Everyone faced the same challenges, and there had to be a secret involved. Hee-Yun tilted her head slightly, offering a sweet smile. Brothers, please don't underestimate me just because I'm only a first-tier, 9-star. Don't forget, my name is Hee-Yun. Hee-Yun, what of it? He knew several people named Hee-Yun. Wait a minute. Hee-Yun, damn. You're that Hee-Yun, the one ranked 4th on the trial monument worldwide. The man's expression shifted dramatically. He had never connected this Hee-Yun with that ranking. What did a first-tier, 9-star even mean? In the next moment, Hee-Yun propelled herself forward. She's so fast. Just as he realized what was happening, Hee-Yun was already upon him. Was this speed truly that of a first-tier, 9-star? He swung his long spear to counter her blade. In the instant their weapons clashed, his steel spear was as fragile as paper, severed by her strike. He was momentarily stunned, pondering what sort of terrifying power could slice through a solid steel pipe like that. Don't. Before he could react, Hee-Yun swung downwards with a decisive blow. Instinctively, he raised the now headless spear to defend himself, yet it too was effortlessly cleaved in two, along with his consciousness and body. Big brother. Big boss. I'm furious. Everyone present was left in shock. No, their big brother, a 2nd-tier, 4-star powerhouse, had been defeated in an instant by a 1st-tier, 9-star woman, without even a glimmer of resistance. He had been brutally cleaved in two. Hee-Yun scoffed. Is this truly a 2nd-tier, 4-star? How pathetic. I felt nothing at all. I expected a thrilling battle, yet there wasn't even a chance to retaliate. What? Xiao Shi-Yu was once again taken aback. The man who had just been defeated was indeed a 2nd-tier, 4-star. Had it not been for Hee-Yun's declaration, she would never have guessed just how formidable was Hee-Yun's strength ability to be so terrifying. Don't space out. Here they come. Jian Yu gripped her long spear and charged forward. With a straightforward, unembellished strike, she brutally smashed down on a second-tier, 3-star opponent, reducing both the steel spear and the man to mere halves. The scene was gruesomely bloody. Kirin, is that all? Damn. Xiao Shiyu cursed again, her scalp tingling slightly. Hey, you are a physique ability wielder, not a strength wielder. How come your power is also overwhelmingly dominant? It was excessively strong. It was unreasonably strong. Something was off. The powers they currently wielded far exceeded what they should possess. Even if Hiyun's strength ability reached the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th tier, her 1st tier, 9-star foundational strength could not possibly yield such performance. Moreover, Jian Yu was a physique ability wielder. There could only be one answer. Chapter 73. Your requests, all fulfilled. Aside from the elixirs that replenish stamina and energy, Lin Bei undoubtedly possesses other precious treasures. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the exaggerated powers of Hiyun and Jian Yu. Witnessing this scene, her resolve only strengthened. Lin Bei, she had made up her mind initially. She believed that with her level 3 lightning. However, the bizarre tide of corpses amidst the torrential rain, coupled with the emergence of the trial monument, made her acutely aware of her insufficient strength. It would not be long before her small team might face a catastrophic blow. Moreover, the apocalyptic landscape would inevitably shift due to the trial monument, leading to the formation of more teams and squads. The multiplayer challenge mode imposes no upper limit on numbers. The more, the merrier, a boon for humanity, but for women, it may not be so advantageous, even if the bizarre tide of corpses in the rain was merely a stroke of bad luck, as their entrance was overwhelmed. Over time, her all-female team would become ripe for the taking, a delectable target in the eyes of others. For whatever reason, she had to become his woman. Once she achieved that, setting aside the fact that those medicinal concoctions could rapidly enhance her strength, the battle prowess of Lin Bei, Shi Yu, Hiyun, and Jian Yu alone would provide her with immense security. Damn it. You must be kidding, there's no way you're merely a level 1, 9-star, the leader exclaimed. The strongest among the 6 had perished in an instant, and the remaining 4 had no intention of sparring. After all, was this even a spar? If they didn't flee now, when would they? Were they simply to stand there and await death? Hey, attempting to bully my sister Wan and think you can escape. My arm. Just after hurling the stone, Hiyun grimaced in pain, clutching her right arm as if her muscles had torn. She quickly popped a green healing pill into her mouth. There was no other choice. Her current strength far exceeded what her body could bear, a fact she had momentarily forgotten. Whoosh. The stone she threw soared like a shooting star. While her aim was slightly off, it mattered not, for Lin Bei subtly moved his fingers, activating a spatial wormhole. The stone passed through the head of one man without losing any speed, then struck the second. A chain of 4. Xiao Ziya gaped in disbelief. Point for level 2 opponents. Just like that, Hiyun had crushed them with a single stone. It was simply outrageous, truly beyond comprehension. Moreover, she had just seen Hiyun swallow a green pill, and upon doing so, the pain on her face vanished. She inferred that it could be a type of restorative medicine. Lin Bei indeed had more treasures up his sleeve. Sigh, I thought they were all gun-wielding experts, yet none could even handle a firearm. Of course, it could be that we are simply too strong. Jian Yu sighed, retracting her spear to a compact 60 centimeters and fastening it behind her waist. Exactly. They were all too weak. My excitement was cut short before it even began. A bunch of novices who couldn't even contend with a level 1, 9-star like me, Hiyun complained, wrapping her arm around Jian Yu as they returned to Lin Bei's side. Hello, Sister Xie, Hiyun greeted politely, mindful that this sister might also become her sister in the future. As a younger sister wanting to be cherished by everyone, she naturally had to be considerate. Hello, Xiao Xie smiled somewhat awkwardly. With Hiyun's current terrifying strength, a single punch could indeed send her to meet her ancestors on the spot. How could this be so exaggerated? Lin Bei, may I ask you something? During these 3 days of torrential rain, have you encountered any unusual behavior from the zombies? For instance, despite the numerous buildings around, why do the zombies concentrate their attacks on you? She inquired. It was indeed not a mere coincidence. Have you discovered anything? Could you share it with me? I urgently need this information. I won't ask for it without offering something in return. Feel free to express any demands you may have. I will do my utmost to fulfill them, as long as it does not harm my team's interests. Lin Bei smiled. Miss Xiao, do you realize that your words could easily lead one to propose some rather undesirable conditions? At present, he possessed the capability to manipulate Xiao Xie. His previous politeness stemmed from a mix of caution regarding her abilities and the desire to bait her. The bait had been taken, it was time to cast the net. Moreover, it was no longer he who needed to be wary, but rather Xiao Xie who ought to be cautious of them. She was a formidable and astute woman. There was no reason for her not to comprehend why she had so generously provided him with numerous returning pills, nor to see through the act of feigning ignorance. Feigning ignorance could only indicate that she lacked sufficient cleverness. Xiaoxia's beautiful eyes narrowed imperceptibly. The little one was growing impatient. A subtle smile graced her lips as she earnestly stated, I have said, whatever you need, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to meet your demands. This information is crucial for me. I do not wish for those girls, already tormented by the apocalypse, to become mere tools for men to unleash their desires. I hope for their well-being, yet I find myself struggling alone. Just the other night, I was nearly overwhelmed by a tide of corpses. I hope you can assist me. Linbei smiled. Excellent. Xiaoxia was indeed clever. He had anticipated that her profession might render her somewhat difficult to deal with, yet she proved quite perceptive, self-aware, and possessing foresight. Very commendable. Thus far, the women he had encountered had been intelligent, and remarkably, none had exhibited the irritating traits of spoiled little fairies. Quite refreshing. Linbei slowly replied, there exists a type of individual capable of controlling zombies. Xiaoxia's brow furrowed. She had believed that within the zombies, creatures of intelligence equivalent to human, they are individuals who consumed zombie flesh and mutated, retaining their memories. For them, zombies are akin to foolish younger siblings. Whether they can evolve, I cannot say, but it seems plausible, albeit they would not be particularly powerful. The fact that they can consume zombie flesh suggests they lack the courage to venture out in search of food. Naturally, we cannot rule out those compelled to consume zombie flesh. Thank you. Xiaoxia expressed her gratitude while holding onto Silver Moon, then inquired, so, have you thought about what you need? If you haven't decided yet, take your time. Linbei did not respond directly but countered with a question, do you not already know what I desire? Stretching languidly, Xiaoxia's confidence radiated, rivaling that of Shiyu. I can provide it, but my treatment should be on par with theirs, right? Indeed, Linbei chuckled. Excellent. It was progressing smoothly. When do you need it? Now. Shall I accompany you? Xiaoxia, unperturbed, pointed towards an empty house by the roadside. What a trivial matter. Perhaps in the evening. Linbei hesitated, sensing an odd feeling of being consumed. Oh, remarkably, she displayed a hint of patience. Evening might not be feasible. My police station could very well be under the watch of those half-human, half-zombie entities you mentioned. I only managed to escape this far due to the recent appearance of the trial monument, and I cannot linger outside for too long. How about this? You and your sisters can come to my place. I assure you, no one will disturb you. As Xiaoxia spoke, it was not her intention to lure them to the police station. Rather, given the current dynamics, she genuinely feared being away for too long. Although the girls had begun their evolution, those with abilities were exceedingly few, and the effectiveness of some was rather limited. Their combat capabilities could be deemed quite poor. Chapter 74. I have revealed my true identity as a cultivator. Linbei stroked his chin thoughtfully. The martial arts hall, as a base, was indeed somewhat lacking. Although it had electricity, the space was too confined. That works. His previous reluctance stemmed from Xiaoxia's intention to recruit him, but now, she was inviting him as her partner, along with her sisters, to form a small team from her female battalion for training. Really? Xiaoxia was utterly astonished, never expecting him to agree so swiftly. With him and her sisters in command, this city, no, the entire world, would think twice before confronting them. Are you hoping for me to decline? Not at all. Xiaoxia hurriedly waved her hands, standing on tiptoe to pull him closer and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Brother Bei. She beamed with joy. Greetings to my sisters. Please take care of me. I haven't brought much, so I hope my sisters won't mind this small gift. Xiaoxia distributed a walkie-talkie to each of them. It has an effective communication range of 15 kilometers. With this, it will be much more convenient for everyone. Does this thing require a network? He inquired curiously, fiddling with the device. Not at all. Xiaoxia proceeded to explain how to use it, having initially intended it for Linbei. Even if they all resided at the police station, this gadget would still prove useful. Phoenix Squad is recruiting. Phoenix Squad is recruiting. Phoenix Squad is recruiting. Location, International Phoenix Entertainment City. Location, International Phoenix City. The Phoenix Squad boasts over 50 second-tier powerhouses and more than 10 S-class ability users. Everyone is welcome to join. Phoenix phone. Just as Xiaoxia finished her explanation, the loudspeaker blared from a street vendor nearby. The group turned to see an imposing procession of electric scooters, each trailing a large loudspeaker, closely pursued by an uncountable horde of zombies. Bang! The man at the back hurled a small bomb behind him, causing chaos in the front ranks and sending the following zombies tumbling. The distance between them widened dramatically. Hey, is someone there? Beautiful women. The 5 drivers quickly spotted Lin Bei and his companions. Their eyes sparkled brighter than flashbulbs as one of them slammed on the brakes, stopping 10 meters in front of them. And we have over 50 second-tier powerhouses and 10 S-class ability users. The squad comprises more than 500 members, evenly split between men and women. Handsome guys and lovely sisters need not worry about safety. The group exchanged peculiar glances. 10 S-class ability users, 50 second-tier powerhouses. Surely, this was a gross exaggeration. Ladies, let me let you in on a little secret. Our leader, Lin Bei, is ranked number 1 in the nation. Don't hesitate, join us quickly. Tonight, we are organizing a group challenge at the Trial Stone, led by our leader Lin Bei, and we are guaranteed to secure first place, with rewards for everyone. The crowd. 0.9 flipped to 6. Har har, as they paused to converse, a massive swarm of zombies surged forward. The man at the forefront extended his hand, urging, beautiful ladies, don't hesitate, hop on the vehicle and join the Phoenix squad. It will undoubtedly be the best decision of your lives, handsome guy. You wouldn't want these beauties to live in fear every day, would you? The outside world is chaotic, but under the strict rules of our squad led by Lin Bei, all interactions between men and women are entirely voluntary. We do not condone coercion. The zombies drew ever closer. How about this? I have a video of our base on my phone, let me show you. As he spoke, the man reached into his pocket and suddenly pulled out a pistol, aiming it at Lin Bei's forehead and pulling the trigger. Bang! In an instant, the man's body collapsed from the scooter, a blood hole gushing from his forehead. Lin Bei was speechless. How audacious to attack him while waving his own banner. Unbelievable. Why not just live peacefully? Instead, he resorted to such antics. With a desert eagle appearing in his hand, Lin Bei pulled the trigger, taking down the 4 fleeing individuals one by one. Only the loudspeaker continued to blare incessantly. Bei, do you think the Phoenix squad they mentioned truly exists? Shi Yu glanced at the bodies and asked. I don't know, Lin Bei shook his head. But I have a feeling it does exist, though not as exaggerated as they claimed. They might genuinely be recruiting. The reason they attacked so suddenly was likely due to your beauty. They wanted to claim you for themselves while pretending to be affiliated with me. Quite the show-off. If they want to recruit, let them. It has nothing to do with him, Xiaoxia sighed as she gazed at the corpses. One thought leads to paradise, another to hell. Could they not simply drive away peacefully? Forget it, such scum aren't worth lamenting. Who knows how many innocent girls they have harmed? Heh, spit, har har. Ahead loomed thousands of zombies, like a school of man-eating fish drawn to the scent of blood, clawing their way forward. Sisters, these threads of electric energy cascaded from. Just as she was about to say she would handle the zombies, Hee-Yoon's gaze sharpened as she flung a knife. What was she doing? Holy crap. In the next moment, Xiaoxia understood her intent. Countless zombie heads flew into the air, counting roughly. There were at least dozens, if not hundreds. You truly are a cultivator. Xiaoxia stared at Lin Bei, suddenly exclaiming this revelation. Since Lin Bei had taught Hee-Yoon, this identity was evidently no secret to his women. Huh. Lin Bei was taken aback. A cultivator. Xiaoxia wore a confident smile. After tonight, I will be your woman. There's no need to hide such matters from me. You've already taught Sister Yoon how to harness her spiritual energy. Surely you don't intend to keep me in the dark. Although I came later, you mustn't show favoritism. I wondered why Sister Yoon, who is merely a first-tier 9-star, could reach the global 4th position. It turns out she has embarked on the path of cultivation with you. No wonder your elixirs are so extraordinary. Lin Bei chuckled. This girl actually thought he was a cultivator. Har har har. Wait, don't say. It's not entirely unfounded. If he were a cultivator, then the many miraculous elixirs he possessed would indeed be justified. Perhaps he could play along to prevent her from overthinking. This technique was first comprehended by Jiang Yu, who then taught us.It is in spiritual energy, but you have it within you as well. Strictly speaking, it is a martial skill. After consuming Jiang Yu's elixir, everyone's martial arts aptitude and learning ability doubled. Hee-Yoon and Shi Yu both mastered this technique, and even the lower-tier Wan learned it. Such are the benefits of exceptional bonds. However, the elixirs I provided you were indeed crafted based on the formulas passed down from my ancestors. I confess, I am no longer pretending. My ancestors were cultivators, and I possess some cultivation techniques and alchemical knowledge. With this revelation, the women felt a sense of relief. No wonder, though they had never asked, they were genuinely the enhancements in strength and the astonishing number of elixirs were too remarkable. Now they finally had an explanation. It is not impossible for ancestors to be cultivators, especially in a world on the brink of apocalypse. Xie, do not engage. The number of zombies is considerable. Shi Yu, Xiao Yun, you two step up and break through to the 2nd tier first. The rest will be handled by Wan. As the zombie horde drew nearer, Jiang Yu The higher the evolution level, the less energy ordinary zombies possessed, thus, the benefits of eliminating these common zombies were greater for those at lower levels. Chapter 75, The Secret Squad, Soup for the Soul is useless. Millimeter, the long whip in Xiao Xia's hand vanished. Habitually, she intended to resolve most of the situation herself, leaving the remnants for those beside her. However, the individuals present here were not the ordinary evolvers from her squad. Swish! Swish! He Yun and Shi Yu also refrained from rushing forward, instead standing their ground and unleashing their internal energy in a torrent. With each strike, they consumed a rebound pill. After downing more than a dozen, the two successfully caught up to Jian Yu's rank of second tier, 1 star. Now, only Wan remained. Xiao Xie felt a tingling sensation. Their speed of advancement exceeded her expectations by a considerable margin. All they needed to do was stand still and unleash their power, wave after wave, without concern for the depletion of their pills. She felt immensely fortunate about her choices. She did not envy them, for she too had the right to indulge in such extravagance. She was also one of Lin Bei's people now. Here Lin Bei tossed a bottle of mineral water to Xiao Xie, filled to the brim with rebound pills. Use this first. I'll step out for a while. Once the zombies here are cleared, I'll take them to continue the purge near the police station. Shi Yu, don't be careless, stay aware of your surroundings. Rest assured, with me around, there won't be any mishaps, Shi Yu assured confidently. Her spatial perception ability had been maximally activated during the 3 days of heavy rain, and both she and Lin Bei had reached level 3 in their spatial abilities, significantly expanding their awareness. When fully engaged, she was aware of even the slightest movement within a 500-meter radius naturally. Her primary focus remained on Xiao Xie. Although Xiao Xie had just become one of their own tonight, she was not yet fully trusted. Her strength posed a potential threat to Wan and the others, so it was only natural that Shi Yu kept her guard up. In this apocalyptic world, any sign of negligence could be fatal. No one could ascertain whether Xiao Xie was feigning innocence or what her true intentions were. Jian Yu was also observing Xiao Xie. Before the apocalypse, even the best of friends could betray one another, and having experienced betrayal herself, it was only prudent not to place her trust in someone she had only interacted with a few times. They were friends, yet also strangers. She admired her, but that did not preclude her from being cautious. Xiao Xie noticed that since Lin Bei had left, He Yun, Xiao Yu, and Shi Yu would occasionally cast wary glances in her direction. She understood they were on guard against her, and she felt no anger about it. In fact, she was quite pleased. This indicated their vigilance. They had not relaxed their caution due to her earlier words or her kiss with Lin Bei. In this world of chaos, such prudence was indeed a rare virtue. She genuinely wished to integrate into their little team. Why would she resent their caution? Time would prove everything. Looking at the full bottle of rebound pills in her hand, she mused, when Lin Bei's women. Truly fortunate, the rebound pills she cherished like treasure, the very lifeline of their squad during the stormy night. He had casually given her a whole bottle. With this supply, she felt confident in safeguarding her team. Meanwhile, Lin Bei arrived at the villa district within minutes, standing before a particular villa, inhaling deeply the fragrant aromas of meat, fish, and rice. A smile crept across his face. The appearance of the trial tablet had shattered the dreams of countless individuals attempting to lure women with food. For him, it bore no consequence. He relied not solely on food, as the rebound pills were the true irresistible allure. He was confident the girls had already fallen deeply enamored with them. With a step, he entered in the living room. 10 young women were scattered about, sitting with 3 large pots before them, one simmering with braised pork and radish, another with braised silver carp, and the last containing a vegetable and rib soup. Each girl held a bowl of rice, chatting and laughing as they enjoyed their meal. Lin Bei glanced around. First tier, 9 stars. First tier, 9 stars. First tier, 9 stars. He was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens! 10 individuals, all at first tier, 9 stars. He had underestimated this group of young women. It was noteworthy that shortly after he departed, a torrential downpour had lasted for 3 days and nights. Not only had they fulfilled their own tasks, but they had also exceeded expectations. One could only imagine the hardships they endured during those 3 days. Excellent, they were qualified to become his secret squad. Wan, on the other hand, had not fared as well as they had. It wasn't he that she lacked effort, but rather that with him around, she had no choice but to indulge. With a flick of his fingers, a mountain of delectable food appeared beside them, an abundance of steaks, sausages, large egg tarts, 30 braised pig trotters, and 100 plates of golden. After a brief pause, sheer delight washed over her. She recognized the familiar dishes. It was a clear sign that their master had arrived. Looking around, she spotted Lin Bei seated on the sofa. Elated, she rushed to kneel before him, reporting their accomplishments. Master, we have completed your assessment and exceeded it. Now, we are all at first tier, 9 stars. Are you satisfied? Very satisfied. Lin Bei waved his hand, a ring landing steadily in her palm. Upon seeing the ring resting in her hand, He Dao trembled with excitement. Could it be? Could it be that the master was proposing to her? My heavens, the happiness arrived too suddenly. I wasn't mentally prepared. What should I do? The master proposed to me. What now? Or I might faint from joy. I'm willing. I am willing, master, I am very willing. He Dao gazed at Lin Bei, her thoughts drifting to the prospect of lying or resting in the embrace of such a handsome master, her pupils gradually transforming into the shape of hearts. She was as excited as a bubbling teapot. Lin Bei, you're willing for a chicken feather, that is a spatial ring, bound by blood for ownership, allowing mental scanning for retrieval of items. Inside, you will find supplies for the next 3 days, including 5,000 black pills for stamina recovery and 30 green pills for healing injuries. As long as you're not dead on the spot, even if you lose an arm or a leg, it will grow back. He Dao's eyes dimmed momentarily. Not a proposal, but soon, her spirits lifted again. 5,000 pills, the master's generosity was indeed overwhelming, not to mention the 30 life-saving pills. She pricked her finger to bind the ring, then slipped it onto her left ring finger, admiring its sparkling brilliance. No proposal? No matter, this is a ring from my master, I'll just consider it a proposal. He. Master, would you like to join us for a meal? We made these dishes, and they taste quite good. He Dao extended the invitation, while the other women looked at him with eager, excited eyes. In these days, under He Dao's fervent persuasion and brainwashing, their admiration for him overflowed, each dreaming of becoming his woman. While He Dao indoctrinated them, she inadvertently influenced herself, intensifying her own desire to be Lin Bei's woman. No, you all enjoy your meal at your leisure. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and a cup of pearl milk tea appeared beside each of them. Your progress has truly exceeded my expectations. Your efforts have impressed me, your sweat will not betray you, this comfortable environment and delicious food are your best spoils of war. Here comes the chicken soup. A whole bowl of it for them to sip. No? Master, you are mistaken, one girl retorted. Lin Bei furrowed his brow. What is wrong with my chicken soup? The girl continued. Everything we have today, our ability to dwell in this grand villa and savor exquisite meals, is entirely due to your grace. If it weren't for you, we would have long been bound and reduced to mere tools. It is you, Master, who has given us all of this. It is you who has bestowed upon us a new life. All of this is your achievement. Indeed, it is not our hard work but yours that has brought us to this day. It is because of your efforts that we are able to live as we do now. Lin Bei. I've worked my tail off for nothing. No, what on earth has He Dao done to their little heads? Master, are we now qualified to be yours? Are we worthy of your affection? He Dao hurriedly inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. As her words fell, a myriad of sparkling eyes fixated on him. Chapter 76, The Method of Brainwashing and Frequent Recruitment. No. Lin Bei's cold voice shattered their fantasies. With your current abilities, you merely possess the qualification to catch a glimpse of me. When you have made enough progress to earn my attention, then you may inquire about this matter again. For now, it is still too early. Upon hearing this, their excitement only intensified. They had improved, they recognized their progress in the eyes of their master, they had already attained the qualification to be acknowledged by him, and with just a little more effort, they could fulfill their desire to become his. Master, since we have completed your assessment, may we know your name? He Dao asked eagerly. Lin Bei. As soon as the name was revealed, the young women leaped with joy. He Dao, her voice trembling, asked, Master, are you the Lin Bei who is ranked first in the world? That is correct. Lin Bei remained expressionless, being the world's number one. Frankly, it did not evoke much feeling in him, achieving the top rank was simply a matter of course, given his exceptional abilities. Oh my goodness. Our master is actually the Lin Bei ranked first in the world. I had anticipated that he would be strong and highly ranked, but I never imagined he would be the Lin Bei himself. My heavens, we are the chosen ones of Master Lin Bei, we are part of his team. Our luck is beyond extraordinary. Sisters, we have struck gold, we are candidates to be the wives of Master Lin Bei. Countless individuals yearn to be his woman, and we are the ones with the greatest opportunity. Our master is Lin Bei. Considering the prowess of Master Lin Bei, our current rank of 1*9 is nothing significant. Sisters, we must strive even harder, we must earn Master Lin Bei's attention. Let us work hard. Let us strive. The young women were ecstatic. Pray tell, is there any news more exhilarating than this? The world's number one, in this era dominated by the powerful, do they comprehend the weight of those words? Do they grasp the significance of the name Lin Bei? If there were still internet access, Master Lin Bei could simply record a video expressing his desire for a wife, and countless extraordinary women would eagerly reach out to him. How many would not be moved by the sight of Master Lin Bei? He is powerful, youthful, and possesses immense resources. Each of these attributes is an irresistible allure for women. Master, please assign us our next assessment target. And Master, what level must we attain to qualify as your own? He Dao asked, her voice quivering with anticipation. Lin Bei fell silent. A target for assessment? What nonsense. These young women would leap at the chance to confront zombies and ascend to the second or third tier, eager to throw themselves into his embrace. He had no idea how He Dao had brainwashed them into this state, however, it was rather delightful, truly delightful. Lin Bei tapped his fingers rhythmically on the sofa. When you are capable of becoming my support, that will be your moment of ascension. Ask yourselves honestly, do you believe you are worthy of me at this moment? The 10 women lowered their heads. While they were indeed 1-star 9 and possessed commendable combat abilities, they paled in comparison to their master, the world's number one. The gap was simply too vast, too far. Pray tell, he is the world's number one, not merely the best in the city, the province, or even the nation, but the best in the entire world. Master, may I see the extent of the strength gap between myself and the world's number one? He Dao asked, gathering her courage. Certainly. Master, I apologize for my audacity. He Dao stood up, sprang forward like lightning, her fair fist striking with the force of an out-of-control vehicle. Lin Bei extended a single finger, halting her fist effortlessly. Her punch came to an abrupt stop, unable to advance another inch. Impossible. This cannot be happening. He Dao was aghast. Regardless of her status as 1-star 9, with strength 10 times that of an ordinary person, such terrifying power was effortlessly blocked by her master with a mere finger. She had expected him to utilize his spatial abilities to counter her, but never did she imagine he would be so disinterested even in employing such powers. With just one finger, one could only fathom the sheer terror of her master's strength, which made her feel like a toddler attempting to strike an adult. What level had he reached? His power was truly unfathomable. Master, you are simply incredible. He Dao stepped back, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Though she had not yet grasped the full extent of her master's strength, this mere glimpse had made it clear that his terrifying abilities were beyond her comprehension. The remaining 9 women shared her intense gaze. The stronger their master became, the happier they felt, and the more they adored him, setting aside He Dao's brainwashing. Which woman could resist a powerful figure? At present, you already possess a goal and motivation for advancement. Achieving this level in merely 3 days amidst a torrential downpour attests to your determination and effort. You do not require another assessment target. I am quite satisfied with your resilient spirits. I retract my previous statement. You are not worthless. I hope that when we meet again, you will still surprise me. With that, Lin Bei departed from the scene. Given their current mental state, his words were superfluous. Now it was merely a matter of waiting for them to forge the bonds of fitness enthusiasts. After indulging for so many days, it was his turn to exert effort. Currently, his level stood at 2-star 3. The 5-day grace period was no excuse. He had already developed his physique and strength. Now, it was time to rapidly elevate his foundational level. With his current capabilities, he was well equipped to undertake some audacious actions. Hey, brother, are you alone? Not long after leaving the villa community, a stranger on an electric bike called out from a distance, stopping a short distance ahead. Brother, would you be interested in joining our dragon team? There are plenty of beautiful women and numerous perks, flight attendants, accountants, teachers, various beauties abound. Our captain is incredibly powerful, an S-rank ability user. Tonight, he will lead us on a multiplayer challenge through the trial path. Care to join? No, thank you, Lin Bei declined. These individuals were remarkably swift. The trial path had only recently appeared, yet recruitment efforts were already rampant on the streets. In the past, the first thought when encountering strangers alone was to eliminate them and seize their supplies. Now, however, they were desperately trying to recruit. The truth was clear to everyone. With the increase in levels, their appetites grew as well. The looming issue of food scarcity would eventually overwhelm them. However, with the emergence of the trial tablet, they no longer needed to resort to outright theft or murder. The food problem was thoroughly resolved. Their current concern was how to secure a favorable ranking on the trial tablet. Individual rankings depended on one's own merits, yet, in a group, it was a different story. They could outnumber others. The emergence of the trial tablet was a great boon for humanity, in every conceivable aspect. However, it also signified that this apocalypse was far from a mere ordinary zombie crisis. Chapter 77, Come and join us, upgrading continuously. Buddy, join us, truly, we seek nothing from you. Nowadays, slaying zombies on the trial road grants points redeemable for food, eliminating the need to scavenge for supplies. Isn't a stable shelter enticing? Together, we can surely achieve an excellent team ranking. With more members, even a zombie tide will be manageable. Could it be? Are you concerned about your partner at home? Fear not, my friend, the current circumstances differ vastly from the past. Unity is the key to survival. Join us, and rest assured, no one will cast their eyes on her with ill intent. Our team possesses ample communal resources and has no designs on others' belongings. Really, I swear on my life, if I utter a single falsehood, I shall perish by a zombie's bite tomorrow. The man continued his recruitment efforts. With the apocalypse having persisted for so long, anyone bold enough to traverse the streets alone must possess formidable strength, perhaps even extraordinary powers. Luring him back would surely earn accolades from the boss, not solely for the leader or the team, but also for his own benefit. He too wished for his team to rise in ranking. Who knows what splendid rewards might await? Not interested, Linbei firmly rejected, turning to leave. Brother, hear me out. The man clung on like a stubborn adhesive, resolute in his attempt to draw him back. Stay close at your own peril, Linbei retorted before departing. If the man persisted, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Brother, give it some thought. The location is at the overturned kindergarten in the east of the city. You must come, we truly have an exceptional team. The man, sensing the growing irritation from his target, halted, shouting from his place, fearful that pursuing might cost him his life. Linbei shook his head. This apocalypse was becoming increasingly intriguing. It was time to take action. Upgrade, strive, endeavor. Arriving alone in the center of a vast square, he noted the surrounding number of zombies was manageable, perhaps a few thousand, but all scattered. He needed to draw them all together, and thus, the grand performance commenced. Boom, Linbei extracted a generator from his spatial backpack, along with a couple dozen large speakers typically used for square dancing. Once the circuits were connected, he powered it on. Before the music could play, the generator's roar had already attracted a throng of nearby zombies, each rushing in faster than Olympic sprinters. Bang, 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 from 100 meters away, a towering zombie, standing a full 3 meters tall and exuding an aura of terror, thundered forward. Each footfall sent tremors through the ground, moving at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary zombies, scattering them like toys in its wake. Linbei squinted. A formidable adversary had arrived, another muscle-bound monstrosity, likely a mutated fitness enthusiast from the pre-apocalypse era, whose obsession with beast-like musculature had led to their demise. Such individuals were not uncommon. He too pursued muscularity, however a lean physique sufficed. Protein, the 3-meter-tall muscle monster, with its pitch-black eyes, fixated on Linbei with excitement. Lower your head. Linbei manifested a desert eagle, opening a spatial wormhole, aiming the gun almost directly at its forehead, frantically pulling the trigger. 1 shot not enough, 10 shots would do, and if that failed, 100 shots would suffice. Of course, with the apocalypse having only begun a mere 10 days prior, these zombies had yet to evolve to the point of disregarding bullets at close range. A few shots took it down, and a surge of energy flowed into his body through the wormhole. Using firearms to eliminate zombies yielded energy, however the distance must not be too great. If it were, the energy would dissipate into the ether, absorbed by nearby creatures. Yet, with a spatial wormhole, he could absorb energy almost at point-blank range. Boom, the massive body collapsed to the ground, motionless. Linbei swiftly retrieved his tangling blade, unleashing his inner strength, while a recovery pill rolled down into his stomach. Within the trial road, he dared not use this move, yet in reality, it was his sole tactic. Thousands of zombies surged from all directions, drawn by the roar of the engine, creating a vortex from above, with Linbei at its center, a solitary white dot amidst an encroaching sea of darkness. Come, let the tornado devastate the parking lot. With his blade in hand, Linbei swept in a 360-degree arc, an invisible blade extending outward. The nearly submerged white dot re-emerged as he swallowed another recovery pill, a wave of strength surging forth without reservation, drastically increasing the number of zombies he felled. 50, 100, 200, 500, 1000, 2000. The number of zombies slain each second surged, almost increasing by the hundreds, as he activated the speakers to play music. The rain outside drips incessantly. 3 days and nights it continues to pour, just like my love for you. Within a radius of 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters, countless zombies simultaneously raised their heads toward the source of the sound, momentarily entranced, before surging forth like a school of man-eating fish sensing blood. Food, fresh and delicious food. The heavy rain still falls. Do you fear what lies within your heart? Listening to the music stirred his feelings. Glancing at the vast expanse of the zombie horde surrounding him, Linbei cracked his neck, adrenaline surging, resembling a tireless killing machine, as the recovery pills he had expended on Hidao were now replenished. Yo corpse liquor, can you withstand a slice from my blade? Supernova / trash, utterly pathetic. Discovering a new species amidst the zombie tide was a fortuitous occurrence, yet regrettably, a single strike severed its head. Had it not been for Jiang Yu, he would never have dared to engage in such reckless slaughter. The number of zombies drawn in by the booming speakers undoubtedly exceeded 10,000. Jianyu was indeed pivotal. Oh no, it should be said that thus far, among the women around him, aside from the unexpectedly available in Wan, who was not crucial, over 10,000 zombies, a mid-sized zombie tide had formed. Second tier, 4 stars, exhilarating. As time passed, second tier, 5 stars. Ever since mastering this move, he had longed to execute such a strategy. This rate of upgrading far surpassed merely chasing down and slaying zombies. Basic level enhancement, his strength surged dramatically, efficiency soared once more. Beyond the mountains, higher mountains await. At the mountainside is now all my anticipation and all my love, born of the wilderness. Dear audience, please come and observe closely. The moonlight is deep, layers of danger loom. Second tier, 6 stars. Exhilarating, accompanied by the upgrade, the energy within him grew increasingly profound, while countless zombie corpses littered the ground around him, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Damn, is this kid's stamina inexhaustible? How is this even possible? Who is he? Could he be the Linbei ranked first globally, engaging in a real-life trial road? At this rate, he is bound to become the future leader of Salt City. Not far away, from atop a high-rise building, countless pairs of eyes stared in terror at the figure below. The cacophony of music emanating from numerous speakers attracted a multitude of zombies, naturally drawing the attention of many evolved beings. Initially, they deemed the person below a fool, a madman, destined to be swallowed by the tide of the undead. However, 10 minutes passed, he remained steadfast. Moreover, he grew more formidable with each passing moment. Though they could not discern his abilities, they witnessed more and more zombies' heads soaring with each swing of his blade, eliciting a spectrum of expressions among the onlookers, some envious, some jealous, some elated, others gritting their teeth, and some with icy glares. Chapter 78, The Terrifying Power is Still Upgrading. Second tier, 7 stars. Awesome. Linbei bellowed, his internal strength surging tumultuously. Not only did he experience successive breakthroughs in levels, but his power abilities also ascended to LV3, and even his physique ability advanced to LV2. With a surge of momentum, he shouted, "Charge, charge, charge, there are still numerous zombies." Boom. At that moment, a sound, not particularly loud, echoed from 100 meters behind him, as a fiery projectile hurtled rapidly in his direction. What the hell, a sneak attack, utterly lacking in martial ethics. Seriously, in this apocalypse, who cares about martial ethics? I almost want to shoot him from the shadows. If he continues like this, who knows how far ahead he'll be in levels. However, the higher the level, the less energy one gains from killing ordinary zombies. That guy probably doesn't get much energy from taking down one now. True, but just look at how many he has slain. While the energy gained from each kill may be minimal, the sheer volume is overwhelming. Indeed. We don't even know what level he is anymore. On the rooftop, countless eyes were fixated on the projectile, a presence that instilled fear. The apocalypse had only just erupted, and here was someone capable of facing a horde of over 10,000 zombies alone. If he were to further develop his abilities, what would become of them? With a slight smirk, Linbei, who was busy dispatching zombies, thought to himself that if he dared to brazenly engage in such antics, there were plenty of onlookers. Thus, he decided to deliver a small shock to them. He turned and extended a hand. In an instant, the fiery projectile, soaring at high speed, froze midair, creating a strangely surreal scene. As if having eyes on his back wasn't enough, how can he achieve this? What's going on? I don't understand. Linbei grasped the air from a distance. Boom. The bizarrely suspended projectile detonated without warning, giving birth to a dazzling explosion of fireworks, with countless fragments scattered. If he has magnetic powers, then what about his ability to instantaneously slay zombies from afar? I can't make sense of this. Neither can I. This fellow is utterly outrageous. As the flames dissipated, Linbei's gaze landed on a window of a 13-story building about 100 meters away. The moment their eyes met, the man's legs went weak, nearly causing him to tumble from the window. Danger, danger, danger. He was acutely aware that this was an exceedingly reckless move, yet the chances of success were quite high. He did not want such a monstrous individual lurking in his city, especially since he had attempted a covert assault. However, he never anticipated that his projectile would be discovered so quickly, let alone controlled and detonated by an unfathomable force. Most crucially, he had revealed himself, run, in a fleeting moment of 0.01 seconds. He reached a momentous decision. The distance was great, yet he believed that if he ran swiftly enough, survival was assured. The man was encircled by a multitude of zombies, rendering any pursuit futile. He had resolved this. Tonight, he would flee this city. No, he would escape this province. He longed to distance himself as far as possible. However, as he yearned to take another's life, he realized that the man would not let him go so easily. Just as he steadied himself to turn and flee, he encountered a horrifying revelation. He could not. It was as if an invisible force field had ensnared every inch of his being, rendering him immobile regardless of the strength he exerted or the angles he attempted. What was happening? Cold sweat cascaded down his back. His gaze fell upon the man amidst the dense throng of corpses below, and to his astonishment, he noticed that the man's clenched fist had relaxed. Upon witnessing this, his pupils constricted sharply, and every hair on his body stood on end. Move, I command you to move. Crack, crack, the man could distinctly hear the sound of his own bones fracturing, yet despite his immense effort, he remained utterly still. Move. Why can't I move? I demand you to move. Crack, crack, his body was riddled with fractures, yet it was entirely futile. In that moment, regret flooded his heart. Why, oh why, had he chosen to ambush another? Why isn't he that man running? Isn't he remarkably bold? Even when discovered, doesn't he flee, and instead locks eyes with him? Could he be another formidable figure? Is it possible that he desperately wishes to escape but cannot? Remember, the man below just froze a projectile midair. Perhaps he has immobilized that individual. Surely not. Please, the linear distance between them must be at least 100 meters. He has already dispatched so many zombies. Does he truly possess the strength to control someone from that distance? What is he, human or a deity? Linbei chuckled coldly. A mere gesture, and the man's pupils constricted once more. Do not. Do not. Do not. Ath. Ath. All who beheld this scene felt their pupils constrict sharply. The man at the window, wielding a rocket launcher, twisted grotesquely as if wrung dry like a towel, his blood and flesh forcibly expelled, before he helplessly fell from the windowsill, to be devoured by countless zombies. In the next moment, their hair stood on end. Why? Because the man's gaze swept over them, and ignoring those brazenly standing on the rooftop, even those who believed themselves hidden met his piercing eyes. It's impossible. How did he discover my presence? Good heavens. Run. My God. I can't believe it, just a glance and I'm terrified to the point of wetting myself. I've never been this afraid, even when first encountering zombies. What manner of man is he? Swish. 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 Figures fled the scene in haste, fearful that the man below would ruthlessly crush them. None knew who might be next. The apocalypse had arrived. To extinguish a life required no justification. If it did, he pondered, that would suffice. They felt relief, fortunate not to have acted impulsively as the first to strike, grateful for their restraint, and thankful that someone had served as an example to reveal the bizarre capabilities of the man below. A bunch of clowns, Linbei sneered, continuing to dispatch the encroaching zombies with relentless efficiency. The energy he gained from each ordinary zombie was pitifully scant, yet, it mattered not. In this world of the apocalypse, zombies were in abundance. I'm sold out, I'm no longer living, you will never. The fire ignited within him. After listening to a succession of battle anthems, he consumed another healing pill, pushing off the ground with his feet. In addition to the knife in his right hand, a second blade appeared in his left. With a powerful leap, he moved like a spectre amidst the horde of corpses. Dual-wielding, the thrill of close combat was exhilarating. Each blade sank into flesh, pure ecstasy. At present, the efficiency of using his energy to annihilate zombies paled in comparison to the satisfaction of close-range combat, yet the power surging through him, combined with the influence of the battle songs, ignited a fervent desire for a glorious massacre. That fellow. What level could he possibly be? Those who had yet to flee were utterly astonished. Among them were several second-tier individuals, yet regardless of their rank, none could match his speed and strength. Some even struggled to perceive his fleeting figure. This was simply outrageous. Damn it, could it be? Had he reached the third tier? Indeed, it was utterly absurd. Just moments ago, a towering, muscular, grey-skinned zombie had appeared, demonstrating at least second-tier speed and strength. It was an exceptionally resilient variant. Even when bombarded with firearms at point-blank range, it sustained only minor injuries, yet with a single stroke, he cleaved it in two. Even the emergence of a second-tier defensive variant zombie posed no hindrance to his speed. Under his blade, it was as if there were no difference between it and an ordinary zombie. Within mere minutes, he had slaughtered tens of thousands of zombies. Thud. Linbei's heart raced as his power surged once more. With the zombies lured by the sounds of battle, he successfully ascended to second tier, 8 stars. Power, what bliss! Har 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 har. Bang! In his excitement, he crushed the hilt of his knife, for his strength had reached a truly terrifying level. Chapter 79, Breaking Through to the Third Tier, No Beef. Attributes. Owner, Linbei. Level, second tier, 8 stars. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters. Abilities, space, SSS level, LV3, passive ability, space backpack, capacity, 100,000 cubic meters. Strength, S level, LV3, quadruple, constitution, S level, LV2, triple. Speed, 290. Strength, 295, 4. Jianshiyu, second tier, 1 star, space LV3. Hiyun, second tier, 1 star, strength LV3, quadruple amplification. Lin Wan, first tier, 8 stars. Jianyu, second tier, 2 stars, constitution LV3, quadruple amplification, overall gains. Charisma 2, strength 5, martial arts talent 2, food resources 5-fold return. Stretching lazily, his body crackled with sounds. OWANEN is progressing quite rapidly, having reached 8 stars. Indeed, with so many high-level individuals around her, it's only natural that the gap is closing swiftly. He must quickly find her a new ability, or rather, choose one that he prefers for her. If she possesses it, it equates to him possessing it. Time to wrap things up. He had nearly cleared the zombies in this area, and as he stored the speakers in his space backpack, the sounds attracted several zombies from afar. However, their scattered numbers barely amounted to a few hundred, which hardly piqued his interest. With a few swift strikes, he unleashed his energy through the blade's tip, annihilating the small groups of zombies via the spatial wormhole. Even the tiniest mosquito is still a morsel. It would be remiss to allow others to claim the kills. Is he satisfied? No, today, he aims to surge into the third tier. It has been over 10 days since the apocalypse began. He spent 5 days lounging at home and 3 days in the heavy rain, totaling 8 days of idleness. If he does not exert himself, he would find it unbearable to continue. Taking a step forward, his figure vanished from the area, flickering continuously until he arrived before a shopping mall several kilometers away. He repeated the process. With the emergence of the trial monument, more and more small teams only by becoming sufficiently powerful can he safeguard all that he possesses. Once again, a wave of zombies surged, numbering in the thousands. Second tier, 9 stars. Just a bit more. It was precisely due to the appearance of the trial monument that he felt an unsettling notion. The zombies might not be the true antagonists of this apocalypse, for there are likely far more formidable entities yet to make their entrance. Of course, this could simply be a product of his overactive imagination. The trial monument might merely be a means for humanity to address the food crisis while simultaneously fostering unity among them. Not enough, the zombies are still insufficient. Boom. His heart raced once more. Third tier, 1 star. After slaying countless waves of zombies and drawing in successive hordes, with the meager energy each zombie provided, the heavens did not. He successfully ascended to the third tier. The power within him roared. At this moment, he had become a humanoid monster. High level, high bonuses. Lin Bei. No beef. Owner, Lin Bei. Level, third tier, 1 star. Speed. 360, Strength, 360, 5-4. Spirit, 360. Constitution, 360, 3. This power. I ask you, who else is there? He discovered that each star in the first tier doubles the power. Going from first tier, 9 stars to second tier, 1 star increases it 5-fold, from 10 times to 15 times. In the second tier, each star increases it 2-fold, ascending from second tier, 9 stars to third tier, 1 star boosts it 5-fold, from 31 times to 36 times. Following this pattern, beginning from the third tier, each star should enhance it 3-fold. It is not that ordinary zombies cannot provide energy, rather, as his physique becomes increasingly fierce, the energy reinforcement effect from ordinary zombies becomes negligible, hence the absence of any noticeable sensation. Invincible, this time, he is truly invincible. Return. Select individuals. Cultivate a new team. With a step, his figure flickered 100 meters away, a single step covering 100 meters. He no longer needed to rely on spatial wormholes. This was spatial jumping, or perhaps better described as teleportation, or even as the flying thunder god without requiring seals. After his spatial ability advanced to level 3, his minor capacity significantly increased, allowing him to devise many useful tricks. The ability to eliminate targets from a distance was a result of his comprehension and development of spatial compression. The more creative and imaginative one is, the more abilities will naturally emerge. By the time he arrived at the police station, it was already noon. Prominently displayed on the police station's fence gate were conspicuous signs, placed every few meters, easily visible to anyone with eyes. The signs read, "Sad Smiley, unauthorized intruders will be treated as enemies and attacked without exception. Please take note." Safety awareness is commendable, but is it useful? With a flash, he stepped into the police station. "Mr. Lin, please remain where you are and do not move. I will be with you shortly." Mere seconds after entering the police station's perimeter, a woman's voice emanated from a speaker on a nearby utility pole. Quite alert, able to detect intruders promptly, within Lin Bei's spatial perception, he noticed numerous hidden cameras, an overwhelming number that likely surrounded the police station in a comprehensive 360-degree surveillance. Impressive, they had utilized their limited resources effectively to achieve this, considering they had no forewarning of the impending apocalypse. Moments later, a girl resembling Xiao Xie hurriedly approached him, extending her delicate, jade-like hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Xiao Sharan, Xiao Xia's younger sister. I have come at my sister's behest to escort you, due to the unique nature of our team. Without me to guide you, unnecessary conflicts or troubles may arise. Hello. Lin Bei shook her hand symbolically. He quickly scanned her ties. No abilities, no exceptional bonds, ordinary. There were fitness enthusiasts, but no gourmets. She was inexperienced, not bad. The absence of a gourmet tie was inconsequential. The food rewards from the system could be considered specialty cuisine, and exposing her to it once would likely trigger her bond. He held a slight interest in her, but it was not overwhelming. Have they not returned yet? Not yet. Xiao Sharan led the way, casting furtive glances at him. After all, he was the top-ranked individual in the world, adorned with various extraordinary items. How could one remain indifferent in his presence? Chapter 80, arriving at the police station, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. My sister remarked that he was somewhat handsome, but what constitutes somewhat handsome? If he qualifies as a mere pretty boy, I can hardly fathom which man would dare to claim the title of a true handsome man. Of course, this excludes the naturally handsome readers of tomato novels, especially those who are motivated by love. She continued, their SA plaza nearby teeming with zombies. My sister has taken them to clear the area and level up. Oh, Lin Bei observed his surroundings. The area was considerably larger than an ordinary police station, comprising numerous buildings. Along the way, many women cast curious and bewildered glances at him, their eyes tinged with varying degrees of disdain. Yet there were also those who appeared quite excited, such as Wen Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, who often trailed behind Xiao Xie, as well as Jian Yu's close friends, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, among others. These individuals were well aware of his true identity. Although many shared the name Lin Bei, it was evident that among the top contenders, with He Yun and Jian Yu included, the foremost Lin Bei was indeed the one standing before them. Xiao Sharan also caught sight of several malevolent gazes directed at Lin Bei, and, fearing he might take offense, hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, please do not mind their stares. Our squad consists entirely of female members, and we have been actively promoting the idea of male greed and ugliness during the apocalypse. Moreover, some of these girls would have faced dire consequences had we not arrived in time to help them. This has led to their somewhat excessive disdain for men. Rest assured, my sister has instructed me that you prefer tranquility, and I will ensure that they do not disturb you and your companions. I will address this matter with them shortly. It's fine, I enjoy lively company. Please ask your sister when they will return. Before they come back, gather all your members. Such an intriguing presence. You enjoy lively company. Did you not previously express a preference for solitude? What has prompted this sudden change? Xiao Sharan inquired, her curiosity piqued. I have sudden. Is there an issue with that? And no issue, she stammered. How could I dare to question you? You, the world's number one, are free to do as you please. I, a mere ant, cannot oppose you. Xiao Sharan inwardly scoffed, yet soon, she noticed Lin Bei fixating on Liu Ruyan, who had just emerged from the building, his brow furrowed, and the smile that had previously adorned his face transformed into an assessing gaze, reminiscent of the predatory stare she had previously warned the other women about. Did he not already have several women by his side? How greedy, this cannot be allowed. She could manage the discontent of her squad if a man were to join, but if Lin Bei were to claim one of them, chaos would ensue, and a disunited squad would surely lead to collapse. Mr. Lin, Xiao Sharan spoke with utmost respect. As I mentioned earlier, our girls harbour significant disdain for men. If we gather everyone for introductions, I fear there will be many unpleasant remarks and comments. For your sake and that of your female companions, I do not recommend proceeding in this manner. I shall not heed your advice, Lin Bei replied without a moment's hesitation, his gaze still fixed on Liu Ruyan's graceful silhouette, a broader smile spreading across his face. Mutual introductions will only bring benefits to you all. Benefits? It was clear he had his sights set on Liu Ruyan. This could only lead to negative repercussions. This man was far too brazen. Could he not at least temper his lecherous grin, as if he feared no one would discern his intentions? Could it be that even the world's foremost powerhouse was merely a revolting, repugnant man driven by base desires? Refusal, certainly, it must be refused, but she dared not, for Lin Bei was indeed the world's number one, and with her sister absent, provoking his ire would yield no advantage. But wait, Sister Xie had mentioned that while Lin Bei had an affinity for beautiful women, he also possessed exceedingly high standards. How could he be so brazen at first glance? He knew nothing of Liu Ruyan's circumstances. It seemed that Sister Xie had been deceived. It was not that he lacked interest in Xiao Qing or Xiao Bai, but rather that they simply did not meet his standards. Liu Ruyan truly lived up to her name. In terms of both figure and beauty, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in this squad. Very well, Mr. Lin, I shall defer to your wish. Allow me to escort you to the quarters we have prepared for you to rest. Xiao Sharan continued to lead the way, planning to discreetly inform her sister and let her decide how to proceed. Millimeter. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze, eagerly anticipating the upcoming introductions. The appearance of Liu Ruyan had exceeded his expectations. Xie Shiran led him to a small building at the edge of the police station. Mr. Lin, this is the designated area for you. It has been thoroughly cleaned, furnished with beds, blankets, and air conditioning, everything you could desire. Millimeter. Lin Bei was not particularly concerned with such amenities. Please make yourself comfortable here while I contact my sister to check on their return. Lunch has been prepared for you inside, please enjoy it, and I will notify you as soon as I have any news. With that, Xie Shiran departed. Lin Bei briefly surveyed the small building he had entered. It was 5 stories tall, a newly constructed dormitory for the police station, adequately equipped with all necessary furnishings, and the hallway had been converted into a semblance of a living room. A variety of food items were laid out on the table. He paid them no mind. He dared not eat what he did not know the origin of, especially after encountering Liu Ruyan. This seemingly inconspicuous police station was indeed teeming with hidden talents. Outside, Xie Shiran walked a considerable distance before retrieving her walkie-talkie to contact Xiao Xie, as currently, only her sister could receive the signal. At that moment, Xiao Xie was wielding a lightning whip, tirelessly clearing out zombies. The pocket walkie-talkie crackled to life. What is it? Xie Shiran recounted her earlier encounter with Lin Bei and her suspicions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xie let out a dismissive laugh, downing several recovery pills as her firepower surged, sending dozens of zombies to their demise with a single whip strike. My dear sister, you are overthinking this. Lin Bei cannot possibly be interested in Liu Ruyan, since he wishes to gather everyone for introductions. You should comply, call everyone back, leave no one behind. Liu Ruyan was indeed beautiful, with an admirable figure. However, compared to Wan, Shi Yu, and others, she fell short. While Wan was extraordinary, she lacked abilities and had joined under somewhat coerced circumstances. His interest in Liu Ruyan could only suggest something amiss. I assure you, I am not lying. Sister. My intuition tells me that Lin Bei is undoubtedly interested in Liu Ruyan. Trust me, we cannot allow him to get too close to our own. You and I can concoct an excuse to deceive the others, but Liu Ruyan is a different matter altogether. The excuse they devised was simple. The creators of this squad, aside from Xiao Xie, were Lin Bei himself, and given the chaotic situation outside, his presence could be rationalized. They would not ostracize him. Upon learning his name, Lin Bei, the world's #1, they would likely feel elated rather than uneasy. Yet, should he attempt to gain influence over them, the situation would become perilous.